as it froze and looked about, bewildered. "What the bloody hell did I come in here for?" he heard in his head. The thought spoke in his mother's voice, which didn't bother him at first, but when the confused zombie repeated its behavior, he heard the words spoken again with more venom, as if it was his fault that his mother had walked into a room without knowing why, blaming her only son instead of her alcoholism or her sick mind. He scoffed involuntarily, and through the wide split between the two wooden boards, where his right eye had a clear view of the ground below, he saw the confused zombie freeze and crane its neck awkwardly upwards until it stared straight at him. He didn't breathe, waiting for the awful, ripping noise of the shriek he fully expected at any second. That shriek, he knew, would attract more of them. He could see it playing out from start to finish in his mind with brutal clarity. They would try to climb the old stairs, collapsing them and trapping him on the upper level. Even if any of them made it close enough to reach him without falling, he knew he could defend that narrow staircase until the end of time, with nothing but a plank of wood. If he had an endless supply of water and food, that was. He knew he only carried enough water for a day or two, but after that he would be too weak to make any attempt at escape with a chance of survival above zero. In a moment of realization so sudden and overwhelming, he knew he had to escape now, or else be trapped to die of dehydration over days of agony, when he would grow weaker and more delusional by the second. Snatching up his backpack, he stood, not rising to his full height, as the drying blood on his forehead, leaking from just inside his hairline, served as a harsh reminder, and he made for the stairs just as the noise hit him. It wasn't the noise of a shriek, wasn't the battle cry of a screecher calling out the location of food to every other undead bugger in earshot. Instead, it was the very loud and oddly reassuring sound of heavy machine gun fire barking out big bullets away down the road from him. He watched through the gaps in the floor again as the handful of confused undead still stuck in a time loop inside the barn made directly for the exit to follow the sounds of gunfire. Granted the slightest of reprieves, Peter threw himself down the stairs as fast as he could, to break through a broken board 5 steps from ground level. He thumped down hard, banging his face painfully into the dirt, to be rewarded instantly with the taste of blood in his mouth. He scrambled to his feet, his fumbling right hand grasping desperately for the shaft of the pitchfork, to throw himself from the barn and turn instinctively in the direction where he saw the fewest undead shambling towards the building. He ran, stopping and slipping in a painful slide that left him on his back, as his feet back-pedaled desperately to avoid another group rounding a corner further ahead. He got back to his feet, diverting his route towards a ladder set against the side of a large, low building, and he attacked the rungs with as much speed as he could muster. Reaching a flat roof, larger than the barn 3 times over, he lay on his back and listened to the sounds of gunfire getting further away with each echoing burst. "They're leading the herd away," he told himself in a quivering whisper. "Then they'll come back for me." His eyes screwed shut, and his mouth contorted as his body betrayed him, and he began to break out in tears. He forced it away, managing to keep it at bay for a few seconds, but then the tears came in a flood that he was unable to stop. He cried angrily and silently to himself as he lay flat on his back on the roof, his chest heaving and his diaphragm spasming like an inconsolable toddler, all the while hearing the sounds of the engine and the gunfire fade away, as the only people he'd ever trusted since his sister was taken from him left him all alone. Chapter 13. "In English, Doc," Fisher said with a smirk that Gruel guessed was intended to make him seem confident. It didn't, instead lending the American an added air of arrogance that made him marginally less likable than he had previously been. Gruel sighed, not in an exhausted way, in spite of the few hours' uncomfortable sleep he'd had, but in a mentally tired way that conveyed just how much he enjoyed explaining complex matters to his intellectual inferiors. He sat, sucked in a breath, and looked the CIA man in the eyes. "The serum works within the very small and confined tests we've conducted, but there is still a very long way to go to ensure that its lethality is fine-tuned sufficiently, but that's getting away from English again." Gruel swallowed down the retort he knew his tiredness threatened to unleash, before answering in a measured tone. "Stage 1 looks good. he said in a strained voice that bordered dangerously on being too sarcastic. "Stages 2 to 4 need to go just as well before we can say we have a cure. What I really want, you'd drag me all the way down here to tell me that you'd, what, got a gold star in a third-grade math test? I'd have come to you, only I'm not permitted to leave the facility," he answered through gritted teeth, continuing before Fisher could interrupt again. "That's not the breakthrough we've made, however." At the mention of the word breakthrough, Fisher shut his mouth and shot an expectant look at the scientist. Taking his uncharacteristic silence as permission to continue, Gruel spoke. "I won't bore you with the details," he said sarcastically. "However, we made an unexpected discovery during testing yesterday." "This is how one of your lab rats ended up with a .45 through the dome?" Gruel ignored the interruption, knowing Fisher's silence was too good to be true. The subject became so animated that it literally broke itself apart, trying desperately to get to the source of a simple noise. Gruel held up both hands to keep Fisher quiet long enough to complete the report. A soldier was trying to tune a radio set and stumbled on a patch of static that was barely audible to us. That frequency sent the subjects quite literally wild. It was like a feeding frenzy, like the phenomenon of sharks sensing blood in the water and becoming almost mindless with bloodlust. We need to harness that sound and utilize it to draw all of the infected into central locations where we can reinfect them with the completed serum. Fisher sat still, eyebrows almost meeting in the middle as he processed what he'd just been told. "So," he answered, "you're telling me you know their personal phone number, their magic frequency? You know the sound that drives them wild and you want to use it as a lure? The sound itself isn't necessarily the real trigger, probably more likely that it simply simulates one of them, getting it agitated as it hunts or kills an uninfected host. Like I said, blood in the water." "Huh," Fisher answered, not bothering to explain his views any further. "I thought that perhaps you could develop something that could deliver this frequency somehow." Gruel tried, hopefully. "What?" Fisher said, seeming to reconnect with the conversation suddenly and recall the few words he'd missed. "Oh, we actually have something already for that. Just needs a few minor adjustments, I reckon." It was Gruel's turn to look confused, which seemed to delight Fisher, who sat upright and glanced over the professor's shoulder towards the partially open door of the room he'd commandeered as his office. This he'd achieved by summarily ordering the 2 U.S. Army personnel resting there to find somewhere else to be. "This is classified," he began, then shrugged as though it didn't really matter if he divulged the secret, as the enemy it had been designed to deploy it against no longer existed. "You've heard the term PSYOPs. Psychological warfare?" Gruel asked, his mind racing ahead to the conclusion, but not saying it out loud in case he deflated the CIA man too much, given how excited he seemed to be by divulging state secrets. "Uh-huh. See, we had this idea way back, like Vietnam, way back, and we developed a battlefield sound emitter designed to degrade an entrenched enemy and force them to surrender or abandon a position that would otherwise be too costly in servicemen's lives to take conventionally." Gruel sat back and casually raised one knee over the other. He did it naturally, seeing nothing wrong with the gesture, but Fisher was distracted by it as he found it unnervingly effeminate. He shook his head slightly and carried on. "It's like a bomb," he explained, moving his hands through the air as they described the smooth shape of the projectile. "Only there's no warhead, no explosive charge. Instead, this thing hits the dirt after being dropped from pretty much any altitude and cracks open like a nut. When the housing comes off, pow! The device inside activates and gives you 18 to 24 hours of the worst high-pitched screaming and white noise you could imagine." "Why don't they just blow it up?" "What?" "The device," Gruel asked. "Why wouldn't the enemy just destroy it?" Fisher hesitated. It should be too painful to get near, for starters. Like agony to be anywhere near it." "Irrelevant," Gruel said half to himself. "The infected subjects would just try to eat it, I imagine. So how soon can we have a few, and how quickly can they be retrofitted to emit the low-frequency sound?" "Hold out there, Doc," Fisher said defensively, and leaned away as though warding off his enthusiasm. "I mean, there are channels to go through here. I can't just call up Langley and say, 'Hey, remember those weapons we have mothballed in the basement? The ones that were probably war crimes waiting to happen? Yeah, I'll take 4 to go, with mustard. Can you deliver?'" Gruel stared back at him, not finding the sarcasm amusing in the slightest. Fisher deflated, his shoulders sagging as his fingertips rubbed the skin at his temples to distort the shape of his eyes. "I'll place a call," he said. "See if I still have any sway back home." He nodded his chin to the doorway, which Gruel took with awkward grace as his dismissal. Fisher stooped to pick up a heavy plastic case from the threadbare carpet and set it on the small desk in the room as Gruel stepped outside, pausing at the top of the stairs to peer back through the gap and eavesdrop on the one-sided conversation. Fisher went through the laborious process of setting up the satellite phone and dialing the correct sequence of digits to reach his superiors at Langley. The call bounced around through a couple of extensions until the right people were located, and a glance at his watch made him curse his own stupidity as he realized he'd called the Pentagon at a little before 8 a.m. their time. "Hallard here," came the gruff, almost fatherly voice from the other side of the Atlantic. "Sir, it's Fisher, with the science team sent to Scotland." "I'm well aware of who and where you are, Agent Fisher," the older man interrupted, belying the kindly tone he usually employed to be his professional front. "Have you found a cure to the problem yet?" "We're working on that, sir," Fisher stammered quickly before getting directly to the point of his call. "Sir, we've made a discovery here that would make a number of options more viable if it worked." "Well, spit it out, son." We need as many of the prototype TSE devices and some engineers to retune them as you can muster. Long story real short, sir. We think we can attract them into forming large groups, which, as I said, will make more than one of our tactical solutions much simpler and more effective." "Wait a minute," Bob Hallard, Deputy Director of the CIA, said coldly. "The United States is currently expending significant energy and resources in monitoring the behavior of those infected in the UK." His words sounded as though he was standing before a closed meeting of the Senate, asking for budgetary increases. "And now you want to use a prototype device to intentionally draw them into herds, or whatever?" "Sir," Fisher said flatly, as if he was dropping the bullshit, "if this project doesn't work out, then I don't need to explain it to you that having them concentrated in the major cities will make it much easier to wipe the slate clean again so we can repopulate." There was a long pause on the other end of the line, during which Fisher didn't speak. He barely even breathed. In his mind, the next person to speak and fill the void in the conversation was the one to lose, and his career was staked on the mission being a success. Many had simply wanted to nuke Britain and seal off Europe, especially now that the news out of their west coast was just as bleak. He knew their maritime forces were stretched thin enough, maintaining constant coastal patrols, not to mention the concerns of many that a horde would walk over the frozen expanses from Russia to Canada with the next winter. But if he could provide the solution to controlling the movements of the infected until they could be purged, either by napalm or whatever artificial virus-killing virus the scientist was cooking up, then the people of America could sleep soundly, thanks to him. That was why his explanation featured the word "we" so heavily. "You'll get your toys, Fisher," Hallard said finally, "and an air crew to deliver them, but I expect results by the end of the week." The connection was cut before Fisher could respond, but the abruptness of the call ending did nothing to stifle his sense of achievement. Outside the door, still and silent, Professor Gruel fought down the urge to storm back into the room and demand an explanation for the terms "wipe the slate clean" and "repopulate." Instead, he melted away, returning to his foul-smelling cowshed lab to continue working on one of the few things on the planet he could actually affect. The transport plane arrived the following morning, banging down onto the runway in a similarly uncomfortable and reckless fashion as the one which had brought the science team and their minders. 3 crates were unloaded with a forklift truck and placed on the back of the dull green trucks the British military favoured so much, before being driven a short distance to where the helicopters operated on a makeshift patch of flattened land adjacent to the main runway. The rotary wing staging area, filled with very bored personnel, including one Royal Navy Sea King crew, were stirred into activity when the recognizable noise of incoming helicopters thrummed the mist-filled air and set them all to looking around to be the first to detect and correctly identify the aircraft. "Sounds big," Lieutenant Commander Barrett opined as he cranked his neck upwards and shielded his face with his left hand to block out the meagre light of the sun behind the dense clouds. His right hand cupped a tin mug, and the fingers of that hand sprouted a cigarette, a habit he had been drawn back into through long days of inactivity. "More than one," James Morris, Barrett's younger co-pilot, answered. For once he didn't add a vague reference of either song lyrics or a film quote, which Barrett usually failed to recognize. "Twin rotary," Gary Brinklow, the crew's loadmaster, said confidently, without looking up from the dog-eared Jilly Cooper he was reading. He'd served in the Royal Navy longer than either officer and had enjoyed a relaxed position of authority even before the world had ended. "Chinook!" Morris exclaimed as he pointed west at a dark shape surging through the low-lying cloud cover. "Almost," Brinklow corrected him nonchalantly. "That's a CH-46. It's just closer." The two pilots stared at the approaching helicopter, seeing that their NCO was absolutely right, and this bulbous, unnatural-looking flying machine was indeed much smaller than the larger Chinook helicopters designed and built by the same company. "Well," Barrett exclaimed with a chuckle, "that didn't make it across the Atlantic all by itself, did it now?" Neither of his companions answered. The fact that there was at least one aircraft carrier out in deeper water beyond their sight and reach made them feel even more trapped as they were forced to sit and watch their own helicopter gather dust, without the fuel allocation to operate it. The realization dawned on them all at the same time that if the Americans, it could only be them operating such a large machine off their coast, could keep a large twin-rotor machine in the air, then they could surely spare a tank of aviation fuel to allow them to retrieve more survivors. The large beast banked to loop their small heliport once, before levelling out to set its wheels onto the flattened area. Immediately, the screaming sound of its engines being cut lowered the noise level, and the three men of the Sea King that had seen so much action already watched as the rear ramp lowered to reveal an empty cargo hold and the exiting flight crew. There were 6 of them, indicating that they had sent a maintenance team to accompany the aircraft, and their path would lead them past the British crew to reach the buildings. "Welcome to Skye," Barrett said, smiling and extending a hand to the pilot in the lead. The man took it suspiciously, not offering his own name in response to Barrett's introductions, but smiled weakly as though to end the conversation without confrontation. Then he just walked away. "What the hell was that all about?" Morris asked the senior pilot quietly. "Not sure," Barrett answered, as he lifted a hand to point at an arriving convoy of Bedford trucks coming from the direction of the newly arrived cargo plane. "But it's more than likely got something to do with that." Chapter 14. The argument that flared briefly around the stationary hulk of the Sultan burned out slowly, like a dying flare. The strenuous protestations of Duncan were met with blank faces of refusal at best, and a threat of bloody violence from the one member of their party he least expected it from. The girl, Jessica, pulled the blade from her right boot and held it low beside her, which seemed to signify her potential use of it wasn't a mere threat. Duncan held up his hands and backed up a pace. "Whoa! Hold on a minute," he laughed, hoping to lower the temperature by lightening the mood. Daniels flicked out a hand to clip Jessica's right sleeve, which caught her attention enough to see his head shake. Sighing, she replaced the blade in her boot, but kept her look of target analysis fixed firmly on the man she didn't know. One of the men, she corrected herself as one of the newcomers spoke. He made words like any other person, only to her ears the sound came with a quiet force to them, like the man didn't need to raise his voice. She was already wary of him from the way he moved, seemingly without making a sound, but his words added a gravity in support of her own wants, which raised his standing with the girl. "We go back for them," he said simply. No justification, no swaying argument or impassioned speech about why, merely a statement of fact, as though any other path simply wasn't an option. "Agreed," Daniel said, glancing at Ellie, who had her face buried in her hands as her body was racked with sobs she tried her hardest to keep silent. "But we don't have an up-to-date location, bearing, or RV point set up." The The two Marines glanced at one another to convey a silent opinion about the lack of operational awareness. The taller of them, the man who had simply identified himself as Enfield, reached into the door pocket of the passenger side and produced a map, which he proceeded to spread out on the front of their ugly car. "What do we know?" the heavier-set Marine, Sergeant Hampton, asked. "We know they were down on the coast and heading northwest towards the house," Daniels explained. "We know they saw the swarm travelling north and they intersected their path. They holed up on a farm somewhere overnight." "A farm somewhere," Hampton repeated matter-of-factly, looking again at the quiet man cradling the rifle. "Shouldn't be too hard to find around here." He glanced with theatrical exaggeration over both shoulders to take in the open rolling landscape, dotted with a few farms as far as the eye could see. "Point taken," Daniel said, "but that doesn't explain why they aren't answering their radio." "No," Hampton mused distractedly as he ran a thick sausage-like finger over the map to trace the major roads. Silence hung for a while until Daniels leaned in to look at the map, to circle his pointed finger in the air before stabbing it down. "That's where we were," he said, snaking the finger north to tap on a vague area. "And this is where we are now." The finger lifted up again to hover until it traced the red line indicating a wider road. "Best guess is that they were heading this way. No sense in using the smaller roads when there wasn't enough traffic around here to block the main roads, and the swarm would have come through here-ish." He gestured a wider track with two fingers to show a roughly south-to-north direction that passed very close by their residence of yesterday. "Meaning they'll still be on that side of the line and not answering us," Hampton said. "Anyone want to state the obvious?" "They were in a warrior with a full armament," Daniels said firmly, refusing to accept that they had been overwhelmed by unarmed zombies. Thousands of zombies, granted, but still none that could bite through armor. "And 2 of them are ninjas," Enfield chimed in helpfully. "And 2 of them are special forces," Hampton agreed without breaking verbal stride. "What was the plan?" he asked Daniels. "The plan?" "Yes," the Marine Sergeant asked him with exaggerated slow speech. "What was the plan for when you met up?" Head to the northwest coast of Scotland where the others went. We didn't set an RV because we were in radio contact." "So, assuming we don't find them and can't raise them, would they go there under their own steam?" Enfield asked. Daniel shrugged, admitting the obvious logic. "No," snapped Ellie as she advanced on the huddled men. "No way. We're not leaving. Not if Amber and Peter are with them." She shouldered her way in between them, dwarfed by their height and size, to stab her own slender digit onto the map. The gesture was intended to make her point, but instead it served only to draw the attention of the 3 soldiers to where her fingertip landed, which was about 40 miles away from the places they had been discussing. "I'm not suggesting we do that," Hampton said angrily. These people are our friends. We've spent a god-awful winter with them, and both of us were prepared to—" He sucked in a calming breath and closed his eyes briefly before speaking more calmly. "Both of us stayed behind so they could get away." That piece of information silenced the small, fierce woman, and her face softened. Hampton took his gaze away from hers to regard Johnson's former radio man. "We move from here to their last known position. Keep trying the radio, and we'll follow in the Turdmobile." He nodded back to the tired-looking ride they'd turned up in, unable to keep the derision from his face as he regarded the Ford Sierra. The vehicle had adopted no fewer than 3 different shades of metallic brown, despite being only 6 years old, going by the B registration on the plate. "Look alive!" Duncan shouted from his position half out of the Sultan's hatch. As one, they all moved with purpose, Enfield spinning to bring the rifle scope up to his eye to scan the road in the direction they had come from. "How many?" he asked loudly, eye still glued to the optic and guessing correctly that the elevated position afforded a better view of the threat. "Dozen," Duncan shot back. "Maybe more." "Any fast, fuckers?" Hampton growled, as he limped fast for the driver's door of the Sierra. "Well, oh shit!" His curse was interrupted by a coughing twang, which Hampton knew was his Marine rendering something safe. A second and third shot sounded, both at even intervals, which told the sergeant that the threat was imminent if Enfield was picking them off at a steady rate. "Too many," Daniels called out from atop the Sultan. "Grab your gear and squeeze in here." Hampton hesitated for a second and a half before swearing foully at the awkward lever to tip the front seat forwards and retrieve their bags. All the while, Enfield took steady, measured shots at the heads appearing over the low rise, until a noise behind and above him paused the rhythm. The noise was Duncan pulling back the cocking handle on the big machine gun in preparation to fire. "Don't!" Enfield shouted up. "You'll just bring more our way." Hampton emerged from the car, still muttering as he manhandled 2 large packs and his own weapon. "And the boot, Sarge!" Enfield chided his NCO in between 2 shots. "Crap!" Hampton cursed, stomping back to fight with the keys and open the boot. "I fully expect you to keep the bastards off me, Enfield," he reminded the Marine in a conversational tone. "If you don't, rest assured that I'll make it my afterlife's work to personally eat you, should I become the enemy." He spoke as though there weren't murderous former humans bearing down on his exposed back, as he retrieved a cardboard box with a few holes stabbed through it. The box shook in his hands, and he muttered to it as he limped towards the Sultan and handed it up, with a warning not to open the lid. They clambered up the front of the tracked vehicle to bottleneck at the hatch, before Enfield took 3 more rapid shots to expend the remainder of his magazine, and then he too dropped inside. The interior, as cramped as it was with the 4 of them previously, now seemed uncomfortably claustrophobic. Duncan had abandoned his position at the pintle-mounted gun to settle himself behind the driving controls, and to fill the empty air around them with the sudden bark of their loud exhaust. They rolled away, abandoning the car with the doors open in the centre of the road. "Where did they come from?" Duncan shouted back from the forward section. "We haven't seen any for days, weeks even. Why now?" "Stragglers from that swarm is my guess," Hampton yelled back, before asking the next logical question. "So where did the bloody swarm come from?" Chapter 15. For all their secrecy, for all their need-to-know attitudes, the CIA put things in place with such rapid efficiency that the time from theoretical concept to practical application elapsed in under 48 hours. The cargo plane that brought the experimental PSYOPS weapons had been loaded almost immediately after Fisher's phone call back to Langley, and the engineers required to reprogram the devices had taken only 6 hours longer to locate. The helicopter and crews assigned the task of delivering the payloads were already in theatre, so weren't difficult to find, but the clandestine feel of their orders to land on the Isle of Skye, where they would be briefed in person, rippled around the crew of the U.S. aircraft carrier like a rumour. The chief engineer, a sullen man with drooping cheeks and permanent bags under his eyes, neither offered his name nor did he engage any of the scientists or soldiers when he was escorted to the facility to test a scaled-down version of what he had created. Staff Sergeant Yates, rivaling the engineer for the title of world's most annoyed man, cleared the area and stood his team on alert with express orders not to fire unless he gave the order. Standing in front of the 4 occupied cages, with 3 more subjects brought in during daylight, courtesy of the unfriendly SEAL team, the engineer flipped a switch on the briefcase-sized contraption he had brought with him. As the almost imperceptible, low hum filled the air, all 4 zombies went apoplectic with an insane rage that caused the living people to take involuntary steps backwards. "That's enough," Yates growled, just as the engineer had evidently reached the same conclusion and killed the device. "What's the range on it?" Professor Gould demanded, haranguing the engineer before he had even closed the lid on his case. "On theirs." He glanced at Yates, who sighed and gestured towards the exit. He took the case a full 50 paces to the house, where he flipped open the lid and activated it again. Almost immediately, Yates began hollering for him to shut it off. They tested it out to a range of almost 200 paces before the results diminished even slightly. The engineer walked back, eyes cast down as his lips moved in silent calculations. "Power on this is about 1% of the main device," he explained. "Assuming the same rate of fall-off, you're looking at around 11 miles minimum." Gruel nodded, turning to catch the eye of the quiet and unnerving leader of the team assigned to risk their lives and bring him test subjects. "Mr. Miller," he said, hoping the man wouldn't berate him for not using his correct military rank as Yates had. He spoke fast to fill the pause that could be filled with derision and abuse. "Would this device be useful to you? A means of attracting them, perhaps?" Miller smirked and shot a sideways glance at one of his team, who looked embarrassed. He turned back to the engineer and raised his eyebrows as if to ask his permission. The engineer shrugged as if it was no matter to him. "I only threw that together to test the frequency," he said. "You'll need batteries for it, but I'm sure you'll manage just fine." "We will," Miller said with a nod, accepting the case and handing it off to one of his men. "We'll call it the Yo." Sniggers rippled out to the shadows where the rest of the bearded men lingered. Miller offered no further explanation and led his men out of the building. "Before you go, Mr. Miller, it's Master Chief to you," one of the other SEALs said with evident hostility. "Master Chief Miller," Gruel said in an apologetic tone, "I appreciate that your job is a very dangerous one, and we appreciate everything—" "Get to the point, Professor," Miller interrupted. "I don't need my ass kissed before someone gives me shitty detail." Gruel straightened and cleared his throat. "Very well. We need one of the faster ones for testing. I need to see why the virus has produced different results in them." Miller kept his cold stare firmly fixed on Gruel for a few seconds, past the point of it being uncomfortable. He let his breath out through his nose before nodding once and turning away. Gruel watched them go, stifling the shudder he could feel threatening to travel down his spine like electricity, before turning back to the engineer. "How long before you can have the bigger device ready for testing?" The engineer frowned at him and took a step away towards the door. "Last I checked, I didn't work for you," he answered. "I only came to make sure it made those things. Pay attention. You stick to your job and I'll stick to mine." He left, not giving anyone there a second glance in his haste to be far away from the infected, who gnashed and snapped their teeth at him from inside their cages. A loud, slow, almost sarcastic clapping began from the upper level, where the big machine gun was set up, pointing at the cages. All eyes turned to see Fisher smiling down at them, a heavy black coat zipped up tight under his chin. He stopped clapping after a few seconds and spoke loudly as he also turned to leave. "Couldn't have put it better myself. Where's our cure, Professor?" Gruel mulled over the best delivery method for the serum. Chambers had shown him how all of the lab tests had been successful, in that the chunks of infected flesh cut from their subjects had all hemorrhaged their fluids to leave a gelatinous mess in the sealed dishes. He had opened his mouth to say that the serum might work on necrotic flesh samples, but it couldn't be certain to work on a live subject, before he shut his mouth, recalling that the subjects weren't live and were essentially also necrotic flesh. A thought hit him and he turned to find the man he needed. "Sergeant Yates." Yates looked up and pursed his lips at the annoying interruption to the nothing he was doing before. "Sergeant, what would be the best way to infect people with a virus? Militarily speaking, I mean." Yates seemed to consider his question for a few beats before deciding to give him the sensible answer. "I'm not sure I know about that," he said carefully. "Perhaps your CIA man could answer better. The scenario we most suspected the Russians would use against us was a liquid, spread through either a direct attack on our water sources or an airburst device if the attack was overt." He stared at Gruel, sighing when the man showed no obvious signs of having understood him. "A bomb," he explained, "one that scatters the infectious substance in the air over a large area." Gruel tapped the tip of the pen he'd been holding against his teeth, as he thought, surprising the few people close by, when he launched himself from the seat he was occupying to march to the fridge and pull out a vial of clear liquid. Then he shrugged off the coat he was wearing to begin fighting his way into a hazardous materials suit. "Clear the room," Yates barked, looking up to shoot a few hand signals at his people on duty behind the safe end of the machine gun before climbing into a suit himself. Gruel said nothing, correctly assuming that the man wanted to keep a close eye on what he was doing. Suited, he used his ungainly gloved hands to pour the contents of the vial into a contraption that resembled something a person would use to spray water on a plant. He approached the nearest cage, glancing at Yates with a look that seemed to convey a "here goes nothing" attitude, and stepped closer to the cage to spray the zombie in the face twice. He sidestepped to the next cage and repeated the process before backing off. Neither zombie showed any signs of having been affected by the light mist falling on its dead face, and both continued to rage at the mesh, which denied them the warm, fresh meat that came so tantalizingly close. Gruel stripped off the mask of his suit and turned to Yates with a smile. He saw that the sergeant had the heavy pistol still gripped in his right hand, and was keeping one wary eye on the cages. "What now?" he asked after nothing happened. "Now we wait." They didn't have to wait as long as Gruel had thought. He'd taken himself back to the house to wash and eat something, realizing he'd gone straight through lunchtime without noticing. He was therefore understandably annoyed that he didn't even get to take a bite of the sandwich he'd made for himself, when the door burst open and one of the soldiers told him with wide eyes that he had to come quick. His annoyance evaporated when his mind caught up with why his presence might be required in such a hurry. He ran the short distance to the makeshift lab, slipping on the smooth stones twice, and cursing the infernal Scottish weather for raining almost constantly. When he arrived in the large shed, the noise assaulted his ears painfully. It was the same ungodly shriek they let out when sensing an imminent meal, only somehow different, as though the shriek was their only medium of communication, like a baby crying, and right then they were trying to communicate fear and pain. He ignored the offer of the rubberized suit thrust out towards him, walking towards the cages where two of the zombies were moaning and pressing their faces into the metal to get to him. The others weren't. They were standing and swaying, staggering even as their raw vocal cords played a tortured symphony of uncomprehending pain. One turned towards him, dark, almost black blood leaking from the eye sockets around the blind milky orbs that seemed to stare at him pleadingly. It opened its mouth again to gargle another hideous sound, but viscera poured from its open maw as it pitched forward to slam its face off the mesh and leave a streak of gore on the metal. It sank to the hard ground to convulse and jerk like an eel, blood beginning to ooze from every visible patch of exposed skin. Before his eyes, the active and very lethal infected person became increasingly still as the vile puddle it converted itself into grew outwards and threatened to touch the toes of his boots. He stepped back in a daze, looking to his left as the second subject fell backwards like a felled tree, gagging and gargling. As both creatures treated with the serum grew still and silent, the absence of their sound was replaced by a ragged cheering and applause from soldiers and scientists alike. "You think this solves anything?" Gruel roared, turning to stare down everyone in the room and silencing them in a second. "You think this undoes any of the damage we've done to humanity?" "This solves nothing." He paused, breathing hard as even he was surprised by his outburst. He continued in a quieter but still angry tone. "Even if this works on a massive scale, even if we kill every one of the infected, that's still a human life lost. You think we're winning?" He scoffed. "We'll be lucky to scrape our way out of this shit as a species." Pausing only long enough to eyeball all of them in turn, he fought down his body's treacherous urges to cry in response to the surge of adrenaline and the sinking feelings of guilt he suppressed so well every day, and he stormed out of the building. He found Fisher leaning against the wall by the back door to the house they had commandeered. The man was smoking, still huddled inside his large waterproof jacket, and seemed to find the agitated state of the scientist amusing. Gruel was spared having to either appear rude or attempt small talk. "The engineer's just gone," Fisher said, as he dropped the butt to grind it out on the wet cobblestones with the toe of his boot. "Reckon we'll be good to go tomorrow." "Good to go on what, precisely?" came the retort, in a voice that still shook with guilt and anger. "The testing phase of the lure device." Gruel relaxed slightly. "For a terrible moment there, I thought you were going to say you wanted to deploy the serum." "It works, doesn't it?" Fisher asked with raised eyebrows. "What else would you have to cheer about?" "It worked on them," Gruel answered sourly, jerking his head back over his shoulder towards their makeshift lab. "There's nothing to say it'll work on the adapted strain." At the mention of this, Fisher's eyes seemed to glaze over, just as they did when he was faced with something scientific that he either didn't want to be burdened with or else just felt bored with. Gruel had tried, on more than one occasion, to explain why the variations in behavior of a small percentage of the infected was so important. Fisher, increasingly under the gun from his masters back in the States, needed answers and solutions, instead of more questions and problems. Fisher watched as Gruel stormed off inside, no doubt to work out his emotions in private, and went back to the room he was using to pick up the radio set and place a call to the other side of the island. He gave orders for the device to be made ready and deployed as soon as possible, before leaving the house and climbing back into the passenger side of a military off-road vehicle. That was, after first absent-mindedly trying to climb in on top of his driver, and muttering angrily about the steering wheel being on the wrong side. Back at his headquarters, he ordered up some coffee and waited for it, grimacing as all caffeine-addicted professionals did when presented with a beverage they weren't accustomed to. He closed the door to his room and placed another call on the satellite phone to order the AWACS be diverted to monitor the activity of the infected after they had dropped the device, along with the mass production of serum for immediate transportation over the Atlantic. Chapter 16. Johnson drove in a noisy stop-start game of screecher destruction. The first mile of flight had seen the gun run dry, and he couldn't spare the time to stop and reload it, nor could he divert enough concentration to accurately explain to Buffett how to do it. Instead, and much against his better judgment, he grudgingly allowed the SBS man to fire the big 30mm cannon into the largest concentrations of undead. In the rear section, Kimberly was beside herself with guilt and grief because she had fallen asleep when it was her turn to keep watch. But the real heartbreak came when Amber realized why the adults were so upset. She screamed and pounded her tiny fists against the inside of the armored door, demanding to be let out, and sobbing for the boy who she had grown so attached to, as she screamed his name over and over. The sound of her cries broke their hearts, and renewed Johnson's hatred of the creatures for all that they had taken away from so many people. "Ceasefire! Ceasefire!" he growled into the microphone of his headset, using the growing light to line up a knot of approaching screechers to mow them down under his left side tracks. Then he crunched into reverse and repeated the process until the road ahead was clear. The muted banging on the thick armor to his left told him that more had fallen upon their inedible transport from the foliage on their flank, and he calmly reversed the warrior once more to repeat the process. "I'll go back for him," Buffett said, as he tried to work out the overly complex reloading procedure for the chain gun. "We don't separate," Johnson answered, still repeating his reverse and advance crushing maneuvers. "But the lad's on his own. He was on his own before we showed up." Johnson snapped back, and he was doing just fine. "Don't underestimate him. He's probably safer without us attracting all this attention." He felt callous as soon as he had uttered the words, clamping his mouth shut and concentrating on his task. All around them, more palsied hands clawed at their hull, forcing him to back further away from the farm until he could no longer even see the approach road to it. "Where the hell did all these bastards come from?" Buffett snarled as he fought with the machinery. "We haven't seen these kinds of concentrations for months, and now all of a bloody sudden they start protesting again? What is it, another fucking miners' strike? Are we clear of the hurts?" Larson's voice cut in sharply. Johnson gave her a quick standby before spinning the warrior in a full 360 to check. "Seems clear at the moment," he reported. "I'll wait for more to catch up with us and—" The sound of the rear door's opening cut him off, prompting an outburst from both him and Buffett so that neither of them had their words heard. "She said," sniffed Kimberly's voice over the vehicle intercom as the door closed again, "she said to clear them out and come back for her." Johnson hesitated, feeling the blood rise in his face until he breathed out to stop himself from bursting. As much as he hated it, as much as he couldn't stand not being in control, he had to trust both the young boy and the Norwegian commando to handle their own business. Selecting reverse again, he set his face and went about handling his own. Astrid Larsen walked fast and smooth away from the rear of the warrior, which she covered long enough to ensure the occupants were safe behind the closed door. Her gun was up, tucked tightly into her shoulder, with her right cheek pressing into the parachute stock, and she moved with the grace of a dancer. Everywhere her eyes looked, her upper body pointed. Everything she looked directly at was automatically lined up in the sights of the MP5, so the only decision she needed to make was to shoot or not to shoot. 3 of them fell in rapid succession, Their switches were flipped as each emerging screecher collected a 9mm bullet directly through their open mouths to blow out the brainstem. No other threats emerged, leaving her to make the next decision. Through the trees or back down the road? She asked herself. The balance was between open space, where she could see the threats coming from distance, and simply facing what seemed like fewer of them among the trees. She opted for the off-road route, stalking between the branches faster than anyone watching would expect, without any evidence of noise, as her boots weaved her in a wide loop back towards the barn they had slept in. Twice more she stopped to dispatch a pair of loping screechers, who were bumping their way awkwardly through the foliage towards the retreating sounds of an engine and the renewed rattle of gunfire. A third, impaled on the low broken branch of a fir tree through one shoulder, reached for her until the bullet punched through its skull and turned it off. "Buff's got the chain gun working again," she mused over the raucous sound in the distance. Keeping a small portion of her brain tethered to the others wasn't a distraction. She knew that for certain, as a grey balding head appeared through a copse of holly leaves, with one prickly green addition sprouting comically from its face, and she drilled it through the mouth with a single round from almost a dozen paces away. That part of her mind, that small percentage of her consciousness that imagined what they would be thinking and saying and doing inside the warrior, was what kept her mind sharp and focused. If she thought fully about what she had just done, if she logically assessed the facts coldly, she would be tempted to turn and run back to the safety of the armoured fighting vehicle and hammer on the door to be let back in. As it was, keeping a part of her consciousness with them, what she was doing was just like holding her breath as she ducked under water. She knew she could go back to safety whenever she wanted, and that knowledge gave her the courage and confidence to do what needed to be done. Breaking through the foliage onto a wide field of overgrown grass, she scanned her surroundings and detected none of them. Pausing for a handful of seconds, she listened and absorbed every hint of sounds to map the small battlefield better in her mind. "Gunfire and engine behind and to my right," she thought, as she marked the position of the others. "Shrieks to my left and behind," the slower-moving screechers following the destruction wrought by their light tank. She ran towards the farm, body low and gun still tucked tightly into her shoulder, as fast as she could without winding herself like a racehorse blowing out its lungs. She paused again nearer the collection of low buildings and listened once more. A heavy sound like meat hitting a butcher's block rang out ahead of her, past a line of evergreens, focusing her attention on the nearest farm buildings. Choosing that as the most likely source of something out of the ordinary, or at least more out of the ordinary for the situation, she headed towards it. 9 more wandering corpses went down to her weapon, some requiring more than one shot on the rare occasions she missed. Such misses were due to an unexpected stumble of her moving target, or an unlucky deflection that removed only part of the skull, which the screecher no longer needed in order to function. This was no superhuman ability, she knew. It was no natural skill that others should be jealous of, but instead was the result of thousands of hours of practice and endless training, like the end result of a knife being sharpened. The same sound as before, which she now recognized as a body hitting concrete from height, diverted her attention slightly to the right of her approach. Ducking low to shoot a look around the corner of a building, she saw 3 corpses mangled in a pile underneath a steel ladder. 2 others milled about at ground level, reaching upwards and lacking the ability to climb the ladder, which told her that there must be something above her that excited them. Perhaps a 10-year-old boy defending his position, she thought, as she delivered 2 execution-style deaths to the backs of their heads. The silent thought was answered by a booming report of a shotgun, and the ballistic arrival of another corpse splattering and crunching into the concrete ahead of her, accompanied by a hissed whine of "shit" from above. Looking at the body still trying to move, as the brain wasn't destroyed, she took in the left arm, which was missing from the mid-forearm. With an exaggerated gasp of fear and understanding, Astrid leapt backwards as the thing rounded on her and lashed out its right arm, with a speed and accuracy she hadn't seen up close before. The terror of realizing she'd come within arm's reach of a faster one, a lemur, took her breath away momentarily as the thing began to use one hand and one stump to propel itself towards her along the ground, dragging destroyed legs to scrape the jagged shards of exposed bone noisily along the rough surface. The mental numbness caused by the realization evaporated in a flash, specifically in a tiny suppressed muzzle flash, as 4 single shots spat from the barrel of her gun to punch into the skull and end the grotesque movement. She was panting hard and whipped her head from left to right as she realized her situational awareness had suffered a lapse due to the fear of coming face to face, or boots to face, more accurately, with a lemur. "More coming round the left side," came a muted shout from above her, Peter trying to keep his voice down and balancing that fear of discovery against the desperate need to warn her of the danger. Larson looked up, saw the silhouette of the boy's head and shoulders peeking over the edge of the flat roof, and looked to her left to raise the gun in preparation for a renewed assault. "My left!" Peter hissed. She looked up, saw the direction he was pointing in, and glanced down in time to see the front-runners of the wave of rotting meat spill over themselves to get to her. Her mind took less than half a second to calculate speeds and distances, and she knew they would be on her before she could get clear of the building. Without hesitation, she dropped the gun on its sling and gripped the cold metal rungs of the galvanized steel ladder to catapult herself upwards. As she sprinted vertically, arms and legs pumping like a spider monkey in full flight, her brain gave her a quiet admonishment. "Stranding yourself on a roof with a young child isn't the best idea you have ever had." She told herself to shut up, and climbed. Chapter 17. Downs, wearing fresh military uniform with as much of his old equipment that could be salvaged after a rigorous bleaching, stood when his colleague entered the room. In any other regiment, in many other situations, in fact, he would have offered Colonel Kelly a salute. Even with the obvious brevet rank and field promotion to lieutenant colonel, Kelly still wore no badge of rank, just as Downs or any of the Special Air Service personnel didn't. But something in him, so far as Downs could see, had changed. "Downs," he acknowledged almost abruptly with a rapid gesture of one hand to a seat opposite his desk. "How you feeling now?" "Much better, Kelly, thank you." "Heard about the old hypothermia," Kelly said, in a tone that needled Downs for a reason he couldn't quite put his finger on. "Touch of exposure is all," Downs told him dismissively, internally bridling at the unintended implication of weakness. "The doctor assured me it was a combination of exhaustion and lack of food that made me susceptible. Been rather pushing it on too little food and sleep recently." Kelly smiled. It was a companionable smile and one that harked back to the start of their acquaintance, if not friendship. The 2 young parachute regiment lieutenants hadn't known each other before both arrived at Stirling Lines for their first crack at selection. Downs, eager to drink in the full experience, carried his own heavy bags and stepped down onto the platform at Hereford train station to join the milling group of fit-looking young men, reluctant to speak to the other candidates from the off. Kelly, in contrast, bore no shame in his family's wealth, and arrived at the gates in a Rolls-Royce driven by an employee of his father. He dressed and acted the same as the other men, was just as fit and tough as many, and indeed more so than quite a few, but his underlying hint of arrogance put some people on edge. Both men had performed well in those early days of no sleep and seemingly permanent physical training, often finishing each forced march or run at very close intervals, where they were pushed harder than the other ranks were before or after the day's physical work was done. It could be anything from having to get up an hour before the men and plan the route for the day, to being pulled aside at a checkpoint to be asked to solve random mathematical equations. All of these additional pressures were designed to ensure the officers' minds were as sharp as their bodies and fit for the task of commanding Her Majesty's Special Forces. Their physical and mental abilities marked them out in the first 2 weeks of grueling, constant competition, as both had shown the unmeasurable quantity which made a man perfect for such endeavours. There was an attitude to each of them, a hidden layer of resilience which made them both push through barriers and even ignore pain, which allowed them to achieve goals that would be otherwise impossible. Of the commissioned ranks in their intake, only 2 men survived until the vaunted escape and evasion phase. This part of their training, at the final stages of their initial selection, was where their mental resolve and strength of character was truly tested. It didn't matter if they'd successfully evaded capture, as at the final checkpoint in the exercise they would be taken, hooded, and subjected to the same treatment that any man taken in the first few days would be. Trying to maintain a watch on the number of hours and days they had been held, deprived of their senses, and forced to maintain painful stress positions, both men emerged unscathed to be told that the exercise was over. They weren't told if they had passed it. That torture at least hadn't ended. But both men eventually earned their sand-coloured berets, and both performed so well that they were invited to return years later at the rank of major. "No Guinness and sausage sandwiches this time, eh?" Kelly joked, earning an enforced chuckle as the two men shared a memory from so long ago. The cans of Guinness, poured into tin cups to settle out and be drinkable, had been smuggled into camp illicitly to accompany the fried sausages, crammed into the thick slices of bread. Both the sandwiches and the Guinness provided the two young men with their much-needed additional calories. "No," Downes admitted with a smile, which faded when their current business reasserted itself into the forefront of their minds. "My chaps told me a few things that have caused concern, Kelly," he said, hoping the man would still be in the mindset of their shared past and be forthcoming. The look on Kelly's face darkened. He leaned back and surveyed the man before him, before taking a sharp breath in and speaking fast as he leaned forwards. "I've got over 400 miles of coast to patrol, and I have fewer than 200 men to do it. Granted, most of that coastline is impassable, but that's beside the point. Men need to sleep, men need to eat, civilians need to be kept in check, and quarantine procedures for you ragtag bunch sapped more of my reserves than you could imagine." Downes sat forward slightly, as if planning to interrupt, but he kept silent, watching the colonel closely as he poured excuses over him. "I have people making demands of me every day, not least of all the few members of Parliament who still believe they are somehow relevant to the current situation, and I still have to keep this island safe from the ever-present threat of an outbreak. So tell me, Major, what concerns do you have?" Downes sat back and kept his face neutral. Although he hadn't worked alongside Kelly for years, he knew the man well enough to recognize the stress behind his words. This was a man who came from wealth and privilege, a man accustomed to success. He chose to engage in a life of hardship to prove himself worthy above all others, and yet— "And I can see you're doing an admirable job, given the circumstances, Colonel," Downes said carefully. "I doubt many officers I've worked with in my time would have conducted operations so effectively." Kelly gave a small but gracious nod in acceptance of the praise. "But I have to ask," Downes went on, "who is truly in charge of things here?" Kelly regarded him with a flash of cold fury for a fleeting moment before he controlled his expression. As much as he tried to mask his anger, his nostrils still flared as he fought to keep his breathing slow and measured. "Speak your mind, Major," he told Downes. "Very well. Naval blockades off the coast. The CIA presence on the island. What exactly are we here? Is this a foothold for Britain to regain our home, or a foothold for the Americans?" Kelly held his stare for a few seconds before deflating as he released his breath. "If I'm completely honest with you, I don't know. I'm assured that the remnants of our civilian government have done some form of deal with the US, which is evidently either above my pay grade, as they say, or else they believe the finer points are beyond my limited capability of understanding as a mere soldier. So they aren't here to evacuate us, and we can't leave of our own accord. Oh, we're entirely free to go back to the mainland and do as we please, just not free to cross the Atlantic and risk infecting their continent." Downes's lips set in a tight line as his fears were confirmed. They were trapped there, totally at the mercy of a foreign superpower, regardless of their allegiance, and the decisions were being made at a level far above them. And the CIA involvement? "Ah," Kelly said awkwardly as he leaned back and folded his arms. "There we find ourselves at a technical impasse." Downes took the implication and the information in his stride, reverting to an out-loud train of theoretical monologue. "So, the CIA are here and seem to be calling the shots. Aircraft have been seen coming in, and they've brought in personnel and equipment which aren't overtly military, according to my information." He paused to look more closely at Kelly, who kept his features still and listened, which could imply to someone that they're conducting tests and require a secure base of operations as near as possible to a steady supply of infected people. Still Kelly stayed silent and motionless. Are they conducting tests here, Colonel? Yes, Kelly admitted without hesitation. He seemed to want to say more, as though the force of keeping the information bottled up inside him was causing pain. Are there screechers on this rock right now? Yes, Kelly said again, this time with only a moment of hesitation. At least I believe so. A team of scientists came in over a week ago with a few CIA agents, a small team of Navy SEALs, and a detachment of Army personnel specializing in infectious diseases. They are on the farthest west spit of land possible, and any outbreak faces the Atlantic to the west and a line of guns to the east. Downs nodded slowly, imagining the placement to be Kelly's idea. So what do we do? Not much we can do, Kelly answered. I'm having the others in your little convoy reallocated to patrol sections of coast and replace my boys covering quarantine and guard on the civilians, obviously focusing on the easterly sections of our perimeter. A knock at the door interrupted their discussion. I'll keep you and your chaps in reserve, if you don't mind. Downs stood, hearing the tone of dismissal in the colonel's words, to agree and take his leave. Opening the door, he was faced with 3 people, 2 men and a woman, who stirred some vague recognition in him, and he crossed their path awkwardly in the confines of the small landing. Fighting the urge to loiter and listen through the door, he returned to the waiting Land Rover and was driven back to his allocated billet in thoughtful silence. Kelly kept his face neutral behind the false smile as the 3 civilians filed into the room. They all had another person with them, a sort of entourage of 1 each, to ensure that none of them believed themselves superior to the others. Playing backstop at a meeting with the Under-Secretary of State for Agriculture, the Minister for the Arts, and the Minister of State for Housing, all very much former titles and positions in his opinion, even though they seemed to cling to them in an attempt to validate their importance, was not a prospect he had been looking forward to. He smiled to put them at ease, listened and nodded along with their ridiculous ideas for regrowth and repopulation of the British Isles when all the nasty business was over. Just in time before the boredom and annoyance could get to him, before he erupted and told them the truth, that they weren't cowering off the coast with a view to moving back in when the pest control problem magically sorted itself out, Captain Barton knocked politely but urgently on the door before opening it. Peering around the edge of the door, he smiled and cleared his throat. "My sincere apologies, Colonel," he lied smoothly as he played his part in the planned interruption. "Urgent military matter, I'm afraid. Can't wait." He flashed his best smile from his strong jawline as Kelly stood and smoothed down his camouflaged shirt, mirroring the smile in falsity, if not quite matching the dazzling charisma of the younger man. "Duty calls," he told the politicians solemnly, hoping the sheer cheesiness of the line wouldn't betray their deception to end the meeting. "I do hope you'll forgive me. See yourselves out, if you please." He swept from the room to leave the echoing sounds of both officers' boots thundering down the stairs, to be followed by the rising pitch of an accelerating engine. Those sounds rose before falling away suddenly, only to rise again as the volume faded away with the next gear, taking the vehicle further away. The politicians, unable to have any kind of meaningful conversation without a referee, lapsed into an awkward silence until they were carried back to the town of Portree. Chapter 18. Strictly speaking, Barton wasn't entirely telling tales about there being a military matter requiring Kelly's attention. The colonel sat in the passenger seat of their vehicle and endured the rough, bumpy roads being negotiated too fast by the captain instead of one of the men under their command. "I think this will be far enough, Barton," he said, having banged his head once too often on the doorframe, forcing him to hang heavily from the handle above the window. "Not quite, sir," the captain replied, raising his voice over the noise of the engine and howling wind. "Something has actually cropped up. It seems our colonial cousins have been playing with their toys and have caused something of a stir on the mainland." Kelly growled low in his throat before asking for an explanation. "Can't say I'm 100% up to speed on the subject matter, sir," he said apologetically. "Perhaps we should get it straight from the horse's mouth." The horse in question was pacing back and forth as far as the stretched cord of the satellite phone would allow. He was evidently excited as words tumbled from his mouth, barely taking the time to look up and acknowledge the 2 men as they walked in, other than to raise his eyebrows and smile briefly. Yes, sir, he said into the phone. Yes, sir, that's right. Uh-huh. Coverage like we never expected. No, sir, drives them crazy. Yes, sir, I will, thank you. He replaced the handset into the cradle of the black briefcase and turned to clap his hands together. "What the bloody hell has you so excited, Fisher?" Kelly demanded. "Pull up a pew, Colonel, and I'll tell you all about it." The engineer couldn't get away from the place they called the facility quickly enough. Some facility it was, given that it was a farm shed with some hastily welded cages thrown together. What was inside those cages brutalized his senses and would probably stop him sleeping for the rest of the month, or the rest of his life. He wasn't sure yet. With that lasting memory fresh in his thoughts, he rushed back to the small hangar he'd been camping out in to be close to his work, and began the modifications to prepare the 3 devices brought from America. With the precise frequency, courtesy of the radio he'd been told a soldier was trying to tune when the phenomenon was stumbled upon, he was familiar enough with the device to make short work of reprogramming the interior workings. As soon as the first one was ready, he took a break, waving over the single guard sent from the U.S. Air Force to keep watch over the merchandise. Pulling his last pack of Newports from his pocket, he tapped the base twice to shoot 2 filters free, and offered one to the young man, who slung his rifle over his shoulder and smiled as he took it. Producing a lighter, the engineer lit his own and offered the dancing flame over as he sucked in a long pull and closed his eyes to stretch his back. He glanced down at the cigarettes, seeing that the carton was only half full, and regretting giving one away, because he was down to his last pack. He'd been around enough military personnel in his time to know that a whole carton of smokes was easier to come by than most things, when enough servicemen gathered in one place, but he hoped he wouldn't be forced to switch to an inferior brand before he got home. Perhaps a carton of Lucky Strikes would see him back, he mused. "Go tell your bosses the first one's ready," he said as he exhaled. "I'll prep the other 2, and then I can get the heck out of here." He frowned as he took another pull on the cigarette. "Where in the hell are we, anyways?" "Scotland," the kid replied, as though the vague geographical information made any difference to either of them. The engineer shrugged, taking back his lighter and feeling the unseasonal breeze tighten his skin as he vowed to finish the work as soon as possible so he could go home. The helicopter crew for the CH-46 Seahawk arrived within the hour in a wash of noise and increased wind. They paid the engineer no attention, seeing just a man in coveralls stooped over what looked like a medium-sized aircraft munition in the middle of the hangar, and loaded the device they had been sent for. The pilot spoke in that relaxed tone they always used, which, to the uninitiated, sounded like it must have been part of their basic training. "Roger, proceeding on bearing 151 degrees for 420 miles, he reported, signing off as he turned the nose of the noisy helicopter just left of south to drop the device in a large city far away from their safe place off the coast. Those instructions had come via radio, and the crew had no idea they originated from a house only a few miles away and came from the Central Intelligence Agency. If they had known, they probably wouldn't have cared because, just like the engineer, they were eager to get their job done and be back where they were more comfortable. In their case, it was the massive aircraft carrier sitting 10 miles off the western edge of the Irish coast as part of the blockade to ensure none of the escaping survivors carried the disease to their home. Their sedate cruising speed of 140 miles per hour saw them passing over the centre of what their map told them was a place called Bristol, when the pilot slowed and turned a few long, lazy circles to lower their altitude. "In possession," he announced over their link. "Drop when ready." In answer, the rear ramp of the helicopter lowered with a mechanical whine to admit a rush of chill air from the abandoned land below them. Unlike a conventional bomb, this one merely had to be ejected into mid-air at a height exceeding 1,000 feet for the device to activate on landing. That was as much as they knew, as much as they needed to know, and when the seemingly innocuous missile had been shoved clear over the edge of the ramp, they closed it up and began the 3-hour flight back. "Be advised," the pilot reported to their command structure. "Package is delivered. RTB." Bristol, a sprawling city on the banks of the busy River Severn, had been devoid of life for some time. Not all life, just human life. Or more specifically, it was utterly devoid of all living human life. Trapped inside so many buildings, the thousands of undead woke from their state of hibernation to be whipped into such a frenzy of excitement that many broke free of their prison premises by barging their way through glass windows, and even, in some cases, breaking down doors, in their frenzy to get to the source of whatever it was driving them so animalistically wild with hungry excitement. Further out, in the suburbs of the city, and even into the southern parts of Wales, the same activity was happening and waking up all of those trapped, dormant, infected souls and driving them towards the centre of the neighbouring city by way of walking through the wide estuary. For over 100 miles, far further still than any of the wildest theories could have predicted, zombies were waking up and forcing their way out of their dry tombs to fulfill their desperate need to reach the source of the low-frequency sound that triggered the tiny part of their brains still functioning into believing there was food on offer. "Good God, man!" Kelly exploded as he stood from the chair he had been occupying. "We've still got people on the mainland. There are civilians there. Have you lost your mind?" Fisher leaned back in his chair involuntarily in response to the colonel's anger. "Relax, Kelly," he said. "We have AWACS monitoring, and they'll be able to warn anyone nearby if the swarm threatens them." Kelly didn't sit, nor did he relax. "You've just intentionally unleashed hell on those survivors all over again," he said coldly, "and you aren't even willing to evacuate any of them." "Not true, Colonel," Fisher said, as he reached for a piece of paper and waved it towards the officer. "Civilian evacuations are planned to begin at 0900 next Wednesday. Your people will get new lives in the US of A. "And the military personnel?" Fisher shifted in his chair once, before fixing the hard man in front of him with a stare of pure granite. "When our job here is done, Kelly, we'll discuss that. We'll discuss it now," he said firmly. "You've outright refused to support our efforts in recovering more survivors from the mainland, which, until this moment, had been swept aside as inconsequential. I assure you, sir, it is not. Evacuating the civilians on this island is one thing, but unless we can actively rescue more, then I fail to see the point in us being here at all." He remained standing, chest heaving up and down as he fought to control the many words he left unsaid from tumbling out, after the unwise outburst he had already released. Fisher stared at him for a few moments, wearing a look somewhere between mild amusement and barely veiled rage. "Let's get a few more things straight, shall we?" He stood suddenly, and leaned over the desk with both fists pressing down hard onto the polished wood. "The United States is not here as an aid mission. The United States is occupying this part of Britain for military and scientific purposes, to research, develop, and hopefully deploy whatever vaccines or cures or weapons we can to ensure that the disease created here doesn't cross the Atlantic Ocean. There are people on the other side of the globe pondering exactly the same questions to our western borders, and I'm not telling you anything you don't already know when I say they're looking at 100 Hiroshima-style solutions, so it doesn't matter a good goddamn whether the serum we're developing on this island works or not. America will defend its borders at whatever cost." He calmed, sitting back in his chair and speaking in a slightly softer tone. "Colonel, you and your people are backed into a corner, with nothing left to barter with. Your price of admission to the Promised Land, when we're done here, is your continued service. When the work is done, we're all going home, and you can either come with us or not. But if you don't, then I wouldn't be expecting foreign aid any time soon. So yes, to answer your initial question, I assure you I have most certainly not lost my mind, and I will continue to order the deployment of weapons, both experimental and biological, on the mainland until we find a way of killing every last one of those bastards. You can go now, gentlemen." Kelly breathed out, never once having taken his eyes off the man sitting behind the desk holding all the power. With as much dignity and decorum as he could manage, he left the room and kept his face like stone until he was a mile away from the CIA headquarters. "That bastard!" he erupted, making Barton flinch and torque the steering wheel alarmingly. He regained his composure before the colonel spoke again, this time in a more equable and thoughtful tone. But at least he let slip that his show wasn't the only one in town, and he's under pressure to get results, or his Washington, D.C. masters will likely pull the plug on him and his little circus here. Chapter 19. Peter thrust out the spike, punctured a brain through a nostril, made more accessible by the fact that the nose was partly torn or bitten away, and risked a glance over the ledge to watch the lifeless corpse bounce down the growing mound of bodies, animated and rendered safe alike, forming against the low building. He had been running to and fro on the roof in order to cover both places where his elevation was threatened. Then, behind him, on the other end of the roof, the sounds of an approaching body reached his ears. Somehow they, and he could only assume it was the smarter, faster type of biters, were managing to climb the ladder at the end where Astrid had appeared. On the side he covered now, it was a matter of sheer numbers and extremely bad luck. The misfortune being that the wall was the site where the former farmers had decided to pile enough junk that the hungry crowd below were able to use it as the start of a ramp. His own efforts to stem the vertical flow of stinking bodies intent on eating him had, paradoxically, made it easier for more of them to climb the growing pile. Turning to his left, he drove the tip of one straight pitchfork prong into the skull of a balding man just behind his ear. The reaching arms stopped reaching for him, but the weapon held fast as the thing's second death had caused it to flop sideways and resist his efforts to tug it back out. He cursed it and began to growl in effort through his gritted teeth as the scraping noise behind him made him spin to see another one, wearing the shredded and filthy remains of a shirt and tie, get both arms and half a torso over the ledge. Yanking desperately on the pitchfork, he was forced to reach over his right shoulder to grasp at the smoothed-down handle of his father's shotgun to use the last loaded cartridge at brutally close quarters. The air in front of his face punched at him with a pressure wave that was confusing before the sharp cracks he heard tied in with what his eyes were seeing. The zombie shuddered with each cracking noise until the fourth or fifth one snatched his head back and toppled it backwards to fall away and knock a half-dozen more of them back to the ground. His mind caught up with his senses, and he craned his neck to see Astrid crouching over one knee from a sitting position with her gun tucked into her body tightly and aimed his way. He nodded his thanks automatically, seeing her return the gesture and spin away to reload before she fired more shots over her side, and turned to run back to him. Seeing his predicament, she landed one boot hard on top of the bald head, and he gripped the shaft of his sticker firmly, straining to pull it free. He fell backwards as it was released from the gory grip of the skull and rolled back to his feet to begin the routine of thrust and withdraw, this time trying to improve his aim for the soft bits that didn't threaten to steal his tools. Astrid was firing more intensively than ever, pausing to fill the temporary quiet with the clicks and scrapes of well-practiced hands performing another reload, and she didn't let up until the main assault had been forced back. Peering over the edge again together, Peter saw that only the luckiest or most sure-footed of biters could make it through the mess of farmyard junk and bodies to climb for their position. Their small breather didn't last long, as a shriek from behind them forced the world to grind down into agonizing slow motion. The shriek, the rasping expulsion of air that conveyed nothing but hatred and malice and hunger, echoed loudly over the low rooftops of the barn, louder than anything else in their immediate surroundings. They turned together in time to see the horrifying sight of a young man wearing a blue and white striped shirt, marred by dark gore. The terror of being face to face with a lemur, one not horribly damaged and less dangerous, wasn't reduced by the fact that he had either lost his trousers in the month since the outbreak, or else had turned in a state of being half-dressed. The baggy boxer shorts had remained on, but the socks had worn away at the soles, to leave what looked like black ankle-warmers banded about his mottled grey calf muscles. As they stared, neither yet able to bring a weapon to bear, those muscles bunched and tightened in anticipation of the leaping attack they both knew was coming. Both had seen lemurs at work before, albeit at a safe distance usually, and both knew what the human body was capable of when free of the constraints binding it to normality. It launched into the air, limbs flailing as it instinctively thrashed and whirled to correct its aerial course. Mouth open in ready anticipation, both of them could see the wide maw filled with blackened gums and the two flashes of bright metal of the man's gold teeth as a cloud of bright white smoke obscured their vision billowing outwards in an expanding cone towards the flying monstrosity. Peter's hand had reached instinctively over his right shoulder, where it landed directly on the grip of the sawn-off shotgun. The web between his finger and thumb spread wide and taut, hit the smooth down wood, and triggered his fingers to clamp down and seize it tightly. Pulling it in one smooth movement, he set his stance wide and forced his left palm down on top of the barrels near the breech, as his right index and middle fingers reached for the two triggers. He couldn't remember which trigger he had pulled when he'd fired the first shot only a minute or two before, but somehow his brain registered that pulling one of those triggers would achieve nothing but a moment of fear before the zombie cut him down in a blur of teeth and pain. Knowing this on a cellular level, even if he couldn't explain it in triple the time it took to act automatically, both fingers squeezed the triggers at once before the gun had even finished the downward arc of his draw, to spit smoke and flame and a deafening noise out ahead of them. It was only the fourth time he'd ever drawn the weapon to use it, and although each time he had been desperate and facing death just as he did now, he didn't flinch from the noise and violence of the gun going off. He also hadn't expended his supply of ammunition, which he'd tampered with just like his father had done to illegally shoot deer, and the solid ball of lead and wax belly had time to begin breaking apart when it hit the zombie in midair. The force of the gunshot spun Peter, in spite of his attempts to stay standing, and as his right side was thrown backwards, the body of his attacker-turned-victim fell through the thin skein of gun smoke to land heavily in between Astrid and Peter. It skidded through the rough shale littering the rooftop, just as time seemed to speed up once more when Peter's backside thumped heavily onto the deck. Peter's shot, fired blindly with nothing to guide it but hope and instinct, had blown away most of the right arm and shoulder, to leave a broken and ruined body in which the upper and lower sections seemed unable to communicate with one another. The leg seemed to be furiously pedalling, as if the doomed creature dreamed it was in the closing stages of a bicycle race. The upper body, twisted aside at an angle, tried to reach for the ankles of Astrid with each ridiculous and grotesque circuit it thrashed, teeth snapping together as it wheezed, until the Norwegian woman riddled the thing's head with a burst of automatic fire, to leave a sudden stillness and silence to their rooftop. That silence didn't last long, as the renewed moaning and shrieking from below forced them both to snap back into action again. "We cannot stay here," she said to him, whipping her head left and right to both keep watch and look for a viable alternative to their current predicament. Peter calmly levered over the catch to break the shotgun in half and upended it to allow 2 spent cartridges to drop to the rooftop. Slipping the bag from one shoulder, he thrust a hand into the pouch where he knew the full cartridges would be. He slipped the reloads into the barrels, hearing the satisfying pop each side, and gripped the chopped-down stock to flick his wrist and snap the breech closed. Restoring the gun to the top of the bag and the bag over both shoulders, he stooped to pick up his pitchfork and nodded at Astrid to signify that he was ready. As he caught her eye, he saw how hers flickered to her left, his right, and turned to see another 2 pairs of mottled grey hands breach the high ground. "Silage," Peter said, as he pointed to one of the longer sides of the building. She didn't understand the word or his meaning, but followed anyway, seeing as an idea she didn't understand was better than no idea at all. Reaching the edge of the roof with the boy at her side, she saw the 20-foot drop to the tops of low, black, plastic-covered mounds. He turned to look at her face, seeing the confusion and skepticism evident. "It's just grass," he explained in rapid words, "cut and piled up there with plastic over the top. It's to feed cows," he added, as though the purpose of the practice would assist her understanding. "And this is a safe thing to land on?" she asked him. Peter couldn't say yes for certain, but when another shriek behind them from the direction of the ladder added to the chorus of moans from the other side, he guessed they didn't have much in the way of options. With a shrug, he stepped off the rooftop, throwing his legs out ahead of him to fall a few seconds before landing hard on his backside. The landing was much, much harder than he'd expected. It had been one of the games he played on the farm where he grew up, climbing on the great mountains of cut grass as his father reversed a tractor up and down the steep slope in order to crush it down and squeeze out as much air as possible. When those great slopes of squashed grass filled the slots between the rough concrete walls, they spread huge sheets of thick black plastic over them to seal in the grass and let it rot just enough to be exactly what the cows wanted over the winter months. What Peter hadn't taken into consideration was the fact that this grass had been there for months longer than usual, and the added time left to ferment provided a lot less cushioning than his childhood games told him there would be. He landed hard, knocking the wind out of himself and shooting a pain up through his spine from his tailbone that threatened to make him vomit, on top of losing the ability to breathe temporarily. A thud beside him warned of Astrid's arrival at almost ground level, and her melodic voice, hissing curses in a language he didn't understand, made it obvious that she'd also expected a softer landing. If their impact was painful, the meeting of running zombie and rough concrete just above them was catastrophic. It had gained the rooftop just as Astrid's blonde ponytail had disappeared from view. Breaking into a run to catch the escaping food, it sailed clear over the ledge of the roof and overtook the woman as she dropped vertically downwards. The momentum of the reckless run took it past the small covered mounds to slam it into the hard ground below. As it rose, broken leg bones crunching when it struggled mechanically to regain its feet, the top of its head fountained outwards as the head snapped back to start the slow, spinning descent to the ground. Peter looked to his left to see Astrid lying flat on her back with a pistol in her hand, sprouting a fat pipe on the end of the barrel. She scanned that barrel left and right, before dragging herself to her feet with a hiss of pain. Peter followed, not waiting for any invitation to move, and the two of them fled across the farmyard to seek higher ground. "Why are there so many of the fast ones?" Peter gasped quietly to her in between sucking lungs full of air. "This," Astrid replied, also out of breath, "is what I am thinking also. There," she said, pointing out a tall steel structure standing 40 feet off the ground. Peter saw it, recognized a grain storage silo when he saw one, and also knew that if they were seen going up there, they'd never be able to come down again. "Now," he said, tugging her sleeve back, while all around them the shrieks and moans echoed ominously. "We'll be trapped. Trust me, Peter," she said. "We just need to stay off the ground long enough for them to come back." "Where the fucking fuck are these fuckers fucking coming from?" Johnson roared in impotent rage as he crunched the warrior over another group staggering down the single-track road. "There's something going on," Buffett answered from behind them. "This ain't right, not even for the shit show we live in. And why are they all the fast bastards?" They had turned around twice now, or at least they'd tried to, and the decision to save ammunition had long ago been made as they faced 3 or more screechers for every bullet they carried. Using the heavier 30mm ammunition was even less sensible, as they'd probably attract more than they killed with each heavy, percussive shot. Johnson idly wished they still made canister for their guns, or the more modern flechette ammunition, effectively turning their small cannon into a giant shotgun. One shot of that could clear 100 or more of the bastards, packed tightly as they were on the road, following the noise of their engine. "Go left here," Buffs interrupted Johnson's daydreaming, as bodies still crunched under their tracks. The warrior slowed and lurched slightly as the junction was taken too fast to be comfortable. Not that comfort was their main concern at that point, and Johnson trusted Buffett to read the map to direct him back towards the farm, after their circuitous route to lead as many of the mob away while crushing those in the road as a bonus. As he drove, fighting away the worry and panic and banishing it from his mind, since that would serve only to reduce his effectiveness, he allowed his mind instead to wander towards other questions that needed answering. Why has another swarm appeared now? After a winter of seeing very little activity, he had begun to hope that they were dealing with a few stragglers, and had turned his attention towards the potential of more living enemies. And why, he asked himself, angrily echoing his question to Buffs, is almost every one of these buggers a lemur? "Left ahead," Buffett said, interrupting his thoughts. "Single track for 3 miles, staggered crossroads, left again." "Roger," Johnson acknowledged, happy that he was effectively driving a box around the area to head back for the boy and female commando he was trying not to think about, in case his guilt overcame him. 20 minutes, Buffs told him in an attempt at reassurance. 20 minutes is a long time, Johnson whispered to himself as he narrowed his eyes and focused on driving as fast as he could without crashing. Chapter 20. There! I heard it again, Jessica said excitedly. Okay, Daniels told her. I believe you. Just get your bloody head back inside before something takes a bite out of it. Reluctantly, she lowered her body away from the open hatch, for the spot to be reoccupied by the tall, quiet soldier who carried his weapon like it was a prized possession, or his firstborn child. She's right, Enfield said after a few moments. Towards our 10 o'clock. That's 762 if it's anything. Daniels, having seen the Marine for what he was, took that assessment as pure fact without question. Instructing Duncan to look for roads branching off in the direction of their 10 o'clock, he fought with the map until he was looking at the right section for their general area. There were far too many zombies around for his liking, and more than one person had voiced an opinion that something was going on, because there was no reason for every dead person in the county to suddenly up and decide to head in one direction. He didn't know anything about that, but he did know that he was much happier heading back into a fight with the 2 Royal Marines on his side. Mortars? The Marine Sergeant Hampton pondered aloud. Daniels, the sound so familiar to him as to be ingrained in his psyche, answered before Enfield's mouth could even form a word of response. That, he announced confidently, is the sound of Mrs. Rawdon birthing 6 of her most troublesome daughters. When silence greeted his poetic musings, he sighed. I'm wasted on this audience. That's 30mm on full auto. One of ours. The SSM's over there. It took them over half an hour to battle their half-blind way through the country lanes towards the last place they could guess the sounds were coming from. No more gunfire sounded, which made the task of hunting down the original source difficult, but eventually they rounded a bend in the lane and saw a small crowd of dead clambering over one another to form a rising mound of once human bodies, all of them reaching upwards for what looked like 2 small shapes clinging on to the fragile frame of a metal silo. "Sarge!" Enfield said urgently. He didn't raise his voice, merely spoke with an increased intensity that cut into everyone crammed inside the small space of the armoured vehicle. "What do you see, lad?" Hampton asked with mirrored urgency. "Need you on that gun. 2 friendlies up high and 2 metric fuck tons of screechers underneath. My 9 o'clock. Hampton didn't hesitate. He wouldn't describe himself as a brave man. That self-awarded description was for people who craved recognition for the things they did. Bill Hampton was simply the personification of a no-bullshit attitude that allowed him to get the job done. He didn't act how he did to get his men to like him. Instead, he just did his job to the best of his ability, and the men loved him for it, just as they didn't perform to avoid his punishments, but out of a need for the sergeant to like them, to tell them they did well. Without questioning the matter of his personal safety, he undid the hatch and squeezed his wide shoulders out of the gap to swing the big machine gun in the general direction of the things he didn't like and started blasting away. He fired in short, controlled bursts, like he had always been taught. In fact, the only time he had ever fired one of these beasts on fully automatic for an entire belt was 8 years prior, when he'd lain on his back on the high ground at San Carlos Bay and fired a full belt at an Argentine fighter plane wreaking havoc on the vulnerable ships at anchor. He hadn't told anyone the story, and those who had seen him do it weren't encouraged to repeat the tale, because it wasn't necessarily something he was proud of. He was proud now, he realized, but he knew that he didn't need anyone else to be proud of him. He felt no remorse for the dead because they had no souls. They fought for no cause and had no regard for anything. Their war would rage until the end of humanity and beyond. The dead weren't the sons and daughters of people any longer. They weren't, just like him, only on the other side of the battle lines, and he unleashed hell on them with a stony expression. 200 rounds of ammunition, to the uninitiated, sounds like a lot of bullets. In truth, 200 rounds is not nearly enough to get many jobs done. Hampton stopped to attach another box of ammunition and feed it through, before yanking back the warm metal of the charging handle to resume his one-man onslaught. The growing mountain of dead became a sea of twice dead, and the reaching hands stopped reaching upwards and began reaching towards him. The gunfire paused long enough for him to lean back and shout down through the gap that perhaps their driver would kindly reverse for roughly 50 paces. At least that was what Steve Duncan chose to hear, and not the actual words used, which could only politely be described as salty. The incessant, percussive rattling of the machine gun started up again until the remainder of the zombies was spread out in a reducing cone towards their vehicle. "What in the hell are you doing here?" a voice Hampton recognized shouted at him. Looking up again and recognizing the shape of Astrid Larsen with her shock of bright blonde hair, he realized he was obviously just as noteworthy to her, although he imagined himself to be significantly less attractive. "Saving your ass!" he yelled back. Enfield chose that moment to emerge from the other hatch and bring his small rifle to bear on anything in their immediate surroundings still moving. A sharp bark of laughter drifted back to him in answer. "Where's everyone else?" he yelled. "How about I tell you when you get us off this thing?" "Fair point," Hampton grumbled to himself as he leaned inside again to give instructions. The Sultan crept forwards, crunching over the bumpy obstructions, which were mostly physically immobilized and not actually dead again. As soon as they reached the foot of the metal grain silo, the two refugees clambered down to drop onto the hull of the vehicle. Hampton's big gun stayed silent, but Enfield continued to spit small bullets into skulls whenever anything threatened their perimeter. "We've got more coming," he warned them, as they obviously weren't getting inside quickly enough for his liking. "Are they the fast ones?" Larsen asked breathlessly. "Don't look like it." "Good. Time to get out of here." Hampton dropped down and helped Astrid inside the Sultan, where she immediately banged her head and her elbow on exposed metal, providing enough of a distraction that the others didn't notice the smaller of the rescued people enter. The hatch was closed, plunging them into a darker setting until Enfield closed down his hatch too to remove the last of the daylight. "Where are the others?" Hampton asked. "We got separated," Peter said. I was left behind when we were attacked. Astrid came back for me. Johnson took the others to lead away the swarm," Astrid explained, taking up the recounting. "There seems to be an unnatural number of what you called the Lee." "Peter!" a voice from nearer the front. The word was muffled as though the name had been uttered from behind the speaker's hands, which they had. "Jessica?" Peter asked, but he already knew it was her. He broke down and sobbed like the young boy he was deep inside, pushing his way through the press of bodies as the tears started to flow more freely than they ever had. He clawed his way the short distance to his sister and threw himself against her, until she wrapped her arms around him and cried just as hard and freely as he did. The two children, reunited against all odds, would not let one another go in the gloomy interior of an overloaded armored vehicle, and the only other sound to fill the space was the quiet sob of another occupant. "Where's my Amber?" Johnson's concentration had never been more focused than it had been on that drive. He pushed 25 tons of armoured fighting vehicle through the overgrown lanes. At the staggered crossroads Bufford had warned him about, he had to throttle back and decide the best way to navigate the obstacle of 3 cars which had collided so many months ago. From 20 feet away, he saw the dried-up remains of the driver of a Vauxhall Carlton turn to face his approach. "Hold on," he said unnecessarily as he ran the left side tracks over the front of the car with much less discomfort than he expected. Accelerating away, he looked out for signs of the upcoming left turn Bufford had called out to him. Overgrown road signs were barely visible, but the faded white lines in the road gave subtle clues to the presence of adjoining roads, if a person knew what to look for. When the centre line turned a solid white, he slowed, looking for the tunnel created by the trees hanging down where the branches hadn't been forced back by the passage of people in vehicles. Those branches snapped away as the warrior forced its way through like they were nothing. The close confines of the narrow road made the going much slower, as he fought with the huge machine to keep it out of the ditches either side of them, driving their speed down even more, and increasing Johnson's stress levels. The hull scraped and banged with the noise of their aggressive progress until they emerged from the wooded tunnel into the harsh light of the full dawn. Before them, the edge of the farm opened up with the sprawl of low buildings seeming to grow outwards organically. Everywhere before them lay the crushed and broken remains of so many former people they had destroyed. Only they weren't. These had been cut down by gunfire moving in the other direction and couldn't have been from their escape. Just as Johnson opened his mouth to call this information out to the others, with fears of another Nevin incident surging to the front of his mind, Bufford beat him to it. "Armoured vehicle!" he snapped, as the turret hummed to swing towards the unexpected intruder. 9 o'clock, 50 yards. Johnson stopped the warrior and immediately threw it into reverse out of habit. His conscious mind caught up with the subconscious in time to tell him that the likelihood of him having been drawn into an ambush was slim to non-existent. But training, born of repetition, took just as long to undo as it did to become second nature in the first place. He stopped, realizing that he was highly unlikely to get an instant profile recognition, as the man in the turret wasn't a cavalryman. He hesitated, experiencing a rare moment when he didn't know the right thing to do. And then the radio came to life. "Foxtrot 33 Alpha, please tell me that's you." Rushed radio traffic was exchanged between the two armoured hulks, and the route for extraction was agreed. The Sultan followed in the wake of the larger warrior, which was the obvious choice to take the lead, and they all listened with wet eyes and breaking hearts to hear the shaking voice of a young woman talking through her tears incoherently, to hear the sweetest of rare sounds when Amber spoke a single word into the radio in the rear section of the warrior. "Mummy?" she asked in a small voice before bursting out in tears for Kimberly to hug her tightly. "We need to get clear of whatever the hell is going on here," Johnson said to Daniels over their link. "Agreed," he said. "We've seen concentrations of lemurs at the front, with a strong force of screechers behind, then miles of stragglers lagging behind them. They're all heading north by northwest from what we can tell." "What's northwest of here?" Johnson asked back. "Bristol," Bufford interjected dourly, leaving a moment of silence hanging afterwards. "Jesus," Johnson muttered. "I thought even the screechers would have better taste than to go to bloody Bristol." The joke was a weak one, but for the few people who had visited the city recently, the words held more than a little merit. "Something's off about it all," Daniels offered pensively. "Can't quite put my finger on it yet, but it's got to have something to do with the Americans. Let me think about it, and we'll talk when we find somewhere safe to stop." That was their current priority, finding a place beyond the reach of the steady flow of slow-moving zombies to stop and reunite the stricken mother and daughter, who were crying inside the two respective vehicles with inconsolable happiness. They headed directly east, an agreed compromise between turning directly away from the flow of dead back towards the coast, which would hinder their overall goal of heading to the far northwest of Scotland, and trying to avoid said flow of dead. "Is it me?" Daniels asked over the radio after almost 20 miles of relatively flat A-roads. "No," Johnson answered. "They're definitely thinning out." Another 10 minutes showed no signs of any screechers on the move, so they took a turn north and stopped at the nearest patch of raised ground. Emerging carefully, with weapons raised, they inspected the tracks and undersides of their vehicles to ensure they weren't carrying any biting hitchhikers. As soon as the all-clear was announced, a young woman with the same fair hair as little Amber dragged herself clear of the Sultan's hatch desperately. Dropping to her knees and sobbing, she reached out to beckon her little girl to her and held her so tightly, like she'd never let go again. "Oh, my baby, she said over and over, as she showered the girl with kisses all over her head and face. "My baby, who found you? Who looked after you?" Wordlessly, Amber leaned around her mother and smiled with her right index finger pointing at the unlikeliest of rescuers. Picking Amber up and carrying her, she threw her free arm around Peter's neck and pulled him tight to her. She whispered fast in his ear, and although Johnson couldn't hear the words, he was sure it was her thanks for saving the girl. He'd done more than that, the SSM knew. He'd not only saved her life, but had cared for her with a patience he was sure many adults couldn't muster, even under normal circumstances. When Ellie released the boy, he was grabbed roughly by the big man's hands. Johnson eyed him for a second with a mixture of ingrained fear and relief, before hugging him close just as the woman had done. "You frightened the shit out of me," he berated the boy, as his eyes lifted to take in the bedraggled appearance of Larson, and nodding his heartfelt thanks to her for risking her life. Peter stayed close to him, not quite hugging him but not withdrawing either. A girl cleared her throat to get the attention of both of them, and Peter pulled away from the hug he was returning, not able to tell Johnson just how much it meant to him. "And who's this?" the SSM asked. "This is my sister," Peter said, his words choking on the tears he was holding back. "Jessica." Just the simple act of speaking her name triggered the pent-up emotion hidden away for so long, and Peter collapsed into Johnson, who wrapped him up tightly in an embrace that made him feel safer and more secure than he had ever felt in his entire life. Chapter 21. The testing of the device had been a success, and had elevated Fisher's standing greatly. The applications for the adapted technology were huge, and he had received the reports from their AWACS early warning aircraft that the effect radius of the device was roughly 40 miles, which gave them the ability to cover about 5,000 square miles with each device. He was no fool. He knew that the plan would be to attract as many of the infected into single locations for the Air Force to wipe them out, and that was how they would reclaim Britain, if it was deemed viable. But now he had given them a way to do it with minimal expense. Already the reports had upwards of 10,000 infected gathering in the city they'd chosen far to the south of their remote offshore location. He knew that back at Langley, their technical people would be figuring out the distances and times required, based on the information they were gathering now on how to use a ripple effect to drop the devices and Pied Piper the infected all into one location, where they could be hit with napalm, or whatever, and be wiped out. Obviously, they would still need to deploy ground troops to check every room in every house and building in the whole country, because there still had to be plenty of people who had been infected and turned after shutting themselves away at home. He looked again at the brief report received by fax on the effects of the device. As anyone would expect, the first to reach the location of the device were the faster ones, and calculating how many of them used their superior, or at least less impaired, physical abilities to get to the city first gave an indication of how many would follow. That swarm, that migrating herd, that infected singularity merged and grew from all directions, all heading for the same spot, like iron filaments in water with the introduction of a magnet. The sheer numbers on the thin printout in his hand didn't fully reflect the gravity of the situation, either how many had died or how many had turned and still needed to be dealt with. What he wanted, and what he proposed in the report he was trying to formulate, was for his idea to be used as the method for purging Britain of the dangerous infected. He would sell it as the most cost-effective way. Not cheaper in terms of dropping bombs, because he knew better than most people just how many his country had stockpiled, ready for all-out war, but in terms of not destroying the infrastructure, buildings and resources that such a devastating bombardment would cause, and hence minimizing the future rebuilding costs. His way would mean that the infected simply bled themselves to death, and would be just a pile of bones and puddle to clean up by the time US forces arrived to put boots on the ground. The UK was a perfect foothold to reclaim Europe and beyond, and if the American forces could develop the fastest way to clear an area of infected and kill them off by the thousands, then the riches of half the world would be theirs for the taking. They could emerge as the dominant power on the entire planet. Fisher's personal ambition wasn't quite so grand, but he would be a fool not to seize the opportunity on offer. The least he expected when the business was done was a position as section chief somewhere. His reverie was interrupted by the mechanical sounds of the fax machine chirping and chuntering as another vital piece of information was received, and as he watched the printer arm shoot back and forth over the roll of paper, he jumped slightly, startled by the sudden noise of the satellite phone's shrill ring. "Fisher," he said, in economical answer to take the incoming call. "This is Jacobs," came the slightly delayed and detached voice. "Pick up by chopper at 21:50 your time for briefing." "Understood," Fisher answered, hearing the call cut from the other end. He slowly replaced the receiver into the case and rested the fingertips of his right hand there, smiling. If Jacobs was involved, then he knew Langley and, in turn, the White House would be investing in his plan. A glance at his watch told him he had a little under 30 minutes to be at the nearby airfield, so he threw on the heavy coat he was sure he'd die of exposure without in the harsh landscape, and drove himself. The ride to the carrier, stationed 30 miles to the west, was short but uncomfortable as the helicopter bucked and dropped, thanks to the icy crosswind it flew through. Fisher could only imagine how harsh it had been there in the middle of winter, and was thankful he'd arrived as the worst of the weather was beginning to break. He was amazed how the conditions could so drastically switch from a fresh covering of perfect dry snow to a diagonal downpour of stinging rain like a million needles aimed for any gap in a man's clothing where skin was exposed. Those musings killed the time until the engine note changed and their airspeed slowed for the pilot to begin clawing his careful way sideways to land the skids on the rolling deck. The rotors powered down, and Fisher unstrapped to reach for the door as it was opened from outside. Another agent greeted him. Fisher didn't recognize him, but the appearance of a man in a suit was so out of place on a Navy warship that it made his agent status obvious. The man shouted over the noise to confirm he was who he was and led him inside. "Briefing room is this way, sir," the man said, offering nothing more but leading the way to what counted as a large room aboard the floating fortress. "Fisher," Jacobs called out to him as he walked in, "take a seat." Jacobs didn't introduce any of the dozen other men sitting at the chairs arrayed before a raised dais, and Fisher saw a mixture of uniforms which were primarily naval. Others not in uniform were just as obvious, but the briefing started before he could get a bead on them. "Okay, then, I'll get right to it. Aerial surveillance reports indicate that the use of the device was far more effective than expected, with a confirmed radius of roughly 40 miles, give or take, depending on the terrain," Jacobs explained, telling Fisher that everyone in the room was just as read in on the situation as he was, if not probably more so. "Other devices are either being retrofitted in theater or are in transit from the U.S. and expected to be fully operational for deployment within 72 hours. Mr. Robertson will fill you in on the method." Robertson, tall and built like a sportsman, but appearing oddly timid in the company he was presently keeping, stood and adjusted his spectacles. The man was clearly with the agency and not an agent, so Fisher marked him down as one of their eggheads immediately. "Gentlemen," Robertson began with more confidence in his voice than Fisher expected from his demeanor. He nodded towards the back of the room and the lights dimmed in response. A projector started up to flicker a bright display against the solid wall to their front. A map of the UK appeared, quickly followed by another acetate sheet laid over the top, showing a red circle. "The plan is to drop a series of devices in sequence over a period of 19 days. Another 3 sheets were laid over the displayed image, with more red circles appearing and overlapping. These devices will bring out any of the infected people and cause them to congregate in a single area, ready for the deployment of a cure." Murmurs rippled around the briefing room, and Fisher shifted in his seat uncomfortably. "Estimated time before we are able to begin operations there is 8 to 12 days. Robertson nodded at Jacobs and sat again. Jacobs's eyes found Fisher, and his expression invited him to chime in. With a long intake of breath, Fisher steadied himself and stood, proceeding to walk to the front of the room to be able to turn and see everyone's faces. "Are you planning to drop this special ordnance and congregate every possible infected being into the same location as the test area?" a man in a naval uniform asked. "Negative. The area—" Jacobs looked to another suit, who consulted a stack of papers for a frustrating handful of seconds. "Bristol. Bristol is being used as a secondary test area to deploy the serum and also test the most effective munitions against the infected. The other devices will be dropped ranging north to south, and will cover most of Britain, eventually leading everything to—" He once again snapped his fingers impatiently at the man with the papers, who desperately rifled through them to find another place name. "Hastings," the agent said eventually. "So the infected all end up at Hastings?" Jacob shot a quizzical look at the agent, who froze with no idea why that had caused the man any confusion. "Seriously? We're having another battle of Hastings? Anyway, it's been calculated that this is the best area that won't damage any real infrastructure, or impede deep-water ports for the eventual repopulation efforts." He scanned the room to make sure there were no little hands raised in the air and wrapped things up. "First off, gentlemen," he said confidently, "let's be clear on what we mean by the word cure." He paused to take in the expressions on those faces. "The cure being developed is a serum that prevents any of the infected from representing a danger to any living person or animal. It kills the infected person by causing massive hemorrhaging. It is not pretty, but it does work. I've seen it." "Seen it how?" asked a voice from the front row. Fisher opened his mouth to respond, but Jacobs cut him off. "The how and the why and the where are classified," he said abruptly. "What's important is that the serum is in production, the first batch of which will be delivered very soon." Fisher's eyes went wide for a second before he got himself under control. Professor Grohl had been adamant that further testing was required, but Fisher's eagerness to provide results had forced his own hand in reporting the success back to Langley. Both Grohl and Chambers, who he found far more amenable than the Brit, were in agreement that the cure, as they all liked to call it, wasn't ready for use without more testing. As Jacobs went on explaining more of the logistics of how it would all happen, Fisher leaned back against the edge of a desk and tried to sum up the courage to interrupt the more senior man. That courage never materialized, or at least his career aspirations stopped the words from forming in his mouth, but either way he stayed silent, as the plans to bring troops over the Atlantic in time for spring were discussed. "What about the evacuation of anyone left there?" a voice asked from nearer the back, unaware or simply unconcerned that there was more accurately here. "Quarantine and evacuation protocols will be dealt with by the military," Jacobs answered, "and the President has agreed to expedite all applications for asylum from British citizens. But this is not our primary concern. Our primary concern is developing the most effective method for corralling and destroying those infected." "What's the method for deployment of the cure?" a man asked, the wings on his U.S. Navy uniform indicating that he was a pilot. "Airburst munitions," was all Jacobs said. "Specifically?" the aviator asked, unperturbed at the attempted stonewalling. Jacobs sighed. "As of 0800 tomorrow, 3 AC-130 Spectres will be stationed in Las Palmas. They will have the necessary munitions supplied to them, and the delivery will be by 40 Mike and 105 Mike Airburst. Any other questions?" "What about a BLU-82 with a daisy cutter?" one man asked. "Too much serum to waste in one go if it fails. Next." "Las Palmas?" asked another voice uncertainly. Sure, they were asking a stupid question, but going ahead with it anyway. "The Canary Islands," Jacobs explained, reciting information he'd recently learned by the sound of his voice. "The outermost region of Europe, a little off the western coast of North Africa in the Atlantic, owned and controlled by the Spanish government. We entered into an agreement with the government some months ago, but since then contact with their continental base of operations has been lost, with obvious assumptions for what that means. There is a contingent of government on those islands who are effectively trading new lives in the U.S. for all their surviving citizens for use of the island chain by our forces indefinitely." "In-flight refueling?" the pilot asked. "KC-135s, Jacobs told him, the information meaning nothing to many in the room but evidently satisfying the man asking. "When do we start?" asked the new speaker. "In 48 hours, Jacobs said. "As I said, deployment of the sonic lure devices will begin in the north and head progressively south, providing the fastest time on target for our planes when the party starts." The briefing was dismissed, leaving Jacobs and Fisher at the front of the room. The two men's eyes met, and Jacobs must have detected the trepidation in Fisher's. 48 hours, he said again, waiting for Fisher's acknowledgement. 48 hours. Understood. Chapter 22. Finding somewhere to safely park 2 armored vehicles under cover was no simple task, given their size. The sudden and oddly concerning lack of wandering zombies made the task infinitely safer and more simple, and while that conundrum was pushed temporarily aside, they settled on a large industrial garage unit. Buffett and Larson got out first, the former having been cooped up inside the Warrior for too long, and the latter insisting that she was fine, in spite of having expended almost all of the ammunition she'd been carrying only a few hours previously. They entered the unit via a small pedestrian door, before emerging a full 10 minutes later, as Buffett hauled on a chain to roll up the big shutter and admit the 2 vehicles reversing inside. The roller shutter came down behind them, and Duncan immediately set about searching the large workshop for fuel stores. As they all congregated and stretched their cramped muscles, sounds of a trapped animal, hissing and yowling, drifted out of the hatch to them, followed shortly afterwards by a small projectile of brown and black exiting the vehicle and seeking the nearest piece of low cover too small for a human to fit. Everyone but the Royal Marines looked shocked. Peter had already learned of the survival of the cat who had followed him and Amber so long ago. He smiled at Johnson, who just seemed speechless. bloody thing has to be down to 2 lives maximum," he muttered, digging in his pack and handing a tin of something to Peter. He fished in a pouch on his webbing to produce a tin opener, offering it to the boy, who was already proudly holding his own and grinning at the SSM. Kimberly hovered behind Peter and smiled nervously at Johnson as she fussed over the boy and earned suspicious glances from his sister. Ever since he had been left behind at the farm, she had blamed herself and expected criticism from others. But when none came, she seemed to act harder on herself than even before. Johnson smiled back, forcing his facial muscles to move into some semblance of an expression designed to reassure her that she wasn't to blame. Privately, he blamed himself, even taking Peter aside when he could pry his sister from him for just a minute to apologize to him. Peter had been the one to offer the reassurances then, taking responsibility for sneaking away from the group without telling anyone. Johnson, a man accustomed to large industrial garages, returned the conversation to the subject of diesel and brought Duncan's attention to the grubby metal tank standing in the yard. "Better to get it now than risk having company later," he said. The logic was sound, but it was a hassle to drive the 2 big wagons back outside and crank the heavy hand pump up and down to brim their tanks, while the others formed a loose cordon with their guns trained outwards. The task all but drained the remains of their strength. When both wagons were full, Johnson encouraged them to fill the 3 metal jerry cans they found with diesel, seeing as they were already there. Safely back inside, they set a guard and began a debrief on what had happened since they had last seen one another. Daniels finally stood down from the need to do things immediately, filled Johnson in on what he'd missed. "It was bad, Sergeant Major," he admitted. "We lost half the boys when they went back to the base for more wagons and gear. Only Povey made it back, and that was because the regiment boys found him being chased by a pack of the bastards. It was Nevin." At the mention of the squadron sergeant major's nemesis, the big man scoffed in derisive anger, before a smile crept across his bearded face, and he recounted his last sight of Nevin, undead and trapped inside a shattered body halfway down a cliff, to the radio operator. Daniels's smile grew to mirror the SSM's. "Good," he spat vehemently, "less than the fucker deserved after what he did." "That's not the half of it," Johnson went on. "Seems like our missing troop sergeant set himself up as Lord of the Hill and was running a bloody protection racket, which Nevin found himself a part of. It was those 2 bastards who wrecked our little winter headquarters with a ferret." Daniels nodded towards the 2 Royal Marines. "But they did for him?" Johnson sucked in a breath as he fought down the physical response the recalled emotions threatened to overwhelm him with. "Yeah," he answered, "saved our lives by being prepared to give up their own. It's bloody good to see them in one piece." The others, the Mr. Palmers and Mr. Lloyd, went to Scotland with the SAS blokes and the helicopter crew. Johnson nodded along as Daniels gave him the details on that, listening as he described the brutal winter with too many mouths to feed and not anywhere near enough food to go around. "Funny," Daniels said, "when they all left, there was more than enough food left. I think that's the way, Small groups." "Probably right," Johnson agreed distractedly, his thoughts evidently going elsewhere. "We going to talk about this or ignore it?" a voice asked from behind them. Daniels turned, hearing the hostility in the tone and misunderstanding it. He found himself facing the wild-bearded SBS sergeant, whose abrupt manner he had taken as angry. Johnson, accustomed to his directness, answered him. "Can't say it hasn't been on my mind," he agreed. "Charlie, fetch me a map of the area." The map was laid out flat, with most of them huddling over it. "We're here," Johnson said, indicating a small town outside Salisbury, "and the screechers stopped coming round about here," he said, tapping the sharp tip of the bayonet he was using as a pointer on the map a few miles to the west. "The house was back here," Daniels said as he tapped the finger on the map, and AWACS reported the swarm down here. Again another tap on the map some 20 miles to the south. "All of them heading in the same directions," Larson said thoughtfully. "So why do you think this has something to do with the Yanks?" Johnson asked Daniels. "They were on to me straight away," he said, brow furrowed as though he was trying to find the source of the paranoia in his own words. "I'd been broadcasting regularly, seeing if I could get them to make contact back." "Them," Buffett asked gruffly. The Americans, mainly. There's at least one French frigate and some supply boats from other European countries. Our navy's there too, but they're not running the show by any stretch of the imagination. And you know this how? Johnson asked, suspecting he knew the answer, but not comprehending that anyone had the patience he suspected Daniels possessed. Spent all winter going through every NATO frequency on the list, he answered flatly. His tone gave away the fact that it had been tedious work, to say the least. I got a response in the beginning, he went on, and they wanted to know our location and strength and all that. Said they were cataloguing survivors for future extraction when the situation was under control. I asked what that looked like, and they didn't say anything. Anyway, they took my emergency hailing channel and just stopped answering. Gave up after a while. I was more interested in finding any more of our boys who'd made it off the island and were at a loose end. And we appreciate it, Charlie, Johnson said, seeing through the young man's pretense. But that still doesn't answer the question. Daniels looked down for a moment, probably deciding on the best way to phrase his thoughts, before raising a single finger and wagging it slowly as he spoke, almost as though it were connected to his mind with an invisible string that teased out the conclusions from the mess of suspicion. They were already up in the air, and had eyes on this swarm not long after it formed. My guess is that there were a lot of screechers still hanging around after the island, and this is after months of the Yanks not making contact. So you think they knew about the swarm before it happened? Buffett grilled him, leaning in to see the man's face, and gauge the answers his expression would give when his words would not. Something like that, Daniels answered, still frowning pensively. What if they weren't looking for a swarm, specifically? What if they were monitoring the county to see if the screechers responded to something? All-you-can-eat buffet? Buffett asked sarcastically. One of those raves for screechers. Weapons test? Johnson asked, unable to keep the hint of trepidation from his voice. What? Interrupted a small voice from behind them. They turned or craned their necks to see Peter approaching, his older sister following close behind, almost uncertainly now that she was no longer the protector of a frightened, naive young boy. Some kind of thing that calls them all to one place. They all stared at him for a second before exchanging silent looks with one another. Well, they were all heading in one direction, weren't they? Peter went on, not put off by their attention or fearing adults like he used to. And the faster ones were all at the front with the slower ones behind. So that makes sense. It does make good sense, Astrid said, having wandered in to join the impromptu powwow. Do any of you have an alternative suggestion? I get that we're all interested in this and all. Hampton said with a groan as he put his stiff leg up on a low stack of car batteries. But what difference does it make, really? So what if someone's fucking about? Ellie cut in, having been the last to join the group's congregation. If someone's playing silly buggers with the screechers and sending them all to one place, as long as that place isn't where we're going, I present the case that we accept that fact and carry on about our business. What the sergeant's trying to say, Enfield said in a calm and controlled voice, is that we're wasting brain cells on a problem we don't need to deal with. Not yet, anyway. Exactly, Hampton agreed. Thank you, Marine Enfield. Next time I need you to speak for me, I'll shove my hand up your jacksie and use you like a puppet. Hampton was joking, although only those who'd spent the last winter with them would know that the Marines never needed to exchange harsh words or fall back on the rank structure to get anything done. Enfield held Hampton's gaze, even when the sergeant waggled his eyebrows once and muttered, "All the way to the elbow." But they were heading north, Kimberly asked. Scotland's north. Who's to say they aren't all heading for where the others are? Johnson opened his mouth to softly explain what she'd missed, hoping that nobody else beat him to it, as the thought of her feeling embarrassed or shamed in any way stung him. He was beaten to it, but in such a kindly and commanding way that he found his feelings move from protective fear to something resembling immense pride, and a healthy dose of protectiveness. "Because we went east," Peter told her, beckoning her towards the table where he looked at the map for a moment, trying to get his bearings. He'd evidently been watching earlier, as the soldiers had discussed it, because his eyes were lingering on roughly the correct grid squares, before Johnson tapped the gnarled fingertip on an area to the east and slightly south of the place he'd identified as their current location. "Since the—" He swallowed and shook himself, like a twitch overtook him. "Since the farm, we went this way. Corporal Daniels told Mr. Johnson that they were going south to north to begin with, and the screechers we saw were going east to west." With each directional description, the young boy ran his finger in the relevant compass point flow. Johnson saw Kimberly hiding a smile that he knew would not be out of amusement at the boy playing grown-up, but would be from genuine pride. "So they're all heading to a single point, which is west from here and northwest of where the others started off?" Kimberly asked him, having leapt far ahead of his explanation logically, but taking a brief moment to let him develop his confidence. "So it would make sense that if we went north, we'd see them heading southwest," Peter concluded. "Only they've stopped," Johnson said, "about 8 miles back. No obvious reason why." "Could be the range of whatever's attracting them, like blood in the ocean attracting sharks over a certain distance." A few faces grimaced at the analogy. "That's Hollywood rubbish," Bufford chimed in, sounding almost bored, as though he'd had the conversation before. "I've been in the water all over the world, and sharks don't go into a frenzy just because someone cut themselves shaving or got stabbed multiple times." He added an unapologetic shrug, which raised more questions than it dismissed about his history of underwater activities. "Regardless," Johnson said, rolling up the map and raising his voice a little to change the subject and take charge. With more civilians and 2 more soldiers, he felt as though order needed to be restored. Him taking charge wasn't an arrogance. If anyone more capable, who he trusted to guide their choices, was there, he'd happily take instruction rather than give it. But things needed to be done. "We've got maybe 2 days of water on our wagon. What about your lot, Charlie?" Daniels looked abashed, as though he'd failed his sergeant major. "A day. And food. We left in a bit of a hurry." "We were the same," Hampton added, as he idly picked at a piece of hard skin by a fingernail with the small blade of a folding knife. He saw the attention his actions were receiving and mumbled a reassurance that he hadn't stabbed any screechers with the knife before. "We had 2 canteens full and are down to half that now. We also didn't get any food on the way out the door on account of not having been there long and some cock jockey of a civvy trying to tell us what to do." Priorities needed addressing, and for once Johnson missed how simple that small matter had been over winter. There had been weeks at a time when fresh snowfall could be collected and allowed to defrost, and that didn't take into account their comfortable home before the village had been destroyed, that still enjoyed running water. "First things first," Johnson said, looking to Enfield, who was already lifting the small rifle and bending to pick up the large, padded gunslip. He held out the smaller weapon to Peter, who hadn't held it since he helped the Marines sight it for the first time so long, and yet not so long ago. Enfield headed for the steel staircase leading up to the half-mezzanine floor, but Peter hesitated and glanced behind him. He smiled at his sister, who seemed to give a small nod of permission before he turned back to follow and swallowed down his recent memories of steel ladders and mezzanine floors. Sentry duties covered, Johnson then recruited Bufford to lead a small recce and see what the immediate area offered. He would ordinarily have asked Astrid to go too, but she was displaying a post-adrenaline exhaustion that would make her reactions sloppy. Coupled with the fact that her weapon was filthy through firing and her ammunition count was incredibly low, he tactfully left her out of any plans. "I'll come with you, Buvs," he said, picking up his gifted MP5 from the table and walking away. "Bill," he shot back to Hampton, who smiled sweetly in comical response, "square everything away in here and set about seeing if there's anything we can use." Chapter 23. "Yo's in place," Jackson said to Miller in a quiet voice. The team was looking forward to this fetch-and-carry mission because it required the liberal application of bullets to the heads of infected monsters. They weren't bloodthirsty or callous, not overtly at any rate, but the SEALs were becoming frustrated by being in sight and smell, oh, dear God, the smell of the enemy. Miller nodded and took up position, wishing for the 3rd time in the last half hour that he'd brought the Colt rifles from the ship's armory, in addition to the loadout he had opted for, to keep their noise profile as small as possible. He reassured himself that these things didn't wear any kind of protection, and a 5.56 round went through a skull or face just as well as the 9mm they carried did. "Okay," he said, after checking the action on his weapon again. "Light it up." Flares were activated and tossed ahead of them, and the briefcase device, their new non-human yo, was set a little way behind the cargo net. Even before the device was switched on, the flares revealed two shadowy figures shambling awkwardly, drunkenly, down the hill towards them. They'd elected a new spot for trapping, as they had every time they'd been sent to the mainland for test subjects. Only this time they would get to end the suffering of more than a few before they hopefully got what they came for. "They're slow ones," Shepard said in a low voice, asking permission with his tone. "Okay," Miller told them, "nice and slow. Take your time and mark your shots." It took a few seconds for the suppressed snapping sounds to start coughing from the barrels of their guns. The first wave of shambling enemy fell quickly, the sudden absence of their moans swelling those coming on from behind, much in the way bees would respond if you swatted one too close to their hive. It was like a pheromone was released when one died, which made the others coming behind even angrier, and when a commotion at the back of the slow advance cut the air with a spine-chilling shriek, they knew their target was in play. "We've got one incoming," Miller barked to his men. "Hernandez, you get ready to hit the gas. Daves, fall back and keep shooting. Jackson, kid, cover and move. Go!" Slick and professional, the two Daves, Coleman and Shepard, stopped firing and fell back, keeping their profiles low so as not to interfere with the shots of Jackson and Wilson. Miller was already behind the slung net, standing tall in plain view as the two moving men stopped, turned, and began lining up headshots at the advance so the other two could fall back under cover of their fire. It was a natural thing to maintain their fire discipline and training, even if this enemy didn't fire back, because to learn something different now would mean to lose the years of muscle memory, of ingrained training, and would run the risk of them not knowing instinctively what to do when the shit hit the fan. Too many of them were approaching now, so Miller gave orders to start slowing them down instead of wasting time with a careful headshot, which required a good aim. "Kneecaps," he called out. "Drop the bastards and slow them down. We need the fast one to reach the net first." He raised his own weapon and began rattling bullets ahead of them in controlled 3-round bursts by flicking the safety catch down 2 notches. To his left and right, he heard the rattle of near-continuous gunfire interspersed with his team calling out their magazine changes. Cycling his own weapon, like he'd fired 100,000 rounds through one, which he guessed he probably had, he removed the pressure from the trigger as another shriek sounded close to the leading edge of the advance. It burst through the front rank and stopped, bone-thin arms held low and away from its skeletal body, with fingers splayed out like claws, staring directly at him. In the half-second it did that, the half-second that felt like an excruciating minute to Miller, he stole a fleeting glance down at the case at his feet. He didn't have time to marvel at how effective the device was, and yet it was its very success that had contracted his life and the lives of his men into that tiny war zone on the edge of the icy cold water off the western coast of Scotland. "Get real," he began saying, just as it crouched down and burst towards him, lumbering fast like an animal charging him head-on. "Break! Break! Break!" Jackson yelled, telling all of them to get clear of the net. "Hernandez! Now!" The SEALs scattered, running and rolling and yelling as the sound of the outboard motor of their boat gunned it to maximum with no preamble. Miller moved, feeling that familiar bullet-time phenomenon as his mind and senses operated at a level that cycled information faster than the rest of him. His legs seemed to take an age to respond. When they did, his boots moved so slowly over the sandy shale of the beach that he might just as well have been in the water up to his waist. Slowly, desperately, he ran to his left as the rope connecting the left side of the net to the boat, accelerating away to sea, began to go taut and lift from the wet ground so fast that it left the water soaked into its fibers behind. He threw himself over it, sailing through the dark, cold air at waist height, just as the shriek off to his right sounded both impossibly close and impossibly loud. He hit the wet sand with a thud and spun to bring his weapon up. All around him the gunfire had started again as he stared at the living, shrieking whirlwind of limbs that was the faster one fighting against the heavy, wet fibers of the net trapping it. "We need to get the fuck out of here, Miller!" Jackson barked at him as he stopped firing long enough to click in a replacement magazine and charge the weapon. "Last mag!" he added. Miller snapped out of it, jumping up and raising his weapon once more to empty the magazine in bursts aimed at head height into the ranks of the infected, backlit by the red flare, still advancing on them. They retreated back towards the water before Miller spun and jogged back towards the thrashing net, calling for the others to cover him. Reaching down for the handle of the case that was just a little too effective at riling up the infected, a bony hand with broken and ragged fingernails shot out of a gap in the net to claw at his left calf muscle. Even through the thick trouser leg, he felt the sharpness of the attempt to drag him into the snapping teeth he could hear but not see. He tugged his leg away hard, hearing a snap that could easily have been bone, and reached down again for the case. The thing trapped inside reared up on its knees and lunged. Miller reacted on instinct, applying force with the nearest weapon on his body to the closest target on his enemy. His right knee crunched cruelly into the face of his attacker in the dying light, and freed him to scramble away. The team, still firing and moving, splashed into the black water where Hernandez had brought their small boat back in to collect them, before opening up the throttle again and dragging the writhing bundle out to sea. Professor Gruel waited eagerly, fighting the urge to administer doses of serum to the remaining 3 test subjects to satisfy his anxiety that it would randomly be ineffective against them. Every test conducted so far, through every means of exposure, had resulted in the catastrophic hemorrhaging of the infected subject and resulted in death, or at least permanent death. He paced, unable to stay still with nervous anticipation of what the unsmiling, bearded soldiers were bringing back. They had been deployed specifically to bring back one of the faster ones, and only one of the faster ones. They seemed pleased to be given the green light to start executing the infected people, and the report via radio that they had succeeded caused the makeshift lab to erupt in fist-clenching, high-fiving celebration. The wait for them to return had been agonizing, and more than a few false starts had deflated the excitement when people claimed to have heard a boat engine. The last false alarm had been a female lab technician who pointed inland with her claim, and her beratement was still ongoing when a voice called out from the seaward entrance to the large outbuilding. "Here's your goddamn fast one, asshole," Miller snarled, dropping the rope he was holding, with the rest of his team following suit, to leave a soaked, writhing, shrieking bundle. Gruel had no time to respond to their arrival, or the insult, as Yates barked orders at his team to suit up and secure the subject. "Subject," Gruel scoffed to himself internally. "It's much easier to call them that than acknowledge what they really are." This one had been a young woman, tall and probably thin to begin with, given that the remnants of clothing she wore didn't seem baggy on her. It was obvious to anyone who had observed the behavior of the infected for any amount of time that she was different. Her movements were faster, sharper, and her blind eyes, above a viciously broken nose that still oozed dark gore, zeroed in with a terrifying speed and accuracy on anyone who spoke. In spite of Yates's strict instructions, his team struggled to loop the thick wires on poles over the matted strands of lank hair, and had hit her in the skull hard enough to knock off chunks of grey skin and expose the bone beneath. "Be careful of the head! We need her alive!" Chambers shouted at them, earning a salvo of savage looks, which all spoke of an invitation to pick up a pole and show them all how it was done. He got the message loud and clear, but still flinched every time the skull was impacted. Gruel ignored the alive part of his warning and prepared a dose of serum in the same aerosol dispenser he'd used the first time. A shout of alarm behind him made him spin. No words reached his ears, only the guttural yell of primal fear as though a Neanderthal was being attacked by a predator. Gruel decided that what he could see actually matched that description perfectly, as the subject had thrown off one of her captors and grabbed the heavy pole attached to her neck to swing it around savagely. Yates was standing directly in front of her, and ducked to save himself, but ultimately doomed the soldier on the other side, who took the full ballistic force of the swinging pole in the side of the head to be knocked out. Untethered on both flanks, the thing snapped its gaze to lock onto Yates and advanced on him, forcing him backwards. It writhed and thrashed as it moved, like a feral cat wearing a collar, until the force of its efforts dislodged the coil of wire from around its neck. Gruel, standing 15 feet away from the unshackled monstrosity, froze and let out the slightest involuntary whimper of terror. Yates, however, didn't freeze. He let the pole drop in his left hand as his right instinctively reached for the heavy .45, realizing with crippling panic that in his haste to get a suit on, he'd left the weapon holstered under the thick, baggy rubber suit where it was useless to him. Looking back up to his attacker, in time to see her mouth open wide enough to rend a fresh tear in the mottled grey skin of her cheek, and fighting down the urge to coat the inside of his protective visor with the MRE he'd recently consumed cold, he did the only thing he could and brought the pole up desperately to defend himself. The thing bit down at him, teeth breaking on the rough surface of the pole's grip as the full bite force was deployed without the breaker fuse of pain feedback. Yates was treated to an up-close, an extremely up-close view of two teeth being forced out of the dark flesh of a gum and drop onto his visor. He screamed. Bellowing incoherent rage and fear, the sound formed an ululating, keening war cry as he pushed back on the pole with every ounce of strength he possessed. A crack sounded. Not a clear, sharp snap like the clean breaking of a bone, but the sinewy crunch of something being forced out of joint. None of them knew that Miller's knee had come close to breaking the neck cleanly and had driven shards of shattered nose into the brain. It had done damage that would have been irreversible had she still been fully alive. The pain such an injury would have caused would have been crippling and debilitating. But without that circuit feeding back to the brain to cease all activity, the ruined body carried on attacking until the force exerted on the spinal injury was too much, and the joint gave way. The broken neck alone wouldn't have been enough to kill the creature, not fully, but the movement shifted those shards of bone to puncture that part of the brain that drove the infected to keep fighting. With a last limp expulsion of dark gore from the mouth, she slid off Yates to land face down amid shouts of alarm. 2 men of the SEAL team burst back in, weapons up and eyes scanning until they took in the scene and advanced on the still body of the thing they had gone through so much to capture. Yates was hauled to his feet and had multiple weapons trained on him. He was so dazed that he didn't even spit back an insult when ordered to strip off the suit and prove he wasn't bitten. When they were satisfied he wasn't infected, the atmosphere in the room turned from fear and shock to anger. Arguments raged around Yates as he sat with his face in his hands and took a series of long, deep breaths. The SEALs were unhappy that they would have to go back out, an understatement to end all understatements. The scientists were unhappy in their turn that Yates had killed the one test subject they needed to give the green light to the operation. Yates reached a shaking hand down to his right hip to run his fingers over the wood inlay of the gun's grip, reassuring himself that it was still there, and telling himself that he would never be out of reach of it until they were off that cursed island. Loitering in the shadows, a man in a heavy black coat sighed and slipped away. Successful confirmation test or not, Fisher would damn well give that green light to start deploying the serum, because the time frame he had been granted had almost expired. He didn't see their delays as relevant or in any way likely to affect their overall mission. Fisher smiled to himself in reassurance as he climbed back inside the vehicle to be driven back to the CIA base of operations, telling himself that he'd soon be settling into his new office as a section chief, if it all went as well as he hoped it would. Chapter 24. Fisher was once again picked up by helicopter and ferried back to the floating fortress out in the eastern edge of the Atlantic. It was a great expense to go to, only to have a single spectator involved, but he hoped it was an indication of how his stock was rising. In truth, Jacobs wanted him there ready to be sent back to the U.S. should anything go wrong. If it did, then Fisher, as the sacrificial lamb, wouldn't be afforded time to find a replacement for his own neck on the chopping block. Fisher strode in, confidence exuding from his body like a scent, nodded greetings to the faces he recognized and shook hands briefly with Jacobs. "Time on target?" he asked the senior man. "A little under 20 max," Jacobs told him, gesturing behind them at the coffee pot and paper cups. Fisher didn't want a coffee, but poured himself one anyway, in case a refusal would be seen as nervousness. 20 minutes was a long time to wait when your career aspirations were riding on the outcome of what was about to happen. "Sir," a uniformed technician called out. Fisher stood upright from where he had been leaning against a wall, incorrectly thinking that he was being called over, but hesitated when Jacobs answered and stepped up to the console. "Gunship approaching target area." "Put the channel on," Jacobs instructed, leaning back and producing a packet of cigarettes to add to the already thick, smoky atmosphere in the darkened room. Fisher stepped forward, listening intently to the sounds coming from the speaker beside the radio and fighting to make out the words over the continuous droning hum and whine of the engines. "Affirmative, Zeus 1-1. Conduct reconnaissance circuit and report," the speaker announced. "Acknowledged," came the reply from the pilot as the background noise shifted almost imperceptibly. Hundreds of miles away, in the dark skies over a city teeming with inexplicably agitated undead, a large cargo plane, similar to the one which had brought Fisher to Scotland, banked 40 degrees to its left and began flying along, seemingly lazy loop of the area. Their infrared detection package, state-of-the-art in any of the world's former militaries, was rendered useless as the massed bodies gave off no heat to identify them as bright white outlines in a sea of abandoned black and grey. They adjusted the contrast of their imaging displays until the black outlines of human figures could be made out at the edges of the densely packed crowd. "Jesus H," one of the crew muttered, as he finally understood what the enormous mound was in an open area adjacent to the wide river. The writhing pyramid of dead meat rose from ground level like a molehill, only instead of fresh earth, it was the animated bodies of the former inhabitants of the UK. "Zeus 1-1. Confirm concentration of infected control. Advise, are we cleared to engage? Over." "Zeus 1-1 control," came back the clipped tones of the operator in the control room on board the carrier. "Confirm you are cleared to engage. Repeat, cleared to engage." The crew of the AC-130 went to work. The pilot kept the steady banking maneuver at the same angle to maintain the even platform for the gunners to do their gruesome work. Their commands were short and clipped, their drills slick and well-practiced, as they poured round after 40mm round, screaming down through the night sky to detonate in violent airbursts and fill the air with the weaponized aerosol serum. Almost immediately, the mound of infected piled high over the device, which was humming and radiating its almost silent rallying call out for miles in every direction, began to fall away. A minute after their brutal aerial bombardment began, 120 small bombs had exploded just above ground level. The infected, the zombies, fell in uncomprehending physical failure as their sallow skin blackened from every cell in the remains of their broken bodies. As the minute tissue walls degraded, the fluids left inside their bodies hemorrhaged with catastrophic results. As the serum spread through the massed crowd, they began to fall and lie on the ground, to twitch and leak black gore into the concrete, moving for the last time. When the treated ammunition was spent, the crew switched to their standard load and began destroying everything outside the test zone, paying careful attention to and recording the most effective means of destruction. The armed cargo plane stayed on station for almost an hour, pouring every piece of serum-treated and standard munition they carried into anything moving. With a brief radio report, the pilot leveled out the long wings of the aircraft and headed south to rendezvous with their mid-air refueling appointment and back to Aeroporto de Gran Canaria. "Rewind the tapes," the crew chief said into their intercom. "There'll be a jet standing by to take it off our hands." Before they had landed, another aircraft had taken off to head over Britain at high altitude. The crew had flown that same route so often that it was second nature to them, but this time their brief sent in the night gave them specific coordinates to concentrate on, instead of a general patrol search for infected activity. Their last mission had sent them to the same area, and their discussions went on back and forth for hours as they flew, debating why they had been sent to that specific location again. The only person on board not to involve himself in the speculation was the overall mission commander, a lieutenant colonel. The idle chatter died down and the crew lapsed into relative silence, until the pilot's voice broke the stillness in their earphones. "Approaching target coordinates," he said, receiving no reply, but knowing that the crew would be readying to carry out their individual tasks. "Confirmed infected singularity still occupying the city," one of the men with his eyes pressed into the viewfinder reported. "Estimate numbers to be—" "Hold the phone! Hold the goddamn phone!" "What is it?" another muffled voice asked over the intercom. "That answers the question." The man staring down through the strong magnification told them, Something killed. All of them." "Repeat that," growled the voice of the mission commander. "Confirm no movement. Repeat no movement in any of the infected." The operator, a lieutenant, replied, "They appear—" "Take your time," the mission commander said slowly, though not to be misinterpreted as kindly, "and give me a report." "Sir, they appear to have melted or something." The mission commander closed his eyes and relaxed. He knew without looking through the scope or viewing the footage from far below them that the serum had been deployed and the results had been everything they had hoped for. "Confirm no movement of infected?" he asked, waiting a handful of seconds for a response. "Sir, I'm getting some residual movement, but nothing I can see for certain. I see none of them still alive, or whatever it is they are." The mission commander switched his headset over to a radio channel only he was tuned to, hailing the same small command and information center in the bowels of a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier. He hailed them with their call sign and waited for the response. "Confirm. Mission successful," he said clearly. "I repeat, mission was successful. Some residual movement at ground level, but confirmed deaths of infected are believed to be as close to 100% as possible." He listened to the response, given with whoops and the sounds of enthusiastic backslapping in the background, then ordered the flight crew to fly a pattern over the target site for a full video to be taken, and to head back home. Chapter 25. In typical fashion, the Sultan broke down after 2 days. The warrior pushed ahead of it to be able to sweep a large section of their perimeter, should they be threatened by any screechers, as the other armed members of their small group fanned out, with their eyes alert and their personal weapons made ready. "How is it, Charlie?" Johnson called out from the commander's hatch of the warrior. "Fucked," came the terse reply. "Gearbox is shot. We can crawl in first or stall in sixth with fuck all in between. Second line job at least. Got a Remy FMA in your pocket?" Johnson ignored the rhetorical question. Hampton, up on top of the stranded tracked vehicle, with both hands on the big GPMG, huffed in annoyance. They stripped everything they could from the wagon, down to the last bit of diesel they could siphon out, using the length of yellow rubber garden hose to fill the jerry cans they decanted into the warrior's fuel tank. Hampton, remaining in place behind the machine gun until the job was done, unclipped it from the pintle mount and handed it down to Enfield, who had, in turn, made his own small rifle safe and handed it to Peter to hold. The boy swelled with pride as he turned outwards to keep a watchful eye on their surroundings, eager to demonstrate that he didn't negligently point the barrel at any of their own people with all the enthusiasm of a child seeking praise. His sister, loitering near the open rear section of the warrior that would become a very cramped and uncomfortable place in the near future, watched him with a curious expression on her face. "Let's get this buffet moving, then." "Ah, shit!" Hampton cursed, as his damaged knee took the shockwave of him jumping back down to the roadway. He hobbled for a few paces, muttering more colourful phrases to himself, like Popeye reciting an angry monologue, and shot an arrow-eyed look at the girl trying not to smile at his misfortune. With a forlorn last look at the uncomfortable metal box that had been his only permanent residence since everything went to hell, Charlie Daniels climbed into the driver's section of the much newer metal box, this new home making him feel as capricious as the cat, who had been corralled into a more permanent mobile detention centre than the taped-up cardboard box it had previously been trapped in. He was grateful for once that the men he was slightly envious of, and whom he held in very high regard, didn't possess his skills. Johnson took up his appropriate role in the commander's spot with Bufford at his side, who had already been partly instructed in the use of the warriors' weapons systems, and the rear section was packed with people and equipment. Their shopping yielded perhaps 3 days' supplies for them, which meant that they would be stopping for another supply run within 2 days. Johnson reckoned that they had maybe 400 miles of range. He was guessing from what he could recall, as he hadn't had much in the way of familiarization with the vehicle, and the one he had played with at the proving grounds had admittedly been a test chassis. What they found, however, was that their progress was often halted by blocked roads, and their average speed suffered massively as a result. "Corporal Daniels," Johnson asked conversationally as they slowed to approach yet another blockage of rusting vehicles. "Something, Major? Remind me why we're going around cars and not over them." Bugger me, Charlie," Johnson sighed. "I know it's a Volvo, but we are driving a sodding tank, son." Johnson couldn't see the look on his corporal's face in response to his words. Why it hadn't dawned on Daniels to be more bullish with their progress until then was a mystery, but receiving such an epiphany through the medium of permission caused a smile to slowly creep across his face. "Hold on tight," he warned over the vehicle intercom. "Bit of turbulence ahead." He went slowly, running one side of the tracks over the front of the large estate vehicle, then tipped them over to one side until the other tracks crunched over a smaller car, which flattened with much greater ease. They travelled that way for hours on end until the occupants of the cramped rear section could take no more discomfort, and they found somewhere appropriate to stop. 3 days went by like that, each day sapping their strengthened morale, until Johnson was pulled aside by Hampton when they had stopped to rest. "We need to dig in for a day at least," he said. "Everyone needs some rest, and the supplies are dwindling." Johnson nodded, appreciating the straight-talking approach from a man he suspected was even less inclined towards bullshit than Johnson was himself. "Town, ahead," he told the Marine sergeant, and nodded in a general direction to their front. "We'll find somewhere and range out again for food and water." Hampton nodded back, less inclined to waste his breath on words than many people, and went back to where the others were stretching their legs and their backs, and generally blinking at the alien display of sunlight, after being cooped up inside the back of the Warrior for days. Of Peter, Johnson had seen less than usual, as he was relegated to the rear section and had his sister's undivided attention. She fussed over him, but Peter seemed oddly resistant to her. Amber had gone the other way, it seemed, and had understandably regressed to the extent that her mother was unable to put her down without the girl bursting into panicked tears and making an uncharacteristic amount of noise. Johnson felt sorry for her, not because of the fear and loss they had all experienced, but for the fact that she couldn't understand what was happening. Being so young, she had understood that her mother was gone, lost to her, but now that she had inexplicably come back, the girl had become overwhelmed by everything. He didn't blame her, simply felt a sadness that he could do nothing to salve. He stayed on watch in spite of the tiredness he felt behind his eyes after hours of peering intently through the observation window in the Warrior, and noticed how the tall, quiet Marine had found himself a piece of high ground to occupy, and was scanning the horizon with his weapon. Johnson had thought both men lost, sure that they had died in defence of the village they had been living in, and that they, owed their lives to the 2 men. But then he found out so unexpectedly that they had survived, and this whole experience made him understand a little better how Amber must be feeling now. They had travelled northwest, bypassing Birmingham and the densely packed sprawling suburbs that all major cities sprouted outwards from their cores like weeds, continuing straight on past Stoke-on-Trent, and went to ground in a large industrial unit a day's drive northwest, near the banks of a wide river. Travel-weary, if not downright bedraggled, they spilled from the vehicle like they'd crashed and were trying to walk off their minor injuries. The area they had stopped in was open enough that there was little to no threat of any immediate attack, but that didn't prevent them from having their weapons ready, even if their cramped-up bodies didn't move with the slick alacrity they could demonstrate on better days. "Buffs," Johnson said quietly. The SBS man turned to look at him, silently following the direction of his outstretched hand with his eyes, until he saw the side of the building he was pointing at. He looked back to Johnson, seeing him first point to himself, then snake his hand around in an exaggerated movement to the left to signify that they would meet around the back. Johnson looked back towards the others, to see Hampton settling himself into a position of relative comfort near the driver's hatch on the lower hull of the Warrior, just as Enfield adopted a position of overwatch with his small rifle, his backside nestled on the cold armour of the turret. Hampton gave him a nod, signalling that they had this area covered and that the two men could do what they needed to. Johnson moved, knowing after so long together that Bufford would already be ahead of him as his drills were slicker and more intense than his own. He saw no competition between them, just a maturity and an understanding that his professional soldiering had taken him down a different path. They all had their roles to play in the current game plan, or at least what had been the plan for Her Majesty's armed forces before the world turned upside down, and that game plan was transitioning from all-out nuclear war with the Soviet Union to a somewhat sandier climate. Bufford's role would be to insert himself into enemy territory, most likely by water, but he was also capable of dropping by parachute, walking or driving over any terrain, the aim being either to destroy something vital to the enemy or to feed back intelligence and targeting information. Astrid Larsen, as innocent as she looked to the untrained eye, was a hardened woman whose role would be to insert herself far behind enemy lines, as Bufford would, only she was also able to blend in as a native of their enemy's motherland, and would be trained to sneak in and collapse local infrastructure, transport, power, and communications. Everything about the woman made Johnson and the others question why their own armed forces still refused to allow women to conduct frontline fighting roles. Johnson, along with Daniels for that matter, was the one who could use his light and mobile armoured vehicles to lure the T-55s of the USSR into chasing them down, only to find themselves swamped by the combined firepower of the rest of the squadron. It was Johnson who had been trained to set such an ambush, to look for the perfect geography and encourage the men to be patient until that trap could be sprung. What he wasn't, and he knew this instinctively, was a special forces operator. He made more noise than was strictly acceptable, given their circumstances, as he pushed through the overgrown foliage, pressing up against the building, and to add insult to injury, he had only covered a third of the circumference before Bufford called out softly from his front to minimize the risk of getting shot over a simple misunderstanding. "Anything your side?" Johnson murmured as Bufford appeared through the leaves. "Side door on the far side. Doesn't look like it's been open for years. You?" "Nothing. Try the side door or move to the next building." "Next building," Bufford said. "I don't much like the alternative exit strategy for this one, if you catch my drift." Johnson did. One of the cardinal rules for surviving the death of the world by flesh-eating monstrosities was never to paint yourself into a corner. They moved to the adjacent building, exchanging some brief hand signals with the two Royal Marines before they ducked out of sight once more. Johnson worked thoroughly, careful not to make too much noise, and finding the going easier than the previous building's exterior had been to navigate. It took him precious seconds to understand why, until his brain caught up with his instincts, and he noticed small telltale signs of human presence. He froze, not yet sure if that human presence was alive or dead. Tightening the grip on his weapon, he pressed on. Turning the corner after a quick glance around it showed Bufford on one knee, covering the side door to the unit. He joined him, seeing the intensity in the man's eyes as he pointed to the apex of the roof above them, indicating the 3 small windmills stuck to the structure, with wire snaking down to the door they knelt beside. Bufford's eyebrows went up, as if asking for Johnson's opinion. Johnson shrugged, reaching up with his left hand to touch the door handle and gently pulled the handle down. It gave, creaking only slightly as the door opened a crack. Bufford readied himself, nodding to Johnson to signify that he was ready. The door was wrenched open, and they burst inside, guns up and fingers ready to move onto triggers, with no idea what they expected to find. "Fucking hell!" Bufford swore. Johnson glanced over his left shoulder to where the SPS man had moved to. In terms of expectations, Johnson wouldn't have been surprised to find a ravenous horde of undead. Wouldn't have been shocked to find other living humans pointing weapons at them. He was, however, very surprised to see neat rows of dark soil in troughs, with lengths of hose-pipe running along them, jury-rigged lamps hanging above them, and green plants sprouting upwards to creep towards the source of the light and heat along intricate networks of wire and sticks. Johnson lowered his weapon, reaching out with his left hand to grasp the most unlikely of items, and one that he realized he had given up all hope of ever seeing again. Pulling gently as his fingers squeezed, the vine pulled with him until the ripe tomato popped off to shake the whole row. He held it up in front of his face, turning it around and inspecting it like it was a chunk of moon rock. He focused his eyes on the incredulous face of Buffett behind the juicy item and spun slowly on the spot to take in the multiple rows of dirt-filled troughs, all sprouting different forms of sustenance. He saw potatoes and carrots to accompany the 2 rows of tomatoes, dreaming of adding a couple of rabbits and some salt and pepper to it. Then the truth dawned on him. He was trespassing on some other survivor's farm, stealing their supplies and threatening their livelihood. A glance at his friend told him that the other man knew it too. A noise from behind them made them both turn and raise their weapons. Johnson standing tall and Buffett dropping to one knee to train their weapons on a tall, muscled black man with a tangle of dark beard and wide, wild eyes, staring at them over a tight-lipped mouth, and who was seething with anger. His right hand wasn't empty, although his heavy metal spike was held low, which somehow made both him and the weapon more menacing, like he knew how to use it, and was so confident that he didn't need to threaten them. "Calm down, J.P." A strong Liverpudlian male voice echoed around the inside of the empty factory unit. "I'm pretty sure they aren't here to pinch our carrots." Chapter 26. "You did what?" Professor Gruel shouted, slamming down the clipboard he was holding so hard that it bounced back up off the desk. "Keep your hair on, Doc," Fisher replied, so casually that the scientist was ready to start throwing punches in an attempt to knock the reckless stupidity out of him. "The test was a complete success. Every one of them did. You should be proud of your achievement." "Do they teach you this kind of ignorance in the CIA, or simply recruit people who naturally possess it?" Fisher's face dropped the false smile it was maintaining. "You were given a job to do. You did it. Don't think for a second that this was a pet project of yours, that you had any control over the timeline." "They just recruit the arrogance, then," Gruel snarled with angry sarcasm. "Understood." Fisher took a step towards him and swelled up his size, but Gruel matched his movements and bested him in both height and the intensity of his anger. "You deployed an untested serum on thousands, hundreds of thousands of infected subjects with no idea what it would do to them. That kind of stupidity is... He shook his hands beside his ears, as there simply wasn't a word in the English language strong enough to accurately describe what they had done. "It has been tested," Fisher shot back with a retreating step. "You tested it here, and it was successful in 100% of the trials. You want more time to repeat that test? You want to be responsible for more deaths when we could be wiping out these assholes with the serum we know works?" "It's unfathomable. We don't know it works," Gruel answered him angrily. "That's the whole point." Fisher's face screwed up in total incomprehension. Gruel looked fit to burst, like a kettle boiling water with no steam vent. Seeing this, Professor Chambers stepped in between the two men. "I believe we were quite clear," he explained. "We needed to test the serum on one of the anomalous infected before we could guarantee with any kind of certainty that it would work fully." "What are you saying?" Fisher asked, doubt infecting him like the viruses they were discussing could so easily. Chambers rubbed tiredly at his face, turning to see if Gruel wanted to jump back into the conversation, but only seeing him walking away and kicking the large plastic boxes that had contained their lab equipment. He sighed and looked back at the CIA man. "Viruses produce different responses based on the physical response of the host. That's where you get unexplained strains of immunity to certain illnesses." He paused to check if the slightly shocked agent was keeping up. "The reports, confirmed reports, tell us of a faster type of infected which retains a significant portion of motor function and some higher cognitive ability. This means that the initial infection causes a low percentage response, which, unfortunately for us, actually increases their lethality." "In English, Doc," Fisher said, as he had done so long ago when the current events were little more than a spark of an idea. "Simply put, Agent Fisher, the virus has already created mutations. The genetic makeup of those infected who are different could have as yet unknown side effects when combined with the serum. It finally dawned on Fisher. "Why the hell didn't you test it on one of them?" he half-yelled. "Because you shot your bloody load early and went to war before we said it was ready," Gruel hissed through his teeth as he returned to the conversation. "And I can only hope for your sake that it kills them just the same as it does the others." Fisher paced back and forth for a few seconds, evidently deep in thought. "Okay," he said finally, "here's how we're going to play it. We get one of the faster ones back here and test it right away." "And if it doesn't work?" Chambers asked. "Then we update the threat package that a tiny percentage of the infected are still in play. We'll have to go in with ground teams, whole armies, if we want to take the UK back." "Ahem," said a voice, in mimicry of clearing the throat. Gruel turned to see Staff Sergeant Yates stepping towards them. "I think you're kind of missing the point. These faster ones aren't just a bit quicker on their feet than your average schmuck. They think. They actually hunt us like we're prey. That updated threat assessment better be accurate if you don't want more lives at risk." "It doesn't matter anyway," Gruel interrupted before Fisher could respond. "It'll take weeks for them to corral the remaining infected into one place and deploy the serum again. I imagine it'll also take a while to manufacture the sonic devices and create more of the serum." All eyes turned to Fisher, who had the decency to look embarrassed. "Yeah, that's not exactly accurate." "What are you saying?" Yates asked. "I'm saying the planes are already flying the devices in, and the serum's loaded into munitions. They're ready to rock." "Unless we can tell them otherwise," Chambers said, trying to get the conversation back on track. "Sure," Fisher agreed, silently telling himself that there was no way he would put his neck on the line to pull the plug on a billion-dollar operation based on a few infected with the magical ability to jog and open a door, surviving the fire. Surely the military would be capable of mopping up a few grasshoppers when they got there. "Good," Chambers said, raising his voice to encompass the whole makeshift lab and get everyone back to work. "In the meantime, we'll prep for the arrival of the anomalous infected. Assuming we do get one, and it survives long enough to be injected with serum," Gruel added, with a fleeting, sideways glance at the staff sergeant. Chapter 27. 2 agonizing hours later, a wet and angry SEAL team returned. They dragged behind them the same cargo net with a thrashing, shrieking detainee trapped inside, and Miller's words to them before the net was unfurled made it clear that triggers would be pulled if they screwed up a second time. He glowered at everyone in the room before spinning on his wet boot heel and ordering his men back to secure the boat. Yates took control, instructing everyone to either suit up and get a pole or else get the hell off his lab floor. The once living occupant of the sea-soaked net was dragged into the mouth of the nearest open cage door and locked inside, for the net to be teased off the subject with difficulty until a bony limb broke free and everyone jumped backwards with shouts of fear and alarm. It thrashed its way out of the bonds, wailing and shrieking as though made even angrier by the kidnapping and the warm bodies so close to it, yet at the same time finding the way to them blocked by steel mesh. It rammed itself into the metal barrier over and over again, gouging chunks of flesh from its body and losing a front tooth with a snap as it tried to bite its way through. "We need tissue samples," Chambers said loudly, looking around and waiting for a volunteer to present themselves. Normally this would be a simple thing. Approach the cage door and allow the subject to reach out with a hand through the gap, then grab the limb and cut away some cold flesh. Yates turned his head in an exaggerated move left and right to see that none of them, neither the scientists nor his own people, had the balls to get the job done. He stepped up, no doubt uttering choice opinions inside his protective visor, and waited for the arm to come out of the aperture towards him. It did, striking like a viper as he grabbed the wrist hard. Just as he was about to shout for someone to take the sample, he found himself dragged clean off his feet to impact the cage, the unbelievable strength of the disgusting creature taking him by surprise. It was superhuman. Incomprehensible how someone not overtly muscled, like a prize-winning bodybuilder, could exert such brute force, and for the second time in his life, Staff Sergeant Yates came face to face with one of the faster ones, with nothing but desperation and crippling fear driving him to escape. Hands pulled at him, making him become the rope in a panicked game of tug-of-war, as the savage, snarling creature threatened to drag him back towards it and pull his whole body through the small hole if it could. Yates roared incoherently with rage as his gloved right hand found the grip of his pistol. He ignored the screams of protest, of fear that he would kill another precious test subject and send them all back to square one, because he knew what he planned wouldn't leave the thing double dead, but would free him and obtain the tissue samples in one unorthodox move. He pressed the barrel of the .45 caliber pistol against the slender forearm of the thing, angling it upwards as he braced his body with every ounce of remaining strength and leaned away before pulling the trigger 3 times. The sound of the gun going off in close quarters amid the pack of bodies was deafening. Not just the sound of the 3 small explosions, but the concussive wave of pressure that accompanied each pull of the trigger. The flesh burned where the muzzle flashes had scorched it, but the fat bullets punched their way through the flesh, bone and sinew to make the grip fail. Yates fell away, conscious to keep a firm grip on the wrist of the hand still digging its nails into the thick rubber of his suit. He tried to ignore the image of the grey skin stretching before it tore away to leave him lying on his back, holding the violently severed hand. "Stand back!" Gruel shouted, his command muffled by the protective suit. "Back!" They moved aside as he stepped close, an aerosol machine held in both hands, looking like an oversized vintage perfume dispenser. He pumped it, covering the grotesque face of the creature with a fine mist that it aspirated simply through the effort of shrieking and trying to get to so many fresh victims. It gave no reaction at first, but that was to be expected, as the other non-anomalous infected didn't exactly fall down choking and clutching their throats like comedy villains on the big screen. It faltered, staggering slightly as though drunk, and blinked its milky eyes at them. "Here's your goddamn tissue sample," Yates gasped as he stood, holding out the dead hand for Chambers to take, before walking off unsteadily. The anomalous infected, the thing they had heard being called a leader or lemur in the intelligence reports, blinked its eyelids again and slumped back in the cage to land heavily against the cargo net, where it raised the ruined, ragged stump of its left forearm to inspect it. A low hiss sounded, not like the hiss they emitted before they shrieked the air back out so hideously, but a noise that sounded far more pensive than they had ever heard one of them make. Chambers crouched down to meet the creature's eye level, pulling off the large hood of his suit, despite the warnings from others. "Look at the eyes," he said, lifting a tentative finger towards the sitting subject. They did. The eyes, the milky orbs from their infected dreams that they'd expected to see, were fading, allowing a dark iris colour to return and lend the hideous beast an air of humanity. Before any elation could spread, it exhibited a kind of seizure, and shuddered as if in agony or racked by a sudden bout of epilepsy. It stopped, going still as they all stood and stared, before it relaxed finally to be at peace. Chambers stayed crouched down, still staring at the face, which had regained a hint of emotion before it went slack. "Dick," Gruel said gently, from beside and above him. Chambers looked up at him, seeing him offer a sterile steel tray to take the severed hand he was still clutching like a prized possession. Chambers held it out for him, dropping the hand just as the tray fell away to clatter onto the hard ground. Time moved slowly for him, while the others in the room seemed to move fast, to throw their bodies away from him. Then he turned his head back to face the cage. Those eyes, no longer milky but bloodshot white, with a jet-black iris, were wide open and fixed on him. The creature flew forwards, its remaining hand shooting out of the gap with perfect accuracy to grab him by the sleeve, hauling him forwards. Chambers screamed. He screamed with the terror of what was happening, even if he didn't fully understand it, and he screamed with the pain of his index finger being bitten clean off between the first and second knuckles with a bite force the rational part of his brain couldn't believe belonged to a human body. A gunshot erupted again, loud and close, and Chambers scrambled away from the cage, clamping his left hand hard around his right wrist, with speckles of dark gore patterned over his face. He blinked it away, but felt the sting of the sticky fluid on his eyeball as strong hands hauled him upwards. A tourniquet was lashed around his right forearm and twisted to be painfully tight as voices fought for space in his brain. One shushed him, telling him in an American accent that everything was going to be okay. Another screamed repeatedly in a deep voice, which only paused briefly for the man making the awful sound to refill his lungs and start again. "Too late," a gruff voice said over him. "It's all over his face. Can't guarantee there's no infection." He recognized the army sergeant's harsh tone and connected it with the sound of a gun's hammer being cocked. "No," another voice, Gruel's voice, snapped. "Wait, please." Gruel ran to the sample fridge, knocking aside a panicked lab assistant in his desperate haste to fetch a fresh vial of serum. Opting for the direct application method, he stabbed a syringe into the rubber section in the lid and tipped it up to draw out an unmeasured amount of the clear fluid before squeezing the plunger to force the air from it. Not bothering to find a vein, he jabbed it hard into Chambers' shoulder and depressed the plunger to fill the muscle with the cold liquid. "It's his only chance," Gruel's voice drifted to him as the fever began to burn him up faster than he expected. Professor Richard Chambers had precisely 0% chance of surviving from the moment the infected thing bit into his flesh. The metaphysical changes alone that the subject had undergone in a matter of seconds were unprecedented, and now, with its head blown half off, it would never reveal the secrets of what made it especially lethal to living humans. Chambers, by the cruelest twist of fate, was also one of those few people, one of the tiny percentage of human beings that possessed a certain genetic trait which combined with the virus in a way that left them just as violent and ravenous, but still in possession of enough cognitive ability as to be truly, horrifyingly dangerous. The addition of the serum to his body before he died simply accelerated the process and bonded with the original virus to create the freshest version of hell mankind could conjure. All over the southwest region of central England, there were almost 5,000 like him, all spreading out with murderous intent and a newly unlocked ability to stalk and hunt their prey. Living people, with renewed energy and lethality. Chambers sat upright, tensed the muscles of his right forearm, and snapped the tourniquet off his limb. Pulling at the heavy, cumbersome protective suit, he tore it away from himself with startling ease and turned his head to face Professor Gruel. Gruel had seen that look in his eye once before, had seen it just before the scientist had punched him in the face. Only now the eyes weren't light blue and on the verge of tears, but jet black amid a sea of red lightning bolts running through the white sclera. It drove a cold dagger of terror into Gruel's chest. Before Gruel could move, Chambers's hand shot out impossibly fast and gripped his neck so hard that his hands and arms went painfully numb instantly. He tried to speak, at least his mind formed the words, but his mouth couldn't respond due to the pressure around his neck. Chambers leaned forwards, sniffed him once as he growled low in his chest, then bit him on the cheek, hard enough to scrape his front teeth down Gruel's cheekbone before the burn of the fever started to take him. Chambers dropped the other scientist, the two of them finding themselves once more on the same side, regardless of how they'd felt about one another. He set about hunting down the other living people. Impacts hit his body, but as none of them blew apart his skull, they barely slowed him, as he leapt and climbed and tore at them, never stopping to eat, but just dealing debilitating blows before his attention was caught by another living enemy. "Okay, that was definitely a 45, Dave Shepard said to the other SEALs, who had all stopped their work to stare back up the hill at the building they had just come from. The answer to the statement came in the form of an explosive rattle of automatic fire, which had to be from a squad gun. If that was being used inside a building, then the day had almost certainly gone to shit, Miller knew. They began to ready their weapons again, stacking up and waiting for the word to advance back up the hill, just as screams filled the black sky. "No," Miller said. "It's loose, and that means an outbreak. You know our orders." They did. Wordlessly they climbed into the boat and pushed off, taking a compass bearing to direct them out to sea, where they would find the naval flotilla and hope to be done with the scourge. Chapter 28. The men of the British Special Forces elite took their role seriously, acting as the cut-off between what was obviously some kind of viral testing facility hastily thrown together by the Americans in a secluded farm on the west coast of the island, and the rest of the population to their backs in the east. They had never officially been told that there were scientists there, testing the sickness that caused the dead to become ambulatory and tear the flesh from others unthinkingly. However, their strict orders to destroy anything coming from that direction that didn't give the correct code word response to their challenge, with a heavy inference to shoot first if they weren't speaking at all, made it clear that they were facing the potential of infected people seeking a way through them. They had made a small town of tents in the lee of a raised hillock, which sheltered them just a little from the harsh weather the island experienced. But since they'd all successfully completed SAS selection and training, and had all spent time living in harsh environments where the power of the elements alone might kill them, this hardship barely even registered as one. They rotated their turns on the road barricade, just as they took turns sleeping and patrolling the impassable ground, either side of the only stretch of flat ground which the road ran through. That road was covered by 2 interlocking firing arcs of belt-fed general-purpose machine guns, capable of destroying any vehicle moving towards the farm. "I still don't like it, Tip," a trooper complained to the man beside him as he lit his cigarette and tucked both hands back under his armpits to leave the smoke dangling from between his lips as he spoke. "There was more bloody gunfire earlier, so the boys said." The man he spoke to sighed, as though bored of hearing the same arguments come from him. "There's always gunfire from there. It's the easiest way to kill one of them." "Well, I still don't like it." "What don't you like, Ed?" Corporal Tipperick asked Trooper Jenkins. "Well," the man said, voice still muffled by the cigarette and his Welsh accent, "they could be doing all sorts of things down there, and we don't know anything about it." "What are you worried about?" Tipperick snapped, the cold taking the edge off his usually long patience. "Expecting a BTR-80 to come plodding up the hill? How are you, man? Bloody cold's got to your brain." "Well, if one does come up, it can bloody well have one of these bastards," the reply came, as one hand was taken from the warm armpit it resided in and tapped the dull green tube, standing vertically. "Take more than one," Tipperick answered absent-mindedly, annoyed with himself for even being drawn into the idle conversation. He was saved any further retort by a sharp sound from the darkness ahead of their position. Both men froze, hearing the sudden absence of low chatter from either side of their roadblock. For 10 long seconds nobody said a word, waiting to see if the noise repeated itself. Tipperick didn't move, other than to tighten his grip on the Colt rifle he cradled and run his thumb up towards the safety catch. "Fox," he said confidently. Before anyone could disagree, the sound came again, only much further to the left of where it had originally sounded, to give the impression that there were more than one of the animals out there. That sharp cry was answered by a low chorus of hisses in various tones. Tipperick stood, flicking off the safety catch and pointing his rifle front as he shouted, "Stand to! Stand to! Attack front!" Muzzle flashes from the medium machine guns lit up the dark night, showing hideous snapshots of men and women wearing a mixture of camouflage uniforms and white coats, all smeared with dark patches of blood, approaching at a run up the slope towards them. Behind them, a mortar was sent up to pop high over their heads, where a small parachute deployed to gently lower the fired projectile back to earth as it burned brightly and provided illumination to the battlefield. That illumination did not make them happy. Tipperick's mind counted just over 20, which wasn't an insurmountable number by any stretch of the imagination for such well-trained and well-armed men, but something nagged at the back of his mind as he lined up heads between the iron sights of the rifle and clattered off bursts of fire. He should have listened to that nagging doubt. If he had, they might have won, might have survived. As it happened, the noises they had ignored had originated with 2 former people, one in a pale shirt with a missing finger, and another wearing the uniform and insignia of a U.S. Army Staff Sergeant, who had flanked the roadblock from the impassable high ground to each side and fallen upon the men firing the GPMGs. As the guns went silent in unison, Tipperick instinctively turned to his left and began triggering shots off at the shape of a crouching man in a once light blue shirt, with the collar undone and the sleeves rolled up as though he was still working after a long day. The shape crouched further, like it was powering up, then leapt clear of the aim of his rifle like a human-sized grasshopper, which left the SAS man momentarily stunned. Spinning and searching for a target, he looked back at the trooper who had been beside him, in time to see the man's boots fly through the air, as his rifle flashed with the automatic fire when his trigger finger spasmed. As Trooper Jenkins sailed backwards out of their defensive position, one of the bullets he had inadvertently and negligently fired ricocheted from something and thumped into Tipperick's side, with just enough force to punch its way an inch into his flesh. Immediately the wound welled with hot blood and took his breath away, but he was instinctively certain nothing vital was hit. Staggering back to his feet, he hefted the rifle with the heavy attachment under the barrel for firing small grenades, only to find the space before him empty. A feeling, a creeping sensation, a cellular knowledge made him turn around, as the absence of sound and wind from behind him told his brain that there was a person there. Rotating his head slowly, he saw the shirted man standing with such horrible and unnerving stillness that his presence was the absolute portent of the violent end he always expected to meet in battle one day. He had expected it by an Argentine bomb or bayonet in the Falklands, and he had expected it from a sniper in an attic room in Derry or Belfast, but he never, not once, expected to die as he did on a freezing roadside on a Scottish island. He began to raise the gun, but it was knocked violently aside by an arm much stronger than his own. He retreated a step to whip the Browning pistol up and trigger 2 fast shots into the chest, right where the heart was, in the classic double tap he had trained to deliver for so many years. The muscle memory of the fatal shots, fatal in almost any other scenario, cost him his life. Had he acted less instinctively, had his brain pulled the trigger and not his subconscious, as he had trained his body to do, he might have aimed for the head and scored a lucky hit. The 2 bullets did nothing. They didn't even delay his death for a second, as the hideous thing before him snatched a hand out and dug the fingernails of its right hand into the flesh above his collarbone, tearing through the 3 layers of clothing to break the skin and snap the bone as it dragged him towards its open mouth. The last thing Tipperick saw, before he was blinded by the sheet of blood flowing from the bite to his head, was the bright reflection of the illuminating mortar in the black eyes of the thing that killed him. Fisher, unable to sleep in his bed, went downstairs in the house he and the other CIA men had adopted as their own, and sat in a threadbare wing-back chair that he guessed was older than he was. He poured himself something from a bottle bearing a name on the label he couldn't pronounce, and held it up to the small light that the lamp bulb emitted to bathe the room in a soft, dull yellow. The colour and clarity of the drink was to his liking, and he allowed himself the small fantasy that he was a connoisseur of such things, before taking a hit of the drink and tossing it back without tasting it. He coughed hard, spluttering as if the harsh whisky had fought back, and insisted that he treat it with more respect than to just swallow it like it was prescribed medication instead of something that took years to mature. He wiped his eyes and stood to pour another, still coughing intermittently, and took a tentative sip this time. He allowed the drink to coat his mouth and burn his gums before taking a swallow, and feeling the liquid pass down his throat to where it warmed his stomach and tempted him to take another sip. When that glass was finished, he allowed himself another, arguing internally that he was unlikely to hear anything important until the morning, when the tapes of their air bombardment and the reconnaissance flyover were delivered to the carrier. That footage would vindicate him, he was certain. It would show that the infected were made inert, were bleeding out to pose no threat to the lives of American servicemen who would be arriving by boat the following summer to begin cleansing the nation, ready for clean-up and repopulation. After that, they would move into the European states that could be easily defended, and from there the pattern he had devised would be repeated. They would again use the devices to attract the infected into concentrated areas before destroying them with the antivirus developed under his direction. This simple and, most importantly, cost-effective strategy he was sure would earn him an elevated position when the deck was shuffled, which it surely would be soon. There were other states in the world still alive, still independent, but their survival was largely down to luck and geography, whereas the United States remained whole through strict quarantine procedures and a hard line of dedicated defense. He'd heard the scuttlebutt, that so many ships had been sunk and so many aircraft shot out of the skies to prevent even the slightest chance that the virus would land on their home soil. All of those refugees who had followed procedure and been taken in would one day be repatriated to run what would effectively be a client state of their own administration. He knew that if the boot were on the other foot, the Brits or the French would do precisely as they had done. He doubted the might hiding behind the Iron Curtain would have been much different, for that matter. Fisher's tumbling thoughts of the world's politics and his own ambitions swirled in his head until, ironically, the sleep that eluded him in bed took him quickly, as his head slumped against one of the high wings of the armchair. A hammering noise woke him, reminding him of a jackhammer ripping up the road to make way for more roads, more cars, more people. The world had too many people in it already. The hammering sounded again, reaching his brain fully this time and setting off the alarm bells. The bangs on the wooden door sounded as if the person on the other side were fleeing the very hounds of hell. He woke with a gasp, the empty glass falling from his lap to land on the thick hearthrug with a heavy thump of the crystal tumbler's base. A strangled noise escaped his throat as he stood, unsteady through tiredness more than the few glasses of scotch, and he made his way to the door to slide across the heavy bolt and admit a red-faced, terrified man in American military uniform. "Sir," he gasped, "we have to get the hell out of here." "Calm down, soldier," Fisher ordered him. "What's going on?" "Outbreak," the soldier panted, "at the lab." Fisher stared at him for a second with a blank expression on his face. He rejected the urges to ask if he was sure, or to state the idiotic belief that there had to be a mistake. He swallowed, nodded to himself, then turned to face up the stairs and bawl out that they were leaving. The other two agents had already been woken up by the banging, and both appeared at the top of the stairs to exchange terrified glances with one another. "Take the other vehicle and meet us at the airfield," Fisher told them, as he shoved his feet into his boots and pulled open the door under the stairs where they had stowed their emergency gear. Fisher took a spare magazine for the Beretta he carried to augment the two full ones, then picked up a Colt submachine gun, similar to the larger versions so easily recognized the world over, but firing the smaller ammunition like his sidearm. 2 spare magazines for that went into a pocket of the coat, and he turned to see the uniformed man almost dancing on the spot as he glanced behind him into the darkness, clutching his own service weapon. Fisher prompted him to move, climbing into the left side of the vehicle as the panicked soldier drove a little too fast for the narrow roads. "Calm it down a little," he said, after one too many close calls with the rocky edge of the road. "We ain't getting out of here if you kill us in a car wreck, now are we?" "No, sir," came the reply, in a voice that sounded almost tearful. "Tell me what you know," Fisher instructed him. "We had watch on the quarantine barricade, like you said," he blurted out. "All of a sudden they just lit up the night, full auto and flares. Then they went quiet and the noises started in." "What noises?" "The screams, like animal screams." "Like a screech?" "Yeah, only worse than I ever heard." "Did you call it in?" Fisher asked, trying to get him back on track. "The lieutenant was trying to. He sent me to get you back to the airfield so you could call in reinforcements or whatever." Fisher chuckled darkly. "Sir." "Son, why would the United States military throw reinforcements at this place? We were only here to test the serum against them, and now we know that works. Well, so everyone will—" "Look out!" Fisher snarled, as the soldier snatched the wheel over to narrowly avoid a gatepost they were heading directly for. "Eyes on the goddamn road!" They arrived at the airfield after a few more miles of tense silence, and Fisher slid from the vehicle to start shouting orders for the helicopter to be made ready to fly. The air crews seemed surprised to be roused in the night, but the news of a suspected outbreak encouraged them to get into the air as soon as possible. The rotors were turning, and Fisher was standing at the rear ramp when one of the crew tapped him on the shoulder and beckoned him to the bulkhead, where he was handed a headset. The pilot was on the other end, asking when they were taking off. He looked back out into the darkness, wondering how the other two agents could have taken close to half an hour just to get dressed and drive the few miles to follow him, and he made a judgment call. "Go now," he said. "If they aren't here by now, I don't think they're coming." The helicopter took off, rotating in the air to point the nose west, before dipping it and surging through the dark sky. Their path took them over the house that Fisher had been in so recently, and when he heard the reports of a fire there through his headset, he couldn't understand how the idyllic farmhouse, with its surprisingly comfortable chair and potent scotch, was burning. He knew, or at least he strongly suspected, that the other two agents with him had run into the infected shortly after he'd escaped the house, and his thoughts tortured him, wondering if they might still be alive if he'd stayed long enough for them to get dressed and get in the vehicle with him. Cold, hard, good sense reasserted itself, and he knew that if he had stayed, it wouldn't mean the addition of 2 more lives on the aircraft now, but would spell the death of everyone. That guilt hit him immediately as his conscience forced him to give everyone still on the island as much of a fighting chance to survive as possible. "Call up the base," he instructed the crew. "Tell them there's been an outbreak. Tell them to do whatever they can." Chapter 29. The door to the room Downes had adopted as his own burst open as if the big Scotsman occupying the doorway was clearing the room of terrorists. "On your fucking feet, boss," Mac barked. "Bastards are on the island." If any words would bring a man into full alertness under any circumstances, it would be the report that Screechers had boots on the ground in their safe haven. "Where?" "East Coast." Downes was dressed before the brief exchange was complete, sitting on the bed again to lace his boots, as Mac picked up the Major's webbing and checked it for magazines before holding it ready for the man to shrug into. "The boy's ready. Smeffy's on the door," Mac told him. "Des has gone to rouse the others." That made sense to Downes. Smiffy was still limping from the sprained ankle he'd given himself kicking the head half off a Screecher, so Des being the runner was the sensible choice. "Major!" snapped a crisp voice from the lower floor of the small house. "Major!" "Here!" Downes answered in a clipped voice that was all business. He appeared at the top of the stairs to see Captain Palmer at the foot of them, similarly dressed for battle. He saw the anger and concern in the younger man's eyes and felt for him. They'd been through hell enough already, and the responsibilities heaped on the man who should, by rights, be in command of a section of main battle tanks had so often threatened to be too much for him to bear. "Your men? Half on patrol on the north coast, half in town," Palmer answered, hesitating before he anticipated the next question. "No way to get word to them, I'm afraid. Has anyone sent word to Colonel Kelly yet?" "The Colonel was the one who sent word to us, Major." Before Downes could respond, a knock on the open door grabbed their attention. Maxwell was there, eyes wide with the same fear and indignant rage that his captain mirrored. "Men are forming now, sir," he reported. "What's our orders?" Palmer looked to Downes, as though admitting that he hadn't thought that far ahead. Des reappeared at that point with steam emanating from his exposed head and face into the cold night air. "Locals are awake and getting out. I've told everyone to form up in the little town square thing by the pubs." Downes nodded to acknowledge the report, but Des wasn't finished. "Couple of the local boys are fishermen," he went on. "Reckon we can get to St. Kilda through the Outer Hebrides if we can get enough people into boats." "Where?" Palmer asked, confused. "You've heard of the Deep Sea Range?" Downes asked, swirling information about missile ranges in their remote northern areas. We have people there?" "Unmanned base," Mac explained, as he dragged the bags of spare equipment and ammunition from the corner of the room. Des slung his MP5 and hefted the GPMG taken so long ago from one of Maxwell's abandoned Spartan wagons. "Defensive position?" Palmer asked. "We can line everyone up at the docks with our backs to the sea," Des answered. "Other than that, there are multiple approaches. If it was armour or vehicles, we'd stand a chance, but—" He shrugged to indicate that the Screechers could come at them any way they liked. "Do it," Downes said before turning back to Palmer. "Is there anyone we can send in a vehicle to fetch your men back?" Palmer looked at Maxwell, knowing that he couldn't afford to lose him if he wanted the men and the civilians kept in check. He turned back to the Major and drew himself up. "Yes, there is." "What the bloody hell is all this noise about?" Oliver Simpkins Palmer complained as he yanked open the door to investigate the shouting and banging which had woken him. Everywhere he looked, he saw people running, carrying children and possessions in a state of panic. "We have a deployment, eh?" croaked an elderly voice, as a private from a Scottish infantry regiment led the mostly senile old man down the stairs. "That's right, Colonel," he said reassuringly. "We need to get you in the fight, show the lads how it's done." "Splendid!" Colonel Tim crowed from inside the multiple layers of knitted clothing he was wearing to counter the ill health that had afflicted him since arriving on Skye. He saw the second lieutenant and tried to wave his family claymore towards him. "Blighters want another crack at us, Palmer," he cackled. "Get your hat on and grab a revolver." Oliver Palmer didn't bother answering, having lost all patience with the old man shortly after arriving on the island and realizing he held no power there. He'd spent the subsequent time doing very little, as his brother had removed even the small amount of responsibility bestowed on him, preferring instead to trust the Royal Marine lieutenant in his place. "Ollie!" the voice of his brother snapped. He turned to see him dressed for battle and wearing a hard look of resolve. "Julian," he answered, one lip curling in jealous derision, "come to mock the unemployed. Ollie, I need your help." The word shocked the young man into forgetting his arrogance. "What's happening?" "There's been an outbreak on the west coast of the island," Palmer Sr. told him quietly. "Our American friends are either dead or have abandoned us. We have to make a stand and consider fleeing the island." "What? And go her? Are you sure?" He bombarded his brother with questions, all of which were ignored. "Can you find Lloyd and the others? They're patrolling the north coast." Younger brother fixed elder with a hard look, as if suggesting his brother only wanted him when the officer he rated as a better soldier wasn't available. The fact that he was being sent to fetch his preferred replacement only added insult to the injury he felt he had been dealt. Before he could say anything, his older brother recognized the look on his face and grabbed his shirt with both fists. He took 3 hard paces forwards to slam the second lieutenant into the interior wall. "This is no time for your childish jealousy," he snarled. "How many times have we come through the fire against the odds? How many? The one time you were asked to do any real soldiering you did well, so why the hell can't you just do what I'm asking of you without the bile?" Oliver shoved his brother back to break the grip and stepped up with the same savage look in his eyes. "Real soldiering? Like seeing to the civilians and keeping the mad old bat of a colonel out of your way? Like managing the lists of supplies while you send sergeants out in charge of patrols?" "Yes," Julian answered with the same vehemence. "All of those activities you think are boring, that you think are beneath your lofty station." He sneered those words at him. "That is real soldiering, doing the hard work that doesn't win you a blasted medal." The two brothers stared at one another for a few seconds until their anger began to abate. "Please, Ollie, go and get our men back, and let's save as many people as we can." Oliver drew himself up, adding a very military bearing to his stance, and he accepted his brother's orders. "Keep the civilians moving!" Maxwell shouted, waving his arms frantically to force the flow of people towards the handful of fishing boats that illuminated the docks with their harsh deck lights. Even such a small number of people, no more than 200 in Captain Palmer's estimation, packed into a confined area like the small dock in the town, seemed like a stampede trying to pass through a funnel. He feared that the gunfire would start soon, that the time to get as many people as possible safely off the island would be over. With each minute that went by, with each boat that filled up and pushed off to safety, the sense of dread grew heavier in his stomach. He looked at his watch, counting the minutes since his brother had left, and hoping that he would have found the detachment of Marines and yeomanry and would have turned them around to bolster their armed defences. As that thought struck him, the concern of having enough space on boats to evacuate them all dragged him back down into frightened depression. Then the shooting started. One rifle fired, then it was joined by half a dozen others, like a contagious infection. But any other noises were drowned out by the screams of the terrified civilians who crowded onto the boats, unheeding of the warnings not to overload them. Palmer heard clear voices ring out above the din, voices of Maxwell and Foster, the Marine that Lloyd had placed trust in. Those voices called for order, for calm, for action without panic, and they were like rocks on the shallows that the fear broke upon. Palmer saw them coming from the higher ground, shadows flitting between the buildings as the last of the civilians pushed out to sea. The firing had stopped as no more targets were spotted, and in the lull in noise, Palmer heard a sound that cut through his flesh to chill the very marrow of his bones. The shrill, barking cry of an animal pierced the air. It froze the men, too, and more than one frightened face turned to look at the captain as though he could save them, could reassure them somehow. He knew they wanted that from him, knew that he could tell them that it was just a lemur, and hadn't they killed plenty of lemurs before? He tried, but he couldn't force the words from his mouth. The sound came again, undulating and yowling like a wolf's cry. It was undeniably an animalistic attempt to communicate, and his fear rose as high as he had ever known when he realized, with utter horror, that this was something altogether new. "Make ready!" he called, shouting the only thing he knew to say. It had the effect he wanted in that it did indeed steady the men. They all leaned into their weapons and waited for a fresh hell to fall from the shadows. Fisher's arrival on the windswept deck of the carrier in the middle of the night was met with little reaction. The report that they had lost most of their forces based on the island was met with less reaction than he expected, and his seniors were only interested in the results from the deployment of the serum. Residual movement, that was the term they used. Residual movement was a good day as far as they were concerned. Jacobs asked him outright if there was any reason not to go ahead with the full-scale deployment of the sonic lure devices and end all of the infected with the serum. He kept his mouth shut, not wanting to add a feather of failure to his cap and delay the plan to start saving the world because some dead scientist wanted to try it out on a redhead or something to make sure it worked on all of them. Residual movement. That was the terminology that stuck in his head. If the combined military might of the United States Armed Forces couldn't handle a few infected left, then who was he to throw fear into the mix? He said no, and Jacob snatched up a telephone handset to mutter into, before replacing it a few seconds later. "You need a break," he told Fisher. "Get a hot shower and some chow. The show's about to start." Before the first of the 16 devices planned so precisely to land on UK soil dropped, before the cargo planes full of serum-filled munitions landed in the Canary Islands, ready to be loaded onto 3 AC-130H gunships, a lone, small cargo ship fought through the choppy sea around the northwest tip of the Isle of Skye. The man at the helm, a reclusive Scot who was less than impressed to be roused by 20 armed men demanding his assistance, piloted his craft recklessly in order to satisfy the 2 officers who shouted encouragement to him. The decision to abandon their vehicles and head directly to the evacuation site was driven by the young second lieutenant, who appeared to his Royal Marine counterpart to be far more enthused than was his usual languid style. In short, he imagined the younger man had received a rocket directly up his arse. They heard the gunfire as soon as they rounded a headland against a choppy tide, before the flow of the water pulled them faster towards the Portree dock, hidden from sight by the dark rocks. "I say," Palmer yelled at the semi-toothless man spinning the wheel to keep them steady. "Can you turn around?" He shouted clearly and slowly, as though he was conversing with a foreign waiter and was ignorant to how offensive he came across as. "And bring us into the dock, stern fast." The old man looked at him like he was insane for a few beats, before shrugging and muttering something only he could hear. "Look alive, boys!" Palmer cried, as he checked the magazine in his own weapon and charged it, ready to forge a path through the huddled men of the yeomanry and marines. When he reached the rear railing, what would soon become the very front rank of the fight, he turned a full circle and treated them all to his best bloodthirsty smile. The men all knew him, so none were convinced as to what the spoiled aristocrat was up to. "It's about to get rather busy here," he went on, "so any man not willing to get his hands dirty should make his way to the rear and give us all a little more space." His roguish smirk, visible to all of them under the harsh, bright decklights, lent him an air of being a little unhinged. As much as the men mistrusted him, given their previous experience, they recognized his bravado for what it was. "You buying the drinks afterwards, Mr. Palmer?" shouted a voice from half a dozen faces away. Palmer, blessed with outstandingly good fortune, recognized the speaker and could even marry the wet, windswept face with a name. "Help me get the others out of this steaming pile of shit, Sergeant Cooper, and I'll share a brandy with you all." "Yeah," Cooper added, pushing his luck. "But are you buying the bottle, sir?" Palmer checked his weapon once more and pulled a spare magazine from his webbing to hold it alongside the gun as a statement of intent. "Cooper, I'll buy a whole bloody barrel of the finest stuff if we see the dawn." As he delivered the line, thinking, hoping, for once, that he had managed what he had seen so many officers achieve and made the men want to follow him into danger, the boat's engine note changed pitch and ramped up to bubble the water at the stern. "You heard the lieutenant," Lloyd said, as he shouldered his way through the men to occupy the same spot on the railing as Palmer did, yanking back the charging handle of his rifle as he spoke. "Look alive!" The boat swung around, revealing the raging battle that their own side was most definitely losing. "Keep firing!" Captain Palmer roared, just as his own gun ran dry, and he fumbled to replace the spent magazine. The area immediately to his front filled up with ragged bodies of former inhabitants of the island, mostly soldiers in various forms of torn and bloodied uniform, with civilians added in here and there for flavour. They flowed like water into the void that his reload caused, and the closer the enemy got to him, the more he struggled to seat the fresh magazine. "Shit, shit, shit," he hissed to himself, as he couldn't force his hands to work. He almost threw himself down in fright as a massive, clattering noise erupted to his right. "Fuck off!" Desi, one of the SAS men, yelled at the screechers he threw down as he fired the GPMG from the hip. He flashed a toothy smile at the captain and followed it up with a wink, before opening up again with another long burst of heavy, rattling gunfire. Palmer seated the magazine and fed around into the chamber as he stole a glance around their shrinking battlefield. "They're retreating!" Downes yelled over to him. He looked again and saw it was true. The enemy were falling back into the shadows. As welcome as the reprieve was, the connotations of what it meant chilled the cavalry officer to the bone. Then he heard it again, the yelping noise, like a screech, but speaking a language he couldn't understand. It was animalistic, but it was clearly heeded as the wave of freshly turned undead slunk away into the darkness. "Reload!" Palmer yelled. "They won't stay gone for long." The remaining men followed his instructions as voices called out names of their friends who they had lost in the confusion. Some lay bleeding on the wet ground of the docks, whereas others had been dragged away. Palmer kicked over the body of the thing that had caused all the commotion. A slim female with one missing hand, from what he guessed was a recently earned gunshot wound at close range. There was something odd about her appearance, something different, other than the fact that she'd sailed 20 feet through the air from the nearest rooftop to land behind their front rank and bring chaos to the fight. Bayonets had brought her down eventually, but her slashing nails and ripping teeth had done enough damage to open the gates to the surging attack from the darkness ahead. That was when it hit Palmer. It was a concerted attack, not the kind they had seen from the swarms in the past, but an infinitely more human attack. It was deliberate, planned, orchestrated and executed well, and when it failed, the enemy commander had sounded the retreat. He sought out Downes in the huddle of surviving men and fixed the man's eyes with his own. Something passed between them in that moment, some understanding of what had just happened. What they were facing was new, and far more frightening than just a mindless horde marching heedlessly into their bullets. A noise behind them made them turn, a ragged, rolling cheer that swelled into a war cry of massed men ramping themselves up into a frenzy, ready to join the fight. Palmer couldn't understand where these men had come from until he recognized the sharp profile of his younger brother's face at the very front of the men, and his eyes zeroed in on his brother. While their backs were turned, the next attack came. The barking, shrieking yelp came from up high, revealing the position of a blooded man in a torn blue shirt with the sleeves rolled up above the elbows. He shrieked again just as a targeted mass of screechers piled into the right side of their position and overwhelmed the men there. Downes was their target. The bloody and blackened fingernails reached for him, ignoring the other potential victims within range, dragging him backwards and making him drop the weapon he was holding. Palmer didn't hesitate, just slung his own gun and stooped low on the move as he fast-paced forwards to scoop up the automatic shotgun and reverse it to point the dangerous end at things he wanted to render immobile. He triggered off a burst of rounds, feeling the savage, violent recoil of the gun and not even blinking at the gore and destruction it wrought. The heavy gunfire of the GPMG added to Palmer's onslaught to ruin the attack. Then, as the Major was left on the ground, Des switched his aim back to where the enemy commander had showed himself. It, ducked away before the bullets could walk their way up the wall towards its position, but the damage was done. The renewed attack on all fronts was met by a hail of bullets from the rear of the boat as the reinforcements came into range. Smithy helped Des, crouching beside their officer to defend him and pour fire at the screechers, even though they must surely have known he was done for. Palmer stepped up beside them, adding measured shots from the shotgun to blow away limbs and remove heads. He fired until the gun ran dry, slinging it diagonally over his body to retrieve the Sterling and start rattling off more shots. A hand grabbed his shoulder, pulling him back slightly. He tried to shrug it away, thinking that someone was attempting to force him to retreat, but instead he found his younger brother pushing in beside him to add his own fire to the desperate defense. The attack failed again, and only a few shadows rippled in the middle distance. The barking noise sounded once more, so like a lemur and yet infinitely more terrifying, considering what they had just witnessed. "Onto the boat!" Palmer Jr. yelled. repeating the order as the men fell back without turning their vulnerable backs to the face of the enemy. "On to the boat, Julian," he added in a low voice. "We must help Major Downs," the captain answered, just as Mac burst through the men to fall beside his teammates. "Oh, no, boss," he crooned with more sadness and emotion than anyone thought him capable of. "What the fuck have they done to you?" Downs choked, bubbling blood out of his mouth as he looked down to see the puncture wounds caused by fingernails in his ruined abdomen. He turned his head and pointed with a shaking hand, unable to speak as he fought down the convulsions the pain caused him. Mac saw it, saw the neat row of teeth marks in the neck, and knew it was over for the officer. Setting his face in a grim line, he nodded, trying to convey his feelings and coming up woefully short. I'll stay with him," Smithy said, handing up his weapons and shaking them until they were taken. His hands fumbled for the pistol and the spare ammunition before he was asked by the Dar Scot just what in the hell he was doing. "Bastards," Smithy said between gasps of breath. "Bastards got me too," he admitted, rolling up his right sleeve to expose the raged chunk torn from his forearm. "I can already feel the burn," he said, as he turned to Des and gave him a wan smile. "Look after that Ruski rifle," he said, pointing a bloody finger at the stolen Val from a lifetime ago. "Time to go," Lloyd said, turning to shout more orders. Palmer looked up to see the shadows moving again, no doubt swelled with slower reinforcements in preparation for another wave of attack. "Go on," Smithy said, cradling his boss's head in his lap. "Fuck off now." "No," Desi snapped. "I'm not leaving you like this." In answer, Smithy took back his pistol and gestured with his head for them to leave. They left before the next attack came, leaving the docks empty but for dead and turning soldiers and 2 dying SAS men. As the boat followed the reverse course out of the shielded bay, 2 small-caliber shots echoed out to sea after them. Epilogue. The handful of fishing boats eventually sailed through the choppy water to slide into the small bay on the uninhabited island of Hirta in the Outer Hebrides. They were freezing cold, frightened, and so uncertain of any future that the numbness they felt was just as likely to be from the emotions coursing through them as from the exposure to the elements. Palmer jumped down first, paddling through knee-deep water until he stepped clear onto the sandy beach. The dawn hadn't fully broken yet, providing the steely grey ambience that made the whole situation even more surreal. "Where to now, Captain?" asked a rich voice he knew well, only now it carried an edge to it that only battle could master. "Up the hill," he answered. "To the military base, I presume? And hope to find a roaring fire and a hot bath?" "Indeed," Palmer said, before bowing his head and regarding his blood-stained hands holding 2 weapons. He looked at the shotgun, staring at it for a moment until snapping himself out of the numb reverie. "Olim," he said quietly, I owe you an apology. What you did saved the lives of the men, saved my life, and you have my gratitude." As soon as he said the words, he felt as if they hadn't been enough to convey his true feelings. They felt too formal, too wooden, and not believable enough. "Orders, Captain?" Lloyd asked, arriving with a squad of Marines looking ready for work. "Press on ahead, if you please, Mr. Lloyd. Recce the base and see if you can't find a way inside." Lloyd nodded and urged his men onwards, with some kindly insults to get them moving. Behind them trooped the rest of the survivors, some of whom had been with them since even before the captain had arrived in the commander's seat of his Annabelle so many months before. They had saved none of the Germans who had saved their lives, and of the Special Air Service Patrol, the surviving 50% stopped beside the 2 brothers. "That answers the question of what the bloody scientists were doing on Skye," Mac stated flatly. "They've taken the lemurs and made the bastards even faster and smarter." "Did you notice how none of the ones attacking us were the Screecher type?" Julian Palmer asked quietly. "Like life couldn't get any fucking worse?" Desi asked rhetorically. "So what? They've made the virus, or whatever, worse?" "Perhaps," Captain Palmer opined. "Perhaps it's just nature. Perhaps the Screechers have adapted and evolved, which begs the question of what our next move is." "We do the same as they've done," his younger brother answered with strength and more than a little vehemence. "We survive. We fight back. We adapt." This concludes Adaptation by Devon C. Ford. Narrated by John Lee. Copyright 2019 by DHP Publishing. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with DHP Publishing Limited and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Annihilation by Devon C. Ford. Narrated by John Lee. Prologue. JSOC has cleared you for departure, Blue Leader, came the transmission in the earpiece of Master Chief Petty Officer Ryan Miller. Understood, he responded in a low croak, denoting how long he had been sitting in total silence and stillness, waiting for permission to lead his team into hell. Back into hell. He let out the slightest of small coughs before transmitting again. Blue team moving in. The six-man team slowly and precisely slipped the small oars over the side of their inflatable boat and began paddling towards the dark shoreline, with as little noise as humanly possible. They were all capable of digging deep and propelling the craft at speed, but they weren't there for their heedless resolve in strength and fitness. That might get a man through SEAL training, but it didn't keep him alive for long when doing the shady work they were so often called upon to undertake. None of them spoke unless they had to. Not that Miller thought they would be so undisciplined, and the oars were shipped again wordlessly as they reached the slither of white in the low, dark night that signalled the demarcation line between water and the stony shore of northwest England. They rose, slipping over the sides to splash into the knee-deep, frigid water and dragged the boat out of the waves onto dry land. Miller left his seat at the back of the boat and took no part in hauling the craft ashore, as he was stalking forwards out of the sea with his weapon raised, swinging his body from left to right and back again to maintain cover over his team. Others might feel an intense swell of what they would mistakenly call pride at leading such a body of men into war, but he would call it ego, and simply satisfied himself that he had the best the world could offer right there under his command. As soon as the boat was safely stashed well above the tide line and turned around to face their exit, that was the expanse of black water looking out at the northern tip of Ireland, the others unslung their weapons and pushed out a defensive perimeter while they waited for their orders to move. Miller gave those orders in a low voice, running through what he wanted to happen with an economy of words only an elite soldier would use. Jackson, point. Shepard, take rear. Fall in and move out. The 5 other men moved with painstaking care to get into position with Miller, behind the second in command of the team, allowing a sensible enough interval so that they weren't bunched up and vulnerable to any ambush. At the rear of their slow-moving tactical advance was one of the Daves, Shepard, with the other, Coleman, there with him. That just left Hernandez and their youngest team member, Wilson, called Willie or Little Willie by the others. Being new to the team didn't mean he was new to the military, and by no stretch of the imagination was he a kid. They were all in their early to late 30s with enough active tours under their collective belt that they had earned the title of Special Warfare Operators twice over. Eyes open. Jackson's soft voice drifted back to them as he slowed and sank to one knee, to bring the weapon up a few degrees so that it was fully aimed ahead of him. The night was dark, but not without some ambient light from the moon. They'd been out for long enough for their eyes to fully adapt as much as they could to the environment, and as they weren't fighting insurgents or soldiers that they knew of, the risk of attack came solely from the creatures. How many? Miller's voice, barely audible, came on warm breath behind his friend's ear. 8, maybe 10, Jackson replied. Any of our target, Tab? Jackson sucked in a slow breath through his nose as he pondered the answer, letting it out almost as a sigh of disappointment when he spoke. Only one way to find out. Miller backed off slowly, calling in the rest of the team to whisper his instructions to them. Slowly, precisely, they moved to occupy positions in a wide arc around the knot of shuffling bodies concentrated in the deserted street ahead. Their objective wasn't just to dispatch the hordes. Airstrikes and seaborne artillery would do that if they formed any kind of swarm like they had before, but to select and subdue one particular type of monster created by the mutation of whatever unholy shit the Brits and CIA had cooked up to cause the global catastrophe. They waited, knowing that none of them would fire a shot or make a noise unless Miller himself called the go, or they had no choice. Even then, Miller would be disappointed in any of his team who couldn't take out one or two of the slow ones with their Ontario service knives without making a noise. Only they found no slow ones, because whatever had caused the newest monstrosity to increase the combat effectiveness of their enemy had done away with the high volume of slower ones, leaving only those designated as Lima and the new moniker of Echoes, derived from the label of enhanced infected, which was what anyone safely away from the area called them. Slowly rotating his left wrist without twisting the barrel of his suppressed MP5, really the only choice in anti-zombie small arms, he looked at the glowing tips of the hands on his watch. 0540, he thought, less than 20 minutes until daybreak. Deciding to wait it out, and knowing that he didn't have to communicate that with his team, Miller settled down to wait as the small crowd ahead and slightly below their position grew clearer in detail with every passing minute. He marveled at how they crowded together, how they seemed to hibernate and hide from the wind like animals, like penguins sheltering from the icy winds of the Antarctic. As the dawn threatened to pierce the sky over the distant rise, a noise emanated from the gaggle of undead. It began as a low grumble, growing in intensity as the closely packed beasts began to animate and complain, before the group split apart, and a female pushed her way free to sniff the air with exaggerated movements, like a dog smelling food on the breeze. Her head swiveled to the higher ground where the U.S. Navy SEAL team was hidden, and she opened her mouth to screech loudly with a tortured inward breath. Behind her, agitated and aroused by her actions, the others became more excited, as though startled out of a drunken torpor, to begin echoing her shriek in all directions, as they had yet to zero in on what had caused the reaction. "So much for the element of surprise," Jackson said from Miller's left. "That one of them?" Wilson asked in a voice too loud for their situation and betraying his status as the least experienced man there. "That one of the Echoes?" "Negative," Jackson told him, no longer bothering to keep his voice too low, as the faster one had already set off in a lumbering jog in their direction. "That's still a Lima." "Okay," Miller said with a sigh as he stood and cricked his neck from side to side in anticipation of the assault. "Take 'em down." Suppressed gunshots punched the still pre-dawn air as the Lima tumbled to the dirt, to twitch until a 3-round burst perforated her skull, to leave her lifeless again. The others came on behind, walking in contrast to their boss's jog, and fell easily as the operators took their time to fire aimed shots, in testimony to their calm demeanor under what counted as fire. When the last of them fell, Miller gave the order to move forward and make sure of any dead body before they stepped inside grabbing distance. 1 or 2 more shots punctuated the morning, and he himself had drawn his blade purely to save raising their noise profile, should he need to end the movement of a not-quite-dead-again, undead thing. As they began to return to their original position, expecting orders to move either inland or else up or down the coast, another sound tore the air in two, as loud and as sudden as a passing jet operating below the safe flight deck. It was like a bark, only higher and sharper than a dog's, like an aggressive fox had been disturbed by their arrival. Something about the quality of the sound, echoing around the now deserted streets, shot cold into their spines like a hypodermic needle, and as one, they began to contract to form an outward-facing ring of raised weapons. "The fuck was that shit?" Hernandez complained, half to himself, as he performed a reload on his MP5 without looking. "Seriously," Wilson added, "what the hell was that, Master Chief?" "That, Willie," Miller said in a low tone, sounding almost bored, even though his heart was beating like a disco track, "was probably something we don't want to meet, but orders are orders." They stayed in position, twice more hearing the sharp barks at differing intervals, which sounded as though the thing making them was either moving fast or, far more worryingly, wasn't alone. They held their position for a few more minutes until the daylight showed enough light that none of the shadows could hold any unwelcome surprises. "You want to break out the yoke?" one of the Daves asked softly, meaning to lure the Echo, the so-called enhanced infected, into a trap, as they had when sent to capture a Lima weeks before. "Too exposed here. I don't like it," Miller whispered, suddenly deciding their chosen battleground put them at a disadvantage. "Everyone back to the boat," he said, unsure why he felt so uneasy but trusting his instincts. As they moved, he finally understood why he was suddenly so afraid. The morning air was still and silent, but something more ominous was there behind the silence. Not a single bird or animal anywhere made a sound to disturb the secluded beach, as though the apex predator was within earshot, and everything alive was holding its breath in the hopes of surviving the dawn. Just as Miller's nerve caught up with his thoughts, and he opened his mouth to yell at his team to get ready to defend themselves against what he knew must be so very close and about to attack, the barking noise sounded again very close by. He froze, his inward breath feeling like it had got stuck in his throat, which had constricted with a primal fear. He turned toward the source of the noise, his body moving slower than he thought it should, as if he was underwater, and his eyes located the filthy, naked creature, crouching like a primate on the top of an abandoned hut, still standing watch over the beach. It couldn't have been more than 10 or 11 when it had turned, Miller guessed. It was hard to tell, as the hair had all fallen out, to leave the prepubescent and shapeless body of what had unmistakably been a girl totally bald and androgynous. It canted its head to one side, regarding them as a confused pet might, only with a look of hatred and utter malice clear in her expression. Still, no matter how much his brain willed his body to comply, to follow his goddamned orders, Miller couldn't bring the weapon around to line up a shot before the thing hunkered down, to bunch the thin muscles of its legs and prepare a leap that he just knew would bring it down in their center before any of them could connect a bullet to it. His mouth began to form the incoherent shout of rage as he abandoned the grip of the weapon and instead reached for the blade again, intent on dying with enough of the thing's brains running down the hilt of the weapon to make his sacrifice worth it. As it began its seemingly slow-motion jump, just before the feet broke contact with the wood of the roof it had used as the platform to descend on them from, the zip and crack of a high-velocity bullet snapped through their position, seeming to bring with it the correct speed of time and motion back to his world. The creature, nearly headless, fulfilled its intended arc of flight to land in a broken, shattered pile of thin limbs in their center. Looking down on it now, Miller felt a revulsion mixed in with so much pain and regret for what had once been a child that his mind didn't fully register what had happened until Jackson slapped him on the arm. Turning and looking up, Miller saw a bush rise to its feet slowly and shake off the draped branches that had formed such an effective camouflage. A hand was raised in greeting before the shooter turned and jogged away downhill to disappear. Confused, Miller turned to Jackson to begin asking questions when another sound reached his ears. Glancing back towards the sea, a small craft, not unlike their own, but which had once been white and red where theirs was black, came into sight. "You fuckers lost!" boomed a strong voice from inside the small boat. "Get in your tub and follow us, you silly bastards." With that, the man sat back down and the boat began to power away, heading north up the coastline. Without any good reason not to, the Navy SEALs got back in their boat and followed them. Chapter 1. 5 weeks earlier. Dean Johnson woke up. His eyes moved first, as though he subconsciously didn't want to betray his changed state of consciousness until he was sure of his surroundings. But when it came back to him that he was safe, he allowed the stretch to begin in his hands. They reached out above him, seemingly connected to his toes as the already large man made himself even larger, so that he hung off both ends of the bed, and as his body tensed and he held his breath to give the final climactic shudder of the movement, he held the pose until releasing both the breath and his tense muscles to deflate with a sigh. He sat up, twisting his upper body left and right with an oddly satisfying pop and crunch of vertebrae realigning themselves, before swinging his legs out over the side of the bed and hearing the protesting springs of the mattress sing him a morning greeting as he stood. "Is it morning already?" came the groggy, contented voice from behind him. Suddenly aware of his hairy bulk being so uncovered, he stopped to retrieve a shirt and fumbled his words over answering. "Afraid so," he said softly, glad he'd been reminded that he wasn't alone in time before issuing a biological morning bugle call. "You stay there. I'll get us a cup of tea." Kimberly fell back under the covers they had only recently started sharing and held a single thumb aloft in his direction, enjoying the last few moments of comfortable sleepiness before the day began. Something about time and tide not waiting came to her, but she forgot it quickly enough as the residual heat left on Johnson's side of the bed made her smile and lean into it. They were among the last ones to rise, a significant departure from almost every other day of his life, and when he padded his bare feet over the cold, polished floor of the kitchen, he found himself greeted by a young boy, standing on a wooden step before a large range cooker. "Tea up," Peter said, approximating both the cadence of his words and his accent as he spoke. Johnson watched as the boy used a thick tea towel to lift the metal pot from the heat and struggled to pour it into the 2 cups without sloshing a decent amount onto the worktop sides. "2 cups, please, Peter," he said as he walked past and waited for him to put down the hot metal, before ruffling his hair with what passed for affection from him. Peter misunderstood, aiming a quizzical look his way before it dawned on him that the squadron sergeant major wasn't looking to have 2 drinks for himself. He smiled, embarrassed slightly, and picked up the teapot again to spill more of the dark liquid onto the surface. Fresh milk wasn't available, so they drank it black, and Johnson reached for the bag of sugar complete with the stained teaspoon jutting from the top, like a shovel left in the dirt, ready to be used. He broke the crusted surface of the white crystals and heaped the mound into both cups, before giving it a cursory stir and picking them up to take them back to bed. "Biscuits?" Peter asked. Johnson turned to see the boy waggling his eyebrows excitedly as he produced a square tin and popped off the lid to reveal an almost full selection of family-circled delights. Johnson gave a gasp of delight only half faked for the boy's benefit and put down the cups to dig out the jammy-scented variety along with the custard creams. Realizing that he didn't know what Kimberly's favourites were, and further realizing that the chances of that conversation happening over the time they'd known one another were slim enough that he could be forgiven for not knowing, he sought out a plate to add a variety of others, before balancing it on top of one cup and heading back to the room they had occupied together for the last week. Setting it down beside the bed, he heard her issue the same comedy gasp, and reach out with dainty fingers to select the chocolate chip cookie and shamelessly dip it into her tea. Settling himself back into bed beside her, he grumbled as the crumbs of a shortbread fell into his beard to find a semi-permanent home in the hair on his chest. "What's on the agenda for today?" she asked, through a mouth partly obscured with a bourbon biscuit, hot on the heels of the pink wafer. Johnson chewed and swallowed, taking a sip of hot tea to wash down the biscuit before he answered. "I've got the morning off," he reminded her, enjoying the idea of being secure enough that they operated a rota of time off to rest and recuperate. "I know that," she said, pausing to take a loud slurp of her own drink. "I meant, what are we doing with the morning?" Johnson's eyebrow raised into a mischievous arch as he slowly turned his face to her, making her laugh and slap his arm hard enough to force a small spillage from his cup to dribble hot liquid onto his lap, and force a hiss of pain from his lips. They both laughed, forcing the sounds of normality to leak out from their comfortable haven into the rest of the building, shared by the eclectic group whose fates had been intertwined in ways none of them could ever have anticipated. Peter smiled when he heard Kimberly laugh. His position up on the kitchen counter had been difficult to achieve without the wooden step, but he didn't relent until he'd successfully hopped himself up to turn in mid-flight and land enough of his backside on the work surface to shuffle backwards and keep him there. He added 2 heaped spoons of crusted sugar to his own cup of strong black tea, and dug through the remnants of the biscuit tin to leave all of the boring ones. Halfway through his second custard cream, his sister, Jessica, appeared in the kitchen, looking so bleary from sleep that only the speed of her movements and the flushed colour of her skin told him he wasn't looking at one of the undead invading their temporary home. Peter leaned to one side and reached up behind him to retrieve another cup, which he passed to her. "Morning," he said, saying nothing further as she held up a hand to silence him. She poured a drink, taking a long gulp of it without sugar, before letting out a sigh of satisfaction and turning to poke through the biscuits, until she came back with a chocolate-covered finger which she bit down on and chewed thoughtfully. Before the tea and chocolate could revive her sufficiently to speak, a curious sound announced the ballistic arrival of Peter's friend, who snaked its way over the kitchen top to rub the full length of its body along his back. He turned to ensure that the boy received a sufficiently detailed, close-up view of a cat's arse thrust into his face. Peter pushed the tail down as the cat turned, satisfied that it had offended him, and purred loudly to sniff at the biscuits, in case it was anything of interest in the feline field. It paused, looking Jessica directly in the eye, before yowling again and jumping down to wander off in search of somewhere warm and unexpected to spend a few hours. "What are you up to?" she asked her brother, chiding him for not being in their room when she woke up. Peter shrugged, unable to find the words to explain that he didn't sleep much any longer, and had somehow learned to function on only a few hours each night. He knew from lying in bed awake and still, so as not to disturb his sister, that she suffered, unable to get to sleep for hours, until, when she finally did, she whimpered and cried as her dreams tormented her. Perhaps, he thought, that was why his body had learned not to sleep. Perhaps it was protecting him from seeing the things his conscious brain kept hidden from him, like the brutal deaths of the animals who had been his friends when he had nothing else left in the world. Like their dog, clawed open with fingernails and teeth. Like his mother, her brain punctured with his pitchfork, hitting the concrete of their patio with the resounding slap of dead meat. He shook his head, clearing his flash of thoughts in time to answer her question before she had to ask it again. "I'm going out with Enfield today," he said, earning a grunt of disapproval from her. "What? Nothing," Jessica answered, seeming to relent as if she'd spoken more harshly than she had intended. "You go play guns. I'll stay here and peel potatoes or something." Chapter 2. "Remember," Enfield whispered close beside Peter's ear, "you don't pull the trigger, you squeeze it." Peter said nothing. He didn't need to speak, because he'd learned that he needed to listen above all else. He listened when people talked, when they argued over the right way to do things, over how things should be planned, and he listened very carefully when he was being instructed how to shoot. Wait for them to come to you. Don't snatch the barrel to them unless you have to. Better to be patient and let them walk into your shot than for you to go chasing it. Again, Peter said nothing. He breathed out slowly, moving his finger inside the trigger guard and caressing it to take just the tiniest amount of pressure out of it as he waited and waited. The skull of the thing worked its way unevenly into his vision through the scope. The zoom of the small telescope, with the bullseye on it, showed in graphic detail where a chunk of flesh had come away from the left side of its face at some point, and the collar of the filthy shirt was most of what remained of the clothes it once wore, back when it was a man. "Take your time," Enfield crooned reassuringly. "Take your time." The small rifle popped, bucking in his grip to jab into Peter's shoulder. The recoil gave him a small jolt of pain, but he found it reassuring and satisfying. Not as satisfying as the sight of his target dropping like it had fainted. The only proof that it hadn't came in the form of the dark smear of gore that fountained out with the spent bullet to paint the side of the building. "Here they come," Enfield told him. Peter set his jaw, preparing to put into practice everything he'd been taught. He tensed his small body, holding the small rifle tightly into his shoulder and moving the scope from skull to skull, just like he'd been taught. 1, 2, 3, 4, Peter whispered, moving the scope back to the first position and repeating the count. "Fire when ready," Enfield murmured formally, as if giving the official order for his man to open fire on the enemy. The gun coughed 4 more times. Each bullet spat from the barrel at regular intervals, which told the boy's mentor that he was making sure of each shot and concentrating on his breathing. He waited, scanning the area below their position without the need to use any optics, and holding a weapon ready to fire, should his apprentice not be up to the task of providing overwatch for the scavenging team in the open. "All gone," Peter reported, his eye still to the scope as he scanned the killing ground for any more targets. "Confirmed," Enfield told him, acting as spotter for once, and fighting down the emotions rising to the surface after the loss of his friend and counterpart had been suppressed. Only since he'd started working with the boy to train him had these feelings come to the forefront, as he'd not worked as a sniper team since just before the helicopter crashed and killed Marine Lee, who had been the heads to his tails for years. He cleared his throat and lifted the SA-80 rifle as he stood. "Keep watch," he said, as he knelt to cover their rear in case any unexpected screechers had heard the shots. Peter did. He kept his mouth shut and his eyes open, watching for any sign of unnatural movement below that could offer any threat to their people. He watched as a set of bright eyes with icy blue pupils, and not the milky distortion of one of them, came into his vision, set between the curly hair and the wild beard of Buffs. The SBS man looked up, seeming to Peter to be staring straight at him through the optic on his rifle, and nodded once in either appreciation or thanks. Peter, his finger off the trigger and the safety catch on, because there were living people in his sights, watched as Buffs and the big black man called Jean-Pierre walked past the screechers he'd killed. Not killed, he reminded himself, rendered safe, because that was what Johnson said when he killed any of them. "Keep your eye on them," Enfield reminded the boy, feeling a stab of apprehension and fear that he hadn't brought anyone else to watch their backs, so he could remain on overwatch and not trust the lives of their friends to a child. He chided himself for thinking that way, having never seen anything to give rise to any doubt in the dedication to learn and the ability of the young boy. Not once had he let anyone down, and Enfield had met dozens of Royal Marines who lacked the bravery and cold efficiency of the boy. It was more than a mentorship, more than a friendship even. He was responsible for not only caring for a child and being a role model, but also for passing on his unique skill set to the next generation. It was rare to find people with a similar mentality to his own, which would make them as effective a killer as he was. He'd yet to teach Peter how to remove heads with bullets at long distances, but every bit of knowledge he'd imparted up until then had been heard, assimilated, and reproduced flawlessly. He forced himself to relax, to not overload the kid with orders or break his concentration. They both had jobs to do, and he had to forget the fact that his Oppo was only 10 years old. "They're in," Peter said, updating Enfield as to the status of the team below, because he knew the Marine would be looking the other way to keep them both safe. "Keep 'em peeled," Enfield reminded him. Peter said nothing, knowing his teacher well enough that he didn't have to verbally respond to everything he said, and kept watch with both eyes open, without focusing through the scope to give him tunnel vision. Minutes passed before Buff's head poked out of the doorway and he waved to the supporting members of their little expedition. 3 others ran forward. Steve, who Peter had been introduced to by his sister, Jean-Pierre, and the tall, lean man with a strange accent, who called Jean-Pierre J.P. "They're done," Peter reported, seeing Buffs stop and hold up a thumb to their position to signal that they were withdrawing. All of them carried heavy bags, loaded down with supplies to supplement their impressive setup, where they used rainwater collection and hose pipes to water the vegetables growing in the lines of compost under the strange lamps that acted like the sun did. Peter had learned enough in school before his education had ended so abruptly to know that growing crops required water and sunlight, so that something called photosynthesis could take place. Very simply, he understood this to mean that the sunlight reacted in the green leaves of the plants to make a kind of fuel that made their food grow big enough to eat, and his young brain was still in awe of knowing the most rudimentary science behind the process that had been happening on their planet for thousands and thousands of years. Long before there were people, in fact, and long before those people turned into rotting monsters who wandered around trying to eat the living. Enfield returned to his side, taking a knee and still facing their rear. "Let's move," he said softly, tapping the boy's back with a hand twice for no obvious reason. Peter wondered if physically reinforcing instructions was a military thing, or whether it was just a thing that normal adults did, because he was astute enough to recognize that his frame of reference was off kilter. He didn't even realize that he didn't flinch, didn't freeze up or shy away now when an adult touched him, after spending his entire life making sure he was out of reach, in case anyone decided he deserved a clip around the ear, just as a reminder that they were in total control of him. He wasn't consciously aware of this, but he'd changed so much from the naive, frightened child he'd been before that not even his own sister truly recognized him when they were reunited. This was a boy who had evolved and grown so much that it was as if he'd emerged from a chrysalis and had learned to kill and protect others like he was born to it. Peter stood, slipping the long strap of the short rifle diagonally over his body, before retrieving his sticker from where he'd spiked it into the ground. Trained to shoot or not, he never went anywhere without the thing that had once been a pitchfork, and had since grown to be an extension of his arms that never left his side. Enfield, so similar and yet so different, stood head, shoulders, and chest taller than his counterpart, but carried his military-issued rifle with attached bayonet in exactly the same pose as the boy struck with his modified pitchfork. Enfield led the way, not yet willing to let a child, less than half his age, face the potential danger ahead of them, out of a very real sense of responsibility, and held them at the edge of the tree line, waiting for the others to emerge from a side alley with heavy bags and head in their direction. "All good," Buffs announced in a loud whisper, making Peter unsure whether it was a statement or a question, but deciding on the former as Enfield didn't respond. Buffs paused, waiting for his team to close up on his as Enfield led the way with Peter behind him ahead of the others. Peter wasn't stupid, even if he hadn't learned a lot from books and teachers. He was clever, and he recognized when he was placed in the safest positions, but he bided his time because he knew at 10 years old he wouldn't be running the show just yet. At the gates to their compound, they knelt down to keep a watchful eye out for any danger as the strangely accented man, a man Peter had heard called Mike, or Xavier, by the others, unlocked a heavy chain and padlock from the fenced compound to open the gates with a slight squeak and allow them entry one by one. Peter went in second, and turned to watch out through the fence with one hand on the rifle, ready to pull it around to his front, should he need it. As excited as he was to be loaned the weapon, and taught to use it, by a man so well trained that the boy imagined him to be like James Bond had been before he became a spy, he knew not to overuse the gun, and to keep things quiet, unless it was absolutely necessary to protect himself or someone else. He held his trusted sticker, ready to poke through an eye socket if any of the screechers walked up to the wire fence, to take them out silently, but none came. They hadn't come in over a week, and he wasn't the only person to be asking himself why they were suddenly alone, unless they released trapped screechers from inside buildings. Their main worry, at least that was what he could tell from overhearing their conversations by being small and still so they didn't even notice he was there, was that one or more of the faster ones would climb the fence and get inside their little compound undetected. But as none of them had seen a lemur since the zombie population had suddenly and rapidly declined, it was becoming less of a worry. What was a concern was their health. Almost all of them had suffered through the previous winter, when the temperatures dropped so far below what they were expecting that people began to blame the zombie phenomenon on the thing people were calling global warming. "All in," Xavier said as he looped the short length of chain around the gates once more and locked it tightly. "JP, can you take the supplies in for me? I want to walk the perimeter." The big black man, JP, didn't answer, but took Xavier's bag and walked away, carrying 2 packs and a big metal spike tucked into his belt like a blunt sword. "Nice work, Peter," Mike Xavier said to him quietly, giving the boy a gentle pat on the shoulder before walking away. Again, Peter didn't flinch from the contact. It was as though he'd learned not to feel afraid of people, not living people anyway, and had stopped instinctively remaining out of reach in case a casual smack was aimed at his ear for no good reason. "Thanks," he muttered, slightly embarrassed by the praise. "You're not done yet," Enfield told him. "If you've used it, you have to clean it. If you don't look after your weapons, then they won't look after you. Come on." He led his young apprentice away to one of the buildings inside their enclave, ringed by the sturdy fence, to teach him the less glamorous side of life as a sniper. Chapter 3. Johnson, after returning to bed for another hour, washed and dressed before responding to the nagging sensation in his belly. Eating cold soup directly from the can was no hardship for him, as food was fuel, and only when he had the luxury of time to sit and enjoy a dish with an accompanying glass of something did he treat food as anything different. He followed the sounds of voices, allowing his feet to lead him to where their tall sniper was dismantling the little rifle they'd taken from a gun shop during the previous winter, and explaining the component parts to his understudy. He loitered in the doorway and watched as he ate, until a presence around his knees made him glance down. Amber, full of all the confidence of a girl approaching 4 years old possessed, eased herself around his bulk to walk straight up to Peter. He took his eyes away from the task and smiled at her, lifting her up to sit on his lap, even though she wasn't a whole lot smaller than he was. She stayed quiet, just content to watch what he was doing and to be soaking it all up, as she always did. "Amber!" snapped a woman's voice from directly behind his head, making Johnson jump and spill a piece of something nondescript into his beard, which he tried to recover with his top lip. He didn't know what annoyed him more, the shout or the fact that his lack of awareness had let her get so close behind him. Ellie strode into the room and snatched up her daughter from Peter's lap. The girl, as was usual for her, said nothing as her mother began berating her for playing with guns and going out of her sight. "And you should know better," she snapped at Enfield, "than to let children play with guns." "It's broken down," he offered weakly, meaning that the gun was in pieces. "Not the point," Ellie interrupted. She looked pointedly at Peter before walking off, carrying Amber away. Johnson abandoned his position in the doorway, one hand still fishing in his beard for remnants of potato, to save a confrontation over the angry woman's exit. He walked over to Peter, who sat with his brow furrowed, trying to figure out what he'd done to upset Amber's mother. "Not your fault, son," Johnson said kindly. "She's still a little raw about everything." Peter nodded, accepting the reassurance easily because it came from a man he thought of as a friend, a man he knew deep down wouldn't hurt him, and who had proven time and again that he would put himself squarely in harm's way for Peter. "Starting with the basics, Enfield?" he asked, suddenly once again becoming the sergeant major. "Is there anywhere else to start?" "There's always the deep end," Johnson said, dropping a meaty paw onto Peter's head and scruffing up his hair. "But I suspect our little soldier can swim well enough already." Peter smiled, angling his head down so the others couldn't see how pleased he was to be complimented. He'd grown accustomed to not being hit by these adults because they didn't drink constantly, which seemed only to remind him of just how much his parents must have detested their son. Even so, he wasn't quite ready to show them all of his emotions. "He can," Enfield agreed. "Rendered 5 of the buggers safe today. I'll be out of a job as soon as he's tall enough." "5?" Johnson blurted out, calming himself and looking at Peter again with a smile, to hide the wave of revulsion he felt that a child had to become a soldier in the ashes of their country. He was saved from forcing any further conversation by the arrival of 2 more men into the room. "Charlie! Buffs!" he greeted them, receiving curt nods in return. any word. Charlie Daniels, once so young and focused, seemed so much older now. He seemed worn down by life, far ahead of his years, even more so than the others of their little group of survivors. "I tried for an hour this morning," he said. "No joy." Johnson didn't need to ask if his man had tried all of the frequencies he knew to use, because the former radio operator knew his job better than the squadron sergeant major did. He rested a comforting, meaty paw on Daniels's shoulder as he passed. "You're doing your best, lad," he told him reassuringly. There was no hint of his words being patronizing, and the support was appreciated by Daniels, who had always looked up to the man. Daniels gave him a brief, sad smile and turned to include Sergeant Bufford. "Buffs wants to call everyone together," he explained. Johnson turned to the Special Boat Service NCO and raised an eyebrow in question. "Not me specifically," Buffs explained. "Mike wants a meeting." "When?" "Soon as," Buffs told him. They sat around the table with a few standing. Those not at the heart of the conversation were the ones who voluntarily removed themselves from the decision-making process, either through a lack of confidence or knowledge of military matters. That left Johnson, Bufford, Daniels, Larson, Duncan, Hampton, Enfield, and Kimberley, with the tall ship's captain and his trusted man, Mike Xavier and Jean-Pierre. The other two, who had been living in their little enclave prior to the arrival of a state-of-the-art British military armoured fighting vehicle, opted to keep themselves in the background, where Ellie hovered with Amber on her hip. As for the other children, as much as Peter wanted to be invited to sit at the table, his sister kept him back to watch and listen from a safe distance. "Right," Xavier said to kick off proceedings. "The way I see it is like this. We can't stay here forever, and we can't grab a boat and get out. Not sure if you lot know, but the Yanks are sinking anything trying to leave unless it has their clearance or whatever." "This is hardly surprising me," Larson said. "It makes sense to enforce the quarantine. So that leaves us with the choices of making this place more viable, finding somewhere safer, or escaping somewhere other than West," Buffs laid out. "Europe, the mainland at least, is gone," Hampton said gruffly. "Safe to assume it's only West or what? Iceland? Greenland? What about Ireland?" Kimberley asked. "No chance," Xavier told them with his mouth set in a grim line. "We could see the fires from the Albert docks." "So Iceland or Greenland," Johnson suggested. "They've got decent enough coastal forces," Buffs said. "Of all of them, he'd be the most likely to know. And best guess is that they'll be allied with the world leaders in this, which means the Americans." The meeting fell into silence as they pondered the implications of reaching a potential safe haven, only to find themselves sunk to the bottom of the North Atlantic. "We could try Scotland again," Daniels said. Ever since they'd found the others by pure chance, he'd been eager to rejoin with the remnants of their original squadron. It was their purpose for travelling to the northwest in the first place. Only since they'd arrived at the relative safety created by the four others, he'd been unable to reach them. "There's no guarantee," Johnson began, stopping as he was unsure what more to say. "There's no guarantee the position wasn't infected and overrun," Hampton finished for him, laying it out cold for them all to hear. "That means the rest of our boys." He gestured at Enfield, meaning the survivors of the small detachment of Royal Marines. "The Hereford Fairies and your lot in their tin cans, not to mention everyone already up there, are likely out of it by now." "You don't know that for certain," Daniels began. "Charlie," Johnson said, shutting his protest down. 3 weeks and no response. Come on, lad. You know better than that." He was right. Daniels knew it. They all knew it. A failed radio wouldn't last for 3 weeks on an island occupied by the military. One patrol, one troop of armour, they could suffer a communications failure, but the sheer number of radio sets capable of receiving their transmissions on the Isle of Skye was so great that the only logical conclusion was to assume there was nobody left there capable of using one. Daniels shrank back with a nod of acceptance. "So that leaves us with our 3 options," Johnson said to everybody. "It is possible," Larson said slowly, as if unsure of her words, "that my own country is not yet infected." "How?" Xavier asked. "Norway, right? Connected to the European mainland. Next to Russia, which, according to you lot, got hit with bloody atom bombs. Have you ever been to Norway?" she asked him, seeing the answer in his face. "These men have," she said, gesturing at the 2 Marines she had wintered with. Buffs raised a finger and nodded, claiming that he had visited Norway also. "The winter here was harsh, and it was slowing down of the creatures. But in my country this winter was as nothing. In my country the monsters would have been freezing where they are standing. The western edge of my country is very full of the rocks and difficult to reach, and with the heavy snowfall it would be impossible to make a crossing." "What are you saying?" Johnson asked. I am not sure yet, Larson said. I would require the assistance of Corporal Daniels to make contact with my people, but it is possible we could seek refuge there. And be in the same situation in a foreign country under 50 feet of snow and a winter that'll freeze us where we stand? Xavier asked, with more than a hint of hostility. Johnson's breath caught for a second, hoping there wouldn't be a confrontation over his words, because even with the big sailor on his side, the SSM didn't fancy their combined chances against Norwegian commando. Or, and this I think is the more likely of the outcomes, my own people will be looking to secure safe travel to the uninfected places. The room was silent as each person considered the possibility of being transported to safety and finally escaping the nightmare they were living in. Okay, Johnson agreed. You and Charlie get your heads together and see what you can do. In the meantime, I think we need to be prepared to move as soon as next week. Chapter 4. Agent Fisher sat in the tiny cabin allocated to him on board the floating fortress that was the aircraft carrier of the United States Navy. He walked nervously back and forth the only clear piece of deck, managing only 3 paces before he was forced to turn on the spot and walk back, so that he spent longer turning than he did pacing. He tried to rehearse his explanation, sitting down, but the nervousness was too much to contain. Unparalleled breakthrough, he murmured to himself, practicing so that he got just the right amount of passionate inflection in the words to seem believable, but not so much that he seemed desperate. Mission critical. Successful application of the serum, combined with the discovery of the door banged twice, foiling the air inside with a harsh rapping of knuckles on metal. "Agent Fisher, I'm here to escort you to your debrief," said the voice from outside, before the hatch was opened and a uniformed sailor stood at parade rest outside. He'd been kept there for 2 days, with an armed man outside the cabin at all times. He didn't try to leave, but he was certain of what would happen if he did, so he stayed inside to avoid the expected confrontation that he would inevitably be forced to back down from. Fisher nodded, shrugging his shoulders into a jacket provided for him after he'd been checked through quarantine, along with the few other stragglers to escape the island during the outbreak, and followed. The guard standing outside the cabin reached back to close the hatch, leaving Fisher to follow the man sent for him and sensing the other master-at-arms falling in behind him. To anyone watching, it was obvious that he was being escorted, with such a heavy undertone that his compliance made little difference to the outcome. He was going where they were taking him if they had to handcuff him and drag him. The debrief, as it was being called, was a hastily formed inquiry panel to ascertain if any sanctions should be taken against him for both his action on the island and his subsequent flight to abandon his post and the vast majority of his personnel. "Take a seat," the big man sitting at the center of a 3-man panel said. Fisher sat, recognizing Jacobs, but not the other 2, who both seemed senior through age, if nothing else. He doubted they would be from outside of the agency, but he didn't rule out the chance of one being a special prosecutor or other legal advisor appointed by the politicians at Langley. "This debrief," Jacobs went on without looking up from the papers in front of him, "is to establish the facts leading up to and immediately after the outbreak at the facility under your direct management. Losses of personnel known at this time are the entire science team, including the 2 leading scientists tasked with the creation of a counter-viral serum vital to the efforts to win this war and reclaim territory. Add to that the staff on loan from the CDC, not to mention the MRII decontainment unit, and 4 additional CIA personnel assigned to your command," added the man to his right, eyeballing Fisher directly as if daring him to argue. "In your own words, Fisher, how did this outbreak happen?" "I was not present in the facility at the time of the outbreak," Fisher began, eager to put distance between himself and whatever mistakes those people listed had made in his absence. "So I cannot confirm or add commentary as to the reasons for the outbreak. What I will say, and with a degree of confidence, as I witnessed it firsthand, was that the U.S. Army personnel ran a tight ship in the facility. As to how the outbreak occurred, I cannot, with any degree of confidence, offer conjecture." "To confirm," the guy who hadn't spoken yet said as he scribbled notes on a pad, "you weren't directly supervising the operation at the time of the incident." "No, I was not," Fisher said. Jacobs cleared his throat and shifted position in his seat. "Describe to us the situation the last time you were there." "Professors Gruel and Chambers had requested a specific of the SEAL team that they capture a live specimen of an enhanced infected," he said, making sure to stick to the mental map he was following. He knew the people debriefing him would have gathered relevant intelligence from the recovery team if they had survived, which he assumed they had, without any knowledge otherwise, and to leave out the fact early on would be to undermine the rest of his carefully crafted account. And was that specimen recovered? It was captured by the SEALs, brought back and, subsequently dispatched, prior to testing. Meaning what, Fisher? Jacob said. Be clear in what you're saying. Meaning they got one of the enhanced infected, but it didn't play nice with the others, so it was killed. So the science team did not, in fact, obtain a live specimen of an enhanced infected for serum testing. As I understand it, the team went out and got another. And then what? This from the note-taker, still writing furiously. I cannot comment, as I wasn't there, Fisher answered. He also knew the SEALs weren't there either, so saying absolutely nothing about the events that led to an outbreak meant that there would be insufficient evidence to prove that he was in any way responsible. It was a low blow, but leaving the implied blame at the feet of dead men was a tried and tested method. Allow me to fill you in on what happened after that, Jacob said, shifting in his seat again as though either the chair or the subject were uncomfortable for him. 2 aircraft made it off the island, one of them being the one that transported you here. We received some radio transmissions from personnel still on station, but they went dark soon thereafter. We have yet to receive clearance to deploy ground troops to conduct any forensic analysis of the facility. What about the aerial surveillance? Fisher asked, turning the tables on his debriefers. Jacobs looked left and right, seeing no support from either man and making the decision himself. We've authorized flyovers, but they've revealed little more than what appears to be defensive actions by troops no longer visible or attempting to make contact. So far as we know, so far as we can tell, there are no survivors on the island. What about at night? Fisher said. Night optics might show another. What were the opinions of Professors Gruel and Chambers on the deployment of the serum at the test site? The note-taker asked, still not looking up. I do not know. You don't know their opinions? Surely they offered one prior to the test being carried out. Both men agreed that the serum yielded positive results, Fisher said, unable to keep the edge out of his voice that made it clear he was intentionally not saying something. And? Jacobs asked. And nothing. If they both agreed that the serum worked, why did they want a further test subject? What were we calling them? Enhanced infected? Fisher was half tempted to say that the man should jump on a boat and go ask them, if he was so damn interested, but decided not to come across as hostile. Conjecture, he answered. Give me your best guess, Jacob said, leaning forward with his elbows on the desk. My best guess is that they wanted to be thorough, but I got the distinct impression it was some sort of competition between them. There it is, the lie that can't be disproven and the seed of overwhelming doubt. Note-taker looked up for the first time, eyebrows turned in on the bridge of his nose. Explain. Fisher squirmed in his chair like Jacobs had, appearing to the 3 men to be battling his conscience about speaking ill of the dead when his plan all along had been to do just that. I didn't understand the science behind their argument, Fisher said, but the 2 of them had different ideas about why the few infected weren't slow, as almost every other one is. Given how the 2 argued, I mean, we all know what happened when we first put them together. I think they wanted to settle a score over who was right. I see, the other guy said, handing a piece of paper to Jacobs, who took it and eyeballed Fisher before speaking again. This here is a report from Master Chief Petty Officer Ryan Miller of the U.S. Navy SEALs. He states that Professor Gruel stated to him, directly, that he needed an enhanced infected subject to be able to complete the serum testing. Complete. What have you got to say about that? I have to say I'm a little shocked, Fisher said, keeping his expression so still as to be worthy of a seat at a high-stakes poker table, to knowingly put all those people at risk, just to prove he was right. He shook his head in disappointment. It saddens me. Jacobs handed back the paper, knowing that it proved nothing without any of the scientists surviving the outbreak to shed any light on the matter. As much as he didn't like the feeling in his gut, he had no way to disprove Fisher's story and knew he wouldn't get the support from Langley to remove him. Fisher sensed this and doubled down on his position. How are we proceeding with the large-scale deployment of the sound lures? He asked. I know I've been out of the loop after being kept in quarantine, but we're deploying them, right? With those words, he simultaneously gave the agreed account for his absence being an enforced quarantine, as he had escaped from an infected zone, and reminded them that without his project they'd have no way of luring the infected into large groups, which was, without a doubt, the biggest advantage they now had over their undead enemy. Chapter 5. The lookout posted in the tower on the highest point in the village of Fairlight scanned the skies when he first heard the thumping sound of rotor blades in the distance. He lifted the binoculars to his eyes, which were squinted against the strong wind blasting in off the English Channel. Strange, he muttered to himself, scanning the far-off clouds for the origin of the whop-whop-whop sounds. What? His companion, resting his eyes, asked in response. You hear that? Sounds like a bleeding helicopter. Don't be daft. When was the last time we saw anything like that? The man said nothing, just panned the glasses left and right until rewarded by a flash of dull grey fuselage before it was obscured by clouds again. There, he said, as if the man supposedly keeping watch with him could see anything with his eyes closed and the collar of his coat pulled up high to block out the breeze. Definitely an helicopter. Big 'un, too. If you say so, the other lookout said with a bored tone, annoyed that his nap had been interrupted. The two sentries for the camp of survivors, high on the hilltop, were there for different reasons. One was eager and observant, albeit mildly annoying to many people, and the other sought any opportunity to be out of sight and away from anyone who could make his life any more difficult than he felt it had to be. Those people who doled out the tasks, the ones who had fortified the village and organized everyone as they carefully tended to every spare piece of ground that could be used to grow food, were there solely to make his life harder. Anyone who told Gary Jensen when he had to get up, when he had to be in a certain place at a certain time, when he couldn't have a second helping of food, just reminded him of his parents and his supervisor and anyone else he had never liked in his life before. He spent his first days after the outbreak hiding in a safe place, with enough food for 3 people to last a month, all the while ignoring the desperate cries for help from the beleaguered living, and had emerged like a selfish butterfly into the daylight, with a renewed sense of looking after number one. To that end, pulling 12-hour shifts on the wooden scaffolding of the watchtower overlooking a vast swath of southern English coastland was the easiest way to do nothing and still be fed. He didn't take his job seriously, but luckily for him the man they'd saddled him with, Stu something or other, was, in his opinion, an eager moron who was more than willing to do the work of 2 people and allow him to take long naps and read books. Yeah, there it is again, Stu said. One of those big ones with the 2 spinny things. Twin rotors, Gary said, correcting him with authority even though he'd never once set foot inside a helicopter. Whatever it's called, it's one of them. So what? So they could be, I don't know, looking for us or something? Dream on, kid, Gary said in his eternally morose tone, closing his eyes again. The distance was far too great, and the cloud cover too dense for either man to see what the helicopter did next. Having flown along the coast from the southeastern tip of the mainland, it stayed low to the waves, until turning north to fly the short distance to Hastings, where the largest open area was selected to drop the 3 devices being fussed over by the team of engineers who seemed unaccustomed to spending time on board a rotary aircraft. At the designated coordinates, the helicopter slowed, settling into a hover a mere 130 feet from the ground. The 3 devices, resembling heavy ordnance, ordinarily dropped from a much greater height by specialist fixed-wing aircraft, were deployed by rolling them in a flimsy wooden frame on wheels out of the open rear ramp to plummet straight down and slam into the soft earth below. The casings cracked open and nothing happened. Or at least they didn't see anything happen, much the same as the other devices spread all over Britain in a rolling north-to-south pattern over the last days. But that wasn't to say that the devastating effect wouldn't become evident soon. As the casing split open, the devices inside spun up, deploying their weapon that was undetectable to any human, 150 feet, and rising above them wearing headsets and drowned out by the thrum of engines and huge rotor blades. To anyone standing there looking at the 3 devices, appearing like unexploded bombs, there would be a distinct hum in the air, more of a feeling than anything they could hear, as the low-frequency sound radiated out over a distance far greater than the first test conducted in faraway Bristol had yielded. The detection of anything from the devices was an academic one, as anyone hanging around to examine them would have fallen to the first wave of stinking, decaying flesh that approached on faster legs than the vast majority of infected in the world. These faster ones which had no name to the people living on the cliffs in the distance, as they hadn't encountered them due to their lucky isolation, came from the north, in the direction of the last device dropped days before, and took some of them only half a day to reach. Others followed over the course of the next 4 days, until the flat ground, hidden from the watchtower at Fairlight, filled with frenzied bodies of so many infected that the total number could only be estimated to be up into the multiple of millions. So much of the country had been emptied of the undead by these devices, and nobody still living on the mainland knew anything about it, other than to remark as to the sudden and unexpected absence of walking hazards to their health. Nobody there, in fact nobody at all, knew that the plan so carefully and cleverly concocted would spell the beginning of the end. "I can smell it again," Stu said excitedly, hefting his small-caliber hunting rifle and looking out over the dusk, as if ready to take on the fight all by himself, even though he'd never been in a fight and didn't know what to expect. "You know what?" Gary said from the folding chair, smuggled up the hill to make his night shift on watch more comfortable. "I think you're right," he added in a whisper. Stu felt instantly vindicated, and the knowledge that he wasn't imagining it dropped a brick of terror into his stomach. "Wait," Gary said in the same theatrical whisper. "I think I can smell it again." He could barely contain his laughter, as his words trailed away to be replaced with a squeaky, undulating "Furp," which left him in fits of giggles at his comedic timing. Stu stood tall, relaxing himself from his stance of readiness, and for the first time in his life actually gave Gary a piece of his mind. "You fucking twat," he said, his chin quivering and his chest heaving from the scare, and from the adrenaline of challenging the man he'd been scared of for almost the last year of his life. "You think everything's a joke. You don't care about any shh. Don't you bloody shh me. I mean it, you always shh." Gary stood, lifting his own weapon, which had barely been in his hands for months, and stood closer to the edge to stick his nose out into the wind and inhale deeply. "I really can smell it. Rotting meat." Both men went rigid and silent as the full implications of what that might mean hit them at the same time. Just as Stu turned and reached for the heavy battery to connect it to the spot lamp aimed back at the town, their agreed alarm after spending months ready to ring a loud bell until someone referred to it as the dinner bell, a noise stayed his hand. It was a droning noise, high up and seeming to fill the air above their immediate piece of dark sky, and was unmistakably a heavy plane flying low enough to be heard. Before either man could say anything, a percussive thumping noise filled their world, as muted flashes, both high up and in the middling distance on the ground, lit parts of the night with dull flashes. Other similar sounds seemed to come online just afterwards, adding their own heavy din to the symphony, as the dead ground to their west was hammered by repeated muffled explosions for long minutes. As if building to a crescendo, what sounded like cannons above the clouds all seemed to fire in a frenzy at once, until silence reigned as the droning of engines faded into the distance. Unseen and unheard, another plane flew higher, and dropped the final salvo to end the show with 3 huge explosions, before leaving their echoes as the final word on the matter. Chapter 6. Once again the aircraft carrier was the nerve center coordinating the operation, with assets from the newly formed American bases in the Canary Islands and other vessels in both the English Channel and the North Atlantic that launched the right aircraft at the right time to ensure the correct running of proceedings. The 3 AC-130s and the single C-130 flew straight and true, angling just east of north after they reached their cruising altitude to cut the corner of mainland Europe on their way to what they were all sarcastically calling the Battle of Hastings. 924 years after the original battle, this one was fought on very different and very uneven terms. The millions of infected amassed there weren't facing an enemy seeking to enforce their claim to a throne, and the victorious side weren't invading by wooden ships across the Channel, but were instead flying in a staggered formation, ready to circle the chosen battleground at a lower height than they were accustomed to operating at. This made their already easy task even simpler, and the crews did not complain. They simply serviced their weapons as tons of special ordnance, in 105 and 40mm forms, were pumped into the roiling mass of frenzied undead drawn to the natural bowl in the landscape. Through the enhanced telescopic night vision optics, they looked like a tub of maggots ready and active for a day's fishing. When the 3 armed gunships were spent on ammunition, they retreated out to sea, where they planned to rendezvous with a mid-air refueling plane. This would allow them to return to the area to expend the remaining ammunition for the guns they had yet to fire, their 25mm Gatling guns, effectively giving them free rein on mopping up anything around the edges of the site that had avoided the destruction of the opening bombardment. "Ready for Phase 2, the naval officer in command of the operation said to his control room. Fisher stayed silent, sitting at the back of the room drinking coffee that had gone cold, still unable to believe his good fortune in being permitted to stay on with the CIA in theatre after the debacle on the Isle of Skye. He listened as a radio operator spoke into a microphone, calling to give clearance to continue to another plane with a call sign that oozed so much overt masculinity that it could only have been selected by a man known for overcompensating. "Linebacker 2-2, linebacker 2-2, you are cleared hot. Repeat, mission is a go. Over." The reply, if one came at all, didn't reach Fisher's ears as he wasn't plugged into the comms. But the air of anticipation grew as the last plane, this one a simple cargo plane capable of deploying the huge ordnance required for the final phase, set off after its armed cousins. It was, however, flying more slowly than they were, to both conserve fuel and to allow time for the gunships to complete their part of the mission and clear the skies, before the arrival of the 3 big BLU-82 bombs packed with a huge amount of the serum. These bombs were deployed in a similar fashion to the Lure devices, only from a far greater altitude. The devices attached to their noses, affectionately named daisy cutters, activated the massive detonations just above ground height, in that case raised by the oozing bodies of so many hundreds of thousands of infected, which added to the efficiency of the deployment by sending the serum out over a larger area. "Ordnance deployed," reported the radio operator, as the now empty plane turned back out to sea to refuel, much the same as the 3 returning gunships did, which were already flying back to mop up the area. The atmosphere inside the control room, buried deep inside the floating fortress, turned to one of celebration, with whoops and high fives. Fisher sipped cold coffee again, smiling to himself, because after all the screw-ups and all the potentially career-ending events in his recent life, what had just happened was only possible because of the projects that he headed and the discoveries that he pushed for. He wasn't so arrogant as to fail to acknowledge that those discoveries had cost a lot of lives, but loss of life was a mere statistic in their current war, and the addition of a few hundred or a few thousand was but a drop in the ocean. He leaned back, satisfied that the beginning of the end had just been set in motion, and allowed his thoughts to drift back to that station chief job he'd been after from the very beginning. "Okay, that was pretty impressive," Gary admitted with a chuckle after the 3 massive rolling, echoing booms faded into silence. The stench of rotten meat was thick in their noses now, a fact which none of them truly considered, and as others joined them at the tower for the finale of the fireworks show, the buzz of excited conversation about what it all meant filled the air along with the smell. A new sound filled the sudden and eerie silence, giving Gary a brief thought about a vacuum and nature's opinions on such things, and that sound grew in intensity much as the approaching planes had done minutes before. That sound, the closer and louder it got, manifested itself very much in his ears as multiple small sounds, all gathering their combined might to become one. A gentle thunder, only in the ground and on a much smaller scale. He'd experienced only one thing similar in his life, and as his brain fought through the memories, tucked neatly away inside his head, much the same as selecting the correct person from the address book his mother kept beside the phone, he mentally selected S for Stampede, before pressing the button to flip open the organizer and get hit by the wave of realization. "Run!" he croaked in a weak voice, his body locked rigid, and his eyes stuck wide with fear, staring out into the blackness. "What? Run!" he said again, this time simultaneously scrambling for the ladder to climb down from the tower and add actions to his words. He didn't make it to the ground. Instead, a shape leapt from the darkness to pluck him from the rungs with a noise that made Stu mindful of a bone-crunching rugby tackle. Shocked, confused, and terrified, Stu swung the heavy lamp away from the distant village of survivors and towards the source of the earlier fireworks show. As the beam swung to carve a blinding swath through the night, it caught fast-moving shapes flying through the darkness, far more quickly than any person had a right to move. He gasped as heavy impacts rocked the tower, and one of the spectators let out a scream of terror, only for that noise to be cut short in a strangled cry as they disappeared from the platform. Breathing so fast he was close to hyperventilating, Stu turned back to the target area of the heavy lamp and tried to understand what was happening. What he saw was the coiled form of a person, pale skin exposed where the striped red and black jumper had been torn in multiple places, and the black shirt hung in limp rags that was more absent than present. The tights beneath, once as red as the jumper, he imagined, hung loosely from tears and the emaciation of the wearer. All of these details he marvelled at in slow time, as the woman, hairless and baring her teeth widely as she flew at him, seared herself into his brain, before her ballistic arc landed her body into his, complete with outstretched hands and feet, looking for all the world as if her entire body were the foot and talons of an eagle about to snatch up prey. The heavy lamp was slammed aside to shatter and plunge the tower back into a darkness so deep that Stu could only smell and hear and feel the last second of his first life, before the cold skin of the monstrosity that had sailed through the darkness to knock him down sank her remaining teeth into the exposed skin of his face. He screamed foully, expecting to have to experience the unwelcome sensation of being eaten alive. But just as suddenly as the breath had been driven from his body, the same pressure lifted, and his attacker bounded away, leaving him missing part of his upper lip and cheek. He screamed again, over and over, as his hands dabbed at his ruined face, each time coming away feeling hot and sticky with his blood. He held his fingertips up in front of his face, as if looking for the blood he expected, and hoping he would see his fingertips not stained red. He hoped he'd imagined all of it, hoped he was going to live. But as the hysteria passed and his body flushed with a heat he'd only ever experienced when stepping off a plane on holiday, he stood and stripped off his jacket to feel the thundering of more feet passing by below. None of these bodies leapt up. Instead, they jogged almost drunkenly with a purpose, all seeming to head in the same direction. The direction led to the village. Only Stu lost the desire to warn them, able only to focus on the pain and the unbearable heat burning through his body from the bite to his face. He dabbed fingertips at the wound again, finding that it no longer poured with blood, but instead had gone sticky as drying glue. The heat grew so intense that he fainted, falling back to the platform of the tower and convulsing twice before going still with a final, croaking expulsion of his last breath. His bladder and bowels voided at the same time, soaking the wooden planks of the tower to drip the foul substances downwards. When Stu next sat up, he wasn't Stu, but was instead something that used to be him, used to be a person, a man, a living entity with a soul and a desire to help other people and do his duty. But now, the thing that sat up had only one desire, and the screams from the village, piercing the night air, fed that desire and forced him to walk off the platform to plummet to the earth. The thing that used to be Stu didn't even flinch at the sharp sounds of his bones breaking, not even when he stood again and furthered the catastrophic nature of the break to make one leg irreversibly shorter than the other, as a shard of bone protruded from the bunched-up flesh of his left thigh. The thing that used to be Stu looked at it, feeling no connection between what it saw and what it felt, so it continued towards the village, making slow progress as it had to adopt the curious shambling gait instead of jogging like the others overtaking it. It was knocked down, hitting its face hard against the earth, and getting up immediately to continue towards the realization of that desire. It didn't recognize the one that knocked it down, and even if it had, the part of the brain that harbored resentment and dislike was gone, boiled into uselessness. So it didn't recognize the thing that used to be Gary, running ahead to reach the screams long before it did. 1 hour and 11 minutes after the final bomb slammed the long spike to activate it into the ground, the survivors' village of Fairlight, so lucky over the previous months since the world fell, was wiped out. Those who had successfully hidden, and those who hadn't turned by the time the army of lemurs arrived, hot on the heels of the newer, far ghastlier type of monster to emerge from the clouds of serum and smoke, became meat for the jogging army. That army, fast ones following the even faster ones, spread out over the countryside in all directions, heading away from the cliffs which would have done for so many of the original infected, to unleash a new wave of hell on earth. Chapter 7. "Sir, I have AWACS on the horn, wishing to speak to you directly on a secure line," the radio operator said to the naval commander in charge of the room. He nodded, unfazed by the irregular request, and picked up a handset to identify himself. A brief conversation ensued which those attempting to eavesdrop on only caught half of. "Yes. Repeat that. Yes. Approximate size of the enemy force." "Jesus. Understood. Out." Expectant faces stared at the commander, who walked fast from the room, pausing only to inform a lieutenant commander that he had control of the room. "I rather suspect," Palmer Jr. opined tiredly to his older brother, "that our military background makes us uniquely qualified for this task, don't you?" The way he spoke made it clear that he was trying to force a smile onto the captain's face, and even if the jest was weak, it served the purpose and prompted a tiny huff of amusement from Palmer Sr. Both men wore the beginnings of ragged beards, much the same as every man forming their small huddle of desperate survivors on the remote and sadly abandoned island of St. Kilda. "What would the army be without its lists, eh, Ollie?" Julian said, as his false and sad smile faded a little. The list in question made for a depressing read in that it detailed the available food reserves found in the meagre storerooms in the subterranean base. "We could try the fishing option again," the lieutenant offered optimistically. "We've tried that. There isn't a sufficient supply in coastal waters to make the endeavour effective, and going out to deeper water is inviting a rather unpleasant demise at the hands of our American allies. Plus, we don't have the fuel available to get far enough." The younger of the brothers sagged his shoulders slightly, but his renewed sense of worthiness was indomitable that day, it seemed. "I'll lead a band of volunteers into the island again, see if we can't find any more of those rather hardy sheep. I believe that may be our only recourse at this point," Julian Palmer responded, breaking out into a racking, chesty cough that ran away with itself and left him pale and breathless by the time it eventually passed. He sniffed, an unpleasant noise bubbling in his sinuses, and tugged the stiff woolen blanket tighter around his shoulders to stave off the bitter chill he couldn't shake. "I say," his brother said insistently, "you really must rest. Allow me to see if we have any of that hot broth still on the go. Warm your bones a little, what?" His brother waved a hand dismissively, still so out of breath that he couldn't speak, but his expression and body language insisting that he would be fine and that the illness would pass, given enough time. He was not the only one to be suffering, as so many of them had been rendered useless through sickness that more than one rumour had circulated regarding a kind of variant in the disease. Those rumours were rapidly squashed and reinforced with more than one private conversation between either a soldier or a Royal Marine with those most vocal about the matter. Sickness was a concern, but their greatest risk was that of starvation, and the risk posed by the elements. The Outer Hebrides were an inhospitable place at the best of times, but isolated and cut off from any kind of reinforcements or resupply, and given their desperate flight, with very little in the way of provisions brought in their haste to escape, the boatload of people were starving. "I must admit," Captain Palmer admitted when he had regained his breath, "to a renewed desire for a leg of lamb." His younger brother smiled and took his leave, meeting up with the Marine lieutenant a short way down the corridor from the room where their senior man coughed and shivered. "Is he still unwell?" Lloyd asked the man who had grown to become a friend and contemporary since the tide of opinion had turned on the capabilities and attitude of Palmer Jr. "Rather worse than he's letting on, I'm afraid," Palmer admitted sadly, before shaking himself out of the dark thoughts creeping into his head and smiling at the Royal Marine officer who, he thought with a little jealousy, wore a beard far better than he did. "He has the chin for it," Palmer thought in amused self-mockery. "How are things?" he asked, bringing the conversation back to military matters. "Sentries are rotating every 2 hours, given the wind chill," Lloyd answered, sharing the report on their situation with his equal in place of reporting to the captain who needed rest. "I've just sent out a group to fetch some more wood, which I know will be green, but it should burn at least." Palmer nodded, racking his brain for any other combustible fuel the island could offer up that they hadn't already pilfered. The green wood was an option, albeit a temporary one, as the fires they had in the base were sealed burners that wouldn't spew cloying smoke into the base, at least. "As for food," Lloyd went on, "some of the chaps from Skye reckon there'll be eggs aplenty on the cliffs, so I've attached a few of our boys to go with them." Palmer nodded, but seemed distant in thought. "I read something many years ago," Palmer said, as he squinted in thought and tapped an index finger on his chin, "that these Scottish islands all enjoyed an abundance of natural resources, only their remote locations made gathering such things a more expensive option than purchasing them from foreign markets." "You mean oil?" Lloyd asked. "Are we to begin prospecting?" he added with a chuckle to his words. "Not oil, old boy, but another kind of black gold." "Ah, I see," Lloyd answered when he understood. "I'll spread the word among the civilians. See if any of them know anything about it." "Outstanding," Palmer answered. "Our food situation will require a permanent solution, of course. But in the meantime, are you happy to hold down the fort while I go in search of a lamb supper for the captain?" "Of course, Ollie, of course. Although if you'd take my advice—" "Naturally, Christopher, naturally. I believe that our Special Forces friends might be in need of a little gainful employment," Lloyd said carefully. Palmer accepted the suggestion willingly, genuinely believing his chances of bringing home the bacon, or, more accurately, lamb, would be greatly increased by employing the finely honed skills of the 2 surviving SAS men. As they often did in military bases all over the world, and as Palmer would have seen had he served an upcoming tour in Northern Ireland, made a non-starter when the world took a hard left, the men of the Special Air Service found themselves a dark corner in which to blatantly flaunt the Army's strict regulations regarding the correct way to store weapons, and generally lounged around wearing non-regulation clothing, the distinct lack of rank insignia easily identifying each man. He recalled with mirth someone once mentioning that every SAS soldier bore the rank of mate when being addressed on base. He found them both on makeshift beds, neither resting through a sense of elitism or laziness, but because he knew both men preferred to maintain their safety and security during the long nights, as it minimized their interaction with people. Both men had taken the loss of their friends, their commanding officer included, badly. As if the brutal severing of personal ties in such a manner wasn't bad enough, To be part of a small unit, accustomed to working together so closely, and having that unit halved in a heartbeat, had hit them hard. Mac, awake on his back as he read by the light of a candle, carefully licked a finger and folded the corner of the page to mark his spot, before standing, as Palmer knocked at the open door and walked into the room. "As you are," he said, only without any of the entitled edge his orders had once carried. He'd earned the respect of the men and finally figured out how to overcome his fears and lead from the front, but that alone was hardly impressive to the men from Hereford. It was a matter of self-respect that brought Mac to stand and offer a greeting to the young officer. Desi, who had been snoozing before the Scot's words had woken him, sat up and immediately clamped a hand onto the Soviet rifle he never let out of his sight. "Gentlemen," Palmer said, "I'm aware you have been conducting long hours on duty, but I wondered if either of you was up for a spot of hunting." "What's in season?" Mac asked. "Lamb," Palmer said, holding up his hands to ward off any negative responses. "I'm aware it's hardly sporting, but I believe that needs must." "No argument from us," Desi said as he rose and lifted the rifle, which hadn't been fired since he'd taken possession of it from the late Smithy. "I'd eat the scabby end of a donkey right now." Palmer chose not to include any others on their inland foray, mostly because he feared the honesty that he so desperately sought would be less forthcoming in the company of strangers. The opinion he wanted to ask for, unfettered by manners or obedience to rank, was offered freely. "You know we can't stay here, don't you, Lieutenant?" Mac asked after half an hour of walking over the rough ground. "I rather suspect we can't, Mac, but I see very little in the way of options." "Load everyone back into the boat and head east again," Desi offered from a dozen paces ahead of them. "Back towards the Screechers?" Palmer asked, not dismissively, but rather to see how the other men planned to tackle that problem. "Screechers we can handle," Mac said, "not counting those new bastards that got... Well, I'm saying we head back, maybe try Stornoway. There was maybe 5,000 people there before, and who knows if they even got infected to begin with." "The report said that contact with the islands was lost," Palmer reminded him, "and 5,000 is rather a large force of opposition should we encounter—" Palmer froze when Desi did, an instinct born of necessity during the most recent period of his life. He relaxed when he saw that the source of the man's interest was wrapped tightly inside a natural wool coat and was cropping the stiff grass 50 paces away. "What would you prefer, sir?" Mac asked in a whisper as Des settled in to take the shot. "Starve and freeze to death here? Get sunk by trying to go west? Or run the risk of catching some good luck by going back?" "There are other risks far beyond the reach of good luck," Palmer answered in a whisper, not wanting to interfere with Desi's vital task by speaking loudly. "Life's a risk, Lieutenant," Mac responded in the same low voice. "Crossing the road, getting on a plane, smoking, all these things could kill you easy enough. Yeah, there might be an outbreak, but with such a small population, the risk versus reward stakes are favourable." He added the last word with a shrug, as if he'd made his point. Chapter 8. Larsen gave Daniels the correct frequencies to make contact with the Norwegian armed forces. He dutifully turned the dials and waited patiently as she hailed anyone listening on the other end in her native tongue. 3 hours into the exercise, one which he began to suspect was a pointless one, an opinion he kept sensibly to himself, her repeated words earned a response of crackling static and a moment of voice traffic. She froze, her eyes wider than car headlights on full beam, and slowly pressed the transmit button to repeat the call. A voice came back, distorted and unintelligible to Daniels, but the tone of shock and surprise were undeniably a response. He stayed silent, listening as she tried to force a conversation, with neither party able to fully understand the other. "Håkonsvern," he heard Larsen repeat, almost desperate for the confirmation that took too long to come. She returned the radio handset with signing off, looking at Daniels with a smile that bordered on being a mischievous smirk. "Come on, Charlie," she said as she climbed out of the Warrior. "We need to find a map." "Look, do I tell you how to jump out of a plane or shoot stuff? No, so don't ask for my bloody opinion and tell me I'm wrong when it doesn't fit in with what you want to believe, okay?" Mike Xavier said petulantly, stabbing a finger down onto the map to make his point, but actually distracting some of the people involved in the discussion by where his finger had landed. "You are not understanding me," Larsen said patiently. "I'm asking of you if this is possible, and what we need to make it so. And I'm telling you, love, this is a bloody terrible idea." "It may be terrible," Johnson said, earning a frown from Larsen, who he placated by adding, "in your opinion. But is it possible?" "Possible? In theory, I suppose so. Yeah, but why take the risk?" Johnson looked at him expectantly until the bearded Liverpudlian sighed in defeat and traced a finger around the top of the British Isles, displayed on the large-scale map spread out on the big table. "Finding a boat should be easy enough," he said. "This whole stretch is filled with commercial ports, and I'd guess a decent-sized fishing boat would be the best option." His eyes looked up questioningly at J.P., tall and brooding in his customary silence, to receive a nod of agreement from the Frenchman. "Because the Yanks have a bloody hard-on for sinking anything trying to head west out to sea, it's best if we stick to the shoreline anyway and go north, which will take you pretty much right past where you lost contact with your other army buddies." Johnson took his turn to shoot a questioning glance, this time at Charlie Daniels, who seemed to fight back the urge to pack a bag there and then. His answer was clear. He'd vote in favour of going that way just to see if the rest of the squadron still lived. Remembering that it wasn't just his own people who had gone to the Scottish island, Johnson's eyes sought out the Royal Marine sergeants. "If there's a chance our boys are still fighting, it's our job to get back to them," Hampton said simply. "I see no harm in a diversion along the way, and any decision we need to make can be made then." Johnson nodded his agreement. In truth, he would prefer to join up with the others on Skye, but a part of him knew he'd be forced back into a life of constant service, instead of being free to enjoy the newly acquired elements of his current existence. Shaking that thought away as a minor irrelevance in the grand scheme of things, and a selfish one at that, he spoke out loud to make sure they were all on the same page. "The end goal is to get out of Britain in one piece, and if uninfected countries are seeking some kind of asylum, then our hope is to be on that particular train. Agreed?" Murmurs of agreement rippled around the room, which was packed with all their survivors from the various groups that formed their very small commune. The atmosphere prickled with a little coldness, as many were unaccustomed and unhappy with the military bearing when it came to their ability to make choices. "So, we find an appropriate boat and stick to the shore, getting up to Skye when?" 2 days, Xavier said with a shrug, "depending on a few factors and taking it steady. We can stay on the boat to be safe, and any contact we can make with the people there will dictate what we do next. If there's nobody home, we have to assume they've already left or are, otherwise unable to assist us, in which case we carry on around the top of Scotland and head northeast to Norway, past the Shetland Islands, and safely to—" He trailed off, looking at Larsen for her assistance to save him from mispronouncing the unfamiliar word. "Håkonsfjern," she said. "Håkonsfjern," Johnson echoed, still missing the correct inflection but coming close enough. "And we're certain of finding friendly forces there?" Buffett asked. His tone wasn't negative, more that he was asking the question simply because nobody else had. "Certain enough," Larsen answered unhelpfully. "Charlie heard me make radio contact with someone there," she added, with a nod to the corporal. Put on the spot, Daniels also wanted to show a little objectivity. "I didn't understand the words, obviously, but I heard the name of the place well enough." His words seemed to lower the expectations of those assembled, but Johnson forged ahead. "So, we start planning and preparing," he said. "Supplies, food, equipment. Work it out and collect up enough to cope, with a margin for error." "For how many?" Buffs asked, again being the voice of reason but coming across as the naysayer. "What do you mean?" Kimberly asked, sensing some veiled criticism of the man she'd felt fond and protective of for a long time, but could now outwardly show it. "I count 15 of us here," Buffs said, "and the fact of the matter is that only a few of us can be given an order to do anything." He was right. Of all of them, only 2 men fell under Johnson's command structure, and of the others, it was only Marine Enfield who was there with the senior soldier, but that seemed an unlikely irrelevance, as none of them could imagine him voluntarily leaving Sergeant Hampton's side for long. The only other people there who felt they could make the decision for another were the girl Amber's mother and Peter's older sister, who still hadn't quite grasped how much he had grown up since they were separated. "Very true," Johnson admitted. "So this will be a voluntary thing. All in favour of getting out of here and following the plan?" 4 people kept their hands down, although Johnson noticed how a few tentative glances were cast at others before some raised their arms to be counted among the volunteers. One of those, who watched to see Peter's hand go up, stuck her own high into the air as if the higher she reached, the more chance she had of being selected. Ellie, Amber's mother, snatched her arm down only to cause the instant reaction of her other shooting up, as if the girl was a machine designed for one arm to permanently be held in the air. "No," Ellie muttered. "We're going to stay here where it's safe." "I want to go with Peter," Amber whined. "No," Ellie insisted. "We're going to stay—" "I want to go with Peter," the girl shrieked in temper, shocking all of them because the girl had barely done more than murmur for the entire time that they had known her. She fought her way down from her mother's lap, resorting to the infuriatingly effective trick all small children seem to instinctively know how to do, and collapsed her body weight to slither out beneath the woman's grip. Ellie caught her arm before she could run away, adding her own instinctive reaction of a sharp smack across the girl's legs. The noise it made silenced the room, and echoed in that vacuum of sound before tears welled in the young girl's eyes, and her feet danced on the spot as she fought the pain from seeking an escape. She lost that battle, bursting into tears before her mother wrapped her up in a tight embrace, and whispered that she was sorry, over and over again. Ellie looked through the mess of Amber's hair over the girl's shoulder to shoot one last foul glance at the young boy, before turning her withering stare on the squadron sergeant major before she left the room, carrying her daughter with her. Hands lowered in the uneasy aftermath of the incident, but Johnson had marked those who wanted no part of their plan, finding to his surprise that one of them was his own man. "Any reason why, Duncan?" he asked, trying to keep the accusation out of his words. "Sorry, Sergeant Major. He trailed off, guilt and embarrassment twisting his features as he struggled to find the words he needed. He didn't have to bother, as Dean Johnson had seen it all in his face when he apologized. He wanted to rest, wanted the quiet life. He wanted to stay in relative comfort, with little chance of encountering the enemy again, and wait for this whole bloody mess to blow over. "It's all right, lad," Johnson said gently, although still with more than a little disappointment in his tone. He had never doubted that his own people, and by that he included those he had spent a bitter winter alongside, after the devastation of the helicopter crash, would be by his side in the next challenge they faced. But as surprised as he was to see a soldier wanting to give up the fight, he was more shocked to see two of the civilians they'd found in their little safe haven with their hands raised. His eyes settled on the Canadian woman who embodied the word petite, by way of being what Bill Hampton described as snack size, and she answered his inquisitive look with a shrug. "I'd like to go home," she said simply. Johnson couldn't argue with that one bit, but his thoughts were interrupted by an argument breaking out. "You'd leave?" Xavier demanded of his crewman. "After everything we've bloody been through, you'd go?" "I think you should come too, Captain," Jean-Pierre said stoically. "I think we should all leave. This place is not good for us, not forever, and there will come a time when too many of Les Morts come to here, or we are forced to go out there. We are just hiding here, Mac." Xavier looked round at the assembled faces, some of them avoiding his gaze, but most of them pleading with him to change his mind. Only one person stood beside him, and that was the stocky engineer from the Maggie, who seemed to have no intention of going outside unless he had to. "Let him go," he said acidly. "Means more food for us anyway." He led the small exodus with Steve Duncan following and wearing his shame like a cloak, leaving Xavier lingering for long enough to give one last look of utter disappointment to his friend before filing out after them. "We can't leave Amber," Peter said as soon as they were gone. "Please, Mr. Johnson. Kimberly," he implored the two adults he trusted. "You have to talk to her mum and get them to come with us." "We're sure this is the right thing to do?" Jessica asked, searching the faces of the others for any hint of what they weren't saying. "Yes," Daniels told her. She looked at him for a long moment before nodding once and standing. "Leave her to me, then," she said, standing to follow, evidently happy to leave the planning to the others. As the splintered group began to make their preparations, other events were unfolding in the south of England. After the destruction of the village of Fairlight, as their meagre defences proved little more than useless when faced with a new enemy capable of leaping over the head-height fences and sharpened stakes which had proved wholly adequate thus far, the new types of creature created accidentally by the mass deployment of the untested serum spread out. Lemurs, newly turned survivors from the cliff-top camp they thought impervious to attack, followed them in packs. The newer types, minus whatever hair their bodies still bore, stopped periodically to bark and shriek into the night, and draw their jogging followers along with them. None went in the same direction, at least not after the first few miles, when they split off, using main roads to move faster than the rolling countryside allowed. But one group kept the English channeled to their left, as they hugged the coast and killed and consumed every animal they found that was unable to flee their approach. The only things they didn't eat were the other human survivors, as each of those was chased down or otherwise rooted out of their hiding places to be turned to join the ranks of the elite, intent on the annihilation of every living person on the planet. Chapter 9. "They know we're somewhere around here, Captain Wolf," Sergeant Cooper whispered without turning his head. Wolf found himself thinking, "Hauptmann. My rank is Hauptmann," then feeling petty for the thought, since it was the same rank, just a different language, and what difference could that possibly make now? "This is true," Wolf agreed in the same low whisper, But is it not better to simply wait until they go away? Gunfire will bring more of them onto our heads, not to mention expose our precise positions to them. Down on our heads, Cooper thought irrelevantly. In truth, one of the biggest struggles he faced, after being cut off and isolated on another part of the islands during the outbreak, was spending every waking minute, and every sleeping one for that matter, with other people he wasn't accustomed to. Learning someone's idiosyncrasies, growing accustomed to their annoying habits, just as they had to cope with yours, took time for anyone. But being a man who had trained for long hours, sealed up inside armoured fighting vehicles, Cooper was better equipped than many to cope. There were 6 of them currently occupying the small attic room in what had been the part of the whiskey distillery not open to the public. 6 out of an original 13 after the outbreak and the fall of the island. Some had stolen away in the night after whispering about getting a boat from the small pier one of them knew was nearby. Being evidently local, the ringleader of this splinter faction held no regard for the military men and wanted to forge their own path, believing the presence of uniformed men with guns to be a hindrance more than a blessing. They listened to their screams of terror as they were hunted in the darkness, and their disappearance was swiftly followed by a series of attacks by freshly turned lemurs as they probed the small farm for weaknesses. The ensuing action and panicked flight to where they now cowered in silence had cost them 4 more lives, leaving only 4 civilians in the care of the 2 tankmen, 1 English and 1 German. To his credit, or perhaps as testimony to his character, the German tank captain never once tried to give acting Sergeant Cooper an order, but as his ideas were always logical and well presented, he hadn't encountered a situation where such rank flexing was necessary. "I'd rather not be trapped in here when the bastards giving the orders decide to deal with us themselves," Cooper said. "It's bad enough with the bloody lemurs posted as sentries to watch us." Wulf made a small noise that seemed contemplative, but without the conviction of any kind of decision behind it. He had noted the odd behaviour of the other infected undead, opting to keep those observations to himself so as not to spread alarm. But Cooper's astute nature had detected the very same facts and had no problem saying them out loud. "We could break out," Cooper went on, making a suggestion he wasn't at all appreciative of. "But that leaves the question of where the bleeding hell we could go." "Again, Sergeant, this is true," Wulf answered, still peering out of the crack between 2 bricks. "But it is depending on what our plan is. I still say we get to the ferry port and go back to the mainland. Get your tank and piss off from here." "I am liking this plan," Wulf admitted. "That is assuming that the vehicles here are in good repair. But I still am not seeing where we are going after this. I agree that we must not stay here, and by here I am meaning this island. At least we can get to some radio equipment if we get back to the wagons," Cooper responded, stopping himself from saying anything further, as a muted crash sounded from behind their position. Both men turned, fearful that the sound implied their hidden existence in the attic was no longer a secret. Their fears were washed away as the dim light showed them the wide, frightened eyes of a man frozen to the spot after knocking down a stack of old boxes. His left hand held a bottle of something which he hid behind his back as soon as he regained his composure. "This, man, will be our deaths," Wulf complained, almost silently, under his breath. "What the fuck are you playing at, Todd?" Cooper hissed, seeing the man for what he was just as he suspected the German captain did. "You'd risk all our lives for a bloody bottle." "Sorry," he said a little too loudly, earning angry hisses from the others to quieten him. "Sit down and be quiet," a woman muttered to him, without taking her own eye from a windy crack in the roof as she kept watch for the monsters. "They're out there," she added ominously. "We can't stay here," Cooper said to Wulf as he watched an American Army uniformed creature sniff the air. "Not if they're searching the place for us. We face the choices of leaving now or waiting to find out if they go away," Wulf answered. "Both choices are dangerous, but I am thinking to go now is to be outside when it is dark, and we both know what this is meaning, yes?" "Yeah," Cooper answered, "but staying means they might come tonight anyway. This is how you say the rock's and a hard place? Damned if you do and bloody damned if you don't. It is not us who are damned, Sergeant," Wulf gently admonished him, "but them." The choice as to stay or go was taken out of their hands by fate. Fate which conspired with the selfish actions of a desperate man to wake them all from a fitful sleep and tear the still cold air inside the attic with a slurred yell. "Fucking no!" Todd bawled groggily, flinging an arm over his body to bang the mostly empty bottle against a wooden support beam, following the loud sound with a shriek of, "Get off me!" Cooper wasted no time in leaping to his feet and dropping a knee onto the man's chest to measure up in the dark and deliver an instinctive slap across his face to simultaneously wake the man and bring him to his senses. "Shut your fucking mouth!" he snarled, in a ripping hiss so close to the man's face that the stench of sour whiskey burned his eyes. Before Todd could respond, the answer came from outside in a flowing, rippling wave of screeching noises as the lemurs posted around their position all took up the cry. "Now," Wolf said, "is when we must choose. Do we run, or do we stay?" They ran. Part of their plan, if they had to move immediately, was to attempt to start one of the vans left outside, and given the choice between waiting in the attic for a lemur, or worse, to break in, and risking a vehicle not starting, Cooper knew where he'd put his money. Better to die trying than hiding. "Follow me," he said, leading the way down the stairs to hit the landing heavily and bring his weapon up. He had the stock folded to make the weapon slightly shorter and easier to use inside without bashing it off everything, and he whipped the barrel left and right as his breathing ran away without him. Clutching one of their only working torches in his left hand against the barrel of the gun, he was rewarded with illuminated flashes of empty doorways, which his brain kept telling him would soon be filled with the grotesque visage of a lemur. His pounding heart was louder in his ears than his bootsteps on the dry wooden floors were, but he reminded himself that speed was the order of the day and caution could get stuffed. Pausing at an external door long enough to see that the others were still behind him, he braced himself and leaned his body against the release bar to issue an unavoidable but loud click of metal as the door unlocked and let in the sharp wind from the outside. Being a Scottish island, that wind carried a characteristic amount of stinging rain to pelt the skin of his face and make him squint his eyes against it. The gun came up, the torch still clamped against the worn metal, and immediately framed the pale face and open mouth of a woman running at him as though she were drunk. Cooper didn't hesitate. He fired a shot at her, missed, fired again by fully depressing the trigger and shifting the barrel slightly from side to side, imagining the projectiles hitting her in her open mouth. She dropped to slide forwards another 2 paces, such was the momentum of her ungainly attempt to sprint. He stepped out into the car park, swung the gun wildly left and right to search for more enemies, and shouted for the others to follow. He stood his ground, eyes still scanning the gloom, as the others ran past him to pull open the van doors and pile inside. Cooper, a man accustomed to planning to a high level of detail, had already discussed their plan in whispers with the other survivors, and had detailed someone to take the wheel while the only 2 soldiers in their group could protect their escape. As planned, one man got behind the wheel, and thanks to the efficient planning of the former staff there, used the keys for the correct vehicle to turn the ignition. Nothing happened, but they had anticipated that. The reason they had chosen that particular vehicle was that it was parked closest, with the nose of the van pointing towards the exit and the gentle slope beyond. The shout came back that the battery was dead, and the others all piled out as planned to begin pushing. A shriek, animalistic and guttural, split the night and forced Cooper to spin around to search for the cause of it. He'd backed up towards the van, which was only just beginning to inch away on soft tires, when he was hit by a train coming from his left side. It felt like a train at least. As his breathless body hit the ground, a clear 3 paces away, the thing that carried the momentum of the locomotive rolled over him and clear of bite range. He landed flat on his back, craning his neck to look back at the thing that had hit him and trying to breathe in, struggling as the wind had been knocked out of his lungs by the force of the tackle. As bizarre as his own body contortions were, the creature that had hit him at full speed twisted hideously to arch its back and spin on the back of its skull to reach for him. Cooper rolled and scrambled away as he made an awful croaking noise in an attempt to breathe. Behind him he could hear the staccato crackle of Wolf's gun, but his consciousness registered no bullets splitting the air around him. Wolf had other problems, and Cooper was on his own. Struggling to bring his weapon to bear on the thing auditioning for a remake of The Exorcist that was crabbing its way towards him, hissing and shrieking as it came, Cooper finally managed to point the dangerous end of his Sterling submachine gun at it and pulled the trigger again. It juddered and faltered as the bullets tore into it, but as all of them struck the torso, it kept coming toward him faster than he could drag himself away, still unable to suck in a full breath, as the fallen torch beam rolled to a stop and illuminated the thing hideously. His magazine clicked dry, a sound that tightened a certain part of his anatomy, and he reversed the weapon to twist his body at the waist as far as he could reach, timing the explosive backswing perfectly to crank the monster across the face with enough force to do serious damage. Serious damage to a living person, at least. The heavy barrel of his weapon smashed the jawbone of the lemur, recently turned, given the decent quality of the clothing, he noted, and left the lower jaw hanging limply as teeth dropped out of the smashed maw. The head, knocked aside by the blow, turned sharply back to him as the thing gargled the hiss and dripped dark gore from its ruined mouth. Fumbling on his chest for one of his spare magazines, he struggled to pull the spent one free, even though he'd cycled the weapon more times in the last year than ever before in training. Adrenaline and fear, coupled with the fact that he still hadn't managed to take a breath since being winded, made his hands clumsy. The adrenaline also masked the fact that he'd broken at least one finger during the tackle, because his eyes saw the digit twisted at an odd angle, but his brain had yet to register the pain. Just as he managed to drop the empty magazine from the weapon, muttering a desperate, repeated "shit, shit, shit" to himself, cold fingertips tore at his boot and inched him forward over the rough surface of the ground. Then a metallic thump, a sickening crunch, and a weak attempt at a screech came from the thing that had been crushed and pinned under the near-silent rolling wheel of the van as it rolled slowly towards the exit. "Come on!" a voice hissed unnecessarily, given the sharp crack of sporadic gunfire. "Get off the fucking deck!" "We must be leaving now," Wolf added, angling his return to the moving vehicle so that he could grab the shoulder straps of Cooper's webbing and haul him to his feet. Cooper went with the momentum, adding his own body's power so that he launched upwards and fell into the open rear doors of the van as it rolled past, adding further crunching noises to the night as the rear wheel flattened the lemur further. Wolf was last to climb in, having to break into a slow jog to time his run just right to land inside next to Cooper, who had finally managed to reload his weapon and pointed it out at the gloom behind them, watching the small light radiating from the dropped torch grow smaller with each yard they rolled. The driver, reaching what he guessed was sufficient speed to try and start the engine, dropped the gear stick into second and banged the clutch out to judder the engine into unwilling life. "Which way?" he shouted back, receiving no immediate answer as the now closed rear doors issued a metallic thump like an artillery piece being fired. "Just go!" Cooper yelled. "Put some distance in and look to turn south." Chapter 10. Johnson, as unaccustomed to boats as he was to the affections of Kimberly, asked his only nautical group member for assistance in locating an appropriate replacement for the next leg of their seemingly never-ending journey. Bufford, their SBS man, was familiar with boats, as were the Royal Marines, but none of them had experience further than the piloting of the inflatable craft they used to land troops on the shore. Jean-Pierre was adamant that a small fishing boat was their best bet, but his idea of small, and Johnson's, differed by the time their small group approached the docks. He and Bufford stayed close to the muscled sailor, with Enfield and Larson beside him acting as their deadly eyes and ears. "This one will be okay," J.P. said quietly, pointing with a heavy metal spike which he was as fond of as Bufford was of his pioneer's axe. "Stay here," Bufford said, nodding to Johnson for him to stay on the dock and keep their sailor safe. He stood, MP5 tucked into his shoulder with the fat barrel moving smoothly. He paused to look up at the highest point overlooking the area, a large fuel tank, some 40 paces away, just to be sure his friend had the sights of his rifle in the game. Johnson brought up his own identical weapon, leaving the pump-action shotgun slung diagonally over his back, and watched as Bufford ran up the sloped ramp to the boat. His boots clanged loudly, filling the docks with the echoing sound to set Johnson's nerves on edge. Long minutes passed as he concentrated on his immediate surrounding, all the while listening intently for the coughing twang of Enfield's rifle, before it finally dawned on him that they hadn't seen a single screecher for days. It was a feeling he couldn't fully explain. It was a measure of how finely tuned his senses were, then, that he didn't even possess the words to tell another person how he knew, but somehow he did know that they were safe and completely alone. Alone, that was, save for any dusty screecher that might have been shut up inside a building, and that would be all but dormant by then. But apart from those, there wasn't a single creature in the area. He stood, turning to face the high position, and offered an exaggerated shrug to the sniper and the Norwegian commando spotting for him, and saw their silhouettes before the smaller of them returned his gesture. Bufford emerged from the boat then, standing at the top of the ramp to look between Johnson and Larson. "Fuck's going on?" he asked quizzically. "Anything in there, Buffs?" Johnson asked. "Bugger all, mate," Bufford answered. "Place is a ghost town." "Yeah," Johnson agreed. "It's actually creepier than there being a few shuffling around." "I will check on the boat," J.P. said, walking past Johnson to reach the ramp and hurry away to do his job. "Where the bloody hell are they all?" Johnson asked, as much to himself as to Bufford. "Fucked if I know," the SBS man answered anyway, adding a bemused shrug when Johnson turned to him. He waved his hand in the air for the attention of their sniper's nest and held up the thumb of his left hand to signal that everything was okay, before sucking in a huge breath and bellowing at the top of his voice, "Oi, dead bastards!" His shout reverberated around the deserted docks with nothing but the fading echo and the wind answering it. Usually such a loud noise would bring at least one screech of hunger or anger, or whatever it was they shrieked about, but not one of them was there to pay them any interest whatsoever. Jean-Pierre returned from the boat, muttering to himself as he climbed down the ramp past both men, and turned when he reached the bottom. "I need to clean parts of the engine," he told them, "and to be on the safe side, I will need to change the fuel filters and drain the tank." "And if you weren't inclined to be so thorough?" Johnson inquired, searching for a middle ground between perfectionism and that'll-doism. JP offered his own shrug in response before answering. "Easier to do it here instead of clogging the engine out there." Johnson had to admit that the man had a fair point. "What do you need, and where is it?" The sailor cast his eyes around the docks, settling on a large building he guessed would most likely contain the required tools and parts. "And if we find the stuff you need, how long until we're ready to go?" Buffett asked. Jean-Pierre shrugged again before giving the answer. "One day, perhaps two." The parts were unexpectedly easy to locate. The building turned out to be a marine workshop, with one end of the large building open to the water, where a boat of similar size to their chosen vessel could be brought in and raised up out of the water. A dry dock was nothing new to those accustomed to maritime warfare, but neither was the setup entirely unfamiliar to Johnson, who spent his life under large engines in one form or another. Jean-Pierre was evidently done with being patient and letting those with guns go through the meticulous routine of searching every hidden nook and cranny, and set about searching the long racks of metal shelving for the things he needed, while the back rooms were cleansed of any potential threat. "You smell that?" Buffett asked Johnson. The SSM nodded slowly as his long whiskers twitched under a wrinkling nose that sniffed the air deeply. "Well, if there was one in here, it's gone now," he answered, peering cautiously over the edge to the dark water of the dock, as he half expected to see faces staring back at him from just below the surface. He saw none, but he couldn't ignore the obvious musty odour, so often left behind by one of them when it had turned and been trapped inside a building without the cognitive ability to unlock a door and release itself into the wild. "Recent, too, if my nose is anything to go by," Buffett added. Johnson merely nodded in affirmation as his mind ticked almost audibly. Covering his ominous mood with action, as he so often did, he assisted their nautical companion in checking dusty boxes for the correct fuel filters, eager to get the hell back to the others. "I'll take a recce out to town," Enfield offered, speaking to their small group who had assembled quietly so as not to cause alarm to others. These people had spent a hard winter together, had learned to operate as a scaled-down team, as special forces did, and the trust they had built in one another was difficult to describe to anyone who didn't understand that feeling. "I shall come with you," Larson offered. "Quick in and out, no heroics," Johnson cautioned unnecessarily. Enfield took no offence at his warning, as he neither believed himself reckless, nor did he think the SSM thought that of him, merely that Johnson had a concern, and he needed to voice it. Such was their bond that ego took no part in their conversations. "I'll go secret, Squirrel," Enfield reassured him. Hampton let out a short bark of laughter. "Be like the last time you entertained a lady," he chuckled, "in and out before she even knew you were there." Embarrassed groans and laughs filled the room, attracting the attention of an uninvited member of their group who, like the others, had formed that bond of trust and intimate understanding, but was omitted from their meeting by age. "What's up?" Peter asked, walking into the huddle with all the confidence of a boy of 10 years should possess, but which was only a recent acquisition for this one. Johnson looked over either shoulder as though he intended to tell a joke that might be deemed offensive before speaking. "We seem to find ourselves in the unique position of being the only things around here on 2 legs, he told the boy, waiting for his knitted brow to relax as he deciphered the words in his head. "But there were some nearby a few days ago," Peter countered. "What happened?" "No idea, lad," Buffett cut in. "But you ever heard the saying about looking a gift horse in the mouth?" Peter had, and he understood it, but his perplexity at the sudden apparent disappearance of their constant enemy left him both elated and with a stomach full of a roiling, foreboding feeling of discomfort. "There's another explanation," a voice said from the same doorway Peter had entered via. They all turned, then relaxed to see Charlie Daniels walking towards them, mug in one hand and a rolled cigarette trailing a wisp of smoke in the other. "Remember the swarms before we met up? How they were all heading one way, then just stopped? They did, and as nobody had had a reasonable explanation for it, and they'd all had bigger priorities to consider, none of them had given it any more thought. "Spit it out, Charlie," Johnson encouraged him. "Well, I think there's something going on we don't know about. I think the others, the Americans most likely, given how everyone else is, dead." He offered an apologetic shrug for telling the truth before continuing. I think they found some way to call them, or something, like a massive dog whistle for screeches. For what purposes? Larson asked. Good way to concentrate the enemy to drop a bomb on their heads, Bufford offered. Only we haven't heard any planes, haven't heard a big bang, and haven't seen a screecher for days, Daniel said. There is that, Hampton cut in. Only we might be overthinking it when we should see it as an opportunity. Grab whatever supplies we can, get on the boat and fuck off. He glanced at Peter and hesitated, before they decide to show up again. Sounds like a plan to me, Johnson said appreciatively. Chapter 11. Operating at a low altitude of only 9,000 feet, the crew of the Boeing E-3 Sentry worked their instruments with professionalism. That professionalism was detached from the gruesome reality on the ground in the way that infantry and aviators both enjoyed unique perspectives on warfare. The pilots looped a long lazy circle over the target coordinates in the clear skies, vacated by the armed cargo planes and those following behind them to drop the bombs and leave such obvious destruction on the ground below. That loop allowed the men working in the main section of the aircraft to zoom in and take pictures, as well as capturing video for whoever wanted to see the results, to view the desolation. The emerging dawn painted a butcher's shop picture. With so many broken bodies littering the ground, it was impossible to see the earth beneath the carnage for almost a square mile. The entire population of mainland Britain, at least what remained of it, all congregated in one area and packed together by a secret weapon in their new war known only by rumour as a lure device. Whatever it was, it truly lived up to that name and far exceeded the reputation. The man in command of the aircraft, an Air Force colonel, furrowed his brow as he peered intently at the display screens, wearing that eager yet concerned look of a man who knew much more of the big picture than anyone around him. "Sir," an operator called out, simultaneously stabbing a finger onto the screen before him. "Movement." The colonel walked towards his station slowly, his apparently unconcerned demeanour befitting his rank, which only served to foster concern in those around him, under the circumstances. He bent down, gripping the back of the man's chair tightly, and looked. "Well, I'll be goddamned," he said softly. "Sir?" the operator asked, unsure of the man's words over the din of the aircraft. "Follow that thing. Record everything you can until we are bingo fuel. Everyone else search for movement and capture footage." A chorus of affirmation came back to him as he took his seat again and began to worry, and called up their command and control to deliver a shit sandwich. "Sir," said another officer, I think you should see this, too." "Sir, AWACS report total destruction at the target site," the young man in naval uniform reported. He turned back to his station and transmitted an acknowledgement as other men in the room shook hands and congratulated one another. "Stand by," the radio operator said again. "Sir?" The commander stopped, smiling immediately at the tone of voice he used, and demanded to know what was so important. "They're saying they can see what looked like a survivor location. They say it's been destroyed." "There was always the risk of collateral damage," the commander said to the room with solemn gravitas. "While we lament the loss of human survivors—" "No, sir," the operator interrupted. "They're saying this was no stray ordnance. It looks like... Sir, they're saying it looks like a pack of wild animals tore through the place. They say they have footage of an anomaly." "Define anomaly," the commander said acidly. The man on the radio called back to the distant plane and exchanged words before waiting and listening, then turned back to his commanding officer. "Sir, they say it's like one of the faster types of infected, only..." "Only what, damn it?" "Only faster, and it's leading others behind it. Get me those CIA sons of bitches in here right now," the commander snapped at an aide. "Commander, we already shared the intelligence regarding the primary test," Jacob said without bothering to hide the boredom and derision in his voice. "The report showed a near 100% mortality rate among the infected. What it didn't show was the last percent evolved into something new." "What exactly do you mean new, Commander?" The naval officer shifted nervously before he answered. "We don't have the footage yet," he admitted. "We're going on the description given by the AWACS crew." "Which is not good." Jacob stared at him for a second longer than was comfortable, took a slow breath in through his nose, then spoke low and fast. "Commander, I need choppers in the air now. I need them equipped with camcorders and night optics, and I need them to fly over the test site until they bring back footage." The commander nodded, "And I want AWACS to refuel and stay on station." He turned to walk out, but stopped as the door to the operations room opened and Fisher walked in, freezing under the wide-eyed glare of Jacobs. "With me, Fisher," he growled. "We need to wake up someone at Langley to get ahead of this." "Ahead of what?" Fisher asked. almost adding an instinctive "sir" in response to Jacobs's commanding tone. "Ahead of the fact that your magic serum just upped their goddamned game, and I, for one, would like to have answers ready before the White House asks questions. Commander!" he shouted back over his shoulder. The officer looked up. "I'd be obliged if you could send someone to fetch Chief Miller to my office." The head Navy SEAL was doing what any self-respecting operator would be doing after breakfast with nothing on the team's agenda. The double thump on the metal bulkhead beside his cot woke him in an instant to see the kid step smartly back out of arm's reach, a sensible move when waking a trained killer who'd seen more than his fair share of war. "Spooks, want you," Wilson reported. Miller sat up with a groan, cricked his neck from side to side, and pulled a face of annoyance that it didn't issue a noise as he moved, and slid out of the small bed to put his feet straight into his boots and bend down to lace them up. "Did the spooks say what they wanted?" Wilson shrugged. "They sent some baby lieutenant for you. We sent him back to his mom." Miller hid a smile. Even if he was the kid, the baby of the team, he was still a hardened operator and probably 10 years older than a junior-grade lieutenant. "Stow your gear and be ready to deploy," Miller said as he left their cabin, knowing that if the shady agents wanted him, it meant that they had shady business they wanted his team to complete. Chapter 12. The helicopters vibrated as they flew low over the constantly changing topography of sky. Deep troughs, filled with jagged rocks, gave way to flat hilltops. Small clusters of buildings, looking as though they'd settled there generations before and refused to relinquish their tentative hold on the inhospitable land, were few, and the evidence of humanity was sparse, to say the least. 4 helicopters had been sent out, far less than the American fleet could spare, but 4 more than the Admiral had wanted to deploy, and one of those was the ponderous twin-bladed helicopter which had been employed for the first tests of the lure and the serum. Spotters leaned out of open doors, and in the case of the larger aircraft, the crew chief, strapped safely to the fuselage, hung on and leaned out over the open rear ramp to watch the ground whipping below. The sun was almost fully up in the sky, not that it made the area brightly lit, as the low cloud killed visibility so much, and that low cloud forced the pilots of the 3 Sikorsky Seahawks and the single twin-bladed Sea Knight to fly slower and lower than usual. "Stand by," the pilot of one Seahawk said into the crew radio. "Movement southwest, single vehicle, turning." The helicopter banked a second after the warning came through the crew's headsets, tipping the fuselage halfway over to the right side, before leveling out and dropping lower. "Jesus H!" the co-pilot muttered. "You see that? Door gunner, target's in the open, 400 meters starboard side, clear to engage." The door gunner, perched half out of the sliding door on the right of the fuselage, smiled despite being dragged out of his cot to brave the shitty conditions. He confirmed the directions to target, stretched out the gloved fingers of his right hand, and reached along the right side of the door-mounted M60 machine gun to pull back on the charging handle and wait the few seconds for something to fill the circular sights that he could obliterate to make the days pass a little quicker. The van bucked and juddered like the driver had suddenly forgotten how to use the clutch to change gear. The effect was so amplified in the empty rear section that the 4 people travelling in there unrestrained were thrown around, forcing them all to go nearly flat to stay stable. "What the bloody hell's going on?" Cooper yelled, hoping his voice would cut through the thin metal to the driver's cab. "It's not me," came the yelled reply, filled with panic. The van continued to buck and judder before it gave out completely, to leave the eerie silence of the tires rolling over the uneven road surface. Nobody spoke, but their eyes met one another's in the gloom, wide with fear. They expected to feel the impact and the crunch of the van crashing off the road, but instead they heard the heavy, percussive clatter of a heavy machine gun. Cooper looked to Wolf, both men's mouths open in surprise, when the expected sudden stop of the hijacked transport happened. The nose of the van dipped down off the narrow road as the driver lost concentration, trying to start the engine again. In typical Scottish fashion, the shallow ditch they ran into was occupied by a large lump of impenetrable rock, just cresting the surface of the earth, like an iceberg would in freezing seas. That rock, comfortably situated for thousands of years before the invention of the internal combustion engine, didn't budge as the van slammed into it to stop dead. Cooper's brain raced, thinking that the gunfire had been aimed at them for some reason, and that the driver had been perforated by heavy bullets which led to their crash. "We can't stay in here," he yelled, missing the security of the armoured wagons he'd spent so much of his life safely inside. "Everyone out!" The doors opened, with Cooper leading the exodus from the rear. but instead of facing fire from above, he saw the bright lances of tracer rounds slashing downwards from a helicopter similar to the two they'd once possessed, in the form of the Royal Navy's Sea Kings. The man in the side door was relentless, pouring fire into the ground behind a small rise that prevented Cooper from seeing their target. Switching his aim from the helicopter to the road, he shouted for the others to run, to get down the road and away from whatever danger approached. "Go!" he roared again, until the thump of boots on tarmac faded away fast due to the hovering helicopter sapping the sound from the area. The gunfire stopped, and instead of the expected pause when a heavy gun was reloaded, he watched in awe as the helicopter simply spun on the spot to allow the door gunner, hidden from the enemy's view, to come into play and open up with the same heavy, cracking and lancing tracer rounds spewing down at the hidden enemy. A second aircraft swooped in, the characteristic whop-whop of the twin rotors keeping the CH-46 Sea Knight in the air, blasting their eardrums and whipping the coarse grass flat against the wet ground as it hovered and dropped to settle on the road ahead of them. A uniformed man gestured desperately for them to run towards the lowered ramp. Wolf turned to Cooper, grabbed his arm and had to shout to be heard over the noise of gunfire. "Come on!" he bawled. "We must leave this place." Cooper went to run towards the helicopter and escape from the last weeks of hell it represented, but Wolf held him firm. Cooper turned back, shocked, until his eyes followed the direction of Wolf's stare to rest on his upper arm and the evident fresh blood seeping around the tear in his shirt. After the adrenaline, after the fear and the cold and the pain, his mind finally connected with his body, and he felt the stinging sensation on his skin. Deeper still, he felt the immense heat radiating from the wound and spreading throughout his body, so much that the wind didn't cut through to his skin any longer. "It's not bad," Cooper reasoned. "I'm sure it's not serious." "This is not the best time for taking the risks, my friend," Wolf answered, adding a little more pressure to his grip to prevent Cooper from breaking free and heading for their rescue. "I am sorry," he added. Cooper's face fell and his body relaxed. The two men, one officer and one NCO from different parts of the same continent who, only so recently as the time of their fathers, would have been sworn enemies based solely on the country of their birth, locked eyes in silent compatriotism. Wordlessly, Cooper took the spare magazines for his weapon and handed them to the German tank captain, who accepted them with a nod and another sad smile. "Leave me this one," Cooper said, patting the magazine loaded into his sterling. "Give me a chance to go out doing something worthwhile." "Of course," Wolf said, reaching out his hand again to squeeze his uninjured arm with genuine tenderness. "I will tell everyone of your sacrifice. On this you can trust in me." Cooper took his turn to offer a sad smile. "Tell him I went down fighting like a mad bastard," he asked. "Give me that, at least." "Feldwebel Cooper," Wolf said formally, clicking the heels of his boots together and standing tall before the injured man. "It has been my most sincerest of honors to serve with you." Cooper drew himself to attention, albeit a little shakily, and issued a salute. "And mine, Captain," he said, a tear rolling from each eye as he spoke and his chin quivering. "Now get the hell out of here, sir." Cooper pushed him away, cuffing at his face as he set off back up the road to where the smaller helicopter was still laying down fire. He set himself up in cover behind a moss-covered rock, feeling the wetness of the ground seep through his clothing to his skin, and tried not to concentrate on the sound of the helicopter's engines powering up the twin rotors to lift the heavy helicopter off the ground and away. 5 out of 16. But he knew the butcher's bill was much higher than that. The men of his squadron, the Royal Marines, the prima donnas from Hereford, every last man of Wolf's Panzer Group, the people from the town, all gone, turned or killed. He looked up, tears rolling freely down his face, which he attributed to the sharp wind hitting his face, which no longer felt the cold. His whole body burned up now, and he fought the urge to stand and strip off the layers of clothing he wore, layers which weren't sufficient to prevent the force of a bite delivered on the fly by a zombie at full sprint, hitting him like a Tongan rugby player intent on testing the laws regarding a high tackle. He sat there, panting a little with a racing heart, and a temperature running so high he was in danger of being the first person in history to sunbathe on the Inner Hebrides, readied his weapon, and waited. The sound of the helicopters thumping away into the distance to leave him all alone in silence. He watched the slight crest in the road, waiting for an army of undead to appear. He saw nothing for so long that he feared he'd have to take matters into his own hands and lose the chance to take out any more of the bastard screechers. Then he remembered that there weren't any more of them, only the lemurs and their new bosses. He dropped the magazine from his weapon on an impulse, thumbing out the top round and depositing it in the top pocket of his shirt for safekeeping. He vowed to do as many of the bastards as he could before he went, and he promised himself that the last round would make certain that he never took another life, so long as he didn't live. Standing up from his cover, abandoning it as irrelevant, seeing as he was halfway to the other side already, he staggered to the crest in the road and saw the advancing enemy jogging drunkenly towards him along the deserted road. He walked towards them unafraid, lifting the rifle to his shoulder as he walked onwards. "Morning, fuckers!" he called out, lifting the weapon to his shoulder and squeezing off single shots to crack open skulls and drop them where they stood. 6 of them came at him, each of them falling to the wet road as he ended their lives for a second time. His hands shook and his breath rasped in his throat as he started to lose cognitive control of his fingers. He walked past the dead bodies of the recently turned, trying not to look at the faces, but recognizing 2 of them from their uniforms all the same. These were men he'd fought shoulder to shoulder with, spent time closed up inside their wagons with, crossed the country with, in the hope of finding some kind of sanctuary. When he'd walked clear through their lines, he finally laid eyes on the enemy commander. Recognizing the man from his clothing first, he saw the bald head and upright stance of the SAS man he'd seen the officers go off with when they first arrived. He walked straight up to him with the sterling pulled tightly into his shoulder and lined up the sights perfectly on the pale skull. He pulled the trigger, and nothing happened. Laughing, he pulled out the empty magazine and fished out the final bullet he'd kept back for himself. Twirling in the weak sunlight, he thumbed it into the magazine and reloaded the gun, pulling back on the handle to charge it and lament his lack of forethought to keep 2 bullets back instead of 1. "Sir," he said informally, "you or me, eh?" The bald monstrosity cocked its head at him, seeming to contemplate his words before Cooper made a decision and shoved the barrel under the chin of the new type of bastard, the Super Lemur. "Fuck you, sir," he said, pulling the trigger to blow the top of the skull away and fountain the grey mush of its brains out over the wet ground. Standing over the body of the dead creature, he sobbed, dropping the gun and pulling the bayonet from his belt. His hands shook as he gritted his teeth and placed the tip of the blade between his nose and right eye socket. He sobbed, lowering the bayonet as tears ran down his flushed cheeks, and wondered if he had the courage to do it. Steadying himself with 3 rapid, deep breaths, he closed his eyes and put the tip of the blade back to his eye. Letting out another sob of "fuck you," he collapsed his body weight flat to the ground face first, with the last of his ebbing strength to ensure he never killed a living person. Chapter 13. "I don't care if he's having tea with the fucking Queen of England," Jacob snarled. "You tell that damn pilot if he's not up in the air in the next 5 minutes he can swim home and I'll have someone brought out here who can do the job. I need eyes on that island now. And what's the ETA on that AWACS?" The commander in charge of the ops room scowled at the CIA man but said nothing. In truth, he was annoyed that the flight crew of the E-2C Hawkeye weren't ready at short notice, when it was literally their job to be so. But he was torn between agreeing with the man and interjecting to maintain control of his staff. "Where the hell is that damn frogman?" Jacobs barked out, not expecting the rhetoric to be answered by Miller himself. "Right here, assuming you meant me." Jacobs glared at him, waiting for a "sir" to be added, as was the way with military types being given orders by suits. When there was no badge of rank and those people were giving orders, it was always safe to assume they were at "sir" level. "I did. Where the hell were you?" "My team's on stand-down right now," Miller answered calmly, infuriating the red-faced man who was evidently so flustered he'd forgotten that he was already smoking a cigarette, because he thumbed another from a pack with his right hand and looked confused for a second when he saw the smouldering tip of the lit one in his left. He put the pack away in his shirt pocket and coughed as if to reset the conversation. "I need your team ready to dust off immediately and recover a new specimen," Jacobs ordered. "No," Miller answered, still without a mirroring trace of hostility in his words. "No. Need I remind you that your team has been loaned to the authority of the CIA for the duration of the mission? That mission, respectfully, is over," Miller told him. "I've completed my orders from Special Operations Command, and I've yet to receive new ones." "Here's your new orders, Miller," Jacob snarled, as he pointed the hand still holding the cigarette at the SEAL's face. "I need your team ready to dust off immediately and recover a new goddamn specimen. Understood?" "I'm afraid I need new orders from command," Miller insisted, digging his heels in. Had the request been for a rescue op, or even a direct hit on anyone or anything, if the mission had been to save lives, then he would likely have agreed on the spot. As the orders were vague, given by a man he didn't know and who looked on the verge of losing control, and mostly because they sounded like a quick way to get his entire team dead, he declined as politely but as forcefully as he could. Jacobs didn't take his eyes off the seal, but snapped his fingers to someone beside him and demanded, "Get me Langley on the horn." Miller stood patiently, waiting as the man explained the reason for his call, then smiled politely when the phone was hung up as the authority to order the team into action obviously came from somewhere higher up the chain. "You'll get your orders," Jacobs said to him after taking a step closer, so the rest of the room couldn't hear, "or else I'll send in every U.S. Marine we have put here and tell them what a bunch of pussies you are." "If that's all," Miller answered, refusing to drop the polite smile, even though he desperately wanted to throat-punch the guy who looked like a college football linebacker run to a little fat after a few years behind the desk and approaching 40. He left the ops room, intending to grab one of the Navy staff and press them for intel. Stepping out into the corridor, he heard the familiar commotion of servicemen running down a narrow passage and shouting for everyone else to clear the way for them. Miller flattened himself against the bulkhead and watched as the men rushed by, 2 of them holding medical bags, and he decided to do a little detective work himself. Following the 2 running men, something which was easy to do as they were forging a path and shouting loud enough that a child could have tracked them through the ship, he found himself heading up towards the flight deck. A bearded man in dappled green uniform stepped out in front of him and instantly matched his pace. "What's the deal?" Jackson inquired nonchalantly. "CIA wants to send us back on a suicide mission," Miller said quietly. "We going?" "Told them I need orders first," Miller said, "which they'll probably get soon enough." He laughed darkly. "Son of a bitch tried to tell me he'd send in the Marines and tell them the team guys were too pussy to go." Jackson laughed with him. "That'll have the jarheads fighting each other to be the first off the boat." Miller didn't answer. Instead, he slowed his pace and watched the 2 men running medical supplies stop and enter an area with 2 armed men posted on the door. "Guys," Miller greeted them casually as he went to walk through the door as if he had every right to do so. "Can't let you in, Master Chief," the evidently younger of the 2 men said. "Sorry." Miller wasn't acquainted with the man, and his rank badges weren't exactly emblazoned on all aspects of his uniform, so he guessed the young sailor to be a little in awe of the team. "CIA suits are calling the shots now," he told the sentries enigmatically, hoping that their brains would be overloaded by the presence of SEALs and talk of the CIA. "We only need a minute." "No harm, boys," Jackson added with a smile of white teeth splitting his curly, dark beard. The 2 sentries stole an awkward, confused glance at one another before the older one nodded and the 2 men stepped inside quickly to melt away into the confused chaos inside. Miller hung to the shadows, as was his way in life, looking at the people and seeing them for what they were: exhausted, hungry, frightened survivors. All except one. In his experience, people pulled from the fire to learn that they weren't in the frying pan tended to collapse a little, mentally speaking, and the reactions of the dirty, ragged people being tended to were indicative of that experience. Some cried, one laughed and joked like an idiot, but one sat upright on a gurney. His back was what people would call ramrod straight, and his hands were clenched into loose fists, which rested on his bare thighs just above the knee. He looked thin and dirty, and he desperately needed a shave because the hair on his face didn't suit him at all. But his eyes were alert and clear, as if the emotional outpouring from the others all around him wasn't becoming of the man. Miller made straight for him, making a show of picking up a clipboard at the end of his bed with no details written on it, but holding it up for show in case anyone realized they shouldn't be there. "You're a soldier," Miller said, in simple statement, as the man's bearing was unmistakable. From his very proper manner, Miller had him down for an English officer. "Yes, are you, evidently," Wolf responded. "Are you an American officer?" he asked, confused eyes lingering on Miller's rank insignia and trying to work it out. His accent was curious, but then again, the first time Miller had met someone from Scotland, he'd almost needed an interpreter brought up. "Master Chief Petty Officer Ryan Miller," he said as he offered his hand. "U.S. Navy SEALs." "Hauptmann Hans Wolf," he replied, shaking the man's hand and firing off something in rapid German that neither man caught. "Come again?" Miller asked. "My sincerest apologies, Master Chief Petty Officer. I was saying that I had the honor of commanding 2 platoon as captain. Unfortunately, I sit before you here now, without my beloved leopard panzer, without my men, and—" He chuckled, although the humour was forced and fueled by a great sadness and disappointment. "It seems without even my clothes." "Captain," Miller said, "what you've been through." "He says nothing when compared to the troubles of others," Wolf interrupted. "Now, Master Chief Petty Officer." "Just Miller is fine, sir." "Very well then, Miller. Might I impose on you a significant request?" "I'm guessing that request starts with some clothes, sir." "It does indeed, and following this, I would ask that you get me out of this room to have a discussion with your commander. As you would say in America, take me to your leader." Before Miller could respond, a voice cut the room in half. "What the hell are you doing in here? This area's off limits. Did you go through quarantine procedures?" Miller turned to see a burly man wearing the rank badge of a junior rating, but speaking with the confidence and authority of his size and not his rank. In comparison, both Navy SEALs were shorter and seemed smaller, but their compact nature hid their strength. The man wasn't fazed by their lack of immediate response, and started stomping over to them and dropped a meaty hand onto Miller's shoulder. "You deaf, shipmate?" Miller answered silently, reaching up and wrapping the fingers of his left hand around the chubby pinky finger of the brute and bending it almost all the way back to make the man squeal and lower his body weight to save the bones from rearranging themselves into an unnatural configuration. The brute's eyes flickered at the insignia on his uniform, and the colour drained from his face. "The captain here needs some clothes, shipmate," he said calmly, letting the man up and looking into his eyes to convey just how much you wanted the great lump to try something else. "Go get him some." "Yes, Master Chief," the sailor answered quietly, walking away holding his finger as if he feared it might fall off if he let it go. "First things first," Jackson cut in almost under his breath. "You swing by our pad and grab yourself a little something." Wolf, dressed in a navy jumpsuit, walked uncertainly on the deck of the ship, and complained so politely about the loss of his boots to quarantine procedures as the slipper-type shoes they'd given him made him feel like he was back in school. "Kid, get the man some coffee," Miller instructed. "Don't worry, Captain," Hernandez told Wolf. "We'll fix you up." They did. Wolf was dressed in green U.S. Navy fatigues and gifted a pair of their assault boots, which were taken from the ample store of gear the team had collected. Miller didn't ask where or how, but he knew for damn sure he hadn't signed a single requisition order. "You'll need this," Jackson said as he rifled through the stacked gear. "What's your shoe size?" 12. 44, Wolf answered, earning a bemused look from Jackson before he snapped his fingers in realization, then discovered he had no idea whatsoever of how to translate the information. "Here, try these," he said, as he handed over a new pair of boots to a grateful but somewhat bemused German tank captain. He looked around, found an empty chair to sit on and slipped his feet into the boots before lacing them. Standing and taking a few tentative stamps to check the fit, he drew himself up and nodded a formal thanks to the men. "Sir, mind if I ask what happened out there?" Miller asked quietly, seeing Wolf's face slacken and lose all semblance of expression for a moment. "I am not entirely certain," he answered as he sat down again. "How many days has it been since the island was lost?" "Sir," Jackson said hesitantly, It's been almost 2 weeks." Wolf chuckled in surprise before answering. "Oh, yes, of course." His face dropped again. "We were overrun in minutes when they attacked. I knew that some of the people escaped on boats, but also that many were left behind. Some did not even know that there was a danger until it was too late. In the end, only I and another soldier remained with the few people." "One of your guys?" Coleman asked from behind Miller. "No. Sadly, I do not know the outcomes for any of my men. He was a sergeant of the British Panzersoldat, and a very brave man." They all let the silence hang in the air as if each man was paying his own quiet respects. Wilson interrupted perfectly at that point, handing Wolf a cup of black coffee and hovering with sugar ready in case he wanted some. Wolf accepted the drink with thanks and cupped it in both hands, wearing a very far-off look in his eyes. "But I am forgetting. I must warn your officers of another danger," Wolf said, almost shouting as the thought hit him full force. "There is a new type of the infected peoples. The British called them names, only I do not know that this one has a name. There were screechers and lemurs, for the slow type and also for the kind that can run. Only this kind has entirely no hair and makes noises to communicate with the others. It is both very fast and very strong." "And it's new? Not just one of the faster infected?" Miller asked. "No. We have never seen anything of this kind. They are so much worse than the lemurs." Miller wanted to push further, wanted to get as much detail on the enemy as possible because, deep down, he knew he'd be facing off with them sooner or later. He didn't push, however, because the distant look had returned to Wolf's eyes, and Miller knew when a man was close to the edge. Jackson wasn't finished with the clothes and boots, breaking the conversation up by taking more gear from their stash to equip their new acquaintance. He picked up a black pistol, drew back the slide to show Wolf an empty chamber, and reversed it to hand the gun to him grip first. Wolf took it gratefully, accepted the loaded magazine, and fitted it to the weapon. "This is most very generous of you," he said, suddenly unsure where to put the weapon before Jackson held out a holster and belt for him, complete with a pouch containing spare magazines. Wolf took them and regarded the weapon. "How you say, only the best," he said with a smirk, adding, "which is why you chose German manufacturing from Sig Sauer. This is a very good weapon, and I must thank you again." "It's the best there is for what we do," Miller said enthusiastically, even if he didn't share in the gun worship of some of his team. Wolf looked closer at the slide to see an engraving of an anchor to differentiate it from the other versions of the P-226 he'd seen in his career. Feeling as though he'd been accepted into some kind of elite club, he stood, feeling elated, realizing after a few seconds that the sensation didn't leave him immediately, and transformed into being lightheaded. He reached for the back of the chair he'd been sitting on and missed, prompting Miller to arrive at his side in time to prevent the stumble from becoming a fall. "Okay, sir," Miller said, as he guided the German to the closest bunk. "You take a lie down here." "I must," Wolf said, trying feebly to push back and get to his feet. "I have to—" "You need a rest, Captain," Miller soothed him. "You've done enough for now. Just rest." Wolf, unaware of just how exhausted he was, and beginning to feel the emotional and physical effects of his last moments, with boots on the ground, closed his eyes and lay back. "Keep an eye on him," Miller murmured to his team, seeing at least one wide-eyed look returned. "He's not bit, but you just keep an eye on him, okay?" The Daves, Coleman and Shepard, nodded back. Miller turned his gaze in turn to Hernandez and Wilson, who agreed. Then he turned to Jackson. "Come on," he said darkly. "Time to go find out what the CIA expect us to do. But $10 says I already know." Chapter 14. The decision to leave the remote island was a simple one in the end. The temporary sanctuary had resources to sustain them, but after a man returned near dead from exposure, after falling and twisting an ankle while hunting sheep, and one of the civilians fell from the rocks into the sea and disappeared collecting eggs, it became obvious they weren't going to thrive there for any length of time. The radio equipment was useless, the supplies were all gone, and Julian Palmer still suffered from an illness that left him short of breath and coughing uncontrollably whenever he tried to speak or move. That left command decisions to the two lieutenants, who made sure to privately lean on the only experienced non-commissioned officer remaining in their much-diminished group. As testament to the newly discovered maturity of the younger Palmer brother, thanks largely to his display of courage and leadership during their escape from Skye, his confidence had grown enough that he felt comfortable asking for help and advice. That self-admitted fallibility, that air of vulnerability, made him infinitely more trustworthy to the men and women who looked up to him for the answers. That was a benchmark for him personally, to learn that he didn't have to appear above every other person in all respects, and when he dropped that expectant air of thinking that everyone else was there to serve and obey him, he found their attitudes changed miraculously. He pulled the collar of his jacket up tightly around his neck to brave the outside world, stopping short of the exit with a rambunctious snap of his fingers as he remembered to roll the cigarettes from his meagre supply of dried-up tobacco. He made one for himself, and rolled a second on the off chance that the man he was meeting would want one, then wrapped himself up tightly and went outside. "Watcha, sir," the Royal Marine sheltering from the wind in the sunken doorway said in cold greeting. The chill in his bones was expressed through the slight chatter of his teeth, which in an instant made Palmer feel deeply for the man who wasn't one of his own in terms of the structure of Her Majesty's armed forces, and he was struck by the urge to show kindness. Lifting one of the precious, rare remaining smokes on the entire island up as an offering was intended to make the man feel better about life, if even for just a few moments. "God bless you, Lieutenant," the man exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he eagerly accepted the offered smoke with twitching, icy fingers. Palmer lit it for him, the two men huddling together to shield the vulnerable flame from the brutal wind whistling along the low coast, and then they straightened together as the grateful Marine puffed on the small cigarette to inhale almost lovingly. He thanked Palmer again, adding an appreciative gesture with the smoke between his thumb and forefinger, leaving the young second lieutenant to wander through the stormy weather to meet the man he was out there to see. "Is there a reason," Lieutenant of Marines Lloyd asked at the top of his voice to beat the howling of the wind, "why we couldn't meet inside?" "Happy to, Christopher," Palmer replied, similarly raising his voice to be heard before the wind died down, as they reached the sparse cover of a small Spartan building. "Happy to. Only out here there's little to no chance anyone will ever hear our collective thought process," he said, admitting that he wanted the two of them to decide the fate of everyone. A sudden thought struck Palmer then, having spent years imagining himself to make major at the least, unless an exciting opportunity arose for him in either Civvy Street or somewhere closer to Parliament, that the higher up a man climbed in rank, the fewer contemporaries there were to discuss matters with in confidence. The two men were, at least militarily speaking, the only men on the island currently at full fitness who didn't have to call anyone sir. That thought extended to one of sadness at the loneliness his older brother must have been suffering to have no senior officer on whom to rely. Palmer produced the surviving cigarette with a smile and offered it to Lloyd, managing to disguise his joy when the man declined it. Both were like that, and the armed forces were usually made up of men who smoked constantly, or those who religiously avoided the vice, but the two officers fell into the small camp of being inclined to take it up when the mood took them. Palmer lit the cigarette and puffed on it greedily, clamping a hand to his flat stomach as a rolling growl emanated from him, loud enough to be heard over the outside elements assaulting the shack they sheltered inside. In answer to the offer, Lloyd produced a small bottle and offered first taste to Palmer, who happily obliged, weighing the contents carefully and stopping to ensure he didn't take an ungentlemanly portion for himself. "So, Ollie," Lloyd said to begin official proceedings, "you want off the island sharpish. Am I correct?" "You are, my dear man, quite correct. But our options are more than a little limited," Lloyd countered. "Quite. By all estimations, we have sufficient fuel to make it back to our original point of departure at the absolute best. But obviously our original point of departure is not our intended destination." "Indeed it isn't," Palmer responded, fighting a flash of annoyance that the final supply of tobacco was almost spent, and readjusting his grip on the damp smoke to hold it between the filthy, cracked nails of his right hand. "I'm thinking Stornoway. There's, of course, a possibility of meeting resistance, but weighed against the possibility of running out of fuel and finding ourselves adrift in the seas of Scotland, I'd wager our chances against the Screechers on any day of the week." "What does Mac think?" Lloyd asked carefully, raising the subject that both officers would seek the approval of the senior SAS trooper left alive, but that the decision would fall on their shoulders along with the consequences. "I rather suspect he dares and expects to win," Palmer replied, pleased with his wit but conscious enough not to betray that with a smirk. "Good, because the boys are disciplined enough, but the civvies are close to an uprising if we don't do something decisive or feed them. You know what they're like." Palmer did know what the civilians were like, and up until recently he'd probably had more affinity for their situation than he had for the men under his temporary command. But like small children, he found that if you fed the civilian contingent of their survivor group and gave vague answers when they demanded to know if they were there yet, then the wheel stayed on their particular wagon. "So we head for Stornoway, get fuel, and if possible go ashore, so long as the landing beaches aren't crawling with enemy," Palmer said, outlining their very basic plan. "When? I might ask if you would inquire of our resident boatman if the stars are aligning on that particular front. I'm sure he'll want to sacrifice an Englishman and wait for the next high tide or some such nonsense," Palmer joked, allowing a little of his old persona back in through tiredness or hunger, or just the stress of being somewhat in charge. "That'll be either this afternoon or early tomorrow morning, then," Lloyd answered, surprising Palmer by knowing the tides, until good sense tapped the inside of his skull and reminded him that the other lieutenant was a Marine, and not accustomed to life inside an armoured vehicle. "Tomorrow morning, then," he said, meeting Lloyd's eye and exchanging a subtle nod of agreement. "I rather think it would cause something of a panic to roust people from their comfortable spots now, don't you?" Lloyd agreed, stuffing his hat back on his head and tucking his chin to his chest to be first out the door. Palmer followed, heading back inside the main facility and being soaked halfway through by the time he'd covered the short distance. The sentry was gone, as, with visibility so poor, with the sudden squall of stinging rain hitting their position, the purpose of a sentry was somewhat nullified. Palmer imagined him sitting in a dry spot somewhere, relishing the taste of the smoke, and telling the other Marines what a fine fellow that Lieutenant Palmer truly was. Shaking that thought away as unhelpful vanity, he stood himself up to his full height and prepared to inform his brother, the captain, that they were moving at first light. Chapter 15. Preparations to move were a mostly quiet affair. Interaction between the two camps was strained, if it was at all necessary, but the twin arts of avoidance and silence served to show their feelings. To Johnson it was an annoyance, but as he had no power to order those wishing to remain to join them, he was forced to endure their sullen looks, and held his tongue about their chances of survival if they stayed there to hide with their heads in the sand. Ammunition was doled out, food and water stocked on their boat, which was serviceable and clean thanks to a few days of hard work to make it so. Johnson's opinions extended to other matters, primarily that he felt the pipe dream of making it around the inhospitable northern coast of Scotland and across the freezing sea to Norway was precisely that, a pipe dream. "Penny for them," Kimberly said from behind, startling him into giving a tiny jump, but holding back the accompanying yelp it would ordinarily come free with. "What? You were miles away," she said with a warming smile, reaching up to rub a small hand on a large shoulder comfortingly. "What were you thinking?" Johnson's response was preceded by a thorough check over both shoulders to make sure nobody else was within earshot before he spoke. "I was just worrying about things," he admitted before adding a shrug. "Everything, really. Like our chances of getting to Norway on a tub that's been sitting still for too long, or what'll happen to the others who won't leave, where all the bleeding screechers have gone to, and why." The hand rubbed again reassuringly. "Worry about the things you can control. Plan for the things you can't," she told him wisely. He scoffed a small but not unkind laugh and turned to her. "That's a lot of worrying to do, and even more planning." She smiled and raised herself up on her tiptoes to bridge the height difference and lean over the equipment strapped to his front to plant a small kiss on his lips. "Last load set. Weighs a fucking ton, mind. Just need to— excuse me, Sergeant Major. Miss Perkins, Charlie Daniels said from the doorway, having battled into the room full of purpose, only to be robbed of his bravery on seeing the SSM involved in a private moment. "Be with you in a minute, Charlie," Johnson said, eyes not leaving Kimberly's. He kissed her again, leaving with a wink and a reminder to chase everyone up. "I want to be on the road, water, in an hour." He went outside, seeing a red-faced Corporal Daniels push himself off a wall and hurry to catch up. Both men were dressed for action, adorned with weapons and ammunition, and both walked with a purpose. "Sorry," Daniels began. "I didn't know you were—" "Who's there already?" Johnson asked, letting Daniels off the hook of awkwardness. The corporal listed off half of their group. "Peter's waiting for you, which means Jessica's hanging around for him. Southampton's on the boat fixing the Gimpy onto the rail. Just me, you, Enfield, and Buffs ready to carry the last load." "Very good, son. Miss Perkins is chasing up the last few now. We should be on the way shortly." Daniel stopped in his tracks, head locked onto something Johnson couldn't see. He turned to look, to find the source of the fear radiating from his man, but the noise reached him first. The sharp, obnoxiously loud double bark of an animal pierced the air so unnaturally that an icy shiver of fear poured itself down Johnson's spine and carried on down his right hand, until the finger nearest the trigger of his weapon twitched, as though it knew something his brain hadn't fully recognized yet. "Get the gear," Johnson said. "We go right now." Daniels didn't move. "Charlie!" Johnson hissed through clenched teeth as his inner senior non-commissioned officer snapped at not being acknowledged immediately. "Move your bloody ass! What?" Daniels pointed in response. Slowly raising a straight arm, tipped with an outstretched index finger, he kept his eyes dead ahead, and, following the line of it, Johnson laid eyes on what had caused the unexpected reaction. A flash of movement, a head whipping side to side on top of a body that stayed unnaturally still as, even from a distance, he felt as if he were locking eyes with the half-naked creature that slowly stood to its full height. The skin was deathly pale, almost translucent, and the thin body still clung to the remnants of stonewash blue denim, torn in patches to expose the flesh of the sinewy legs. The shirt, once a royal blue, Johnson guessed from the parts that remained, still had one side of the collar standing up to frame a face, treating him to a curious look underneath a totally hair-free head. "Charlie," Johnson said quietly, "go back inside and tell everyone to move their asses right now." Daniels didn't move. "Charlie!" Johnson snapped, earning the immediate attention of his corporal, along with an unwanted response from the bald terror perching on the nearby rooftop. "How did it get inside?" Daniels whispered. "Go now," Johnson ordered, turning his body sideways and bringing up the MP5 to line up the grotesque undead thing. Daniels disappeared, as did the thing Johnson aimed at the second he pointed the barrel of the weapon in its direction. He looked around, left and right, before opting for action over silence. "Everybody out!" he bawled. "We're under attack!" He wasn't 100% certain of that last fact, but something about how the bald lemur — it had to be a lemur to be able to move fast enough to disappear like it did — had looked at him. Like it was working him out. Like it was thinking. He didn't have the space in his brain to investigate his feelings about what he'd seen, but his instincts were hammering the alarm bell loud enough to force his body to act. He kept the gun up and ready to fire as he stalked forward into the open area and scanned the rooftops of the low buildings inside their fenced compound they so naively thought would be safe. "What have you got?" Enfield's voice reached him ahead of the sound of approaching bootsteps from behind. "Single lemur, rooftop. Disappeared as soon as I took a bead on the bastard." Enfield's larger rifle was up into his shoulder as the barrel scanned in greater detail, courtesy of the large telescopic sight bolted to the top. Johnson shot a rapid glance back to see Daniels returning, hot on the heels of Bufford. Closer to him, and having arrived without any sound, Peter was pulling back the bolt of Enfield's small, suppressed rifle, wearing a determined look of professional concern, in stark contrast to the fear his age dictated he should be experiencing. More of the harsh barking sounds echoed around the deserted compound, devoid even of the usual sounds of birds, and an answering shriek echoed from their left. Turning as one, a shambling figure wandered into view almost drunkenly, as if it had just been woken up from a much-needed nap, and was eager to address this fact with those responsible for cutting short the slumber. The body was tall and lean, but the thick beard and unruly hair was unmistakable. "Oh, sweet Jesus!" Buffs exclaimed, recognizing one of their own, and adding the blasphemy for knowing what would have to be done. Mike Xavier, much against his usual disciplined ethics, took a stiff drink with breakfast that morning. He took another just after, and a third before his morning ablutions, before returning to his room to privately sulk until the others, his closest friend included, abandoned them. But then he felt the urge to do something constructive. He was suitably lubricated and opted to take the remainder of the bottle with him. Had he been in a better mood, or perhaps had been observing his own actions as an outsider, he'd have been forgiven for seeing the comedic irony in the fact that the sailor was drinking Captain Morgan's dark rum, neat from the neck of the clear bottle. He walked to the empty warehouse used for growing their meagre supply of food, muttering to himself. The words mutiny and selfish featured, as did stupid and the phrase all going to die anyway. So deeply was he engrossed in his foul temper, and so hazy were his senses thanks to the alcohol, that he failed to realize he wasn't alone inside the building. A sudden draught of cold air stung him, making him frown and look upwards to see an open skylight, accessible only by a ladder and a high-up crawlway. "Fucking lazy pricks," he muttered to himself. "Gotta do everything myself." He was forced to abandon the bottle, resting it, along with the remaining half of its contents, on the ground, to enable him to use both hands on the ladder and crawl along the wobbling access-way to reach up and haul the heavy panel of reinforced glass back into place. In his right mind, he would have at least thought to question why it was open, even how it had been opened, but he paid no attention to the locking mechanism as he flailed on his knees perilously. The crawlway shook, each instinctive correction of his body weight forcing the pendulous movement to exaggerate, until he was tipped backwards to fall the almost 20 feet to the hard ground below. Landing with a loud thud and a splintering of thin sticks, Xavier croaked in a loud, forced breath to combat the sudden shock of having all the air driven from his body by the softened landing provided by the tomato plants and the damp earth sustaining them. Filthy, barely able to breathe, he rolled out of the dirt and performed the crawling alternative to a stagger aimed directly at the bottle, as if it could revive him. His hand reached out for it, fingers clutching at the glass but unable to gain purchase on it. The bottle fell over, forcing him to haul his entire body another agonizing lurch onwards to retrieve it. He lay on his back and fumbled off the screw cap, spilling more than he managed to get into his mouth, and coughing as he poured some of the strong liquid up his nose. Sitting upright with a groan, he coughed and drank, finally feeling the soreness in his body from his lucky escape after what should by rights have been a fatal fall. "Fuck that," he said, half in amazement that he was still alive, and half blaming other people for his being there in the first place. He was not a man to act like that, not ordinarily, but so deep was his depression and so heightened his fear that his actions seemed to be those of another person. Footsteps approached him, bare skin padding on polished concrete, and that small fact didn't enter Xavier's brain at first. "Checked the roof," he joked out loud, holding up a sarcastic thumb to underline his point. "I'd recommend taking the longer way down, though," he rolled, trying to get up, and groaned loudly. Sitting up, he opened his eyes to find himself looking at the filthy, pale, bare feet of a man. The shape of the feet and the toes made him sure it was a man, but the exposed shin displayed through a long, ragged tear in the light blue denim showed pale skin so hairless that it was impossible for it to be a grown man. He frowned, looking up into the curious gaze of a bald person so obviously dead that his heart froze and seized his body in a state of immobility. His mouth salivated, and he felt the urge to vomit surging upwards. But before he could fountain the morning's rum onto the concrete between them, the thing dropped fast and planted the cold embrace of teeth onto his cheek. He tried to scream, but only a gurgle came out, realizing absently that the claws, that was the creature's right hand, were clamped tightly around his throat, preventing any final act of warning or defiance. The thing bit down, breaking the skin between his beard and his eye to draw hot blood, but stopped and retreated instead of tearing the flesh from his face as he'd expected. It maintained the vice-like grip on his throat, watching him with something resembling pride, until he felt his body erupt with such an excruciating heat that he feared he'd genuinely been set on fire. That fire grew in intensity until he thought he'd black out. The creature dropped him, disappearing from his vanishing senses as a shout reached his dying brain. "Mike! Mike!" Jace's voice gasped. "Mike, what hap—" His words were cut off by a choking sound, and Mike Xavier closed his eyes for the final time. Chapter 16. "Oh, sweet Jesus," Buff said. "Get back," Johnson snarled, seeing what the SBS man hadn't, as the second monstrosity wandered into their enclosed arena, just as if some kind of blood sport was being filmed, and they were the unwilling participants in the entertainment. He drew the weapon up into his shoulder and took aim on the stocky mechanic he had barely exchanged more than 2 words with since arriving there. Buffs, dropping to one knee, instinctively to take a rushed but steady aim, engaged the bearded sailor to their front, while a squeak of unintelligible fear sounded behind them. Buffs dropped Mike Xavier, or at least the thing that had so recently been him, with a 3-round burst to the head. Jace, former Jace at least, was in Johnson's sights when the noise Peter made distracted him long enough for the beast to drop and begin a staggering run towards them. Snapping his attention back, he depressed the barrel of the MP5 and began spitting bullets as his fear rose. 20 paces was a very long way in slow time, but when sprinting, that distance closed far too quickly to be comfortable. Johnson trigged off rounds, logically aiming for the head at first, but trying to hit a fast-moving target with that much rising adrenaline made him switch his aim to shatter a knee and immobilize the thing, allowing an easier shot to the skull when it skidded along the concrete and failed to get back up quickly. He turned, seeing Peter with the barrel of his small rifle up, and aimed at the roof, where the bald bastard had reappeared, just as Enfield's heavier weapon shouted out a heavy crack. "Shit!" he cursed, lowering the rifle and grabbing Peter roughly by the collar of his parka to drag him away before he could trigger off his own shot. "What the hell is that thing?" Buffs yelled, pacing backwards with the gun pulled tight into his shoulder and covering their rear as they ran back towards the buildings. He didn't receive an answer, not from the living at least, because a shrieking yelp sounded, the same devilish barking sound a fox would make in the night, and the answering chorus of shrieking moans erupting from the other side of their perimeter fence drowned out any possible response. "Who exactly is left here?" Johnson demanded, the information unclear in his head. "Us," Daniel said to encompass those in the open, rushing for cover. "Kimberly, Steve, and Jessica." "None of the others?" Johnson asked, wincing as he recalled the deaths of 2 people who had elected to stay behind. "Duncan," Charlie Daniels answered, being as clear as he could, having already listed the names he was certain of. The fact that of the 3 of them trained to use the fighting vehicles, and that 2 of them were still rushing over the open concrete of the yard, meant that Steve Duncan had acted quickly enough to get into position and spin up the minigun on the warrior. Streaks of white-hot metal lanced laterally across the compound as the largest concentration of undead threatened to storm the gates. All of them were lemurs, even their two former friends, and the hideously unfair advantage angered Johnson, who was powerless to do anything but run with the rest of them as fast as they could to escape. Someone yelled, but their words were snatched away by the heavy hammering of the warrior's gun as it burped and chattered away to spit the big bullets out of the barrels at their unexpected enemy. "Where the fuck did they come from?" Buffs yelled, as he bumped into Johnson's back, having not seen the man behind him stop. "That thing called them," he yelled back, close enough so that the two men could hear each other's words. As if the newest representation of their personal hell had heard their words, the sharp barking noise sounded again. Almost immediately the gunfire from the warrior subsided, prompting them all to look to the gates, in time to see the surviving members of the pack of obedient undead melt away out of sight. "Fuckers are flanking us!" Enfield yelled, slinging the long rifle onto his back and pulling the L-85 into play and aiming it at the rooftops in anticipation of an aerial attack. He moved himself protectively close to Peter, who responded by stepping clear of the Marine sniper to give him enough space to use the small rifle if the opportunity arose. "In the wagon!" Johnson barked, turning to face the building they were living in to bawl the names of the two females not outside with them. "What about the gear?" Daniels asked, flinching as the big gun started up again in response to an enemy showing itself. "Grab what you can, but fast!" Bufford yelled back over his shoulder, turning his attention back to his front to spit two controlled bursts at shambling, running figures climbing the perimeter fence and exposing themselves. Peter gasped, heard clearly by all of them courtesy of a gap in the gunfire, running hard for the building and disappearing inside, passing Kimberly and Jessica in the doorway. Jessica, bawling unheard words at her younger brother, tried to resist Kimberly's efforts to drag her to the armoured vehicle. Johnson glanced between the girl and the half-mile or more of perimeter fencing, on which he knew for a fact the few of them couldn't maintain a watch, trusting that Peter knew how urgent their departure was. "There it is!" Enfield snapped, voice invested with emotion, but devoid of anything resembling panic. He triggered off a handful of single-aimed shots before growling a curse under his breath. "Never seen a lemur move like that," Bufford commented, having seen the Marine miss with his last rounds. "That's no lemur," Johnson said darkly, knowing it to be true to his core but unable to voice the precise reasons why. "What then? Something new?" Bufford retorted. "That's hardly fair." "Not sure as fair's got much to do with it," Johnson told him, turning as Jessica's voice rose again to scream at Peter, who re-emerged from the building holding Enfield's rifle in one hand and a leatherette sports bag in the other. "Let's go!" he yelled, his shrill voice sounding as though a much older man was speaking through the body of a young boy. Daniels emerged behind him, overloaded with shopping bags stuffed with what looked like everything he could grab. Johnson made the instant decision, banging his flat hand on the hull of the warrior and yelling for Steve to stop firing. Waiting for the answering silence, he climbed up, turning and dropping himself into the driving seat to pull the hatch closed over his head. Snatching up the headset, he adjusted the microphone position and made his intentions to leave the area clear. The warrior bucked as he fired it up and let out the power to make the heavy wagon rear up as it surged forwards. Crashing through the heavy gates to the compound, as though they weren't there, he slowed, slewed the tracks to turn right, and hammered the power in the direction of the water and their exit from dry land they foolishly thought was safe. "What the bleeding hell's that?" Hampton pondered, standing upright to ease his back from the bent-over task of tightening the jury-rigged mount for the machine gun. "Engine," Ellie answered, turning to stoop and usher Amber inside the cabin with an instruction to go and hide. Ellie turned back to Hampton, her face now registering the fear she'd hidden from her daughter, and her features darkened into a display of questioning fear. "It can't be good news," she said, hoping she was wrong. "Never bloody is," Hampton grumbled, bending again to give the last nut on the contraption a few more turns with the ratchet in his hand before tossing it noisily into an open toolbox and allowing his hands to perform the familiar task of loading a belt of ammunition into the feed tray, slapping down the top cover and yanking the heavy handle back to ready the gun. "JP!" he yelled, leaning back but not taking his eye off the approach road to the docks. The sailor poked his head out of the bit of the boat with windows where the controls were and grunted a response. "We ready to go in a hurry?" Hampton asked him conversationally, but with an undertone of implying that they really needed to be ready to leave in a hurry, and if they weren't, then he should be doing everything he could to make it happen. "We can go," he answered, ducking back inside and giving his complete answer by coaxing the coughing engine to reluctant life. As the roar of the boat engine, starting up, subsided to a loud idle, the source of the other engine sound came into view in the form of the warrior, heading their way in a hurry. Larson appeared from below, muttering something to Ellie and sending her down to be with her daughter before joining them on deck. She turned back, waving away the short Canadian woman who came to ask what was happening. Hampton, a professional soldier to the core, kept his focus on the ground behind the approaching vehicle, and on that ground, waiting for whatever they were running from to show its rotting, ugly face, because they had to be running from something to be driving the way they were. The warrior stopped on the docks in front of them, turning on the spot to show the rear doors to him in full, as he held his breath in worried anticipation. The rear doors opened, and his fear subsided when the first face to appear was his remaining marine. He checked off the faces, noticing 3 weren't present. Given that the warrior's turret was still moving in search of any potential target, it had to mean that one of the tank men were in there, so he guessed which 2 people were missing. An untrained man would want to ask what happened, but Hampton didn't waste his breath, or the time and concentration of the others, as they scrambled to get up the ramp and onto the boat. He'd find out soon enough the reason for their panicked flight. "Are we ready to go?" Johnson demanded. "Yes," Astrid told him, passing on the overhead information from their sailor, before flinching as Hampton rattled off 2 short bursts of heavy bullets. Johnson turned, gun rising, and body hunched slightly on instinct to see what had prompted the gunfire. "Lemurs," Hampton reported. "More than a few." "They're all lemurs," Johnson informed him solemnly. "All except one." On cue, the one made itself known by barking that hideous yelp again from the roof of a low building to their left. Johnson's eyes went wide, trying to fathom how anyone, dead or alive, could have covered the distance he'd just driven at the breakneck speed he'd done it at. He turned his attention to the ramp leading up to their revived boat, and willed the others to hurry, even contemplating abandoning their few supplies in favor of a faster exit, but he held his nerve. Hampton rattled off more fire now, as the last person emerged from the warrior. Steve Duncan rose out of the hatch, eyes wide, and face so drawn he appeared halfway to being one of the undead already, but then slipped and fell forward with his left leg still inside the wagon. Johnson heard, felt, the sickening crunch of the man's knee giving way, as his leg folded so unnaturally, so grotesquely, the wrong way, before a shrill shriek of unspeakable agony ripped the air. The gun still hammered away, joined now by the guns of everyone, including Peter, who calmly spat bullet after small bullet toward their ravenous enemy. Duncan still howled, sobbing and screaming in unfathomable pain as he flopped to the hard ground, followed by his flailing, useless leg. Johnson lowered his gun, moving behind the other shooters to rescue the man as another group of lemurs burst from a gap between 2 nearby buildings, like an infected wound spewing forth thick pus. "No time!" Enfield yelled in Johnson's ear. Johnson gauged the distance between him and Duncan, between Duncan and the running bastards, and knew in a heartbeat that the Marine was right. He raised his weapon, taking aim through the iron sights to line up the man's chest. He fired. 2 3-round bursts crushed and punctured his chest, tearing into his heart and lungs to kill him far faster than their enemy would, and probably caused less pain than his leg tortured him with for the final second of his life. The thought of him turning, of him limping around with one destroyed knee until he rotted away to nothing, or else crawling around until the friction of the hard ground chafed away the skin and muscle until he was just a messy torso, was too much. It was a kindness, he believed that deep down, but it was a heavy burden to bear. The boat surged, bubbling the water between them and the dock white as lemur after lemur threw themselves into the air to bridge the gap and get to their meat. One managed to leap higher than the others, a vestige of some height advantage over the others perhaps, and clamped the blackened fingertips of its left hand onto the edge of the railing, before a small hand reached over the side and, with a lightning-fast efficiency of movement, stabbed a thin spike of metal embedded into a piece of wood through the monster's eye and into the brain, shutting off the power to its grip and sending it down into the cold water below. Peter retracted his arm, carefully keeping the gore-covered spike away from them, and considered it for a moment before Johnson reached over and took it from his grip, and adding a fatherly ruffle of his overgrown hair. They watched as the docks grew smaller, seeing the warrior swarmed over by a crowd of them, all seeking the source of the fresh scent, and standing tall on the building nearest the scene of their escape stood a single creature, tall and still, and staring straight at them. "Mine," Enfield said, taking a knee and resting the barrel of the big rifle taken from his back onto the railing where dead fingertips had moments before clung onto. They all stood on in silence, watching the Marine seemingly do nothing for long seconds, until he let out an exaggerated breath and squeezed the trigger. Eyes shot towards the docks, much slower than the bullet, reaching their destination just after the lethal projectile, but still in time to see the bald head explode on impact and topple the body off the roof. The silence remained, broken only by the muffled hissing and growling of an unhappy cat coming from the sports bag Peter had carried. "Do any of you want to tell me what this thing was?" Astrid asked calmly. Chapter 17. Wulf sat in the room sipping coffee and waiting for what the Americans were calling his debrief. The coffee was weak and barely above room temperature, but somehow he felt that asking for a hot cup of adult strength wouldn't be appreciated. An agent, a man who hadn't even offered his name when the interrogation, masked as a debrief, began, sat before him with his collar undone and tie loosened. He looked exhausted and drawn, kept going by cigarettes and weak coffee alone. "So, tell us once more, Captain, this development. You think one of the infected subjects was giving orders to the other infected?" "Yes." "But," another man said, bigger and more in control than the other, "the thing we don't understand is how that's possible. We've seen no indication of any cognitive ability, let alone displaying anything coming even close to communication." Wulf, back straight and manners impeccable when compared to the boorish men sitting opposite him, felt a hint of a snap in his temper. "How many of the infected have you personally encountered, Agent?" The man's eyes bulged a little, and a vein throbbed on his forehead, but he said nothing. Wulf controlled his own features effortlessly, having woken from a short sleep among the men of the U.S. Navy Special Operations, feeling remarkably refreshed, and regarded the walking epitome of stress, attempting to bend the conversation to benefit his own agenda. "As I have said," Wulf went on, "the new kind of infected acts very differently to how the others are doing. It is both faster and stronger than them, and appears to make the, decisions. So it's what you guys were calling a lemur, right?" "Not just this," Wulf said patiently, as though talking to a child. "These types are different again to the lemurs. They make sounds like the dogs, and the lemurs move as if under their orders." The less stressed of the agents rubbed his brow, with the hand holding the cigarette and not the styrofoam cup of coffee. "So it's like a lemur, only it barks like a dog. And this is telling the others what to be doing?" "Yes." The agents looked at one another, something unsaid passing between them before their attention returned to Wulf. "Anything else you can tell us about them?" "I have only closely had encounters with one," he said carefully, "but it was clear to me that he was only recently infected, and I know this from the cleanliness of his uniform." "Uniform?" "Yes, he was an officer of the British Army, I believe." Both agents said nothing, exchanging another look, but this time openly conveying a lack of other questions to ask. "If there is nothing else," Wulf asked, standing, "am I permitted to return to my quarters? I have had very little sleep since—" "Of course, Captain, of course. We'll find you if we need to speak with you again." Wulf drew himself to attention and lightly clapped his heels together, showing the respect due to a senior officer, but without the rigidity he would demonstrate if he knew for certain that man was indeed senior to him. He didn't like the way the two shady men operated, which he imagined was a hark back to his childhood, when men in dark coats without names did things of which, in the name of his country, he was not proud. Fisher and Jacob sat in silence for a moment in the stale air of the windowless compartment. Neither man had slept much since the unwelcome turn of events had been uncovered, and Jacobs, like a masochist, rose to slot a VHS tape into a machine under a small television screen and hit play, before screwing up his empty cup and tossing it to bounce off the rim of the overflowing bin in the corner of the room. The static on the screen wavered out, displaying jerky footage taken from the helicopter that had rescued Wulf. It rose from the ground, the operator zooming in on the ground as tracer rounds slashed downwards from another aircraft out of shot. The distant zoom combined with the shaky handheld nature of the footage to make it grainy and out of focus, but the parts that were clear were unsettling. Fisher positively identified the bald, uniformed, infected subject as one of the SAS men he'd seen with Colonel Kelly, at least to a degree of certainty, and the two men watched the footage again in silence. Without the clear sound, they had to watch the body language, seeing that bald monstrosity standing back from the crowd of infected, running with ungainly purpose toward the survivors, where the heavy gunfire from above cut them down. As if responding to some unseen command, They took cover to avoid the bullets in whatever small obstacles the rocky landscape offered, until the helicopter took off from the ground fast and forced the footage out of focus again as the operator zoomed out to reacquire the enemy. It cut out to static again, and Jacob stood to replace the VHS with another, this one providing a different view from a much higher altitude and in different light to tell them it was filmed at another time. A crowd of infected stood motionless, the images on screen vibrating slightly, which they attributed to the aircraft's motion, until a different person, or former person, emerged from a building. This one was as hairless as the last, only in place of the uniform it wore the dirty remnants of a shirt and tie, except with one sleeve hanging limply where there was no hand to anchor the cuff. As one, the infected moved out ahead of the obvious shot caller. Jacob stood and killed the TV with a click that echoed in the small cabin they occupied, leaving both men in silence, until the more senior of them lifted a phone and spoke quietly after a pause for it to be answered. "I want one of the remaining lure devices prepped and ready to go. Constant aerial surveillance over the target site, and I need heavy guns trained on it ready to fire on my command. We'll be there shortly." "I don't care. Just get it done." Jacob slammed down the handset and swept from the room, saying nothing to Fisher, who rose and followed. "Are we ready?" Jacobs asked less than 30 minutes later. They could hear the drone of the inside of an aircraft flying miles to their east through the open channel to the Hawkeye hastily sent up for the rushed mission. "Shouldn't we call this in first?" Fisher said, standing close to Jacobs to mutter his question so others couldn't overhear. "You want to call Langley and tell them we made this shitstorm 10 times worse? Or would you rather wait to see if we can provide a solution to go with the problem?" Jacob snarled, not caring if anyone heard him verbally slap him down. "We're ready, sir," a young officer in the control room said. "Deploy the lure," Jacobs ordered, lighting another cigarette and pacing the space he occupied. Tense minutes elapsed, interspersed occasionally by Jacobs demanding an update from the surveillance plane to see if any of the infected took the bait, so he could drop the hammer and have one of the Navy's destroyers obliterate the target site with heavy artillery. "Negative. No. Stand by," came the last response over the speakers. "We have movement. Estimate 20. 20 infected approaching. Prepare to fire," Jacobs ordered an officer sitting at a terminal, pointing at the man to make his point crystal clear. "Stand by," came the voice over the speaker again. "They're stopping. Estimate 2/3 of the group are hanging back. They're retreating." "Just aim and fire," Jacob snapped. "Infected are all retreating now. They're being recalled by—" "What the hell?" "Report," Jacobs barked, hearing his order repeated over the radio to the pilot, who couldn't hear him yelling inside the dark room, miles out to sea. "Confirm all infected are retreating back to one of them on higher ground." "Fire now!" Jacobs yelled, almost out of control now. "Update target coordinates," the radio man said, scribbling with a pencil on paper to hand it over to the man next to him, who gave the updated target position to the men operating the guns of the destroyer brought closer to land in order to obliterate the infected. They waited, not hearing the massive, concussive reports of the distant ship's guns hammering ordnance at the island. That silence stretched onwards until the speakers came to life once more. "Negative effect on target. Repeat, negative effect on target. Infected have dispersed and gone to ground." Jacobs launched his coffee cup across the room, an empty gesture given that a partly filled foam cup lacked the violence he wished for as it impacted the bulkhead to drop to the deck with a weak popping sound. He made for the door, snapping his fingers at Fisher, who followed in stunned silence. "Now we call Langley," he said, as he stormed through the narrow walkways of the aircraft carrier, "and we tell them that the scientists fucked up. Tell them that without a sample of the new mutation and an entirely new team to analyze it properly, not in some damn farmyard, that we have no way to infect this new kind. Tell them it's back to square one." "But," Fisher started to say, but Jacobs rounded on him, grabbing the front of his shirt and slamming him hard into the bulkhead. "What? You want to tell them we fucked up? You want to fall on your sword and take the blame? Asshole!" Jacobs dropped Fisher and walked away with a lingering look of disgust aimed at him, leaving the agent feeling empty in the knowledge that his gamble had failed and that his ambition had doomed the survival of everyone left in Britain. He followed, staying back far enough that his boss had no chance of rounding on him again, and their path led them into the main control room, where Jacobs put himself into isolation to make the call. Fisher knew he'd sing the same tune, especially because, with the mood Jacobs was in, if he crossed the man, he'd probably fall overboard. on the way back home. "Escorts are set for the evac route, sir," a naval rating said to an officer sipping coffee and looking altogether too pleased with himself. "Good. Give them a green light. Godspeed back home." The rating relayed the message, paraphrasing most of what he was told into the language of radio speak. The approved evacuations had become sporadic of late, slowing only to a final few from what the rumours circulating the ship said. Fisher saw a shape in the corner, hanging back in the shadows doing what he could only describe as lurking. That shadow shifted, morphing into the Navy SEAL he'd upset more than once since they'd first met. "What are you doing here, Miller?" he asked. "I could ask the same of you, Fisher," Miller shot back. "Looks like your boss is pretty pissed." "He'll get over it," Fisher answered acidly, "and one of us will get a promotion out of this. Care to bet on who?" "Not really," Miller answered, sounding bored with the conversation, or with Fisher, perhaps. "And to answer your question, I was just listening to the evacuation boats leaving Iceland. Feels good to see people catching a break, you know." "Not like those poor bastards still in Britain, eh, Master Chief?" another rating asked, butting into their conversation like some idiotic attempt to be one of them. "The hell does that mean?" Miller asked, nailing the kid to the spot with his words and an accompanying glare that could probably render the kid sterile if he kept it up. I mean the Brits. They won't be accepted as refugees now, after the orders." "What orders?" Miller demanded. The rating shrugged. His insignia denoted his job as one of communications and electronic warfare, so Miller guessed the kid overheard a lot of things he probably wasn't authorized to know. "There's nobody else coming from the UK is allowed back home. That's come all the way from the top." Miller turned on Fisher, treating him to the glare now, before realizing the rating was still standing there terrified. "Fuck off," Miller told him, waiting for him to flee before returning his attention to Fisher. "You see what messing around with this shit does? What happens to anyone turning up from there? Anyone lucky enough to make it out alive, I mean. I guess they get quarantined," Fisher said weakly, "and then they just disappear, right? Can't have anyone able to testify to what we were doing there, can we?" Fisher said nothing, but his blank expression told Miller everything he needed to know. Chapter 18. Getting a boat full of people, all of them exhausted and malnourished, organized sufficiently to traipse through knee-deep, icy-cold water to climb aboard a boat, was hard. Harder still, with no guarantee that life would be any better, despite 2 military officers assuring them with brave smiles that all would be well. Their men, the scattering of Royal Marines and men of the Yeomanry, returned those smiles out of loyalty, but they knew the situation better than many of the civilians, and they knew that even if they had enough fuel to make it back towards the Inner Isles, the chances of them having to fight was high. They had little to bring with them because they had come with almost nothing, taking blankets and whatever else they could scavenge from the sparse stores in a military facility that seemed more forgotten than abandoned. The one man who didn't slosh his way through the cold surf to climb onto the fishing boat was probably the only man who, if he had breath to be able to speak, would outright refuse to be carried when others walked. Captain Palmer, a man who had earned the adoration and respect of so many people for his natural leadership and compassion, which he twinned with a boundless energy and the positivity to get things done, coughed and shivered when he didn't wheeze and gasp for air. Their Royal Marine medic, who stressed more than once that he wasn't a doctor, diagnosed a nasty case of pneumonia, which could only be treated by the immediate application of antibiotics and to be kept warm and dry. He added that feeding the man wouldn't go amiss. His younger brother hid the deep worry he felt, perhaps a side effect of his newly acquired maturity forged in combat, and instead of reporting to the captain to ask for his blessing to head back east, he found Julian beyond the point where he could safely issue an order. Between the younger Palmer and his Royal Marine counterpart, the 2 officers encouraged and chivied the people along, wearing their false smiles and making a show of enduring more of the hardship than anyone else. Palmer himself carried his brother, submerging himself to his chest in the freezing sea after a slip threatened to spill the sick man into the surf, which prompted plenty of amusement when he was forced to strip on board the boat and wring the cold water from his clothes as he changed into all the dry garments he possessed. "Here you go, sir!" a Marine shouted over the whistles and raunchy jeers the sight of his pale bare backside prompted. A pair of dry underwear sailed over their heads to stick to Palmer's back, followed quickly by the punchline, "They're mostly clean." Palmer turned, inviting yet more laughter given the freezing temperature of the water, and made a show of sniffing the issued shreddies before shrugging to indicate that he'd smelled far worse. Lloyd came to stand beside him, berating the men jokingly for not observing the lieutenant's modesty. Surreptitiously, he handed Palmer one of the precious Royal Marine undershirts, issued to them due to their inclination to be sent to the coldest places on earth for training, and much coveted by the other branches of Her Majesty's armed forces. Palmer took it, muttering his genuine thanks as, in spite of his performance, he was chilled to the bone and worried that he'd go the same way as his brother if he fell ill. The boat got under way, killing the fun and the conversation as everyone huddled together like penguins in Antarctica, seeking some small vestige of protection from the bitterly cold wind their passage over the choppy sea brought with it. In true military fashion, the women and few children, in fact almost all of the civilian members of their band, were sent below to pack into the cramped spaces there, where, at the very least, they could avoid the crippling wind chill factor. One man, originally from the squadron, and, from Palmer's recollection, one who had never spent any time remotely near the ocean, took it upon himself to brace one knee heroically over the rail at the very prow of the boat, and cry out, "Land ho!" in his best Captain Birdseye voice, as soon as the gap between the string of islands came into view. A few chuckles rippled from their frozen band, and the self-appointed morale officer deemed his job done and climbed his way back to force his way inside a huddle of men who, Palmer noticed with a smile of appreciation, were formed from both his and Lloyd's men, as though the divide of their old allegiances was a long-forgotten thing of the past. Palmer joined Lloyd inside the small wheelhouse, protected on three sides from the elements, to get an update on their expected arrival time. "An hour, all being well," the fisherman assured them. "Maybe an hour and a half." Palmer said nothing, despite wanting to know why such a large margin of error existed for such a relatively short journey, but figured that the man was guessing anyway, so he simply thanked him. "Keep up the good work, Captain," he added, affording the man the title to go with his evident importance given their tenuous situation, leaving him with a small pat on the back to reinforce his words. It was just under an hour later when the boat, which was beginning to sound rough as the engine slurped up the very dregs of the fuel in its tanks, swung north to approach the docks of Stornoway. "You want me to dock her?" the boat's driver asked. "No, thank you," Palmer answered, pointing instead to a small wooden craft, bobbing in the waves, still tethered to a submerged point marked by a faded red buoy. "I say we utilize that and keep the boat out of harm's way. Don't you agree?" He returned to Lloyd and thought out loud. "I suggest a reconnaissance party would be the most sensible course of action. Would you concur, Christopher?" "I would," Lloyd answered equably. "Very much so. I'll take a couple of my chaps, if it's all the same to you." "We'll handle it," a gruff voice interrupted them. Anyone who didn't know the dour Scot, displaced from his homeland to call Hereford home, would be forgiven for taking his tone as angry, but those accustomed to Mac's way with people knew better. Behind him, looking just as mean and ready, was the only surviving member of the four-man SAS patrol, and, Palmer rightly suspected, Desi was of a mood to kill screechers. That much was overtly evident, given the fact that he carried an MP5 slung over his chest, with the long barrel of the Soviet sniper rifle protruding over one shoulder. As if these weapons, and the handgun on his hip, weren't enough, he hefted the automatic shotgun in both hands to make it abundantly clear that he was intent on carnage. "Just the two of you, chaps?" Palmer inquired in a tone that made it sound more like he was concerned for them, rather than derisive of their abilities. "Safer that way, Lieutenant," Mac answered somberly, responding in a manner which was, for him at least, overtly friendly. He turned away and nodded to Desi, who set his jaw tightly in anticipation of some revenge. "I say," Palmer called after them, "I'll post a few of our boys to keep an eye out for you, if that's amenable." Mac paused, fighting down the urge to say they didn't need the help, and sensibly fearing having the sights of guns in cold shivering hands pointing at their backs. "That would be grand," he answered, "only if you could spread the word that no man's to fire unless we go loud." Palmer put his right hand to his chest and lowered his head in a slight bow of subservience. He watched the two men climb awkwardly over the side of the boat to where others were holding the dinghy steady for them. Mac threw off the tightly fitted tarpaulin lashed over the open deck, which was undoubtedly the reason it hadn't become waterlogged after a winter's worth of Scottish rain, and why it was still afloat. Picking up the two small oars and fitting them into the cradles on each side, Desi began rowing them ashore under dozens of watchful eyes. "This is," Mac began, frowning as he wasn't certain which word best described the odd sensations he experienced. "Fucking weird," Desi offered, never a man to utilize what one would call a full vocabulary, and invariably adding the prefix to make his point more strenuously. "I was going to say it's odd," Mac answered, "but we'll run with your answer for now." It was indeed odd. The town was, by very virtue of its geographical location, small, and hosted only a modest population. That population was expected to begin groaning and screeching, and shambling out of doorways as soon as their presence was detected, and when it didn't, the two SAS men began to take note of the little things. A car abandoned in the street, driver's door left wide open, and what appeared to be old bloodstains on the beige cloth, faded and distorted after being so long exposed to the harsh Hebridean elements. A butcher's shop, canopy still wound down to signify being open for trade, sported smears of old dark bloody spray on the inside of the windows, as if the shop front had been used to double up as the abattoir. A pub, as tempting a destination for any serviceman seeking refuge from the cold, was windowless and blackened, as the robust stone construction had contained whatever fire had gutted it from the inside. "Something bad happened here," Mac observed, earning a small huff of amusement and a deserving response. "No shit. Prizes for guessing what?" "Where the bloody hell are they?" Mac pondered out loud, ignoring Desi's sarcasm. "I mean, if there aren't any of the bastards here, then whatever went down concerns me greatly." Desi mulled that over for a minute, imagining some crazed shitstorm sweeping through the population and making them kill one another in the streets and burn out the pub. "Had to be screechers," Mac continued, "but where have they gone?" Desi sighed in annoyance, standing tall from the low wall he was using as cover and pacing to the centre of the deserted road. "Hey, you guys!" he bawled, throwing his head back and letting out all of his pent-up frustration into the shout. He stopped, taking a shooting stance and selecting the shotgun from his personal arsenal in anticipation of an onslaught of lemurs followed by their less articulate brethren. Nothing happened. He sucked in a deep breath and leaned his head back again. "Hey, enough of that bollocks!" Mac snapped at him, more annoyed at the sound Desi was intending to make than the risk of bringing the rotten bastards down on their heads. He stood, wandering out to join Desi, totally exposed in the street, to look around them in a full circle. "Pick a building. Any building," Mac asked Desi, like he was showing him a card trick. Desi pointed at a building maybe 50 paces from their position on the road by the water. "Hotel," he said, "with a bar. Best place to get everyone inside and dry and work from there." "Evac in a hurry would be a problem," Mac answered, half to himself. "We're on a peninsula," Desi pointed out. 2 or 3 sentry posts, he explained, pointing to their right where the only possible approach on foot would come from, and cleared the buildings one by one until we find out where they all went. Mac, weighing up the costs of staying exposed without supplies and risking setting up camp inside what was effectively enemy lines, gave in to needs over protocol. "We clear that, then if it's okay, we'll go back and get Marines to start clearing the rest in this area. Get some furniture out and barricade the approaches in case, and keep enough men billeted near each one to come out and man those defences." "Sounds good to me," Desi said, bringing the shotgun up into his shoulder once more and setting off in the lead to start checking every nook and cranny of the hotel. Mac rested against the stone exterior wall opposite him as the men set up either side of the main door to the hotel. Desi nodded, and Mac reached out to turn the stiff handle and swing the door inwards. Only after months of not being regularly used, the wood was swollen and seized, requiring the tactical application of a boot sole to make good their entry. They poured in, working effectively in spite of only being half of their team. They had trained for hours, days, months doing this. The list of men who had apparently been on the team to storm the Iranian embassy was, as Desi had put it many times, longer than he was. Both men had friends and acquaintances who had actually been there, but the fact remained that any member of any squadron could have been the ones rotated to the black team at any time, which is why they trained so tirelessly in their famed killing house on the base they called home. Desi went left, and Mac right, both men using their MP5s, if only for the familiarity of performing that work with that weapon, and their heavy torches illuminated the dark interior of the musty bar area, providing only a split second to react should their beams expose a target. The bar was devoid of life. Mac knew that wouldn't last long, as the fridges behind the dust-covered mahogany were filled with bottles, which would become the sole focus of many people if they took up residence there. Meeting back up in the centre of the open area, they moved together into the kitchen at the rear, finding that just as abandoned as the bar, before they lifted the heavy trap-door to cast a light into the cellar, only to be assaulted by the overwhelmingly strong smell of yeasty ales. "Upstairs," Mac said, taking the lead this time as they crabbed up the creaking steps to the first floor, and systematically opened each of the small hotel's rooms to find a similar story in every single one. The second and third floor told the same story, and the two men returned to the bar in disbelief at their luck. Desi went behind the bar, pulling off 2 packets of dry roasted from the cardboard display hanging from a hook, to toss one to Mac, who caught it and tore off the top with his teeth to pour half the contents into his mouth in one gulp. Chewing noisily, bits of nut dropping from his wild beard, he made appreciative noises for the tasty snack. "Oh," he mumbled through a mouthful, "that's the ticket." "Something to wash it down with?" Desi offered, inspecting the label of a cider bottle by peering down the length of his nose as if he was a long-sighted connoisseur. "Later," Mac answered, meaning it. "Let's go get the others." They went out of the rear of the hotel, finding a pleasant but overgrown beer garden and a very healthy supply of coal in a concrete bunker. Desi silently pointed to it on the way past for Mac's attention in case he hadn't seen it, looping the way around the block and seeing no evidence of any infected by the time they reached the waterfront again. "Want me to stay while you go back out?" Desi offered, one hand on the Soviet rifle. Mac took a long breath to consider his answer first, electing to climb onto the metal railing separating the tiny beach from the road and waving both arms over his head, as if trying to signal an aircraft. Desi got his meaning and flashed his torch on and off in the direction of the fishing boat before a puff of diesel smoke from the vertical exhaust gave them their answer. Chapter 19. "Is that what I think it is?" Hampton asked, extending a hand out in front of him to point into the darkness ahead. Johnson looked, using the trick he'd learned years before to be able to see something in the dark by specifically not looking at it. Focusing to the sides, he detected movement, a different shade of black moving from left to right in the dark, and his ears detected the faintest of muffled engine sounds. "Depends on what you think it is, but I think it's some of Buff's lot." His professional interest piqued, Bufford leaned into the dark to make his own assessment, and coming up with the same conclusion as Johnson had. "That seems like a covert infill to me," he said. "Doesn't mean it's my lot. Could be yours," he added to Hampton, who shrugged in the weak light cast by the tiny bulb showing on the deck of their boat. They'd anchored offshore away, eager to be outside of walking distance to anything not requiring breathable air, but cautious as to not be so far out that they'd attract attention of the naval blockade which might decide to sink them. "My lot wouldn't use one boat," Hampton said, knowing that the more elite of their kind opted for smaller teams than the company strength Hampton would expect for any meaningful action. "Want me to go ashore and take a look?" Enfield asked, startling the 3 men who hadn't heard their pet ghost approach. "Not on your own, you won't," Buffs answered, and tightened his gear on his body in preparation of work. "I can go with him," a small voice offered from behind them, making them all jump again, because Enfield's understudy was proving to be just as unnaturally stealthy as the man himself. "First time out," Bufford said kindly. "Best not make it a night op, lad," he added, placing a meaty hand on Peter's head. He twisted aside, avoiding what he felt was another attempt to patronize him. "I'm not a little kid, you know," he complained. "I've probably spent more time on my own than anyone else has." Awkward looks were exchanged among the adults until Johnson stepped closer to speak to Peter. Despite the huge size difference between them, Johnson didn't stoop or bend down to speak to him, as the boy was evidently feeling small as it was. "Not tonight," he said, as if giving an order. "I want you on stag at dawn, so you need to sleep tonight. Understood?" It worked, and Peter drew himself up to accept his orders with dignity before walking away. "That was handled very well," Larson said from the prow of the boat, startling them for a 3rd time. "Jesus, fuck! Will everyone stop doing that?" Johnson growled. "You need 2 more in the boat, if 2 are going to the shore," Larson went on, demonstrating that she'd been there long enough to hear their conversations. Bufford and Enfield slipped over the side of the fishing boat and into the small boat they towed behind them, after a brief discussion between the 5 of them on deck about what actions to take in different scenarios. Johnson and Larson went with them, and being the only one not accustomed to covert infiltration tactics, but being comfortable with engines of all kinds, the SSM took it upon himself to drive. Depositing the 2 men into the shallow water, the boat slipped back out to slightly deeper water to await the signal to retrieve them. "You hear these noises?" Larson whispered. Johnson did, opening his mouth a fraction to aid his hearing, and making out the distinctive sound that their own weapons made, only muted further by distance. Suppressed weapons were never truly silent, much to the contrary of what television programs showed people, and the coughing spits of gunfire grew louder on the breeze before stopping altogether. Neither of them in the boat said anything, as both were too disciplined, but unintelligible shouts from further up the beach were drowned out by a single, splitting report of a heavy rifle that could only have belonged to their sniper. Johnson started the tiny outboard motor and revved it, surging their little boat along the coast, where the faint light from the landward horizon exposed a team of soldiers huddled in formation on the beach. Johnson saw them just as they turned to see him, making out the shape of their own boat. Johnson stood and cleared his throat, movement to his right catching his attention as Enfield and Bufford ran towards them. "You fuckers lost," he announced loudly, seeing shocked faces in the pre-dawn gloom swing to point in his direction. "Get in your tub and follow us, you silly bastards." Lieutenant Palmer walked the defences, feeling like a man of his rank would have done 40 years prior, somewhere on the continent, only instead of the advancing Axis troops, his men would potentially be facing a more mindless foe. "Good work," he said aloud, commenting on the height and evident sturdiness of the furniture barricade, severing easy access to the part of the small town they'd spent the day clearing and occupying. "Bugger all getting through this, sir," a young man answered proudly. Palmer smiled, seeing that the man who spoke was a Marine, one of Lloyd's men, and given that the man was easily 5 years Oliver Simpkins Palmer's senior, the respect and deference shown pleased him greatly. It pleased him because he'd earned it, and had forgone any kind of sheltered ideological assumption that the officer's rank on his tattered uniform meant that any kind of respect was a God-given right. "Quite right you are, Lance Corporal," Palmer answered, making his rounds to the men posted to the strong points. He distributed cigarettes and chocolate bars, bags of crisps, and cans of fizzy drink, each time with a promise that the men could get their hands on something a little stronger just as soon as they could start rotating people to stand down. Each checkpoint, labelled Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie, was headed up by an NCO and staffed by men of both forces. The last visit Palmer made to the already famously entitled Checkpoint Charlie was the most exposed, as it was open to the south and suffered the seaward winds. "Ho, ho, ho!" Palmer bellowed in his best bass baritone, mimicking Santa Claus as he reached into the sack he was carrying to pull out the treats the men, in his opinion, so desperately deserved. "Any hot grub, sir?" one man asked. "Fuck me," a Marine said wistfully, as he leaned back on a stack of wooden crates and pulled the foil wrapping from the top of a cigarette packet. "I'd bloody kill for a fried egg banjo right now." "You'd kill for one on a normal day, you fat fucker," another man goaded him. "Gentlemen," Palmer said, as he finished dishing out the packaged morale, "I shall endeavour to find the requisite components and provide you all with the appropriate sustenance you so rightly deserve." Stunned looks were aimed at him until the Marine, Lloyd utilised as his senior man, interpreted the officer's words. "Mr. Palmer's saying he'll find bread and eggs, so you can have your banjos." The confused faces cracked open into overt smiles of appreciation, leaving the lieutenant to return to hotel headquarters feeling satisfied. Stepping inside and stamping his boots on the mat, he took off the heavy coat he had borrowed to return it to the hook by the door, feeling the gratifying heat of the open fire already set and roaring in the lounge. A handful of the civilians had occupied the houses along that street, and supplies were being stockpiled. Lloyd walked past him, handing out a glass as he went, which Palmer took unthinkingly. "Senior officers' meeting," he said, breezing past to leave Palmer following. He did, stepping into the lounge area to find the welcome sight of his older brother sitting up in an old wing-bank chair beside a roaring fire as a woman spooned something into his mouth. "Gotta love these isolated places," the Royal Marine medic said from his position, leaning on the wall behind the lieutenant. He had a pint mug of dark beer in one hand and a lit cigarette in the other. Palmer raised an eyebrow to invite the meaning behind his words. "Doctors' surgeries up here are like small hospitals. The gear they've got makes a field hospital look understocked. The captain's had some IV antibiotics and should be back on his feet in a few days, so long as he doesn't overdo it." "Corporal Seeley," Palmer said formally, "you have my most humble personal thanks for your outstanding treatment of my brother." "You're all right, Lieutenant," Seeley said with a smirk. "Gets me out of the cold work outside." He added a wink and left the lounge, letting Palmer lay eyes on his brother, who, for the first time in almost 2 weeks, had some colour in his cheeks, thanks largely to the inferno roaring beside him. "Chicken soup, Ollie," Julian Palmer said, still with a hoarse weakness to his words. "The only known cure for all ailments." He smiled, opening up again for another spoonful of broth to be fed to him. Palmer Jr. looked down to his hand for the first time, adjusting his grip almost unconsciously as he recognized the shape and weight of a brandy glass for the first time, and his manners didn't permit him to hold it like a mug of tea. He lifted it to his nose and inhaled deeply, releasing a satisfied "ah" as his nose informed his brain that he was holding a generous measure of the good stuff. "I shall leave the chicken soup to you, Captain," he said with a smile as he raised his glass in a toast. "I believe this will sustain me for now. Your health," he finished, hearing two civilians and the Marine lieutenant echo his words. He didn't take a seat, mainly because he was so tired that he didn't trust himself to stay awake, and his chores were far from completed. He didn't have the support of the staunch senior NCOs their group needed so desperately to have the world run smoothly, so he had to perform many of the necessary tasks himself. As if recognizing that, his brother locked eyes with him and somehow conveyed the knowledge that he had done well, and that Julian was proud of him, quite possibly for the first time in their lives. Chapter 20. The U.S. Navy SEALs didn't scramble for their boat like frightened amateurs. Instead, they followed their orders as 3 men stood sentry to cover 2 of them, carefully rolling the body of the creature, the enhanced infected, or Echo, as the powers that be were calling them, into a rubber body bag for transport back to who knew where. Pushing off from the beach, they paddled backwards before starting up their own engine and looping to follow the unexpected arrivals back to the outline of a small boat to cut power and drift alongside them. The same heavy voice called down to them. "Sergeant Major Dean Johnson," he said, providing his unit and branch before waiting for the information to be offered as to who the men were. "Master Chief Petty Officer Ryan Miller, United States Navy," Miller said, keeping the facts succinct. "You coming up, or do we chat like this?" Johnson asked, not hiding the sarcasm from his voice. "Orders," Miller said. "Infection risk and all." "Infection risks?" a female voice snapped in an exasperated laugh. "You think we are the infection risks when you are carrying with you one of them?" "Again, ma'am. Orders," Miller said. Their boats were drifting slightly apart, and his team were using the oars to maintain that small gap. "Orders for what?" the bigger man asked again. When Miller didn't answer, he laughed, asking, "Who are we going to tell?" "Look, Sergeant Major," Miller began, "I don't know who you've got on there, but I've got 2 Royal Marines, an SBS sergeant, only one of my entire bloody squadron, a Norwegian commando, a merchant sailor, 2 women and 3 kids," he barked, rattling off their crew roster before adding, "Oh, and a fucking cat with a damn sight more than 9 bloody lives." Miller couldn't help himself. He chuckled at the outright stupidity of the final addition. He turned to face his men, seeing a mixture of emotions on their faces, and sighed. He knew as well as they did that bringing these people back to the fleet was a non-starter. The outright ban on any UK citizen being evacuated was literally part of their mission orders when they specified that contact with survivors was to be avoided at all costs. But Miller sought leeway in those orders, and he knew his team would give the reports he needed them to give if called upon. If he couldn't bring them back, then the least he could do was to point them in the right direction. "Sergeant Major, I talked to you in private," he said, nodding his head at the boat tethered to the rear rail. Johnson looked at him, then at the boat, then back at the others around him before stepping to the aft of their boat and swinging a leg over the side. Miller's crew expertly manoeuvred their craft close enough for Miller to hop across, and Johnson took the controls to let the dinghy drop back out of earshot of all of them. "Just hear me out," Miller said, "and ask questions after, okay?" Johnson nodded once. "We're here on orders to collect a sample, dead or alive, of an Echo." Johnson opened his mouth to interrupt, but Miller raised his voice slightly to carry on talking over him. "The U.S. government wanted a sample, and thanks to your guy, we have that sample. There's an official policy now regarding Britain, and the entire UK has been deemed as irretrievable. I'm talking scorched earth. No refugees, no evacuation, because my guess is that whatever that thing is," he jabbed a finger at the other dinghy, "means that this island can't be taken back easily. This infection, it's evolving somehow." Miller swallowed, his body threatening to expose the mistruth, because telling this man that he knew exactly how the virus had mutated wasn't going to help a damn thing. "You get what I'm saying to you, right? The U.S. won't accept any refugees from here. None. At all." The silence stretched out until Miller realized Johnson was waiting for him to finish, or at least say he was finished. "Questions?" "A few," Johnson said. "Where did you get the gin on these Echoes?" "A bunch of military guys made it to a secure base off the west coast of Scotland. Some of your spec ops people, bunch of Marines and armor guys with a load of civilians. They called the faster ones lemurs. We called them screechers to begin with, Johnson said quietly, back when it all kicked off. Then the faster ones started showing up, only they had a good 100 or so of the screechers following them like leaders, so we called them that. L for leader, lemurs. Miller. Johnson hesitated, as if he didn't want to know the answer to the question he was about to ask, but was going to ask it anyway. Miller. What happened to those men? Oh, shit, Miller said. You were with them? Johnson nodded slowly. I'm sorry, man. There was an outbreak on the island. Not many people made it out. Johnson sucked in a sharp breath through his nose, making his mustache quiver slightly. He let it out slowly, as if controlling himself before speaking again. This is usually the part where you give me the good news, he said quietly, as if he didn't trust his voice not to crack. Iceland. You reckon you can make it there? Johnson didn't know, not without checking with Jean-Pierre, but he'd damn well make it happen. He nodded. They're evacuating, and it's taking some time to get everyone out. If you can make it there, you might be able to get out. Come to the USA and start a new life. Forget all this shit ever went down. Bastards! They can't do that, Ellie exploded when Johnson had filled them all in on the facts. Really? Larson asked. You think your Prime Minister would not do this if the outbreak was in the Americas? Ellie looked at her, then at Johnson, who nodded, then back to Larson, who reinforced her point. There is not a country on the earth, either now or before this is happening, that would not do the same. Why risk the safety of an entire nation for a few survivors? Isn't our country valuable enough? Ellie asked. Haven't we still got, I don't know, resources or something they'll want? In time, maybe, Bufford said quietly. England is tactically important to Europe. Meaning what? She snapped, speaking more harshly than she meant to because she was upset and stressed. Meaning that one day people will want to take back the countries we lost and repopulate them, Bufford answered with patience. Those that aren't radioactive, that is. So what do we do? Ellie demanded, her voice wavering as she came close to tears. Isn't that an easy answer? Philippa asked. I mean, it's easy for me because I'm going home one way or another, but to me the answer is pretty straightforward, you know? How do you mean? Jean-Pierre asked. I mean, no offense, but your country's gone, right? Overrun months ago. So you need a new home, and there's one on offer. Me? If it was my home, I'd be looking for a new one. And if we were in Canada and there was outbreak there, we'd be getting home however we could. And if there were a few Canadians along the way needing a home, we'd take them in, wouldn't we? Johnson added, simplifying the reverse scenario to make it clear for Ellie. Fine, she said, if that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing, Johnson echoed, glancing at each face in turn until he received any sign he could interpret as agreement or support, or even apathy, so long as it wasn't open disagreement. Chapter 21. After a night of rest, for most of them at least, the morning rounds to check the 3 checkpoint barricades were met with welcome. Lieutenant Palmer had recruited the assistance he required, scavenged in homes and the few shops alike to gather the resources he needed, and met the men after daybreak with carefully carried pots of hot soup made from a mixture of packets and tins so as to be unrecognizable. But to men who had been awake and alert during the night in shifts, it was hot, salty, and gratefully received. Drink up, chaps, Palmer said, smiling at them and seeing the light stripes of teeth returned. Busy day ahead. Work's not over yet, eh? The positivity he felt radiating back at him from the men warmed his heart as much as the soup did their stomachs, and even the thought of going into dangerous work couldn't dampen their spirits. Lloyd joined him, along with a gaggle of civilian volunteers eager to work, and the 2 men went over the day's plan. You're sure you don't mind staying back and keeping things shipshape here? Lloyd asked Palmer, who took it upon himself to maintain the security of their peninsula. Not at all. I'll keep the defences manned and my reactionary force in the centre, ready should they be required. Some of our civilians are eager to assist, although not all of them are brave enough to go beyond the barricades. Lloyd nodded appreciatively, knowing that the younger and far less experienced man laid out his plans so that the Marine wasn't forced to ask what contingencies he'd considered putting in place. The civilians Palmer mentioned were already busy stripping buildings of more furniture capable of raising the barricades, which would reduce the number of soldiers required to defend them, the plan being to eventually post pairs of sentries and have the majority of them billeted close by, to be able to rouse themselves and reinforce wherever they were most needed. That barricade, it was noted, would need to extend into the shallow water if they were to be fully protected, but for now the majority of the defenders were posted there, at their checkpoint Charlie, and it was utilized as the entrance and exit. Lloyd, while this was all happening, would lead a smaller group of people outside their enclave to begin systematically clearing the nearest buildings and searching them for supplies, which the civilians would be carting back and forth to their adopted headquarters. The first few buildings went smoothly, despite the obvious nervousness of men breaking into buildings that could hold a trapped screecher or two, but when none were immediately apparent, the mood dropped to one of careful professionalism. "Coming through," called a voice from behind them as they prepared to enter another building. Lloyd turned to see the two SAS men, characteristically absent from the rest of their group overnight, walking through their group dressed for war and festooned with weaponry. "Gentlemen," Lloyd greeted them, offering a hand to Mac, who shook it curtly. "Off for a spot of sightseeing?" "Aye," Mac grumbled, "seeing if we can find out where the bastards went." That concern was one they all shared, even if they were happy to not be faced with hordes of rotting monsters. Dwelling on the conundrum invariably left them expecting a crowd of the beast to descend on them at any moment. "Good luck to you," Lloyd told them, "and shout if you need us." "Likewise," Desi offered, leading the way through to press ahead east in search of answers. "Still got that odd feeling?" Desi asked Mac. "I do. Me too." They walked on, side by side, sticking to the center of the coastal road in stark contrast to the way they were trained to conduct warfare. Occasionally, one would point out something of interest to the other, and they would inspect it, searching for clues as to what happened there. "It clearly went down here," Mac said. "I mean, old blood everywhere and a ghost town." "Definitely," Desi responded. "Still doesn't explain where the bastards have gone, though, does it?" It didn't, but a large building towards the end of the coastal strip began to unravel the mysteries for them. The two men moved tactically, guns up to cover one another as they followed their noses to the open fire doors on one side. The building was big, something that made sense when they read the faded signage announcing it to be the town hall, even if 2 letters were missing. Inside, the smell was rank, old, musty decay, a layer of dust that seemed somehow infectious, and an overriding sensation in the back of their throats that forced a scowl of disgust onto their faces. Neither man said a word, communicating only by looks and nods of the head, as both knew what to do. They moved inside, recoiling at the stench so much that they were forced to withdraw to the fresh air after only a few seconds. Coughing and spitting to try and clear their mouths of the rank odor, a noise from just inside made them both freeze where they stood. The noise came again, a raspy, wheezing sound of weak desperation that no living creature could utter. "I'll do it," Desi said, handing over the shotgun to heft the suppressed MP5 into position on instinct to minimize their noise profile. Stepping inside, he held his breath while heavy torchlight illuminated the fetid gloom until the beam landed on a pair of legs. He followed the limbs upwards, seeing the owner face down, with its upper body angled oddly upwards, until he stepped to the side and recognized, with revulsion, what had happened. Speared through the abdomen, the legs twisted and trampled into ruin, the screecher was impaled on the legs of an upturned stack of plastic chairs. Unable to gain purchase with its shattered legs, and suspended too high from the ground to grab hold of anything with the twitching claws of its hands, it lay there, rotting slowly. Desi's torch beam rested on the face, revealing blackened lips and gums beneath a pocked and sallow face, with cheeks so sunken they appeared hollow, as the milky, blind eyes stared directly into the light, unaffected as a living person would be. Fighting the urge to release his breath, Desi fired a single shot into the skull of the mess at his feet to end the sucking, slurping sound of the wheezies it made as it labored in vain to cry out the sound of their feeding frenzy. Stepping outside to release the air stored in his lungs and gasp in a fresh replacement, he briefly described to Mac what he'd seen. "Figures," he answered, his eyes looking up and away to the east. "Looks like they were all in here for some reason, and something happened that way." He pointed with the business end of the shotgun out of town, and when he looked closely, Desi could see it. Smears on the road, darker stains on white stone and pale concrete. A car trampled with starred glass that must have collapsed under the pressure of the roof being walked over by multiple feet. They followed the weak sign, moving in an arrow-straight line to the east, still with no indication of movement anywhere. That careful progress continued for a mile through the eastern edge of the town before giving way to open fields of the classic windswept Scottish island view. The trail was easier to follow here, as the swath of trampled grass formed a slice of mud over the landscape that could be followed by a child. The few obstacles to the path, now that they were away from the urban area, were evidently no match for the crowd of zombies, which, given the size of their tracks as they spread out in the open, must have numbered in the hundreds. Fences were down, trampled into the mud, to hold on to scraps of clothing as if trying to leave clues to their destruction. Almost 3 miles later, when the tracks met the more robust obstacle of a high fence ringing a small airfield, the two men paused on a bluff of higher ground to observe the landscape. "Didn't we have a base here?" Desi asked, pointing his binoculars at the uniform rows of low buildings. Mac guessed the "we" part wasn't meant specifically as their own regiment, but more generalized to encompass the British forces as a whole. "Crab's dead," Mac answered, taking his own binoculars away from his face and looking down in thought. "At least I think they did." "Might be some good stuff down there," Desi offered, as if he could carry any more weaponry. "Maybe later," Mac answered. "You see, they went around." Desi could see, as the troughs of mud flowed around the perimeter fence, to continue east, as though the small horde bypassed the entire airfield after figuring out that the fence wouldn't collapse like the previous obstacles had. "Come on," Mac said, aiming straight for the fence, and pulling out a tool from a pouch on his webbing to begin clipping the wire and create a hole large enough for them both to squeeze through. He turned, pulling the fence together as Desi used the twists of discarded metal to link up the fence again and turn the teeth of the pliers as the fence came back together. It weakened the fence, which was a very minor flaw, as they might need the enclosed base in the near future, but the unnecessary detour the Screechers had taken would add a mile to their journey, which was sped up by their straight walk down an abandoned runway, leading directly towards the sea. When they reached the coast, they stared east, where the tip of the island they were on was set against the backdrop of low cloud that broke in places, exposing the stretch of the North Atlantic separating them from the mainland. "See that?" Mac asked, pointing at the clear trail leading to the right of the base where it continued towards the sea. "Yeah, but what about that?" Desi answered, pointing the other way to where part of the horde, to have gone via the northern edge of the perimeter fence, disappeared, where their route met the sea. "What? They just walked into the water?" Mac asked incredulously. "Looks like it. That doesn't make any sense." Desi turned to shoot his friend a quizzical look, as if to remind him that very little they'd done for months made any sense. "Aye," Mac agreed with a sigh, understanding what the face being pulled at him meant. "But what would make them all just break out and walk off the edge of the island like that? Remember the story about that mad bastard with the helicopter? The Pied Piper? Aye, I see how that would work, but why? Why here?" "You're looking the gift horse in the mouth," Desi told him. "They're gone, bar any of the bastards trapped in houses, and we're all right for now." Lloyd's team worked tirelessly until the early afternoon. Houses bearing unwelcome surprises, either in the form of suicide or where trapped infected had to be dispatched, were sealed up and marked with a red cross of spray paint to indicate that nobody should enter. The other houses were plentifully stocked, which appeared to be a peculiarity of living in so isolated a location, and the tinned food was carted back inside their barricade and hot meals prepared. Much as they had done back at the country house so long ago, they used flour to make bread, and ovens ran constantly to provide the means they required to restore their strength. Desi and Mac returned, quietly spreading the word for the others to join them in the hotel. As they stripped off their weapons, waiting for the 2 lieutenants to join them, they accepted coffee to warm and restore them until everyone was assembled. Filling them in on the discovery, the 5 men discussed possible causes, and came up with nothing concrete other than to liken the assumed behaviour to the swarms they had all encountered early on during the outbreak. "I rather suspect we won't discover the cause," Lieutenant Palmer said, "but as the sun is shining, I believe, gentlemen, that we should hasten to make as much hay as possible." Chapter 22. The ferry port at Mallaig came into view through the eerie skein of early-morning Scottish mist. The glimpses of so much abandoned armour stung Johnson's pride deeply, until an unfamiliar silhouette of a large hull caught his breath in his throat. "The bloody hell! Is that what I think it is?" Daniels asked, appearing beside him. "Don't see how it could be," Johnson answered, feeling a nudge on his left hip to look down and see Peter elbowing him to offer up a small set of binoculars. He took them, thanking the boy, and lifting them to his eyes to reacquire the distant shape of the main battle tank to confirm his suspicions. "It's a bleeding leopard," he said with amazement in his voice. "How?" "Castle Morton," Buffett said over their shoulders, having heard the exchange but unable to see the coast clearly unaided. "It was a contingency plan I saw before we came ashore again. Poor buggers were supposed to be sent out to stop a massive swarm down south somewhere." "That's a crappy training deployment," Daniels said, feeling genuinely sorry for the displaced men on the German tank group. "My guess is these were the poor buggers sent to reinforce us back on the island," Johnson said. "The ones who intercepted that swarm heading south for us, remember?" "Hold!" Enfield called out, his voice low and controlled, but somehow sounding raised by virtue of only being more intense than loud. "What have you got?" Johnson asked. "Lima," Peter said. Johnson turned to look at him, seeing the boy leaning into the smaller of Enfield's rifles rested over the rail. "On the third tank from the left." Johnson adjusted his view, finding the shrouded hulk of armour and not feeling the need to correct Peter that the Sultan tracked vehicle wasn't technically a tank. To a boy of 10, they were all tanks, and it didn't matter one bit anymore. He saw it, then, crouched, knees apart and feet together, looking more like an ape than a human. It was bald, just as the other two they'd encountered were, and it watched them just as intently as they watched it. "Not a Lima," he muttered. "Echo." "Orders?" Enfield asked, his eye to the scope and voice calm. Johnson didn't hesitate before giving permission. "Fire when Bang!" The shot echoed over the cold water, distorting in the distance as the report dissipated. The sound died away to nothing as those watching through magnifying optics saw the slumped body of the thing slide from the top of the hull, minus most of its skull. Enfield stood, eyes still glued to the coastline in search of another target, and his body language held none of the bravado one would expect from a man who had just made that shot. His expression bore no pride either, no celebration or smugness about his achievement or ability, only a resigned professional sadness that it was necessary. "More coming," Peter warned, seeing what they all had, but being first off the mark with a verbal report. Johnson saw them. They emerged from in between the wagons, clambering up on top of them with more power and speed than the usual kind. "Just like back at the last place," Hampton growled, swinging the barrel of the GPMG to face land. "Don't bother, Bill," Johnson said, turning to Jean-Pierre at the sheltered wheelhouse. "Get us out of here. Go north and we'll take a look at Skye." The boat surged gently, burping out a cloud of unburnt diesel as they moved away to leave a gathering crowd of interested lemurs watching them from the shore. "So these echoes?" Ellie asked to break the silence after the mainland was far enough away that no details were clear to them. "They're like what? Super lemurs?" "The Americans are calling them enhanced infected," Johnson repeated after learning the facts, as he had been told them at least, from the SEALs. "He didn't say as much, but I get the impression there's a bit more going on than we'll know." "Always is," Buffett answered darkly. "Weren't we supposed to get some fuel there?" Peter asked loudly, changing the subject as he'd caught up later than the adults had with current events. "We were," Johnson told him, "only it's probably not a good idea to do that with the hungry hippos looking over our shoulders." Peter chuckled in spite of the gravity of the situation, asking where they could get more fuel. "We could try Skye," Daniels said, unable to disguise the need to find out what happened to the others. "We can take a look," Johnson allowed, "but given what the frogmen said, I'm not holding out much hope. JP?" The sailor looked over one shoulder to look at Johnson. "Take us north, then hug the coast, heading inland. We'll cut through the inners and check the coastline before we go north. Far as I know, there's little on the west coast that could help." He looked at the others in turn, hoping one of them would have a better idea or be in possession of knowledge that might change their plan. None of them did, so the concept of sticking to the more populated areas was the most sensible course of action. The other end of the ferry line showed an abandoned setup that appeared to be custom-made for quarantining new arrivals. That, or it was similar to setups Peter had seen for herding cattle into milking parlours or big transport trucks. They slowed, all crowding the left side of the boat to stare at the deserted area until it was clear that nothing would appear to tell them either way if it was safe to dock. Johnson asked Jean-Pierre to take them in, going so far that they were chugging backwards to shore when a shout of alarm made their progress halt. The shout came from Peter, who was bringing the rifle up into his shoulder to locate the movement he must have detected with the naked eye. "I think we should go," he called out, just as more flurries of movement showed all over the fenced area, as a small gang of lemurs in mixed clothing and drag military uniforms burst into view. The engine barked, and shot forwards to jostle everyone on the exposed deck with a sudden change of speed and direction. One of them, tightly laced army boots pounding on the concrete jetty, sticking out into the cold sea, ran hard at them, threatening to catch up before they were safely out of reach. Recognizing this, Peter took aim and began triggering off shots methodically at it until one struck the sprinting body. Taking it in the space between groin and hip, it spun in mid-sprint to carry the momentum of the movements into the rough concrete, using its face to cushion the fall. Even over the noise of the engine, Peter thought he could hear the bones of its nose and cheek crunch on impact, but it rolled and tried to get back to its feet again, only to fall as the left leg didn't respond to whatever signals the remnants of brain sent it. Falling down again, black gore running in thick waves down the smashed face, it reached out and let out a hissing, gargling shriek that the others further back took up. Peter's spine shivered from neck to tail, and he lifted the gun again to begin picking them off before the stunt could be attempted by another of the creatures. But Hampton had other ideas. The GPMG, fixed to the rear rail on the opposite corner, exploded into life as it clattered and chattered away in short bursts to wreak havoc on the second wave of attack. Legs crumpled and chests exploded as the bright tracer rounds showed the streams of bullets walking up the attack to reach head height. With the range and aim locked in, Hampton rattled off 3 more bursts to pop open skulls, to splatter gore, and throw the stinking bodies down in all directions, leaving the concrete jetty looking as though a bomb had gone off in a crowd. They powered away from the dock, the chase abandoned by the few corpses coming from further back who had no hope of catching them. Johnson watched, expecting them to run and throw themselves into the water, as the others were intent on doing, but instead they stopped, moving as one like they were controlled remotely, and turned to their left to set off along the coast and mark the progress of the boat. Did you see that? Daniels asked, his weapon still held in the ready position, but with the barrel pointing into the water. I did, Johnson admitted quietly. Fuckers are switching on. It's not that, Peter said. He held out his hand, pointing to the rocky land whipping by before them. What? Johnson asked. Wait, Peter told him, keeping his finger pointed until he jerked it further to his right, when reacquiring the subject of his interest. There! Another bald bugger, Buffett said, giving orders like before. That settled it in Johnson's mind. With everything he'd seen and everything he'd been told, he finally saw just what this latest monstrous mutation in their enemy meant to them. The Screechers, or more accurately the Lemurs now, as they hadn't seen a Screecher in weeks, now had platoon leaders able to assess a battleground, apply tactical thought to a far higher level than the animalistic hunting instincts of the faster kind. That, he thought sourly, was just not fucking fair. Can we get a little more speed out of this thing? He called out, earning a growled response not in English that he had to guess at the translation of. The first few options he imagined involved him getting out and pushing, so he ignored it. Keep an eye on the bastards, he said, earning an annoyed look from Jessica. He was about to ask what he'd done, but her eyes went to her younger brother and back to Johnson in silent admonishment of his bad language. Johnson's eyes went to Peter, too, then back to his sister, as he tried to convey the fact that her little brother was pointing a gun at a mutated, infected, undead monster, stalking them with an army of lemurs under its command, and that the odd swear word was hardly the issue. She didn't falter, and he rolled his eyes involuntarily at her stubbornness. They outran their land-based pursuit when the coastline rose sharply over rocky crags that couldn't be traversed anywhere near as fast as the boat could chug through the choppy waters. At least until they tried to span the short gap between the nearest points of land between the island and the rest of the country it belonged to. There the boat struggled, slowing and jostling the passengers as the power of the engine fought a slow battle against the power of the current battling against it. "What is happening?" Larsen yelled over the sound of the noisy revs and the rushing of wind and water. "The current is strong here," Jean-Pierre yelled back, both hands fighting the controls to keep them steady as their speed slowed to half their previous advance. "They're back!" Daniels yelled, eyes trained on the shoreline way back in the direction they'd come from, where movement flickered over the green and black of the rocky landscape. They were powerless, at the mercy of the immense force of the water, crawling north as their pursuit closed the lead they'd stretched out. Yard by yard, bumping over the waves caused by the fast movement of so much seawater surging through the narrow gap, they passed through the wide channel and turned inwards to hug the coast, while staying out of reach of anything on land. "JP," Johnson warned, as more movement showed inland closer to them than the pursuing lemurs. "They will not reach us here," the sailor assured him. Johnson looked back between the incoming assault and the water, believing the assurance, but still prepared for them to be wrong. "Form on me," he called out. Daniels, Enfield, Hampton, Larson, and Bufford moved to him instantly, responding to a command that triggered their military sense of immediate obedience, and Peter shuffled along to join them, their combined weaponry packed into one small section of the railings in anticipation of contact. "Hold your fire," Johnson cried out. "Let the water take the buggers." They held their nerve, watching as the attacking forces snarled and shrieked as they sprinted over the rough ground so recklessly that half of them fell hard to smash into the rocky ground, only to get up and build their speed up again, before falling down or else surging into the water in a desperate, wild attempt to reach the passing boat. "Hold!" Johnson told them, speaking loudly. "Hold!" he growled, louder this time and summoning all the authority within him to make it sound believable. They held. The lead wave of lemurs ploughed into the frigid sea, slowing instantly as the weight of the water far outweighed the strength in their bodies. When they met a depth sufficient to bring the inevitability of physics into play, their forward momentum, combined with the resistance of the water, acting together to pitch them face first into the current, to be snatched away and whipped south, faster than the boat was moving north. Johnson relaxed, seeing both the pursuit and the cut-off group, if he was thinking tactically like an infantryman, fall behind again as the boat made better time in the wider channel. "There should be a small port towards the northeastern tip of the island," Daniels said, revealing the fact that he'd studied more than one map of where the rest of his squadron had gone. "Go there," Johnson told Jean-Pierre. "Hopefully it's not overrun, and we can get some damned fuel." The small dock in the town of Portree, which was little more than a village by most standards, was devoid of all signs of life, both current and former. The boat chugged quietly as the engine turned only enough to keep it steady in the water, letting them survey the docks for a long time. "They'd have come by now if they were here," Daniels said. "Or if they knew we were here, I mean." "I wouldn't count on that," Hampton answered, glowering over the rail with his hands resting on the cold metal of the heavy gun. "Bastards are getting smarter." "It is correct, I am thinking," Larson added in support of Hampton's words. "They appear to have the use of tactics and communication, do you agree?" "Take a look at the docks," Enfield cut in, changing the subject from his perch up on the top of the wheelhouse roof, where he lay flat, with his eye to the scope of the big hunting rifle. Beside him, in half-size replica, Peter adopted an identical position. "Where are you looking, lad?" Johnson asked, lifting binoculars to his eyes. "On the concrete before the jetty. Catches the sunlight occasionally." Johnson looked, peering closely at the described area for any glint of reflection. Just as he was about to give up and claim that the binoculars weren't powerful enough, as the man's rifle scope was, he saw it. A glint of something bright, small and ever so brief, but undeniably there. He saw it again and stifled the gasp he felt coming to his lips. Spent brass. The closer he looked now, the clearer it became. There, right there on the docks in front of them, a final stand was made with many men contracting into a small space and firing their guns. The lack of bodies made the outcome sadly obvious to Johnson, who lowered the glasses and sighed. "Worth tapping the tank?" Bufford asked, eyes fixed on the massive fuel tank sitting on the docks, where the small fishing and tourism vessels like their own would fill up with diesel. "Chances of getting company are pretty high, I'd say," Daniels added, eyes vacant and distant as he absorbed the fate of his friends and comrades. "Chances of getting much further on the fuel we've got are slim to bugger all, lad," Johnson added quietly to him. Turning to Jean-Pierre, he asked him to back the boat up closer, but be ready to open the throttle all the way if he heard the shout. "Bill, you staying on that gun?" he asked, hearing a viciously gleeful affirmative from the Marine sergeant. "You got eyes on up top, lads?" Johnson asked of Enfield and Peter. They both answered that they did, and Johnson locked eyes with both Larson and Bufford, who returned his stare with such solidarity that he began to suspect the bunch of them together could achieve anything. "With me, Corporal Daniels," he ordered formally, some of the aplomb returning to his tone in some distant echo of a parade ground where it was so gloriously at home. The rear of the boat bumped along the tires lashed to the side of the dock, issuing an unavoidable squeaking noise. "Loud enough to wake the dead," Johnson muttered, instantly regretting his choice of words as wholly appropriate to their situation. Their escort slipped over the railing first, running to take up positions to defend the fuel runners, who followed closely behind them, and began fighting with the heavy hose slung by chain loops to a swinging arm that shrieked in protest as it was swung outwards. 2 minutes was all it took to locate the hose correctly and begin cranking the handle to pump gallon after gallon of fuel into the boat, before a simply spoken warning chilled them into stillness. "Contact!" Enfield called out, silencing everything including the birds. Only the sound of the lapping water and whistling wind remained until a chilling noise tore the air. 3 loud, sharp barks echoed down to them as a silhouette emerged over the high ground to their right. Johnson fought to disconnect the hose, splashing oily diesel over his boots in his haste to free them from the umbilical cord connecting them to the island. "Time to go," he said, tossing the heavy rubber tubing over the railing and helping Daniels climb back aboard so that he didn't slip. Bufford and Larson joined them, and Jean-Pierre opened up the throttle to push the boat away from the docks and out into the safety of the deeper water. "Hold on," Enfield called out. "JP," Johnson said, slashing the fingers of his right hand across his throat to indicate he should cut the power. "What is it?" he called up to his sniper's nest. "Ours," Enfield said with an obvious lump in his throat. "Quite a few of them." Johnson turned back to shore to look, squinting into the distance before remembering the binoculars and fumbling for them. "Jesus," he spat, recognizing far too many faces of the gathering now filling up the docks, even with their pale faces gaunt and sallow around their cloudy eyes. He recognized the remnants of clothing, of uniform, more than he did the changed faces staring back at him. "Can you handle that?" Johnson asked solemnly. "I'll count 10 of ours," Enfield said. "On your word?" "If you wouldn't mind," Johnson said quietly. "Give them some peace." He closed his eyes, head turned down to face the deck as shots rang out above him, waiting until the gunfire subsided before calling out to resume their northerly journey. Chapter 23. "You're feeling better, Julian?" Oliver Palmer asked, as he groaned his way down into a comfortable chair. His back was sore, his body exhausted, and his grip on the cup of coffee was tenuous. He felt 20 years older than he was, which was due to him missing the opportunity to sleep in place of performing duties that he didn't want to delegate. "I am, thank you," his older brother responded, betraying the attempt to lie with a few chesty coughs that got away from him, forcing him to put down his own drink until the bout passed. "I am," he tried again, giving a depreciative shrug, "but I suspect I'm not entirely recovered just yet." He straightened himself in his chair in an attempt to appear more commanding, in spite of how much he was still clearly struggling with the effects of his illness. "I feel it pertinent to ensure the command structure is clear to all until I am declared fit to resume my full duties," he began formally, before his younger brother carefully interrupted him. "Nonsense, Julian," he said gently. "Every man here knows what's required, and receiving orders from you or me or Mr. Lloyd makes no difference to them. Still, Captain Palmer hesitated, unsure what he wanted to say, or at least uncertain of how to say it without causing offence. "We've done our best to keep the wheel on for you," his younger brother told him, minimizing his own performance during the captain's illness to one of a group effort, "and we shall continue to do so until you inform us otherwise." Julian Palmer smiled, fighting another cough that threatened, as he knew it would open the floodgates for more to follow until he was left out of breath and weakened again. "Very good, thank you. Now," he went on before he was embarrassed by seeing gratitude and humility displayed by his brother, "I've had the official brief, but I'd rather like your personal take on matters." Oliver Palmer sat back in his chair, leaning surreptitiously left and right to check for others in earshot, before allowing a look of deep concern to shadow his features. He thought for a few moments before speaking. "I'm of the opinion that, quite undeniably, the infection reached these islands. I suspect it swept through quickly, given the lack of makeshift barricades and what-not we've seen in other places that held out for longer, and with only a few stragglers shut up indoors as we found. I think the majority of the people were elsewhere or out in the open." "That makes sense from what the 2 regiment chaps found," the captain said with a laboured breath. "Imagine being in a town meeting when people turned." "But that doesn't fully explain why they all simply turned their noses towards the rising sun and wandered into the sea, does it?" the lieutenant asked. "Perhaps their, herding instincts are strong enough to cross the gap between here and the mainland." "Perhaps, but regardless of whatever wild theories we can dream up, the fact remains that they did simply wander into the sea, and they aren't here any longer. That is the blessing we should consider to be our good fortune." Palmer Senior nodded sagely, eyes distant as thoughts ran riot in his mind but stayed away from his calm expression. "Bottom line," Ollie," he asked, "how long can we make it here, do you think?" "Bottom line? Quite a while, I should say, assuming no outbreaks or sudden assault by a rotten legion, but that hardly qualifies as a long-term strategy." "No, you're quite right. But what other options do we have?" Lieutenant Palmer silently pondered the question for a while before speaking as if thinking out loud. "We're assuming that a blockade of some kind will be in place preventing us from making our own way to a safe country," he began. "Assuming there are any, still," his brother chimed in. "Assuming that the aircraft our men have seen are operating independently?" Oliver asked, in quiet challenge to the pessimism his brother displayed. "It can only be the Americans. So we need to make contact with them and come to some form of arrangement regarding our evacuation. They didn't respond to our radio calls before. So why should they now?" Julian asked. His brother's face darkened further, lines appearing on his otherwise blemish-free face. "Perhaps you could work on that part," he asked, "while we continue to clear the island and stockpile enough supplies to keep us going?" The imagery of the docks was seared on Johnson's mind in such fine detail that he could study the recollection as clearly as if it were a photograph. Recognizing the uniforms of some men forced him to recall the hideous details of their faces, sallow and pale, to try and marry up those images to other memories of his men from the past. He couldn't, even after an hour spent in quiet solitude, which he covered by taking a turn to operate the gun fixed to the rear rail, despite the fact that not even an echo could work the controls of a boat to give chase over open water. "That fuel you got won't take us far, I'm afraid," Buffett said from behind him, making him jump in fright and issue a string of quiet curses. "Jesus bleeding Christ, Buffs! You frightened the bloody life out of me," Johnson gasped. "Sorry," Buffett answered with an involuntary smirk on his face. "Didn't realize you were miles away." Johnson deflated, feeling his heart rate begin to lower from the startled tempo it had adopted. "We'll have to pull over, then," Johnson said, looking behind the SBS man to see Kimberly approaching. "Next services?" she asked with a smile, tottering over the wet deck to stand beside Johnson. "Is it the one with the happy eater?" Buffett asked her, deadly serious. "That's the one, with the slide shaped like an elephant." Johnson smiled. Small moments of levity or normality seemed to make the world turn. Somehow the final realization that their country was lost, that their people and everything there was to be abandoned for good, hadn't quite sunk in until seeing the twisted mutations of his men on Skye. So bleak was his outlook that the very thought of attempting to cross what he estimated was well over 500 miles of inhospitable North Atlantic Ocean in a fishing boat was so much of a stretch that he could feel his will being sapped from him. He couldn't fathom how stupid he'd been, how naive he was to believe things would get better, that the whole mess would just blow over while he sat and enjoyed a nice cold pint. He felt anger at himself for keeping so many people together like an enormous buffet spread, when he should have been doing everything within his power to get them off the island. To hell with orders, he should have said at the very beginning. They should all have evacuated west at the first opportunity instead of waiting for hell to freeze over. Well, hell had frozen over. Then it had thawed, and if they weren't careful, they'd be staring down the barrel of that unfortunate cycle all over again. He thought back on his quiet discussion with the American operators, feeling the guilt and shame from the man that he could do nothing to assist, other than to give the glimmer of hope for their escape, along with all of the spare ammunition he and his men could afford. Beside him, Kimberly said nothing. She simply looped her arm through his and leaned her body against him, which somehow slowed the feeling of his resolve and warmth leaking from him. "Land!" Enfield called out from the front of the boat, making all of them turn around as if they could see something happening quickly, when in fact it was simply a darkened strip ahead of them through the low cloud. Johnson looked up at the sky, trying to decipher the conditions from beneath the thick blanket of stored moisture in the air, just as Hampton was doing the same a few paces away. "Anchor up, away from land, but out of the deeper water," he said, not making it clear in his tone if he was asking or suggesting that course of action. Johnson sighed, not only from his low mood and gathering depression, but for the thought of spending another uncomfortable night asleep on the cramped boat, only to face the world in all its shit-covered glory the following morning. "Boat," Desi said quietly the following morning. His voice bore no excitement, just the same calmness it usually had when reporting on anything. "Where?" Mac asked in a rush, in stark contrast to how dour he usually came across. "South," was all the answer he got, which, had Mac thought before he spoke, would have been the obvious answer, given that the only stretch of water they could easily see lay in that direction, and boats weren't often known for their passage over land. Desi lifted the rifle to use the scope, pointing it toward the water for a few moments until he acquired the boat in his sights and let Mac know. "Fishing boat," he reported, "smaller than ours." The alarm was raised, not in any sense of panic that they were at risk of an attack, but more to prepare for whoever it was to be greeted properly, and to ensure the infection they so vitally avoided wasn't being brought to them unsuspectingly. "Send word for the lieutenants," Mac told the Royal Marine, who jogged up to where they were standing on the road in search of answers to the cause of the excitement. "Tell them we have visitors," he added, pointing at the speck approaching from the south. Chapter 24. "I can tell you this for free," the captain of the destroyer said angrily to the two CIA men as he led the way through the bowels of his ship. "I don't much like the thought of you doing whatever it is you're doing here, but I have my orders." His tone betrayed the fact that, whilst he would follow those orders, he would do so without the slightest investment in whether their task was successful or not. His uniform was crisp and pressed, in contrast to their creased and sweat-stained shirts, and their bedraggled appearance made the captain's dislike of them deepen. He'd received his orders, questioned them for clarification in a private conversation, then accepted the incoming personnel and followed the rest of his orders to distance himself from the fleet in deeper water. Out of curiosity, he met the incoming personnel himself, recognizing two of the group by their own individual appearance as men of the Navy's elite fighting force, as easily as he could all but smell Langley on the other two men, seeming far from home, leaving the remainder of the group a mystery to him. The vast majority of them were civilian, that much was obvious, but one was in fatigues and wearing the insignia of a U.S. Army department he didn't recognize, comprising a star and what looked like a DNA helix. "I assure you, Captain," the shorter of the crumpled suit said, "we'll be out of your hair just as soon as we can." He turned to give the small team a nod, standing back as they carried equipment and a large coffin-shaped box through a doorway and into a section emptied of all other personnel. The shorter of the bearded men hung back as the others went inside, loitering far enough back that the captain could speak to him without being overheard. "Sir," the man asked in a low voice, "you got orders to put a security detail on this?" The captain eyed him suspiciously before he spoke, glancing at the man's rank for a second, then meeting his intense gaze with a matching one. "I do not, Master Chief. Should I?" "Sir, anything happens in there, and I mean anything, you promise me you'll make sure nothing comes out?" The captain nodded bleakly. The colour drained a little from his cheeks as the bearded man stepped inside and dogged the hatch behind him. The captain stepped back, giving orders for a detachment of sailors to guard the door before drawing a gun from a holster and hanging back in the shadows. "Be quick," Jacob said, not enjoying being away from the massive aircraft carrier that hardly moved in the choppy North Atlantic, unlike this smaller ship that rose and fell perceptibly with each large wave. He was also distinctly uneasy, given what he knew about their position, being far enough away from the fleet that there was no risk of infection spreading. Given also that the fleet's escorting submarine was out there, lurking beneath the surface, ready to sink the ship, should the need arise. "Everyone, gloves and masks," the army doctor said to the small team of scientists assembled to conduct the autopsy of the newly acquired viral sample in the form of the body of an enhanced infected. "Rolling," a woman said, bearing a video camera on her right shoulder as she screwed up one side of her face to see through the eyepiece. "All righty then," the doctor said, lifting a face mask up and adjusting the goggles over his nose. "Autopsy of Subject 1, enhanced infected." He whipped back the sheet, stirring up an acrid chemical smell that reached all the way back to Miller and Hernandez, lurking by the walls. Fisher recoiled visibly, one hand clapping up to his mouth as he fought to block the stench out, but the bigger man, Jacobs, just took a calm step backwards. "Subject deceased. Again, roughly 18 hours ago. Cause of death? Well, that's pretty obvious." He gestured at the skull, which was missing most of the left side and a good portion of the back, leaving the right side oddly untouched. The doctor used heavy medical shears to remove the remainder of the tattered clothing, exposing a juvenile female body. "Initial observations. Skin is smooth, without any sign of hair. Subject most likely prepubescent, but the appearance is more like alopecia. Note the lack of hair on arms, eyebrows." He leaned closer, using a shiny medical probe to poke at the undamaged part of the face. "And no eyelashes, either." He moved the probe, peeling back the lips to expose the teeth. No abnormal dental mutations, no obvious loss of teeth or pronounced canines. He stepped back, dropping the probe and selecting a scalpel to open up the abdomen without even a pause. Gruesome slopping and squelching sounds filled the room, amid the coughs from others to cover their nausea. He took out one part and weighed it in his hands as if judging a prepared chicken for a Sunday dinner, then put it into a wide dish and cut it open to fish around inside. No obvious indication that the subject has fed recently. He paused again as another wet noise filled the room. They all turned, including the woman with the camera, to see Fisher bent double in a corner, retching the contents of his own stomach into a similar metal dish. Coughing, he vomited again and voided himself as the smell and sights had overwhelmed him, while the others turned back to their task. The doctor reached a gloved hand and half of his right forearm into the exposed chest cavity and felt around. Heart, lungs, all still in place. Saw, please, he added to an assistant who passed over the required tool. The room was silent, except the sawing, crunching noises of the sternum and ribs being flayed outwards like some hideous result of a small explosion. Hernandez sidestepped towards Miller, leaning over to mutter to him. "Looks like the movie," he said quietly. "I hate to say it, but only one of us is getting out, and we gotta find the cat on the way." "Shut it," Miller hissed, not in the mood for jokes or the reminder that they might not make it out if something went wrong. The risk of one of the people messing with an infected body was unknown, and a careless mistake could mean spreading the infection outside of the ship. That was primarily why they were there, and why the strict procedures for getting out existed. Muscle tone, fat reserves, bone density, all appear normal, the doctor went on, commencing sample recovery. He cut away pieces of organ, muscle and skin, recovering each one with a fresh pair of tweezers, before depositing them in pre-marked sample dishes, which were immediately sealed, taped shut, and dropped into another sealed bag before being packaged into a cooler. The doctor used pliers to pull 2 teeth, selecting the easily accessible side through the missing part of the face, to tease them free, before dropping them in turn into the offered dishes. He stepped back, instructing the others to replace the body into the container and seal it up again. The cooler containing the samples was similarly sealed with thick tape, wielded by those not directly involved in the autopsy, before all of them began to strip their protective clothing down and stuff them into plastic bags held out ready. Those bags were sealed, then sealed inside other bags and sealed again, until all but one of them were restored to normal clothing and joined the 2 seals at the back of the room. The last man opened a series of bottles, pouring a strong bleach solution over the surfaces they'd used before packaging the instruments into another sealed box. He stepped onto a plastic sheet laid out, poured the contents of the last bottle of bleach over his protective suit, then stripped off the layers covering his body until stepping off, leaving only his gloved hands, eye protection and face mask to bundle the gear together and add the final pieces before the second bag was sealed. "Leave it all in here," Jacob said, revealing a part of the plan they didn't know, "and this entire room will have to be sealed until it can be properly decontaminated back in the States." "And the subject?" the doctor asked. "Especially that," Jacobs answered. "Just the samples come with us." Miller undogged the hatch and pulled open the door, seeing a collection of anxious faces staring at him over weapons, as the captain had clearly taken his words seriously. Holding up his open hands, he smiled briefly. "All good," he said calmly, stepping aside so the others could file out, carrying significantly less than they'd gone in with. Jacobs paused by the captain and handed over a sealed envelope. Then, not being able to wait for the man to read it, he loudly announced their orders. "You're to sail straight back to Virginia," he said, "where a team will quarantine you and your crew. That room," he pointed behind him, "is to be sealed and not disturbed under any circumstances. Is that understood?" "It is," the captain answered tersely. He turned on his heel, barking brief orders for his security personnel to guard the door, and swept from the walkway before he could damage his career by speaking his mind. An hour of quarantine later, spent mostly in stifling silence, the scientists, CIA agents, and SEALs made their way back to the aircraft carrier. Jacobs, his hand gripped tightly around the handle of the sealed cooler, walked straight out onto the flight deck, where a small jet plane was waiting to take the box of infected flesh over the Atlantic. Fisher waited for him away from the windy, exposed, flat top, ready to duck inside when he walked back. He followed, neither of them speaking a word, until they returned to the windowless space guarded by one of their own. Sitting down in the gloom, Jacobs reached into the top pocket of his shirt to retrieve the pack of cigarettes, tapping them against his left hand, but failing to be rewarded with the appearance of one. Peering into it, he screwed his hand tight around the empty container and tossed it into the corner, where it bounced off both walls before falling to the deck behind the overflowing bin. To worsen Jacob's mood, he picked up a cup of cold coffee to wet his mouth, succeeding only in spilling it down the front of his shirt. "God damn it!" he roared, standing up so fast that Fisher thought he might try to flip the small desk that was bolted in place. Yanking off his tie and pulling roughly at the buttons, he stripped off the shirt to ball it up and toss it onto a pile of bags and boxes, revealing a torso that was effortlessly muscled, if sporting a softer outer layer as he aged. Fisher stood, bending down behind him to retrieve a neatly folded grey T-shirt, bearing the four-letter brand of ownership, and cleared his throat, tossing the navy shirt to Jacobs. He caught it, pulling it over his head to find it a tight fit but not too ridiculous, looking back up from his body to see Fisher offering him a cigarette from his pack. He took it gratefully, calming as the smoke hit his lungs, and took his seat again to open the tough case and set up the satellite phone ready to make the call. "It's Jacobs," he said after a long pause, nodding to himself and the words that only he could hear. Seeing this, he hit a button to fill the room with the electronic hiss of the open line and replaced the handset. "Hold, please," a voice said, followed by a series of clicks as the call was rerouted somewhere on the other side of the Atlantic. "Agent Jacobs?" a voice asked eventually. "Bob Hallard here." "Good morning, sir. Agent Fisher is with me." "And you're on with the President and his advisors. Also General Farley. We've been waiting for your call." Jacob's mouth dropped open and his eyes went momentarily wide, staring at Fisher until he recovered himself enough to speak. Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. President, sir. Get to the point, Agent Jacobs," a recognizable voice said without a trace of humor. "We're all on the clock here." "What's the report, Jacobs? Is there any hope of salvaging this project?" Hallard asked, wanting the direct answer quickly. Jacobs swallowed before speaking. "In our opinion, sir, no. It seems that whatever the scientists were doing at the facility caused a mutation in the kind of infected we've encountered, in that, specifically, we have confirmation of a higher form of infected. The samples for the CDC are in the air now as discussed. We're calling them enhanced—" "That's all remarkably interesting," Hallard interrupted acidly. "What's the tactical assessment?" Jacobs faltered, looking at Fisher for inspiration. "Sir, Fisher here. Our assessment is that the UK is lost. Our only hope of containment is to prevent the spread of this mutation if we can, and that means likely securing the island in total quarantine for the long haul." Silence hung on the other end of the line for a while until Hallard spoke again. "Hold the line," he said, before a click announced that the call had been muted. Fisher opened his mouth to speak, but Jacobs held up a hand to stop him, pressing the mute audio button on the phone in front of him before speaking. "Next, they'll ask about the lure devices, probably planning some major air offensive." "Why not just cut it off and start with the easier places?" Fisher asked. "I mean, Ireland is right there." He pointed to the bulkhead behind Jacob's left shoulder. "So why don't we start there for a foothold? They probably will, and the lure devices will work there. Probably. But that doesn't change the fact that the—" "Jacobs!" Bob Hallard's voice came back over the speaker. Jacobs hit the button to open their microphone again. "Here, sir. What about the modified devices? Can we use them to draw out this new kind and use air assets?" Jacobs smiled smugly and gestured for Fisher to answer. "We've tried that, sir. The lure isn't effective against them, but that doesn't mean it won't be effective in other places where the enhanced aren't in play." "How in the hell does that work?" the President asked. "Either this thing attracts them like it did before, or it doesn't. Explain." "Sir," Jacobs said, pausing to mentally wring his hands and decide how best to say it, "it doesn't work with the enhanced because they choose to ignore it. The other ones, the other kinds of infected, they just fall in line and do what the enhanced say." "Say?" Hallard asked. "Son, you best be clear in what you're saying." "Yes, sir," Jacobs answered. "I know it sounds a little far-fetched, but the enhanced use verbal commands to control the others. They're also demonstrating a higher cognitive ability and use tactics." "Okay. Screw that all the way to hell," the President said. "No evacuations, no contact with anything from Great Britain. Complete shut-off. Order the fleet there to continue to—" "Sir," another voice interrupted. An aide, most likely, reminding the president that he was still on an open line. "Agent Jacobs, Agent Fisher," he said after a pause. "I thank you for your time and for your service. Come on home now. We'll need your experience in forming the plans to keep the U.S. safe and to see how best we go about taking back these countries so tragically lost to the world." Jacobs' eyes met Fisher's and rolled slightly, as they both recognized when they were being awarded the political treatment. "Yes, sir," Jacobs said again. "We will. Goodbye, Mr. President." The line clicked twice and went dead. Jacobs looked down at the cigarette burning in the ashtray, seeing a long tube of untouched ash snaking away from the ember before tapping it free and taking a greedy drag to finish it. "We get a medal," he said, before shrugging. "Probably. We get new jobs and we go home." Fisher smiled, letting it fade from his face slowly as his brain worked overtime. "And how many people did we kill on the way?" he asked quietly. "How many more won't get evacuated because of this? How did I, make it all so much worse?" Jacob stubbed the cigarette out and stood, brushing off the concerns as if resetting for them both. "We get a medal, we get new jobs, and we go home," he repeated. "Let the Joint Chiefs figure out how to—" He pulled a face and gave a good impression of the president's voice. "Take back these countries so tragically lost to the world." Fisher nodded, eyes cast down. "Seriously," Jacobs told him, "not our problem. A few thousand people isn't even a drop in the ocean. There's the last few evac boats to go, and after that we withdraw. We'll come back, get a foothold, succeed. Just think, your lure device will save more lives than it costs to develop." Fisher nodded again, running those words over in his mind again and again until he started to believe them. Chapter 25. "I don't bloody believe it," Oliver Palmer said with breathless incredulity. He lowered the binoculars from his face, only to lift them up again to peer into the sea at the approaching boat. "Can nothing kill the man?" "Doesn't look like it, sir," Maxwell said, unable to hide his tearful elation at seeing the unmistakable bulk of their missing senior NCO standing on the prow of the fishing boat. "You there," Palmer said to a loitering trooper. "Evans, be a good man and pop back to HQ. Tell them to get the kettle on and advise Captain Palmer that our erstwhile SSM has risen from the—" He cleared his throat and went on. "That our missing SSM has reappeared." The trooper bobbed his head in answer and turned to jog back to the hotel, luckily for Palmer ignoring his slip of the tongue. The boat pulled up, a gleaming rank of smiles facing them, and Johnson stepped off the boat first to look down at his boot on the damp concrete of the dock. "Jesus Christ," Maxwell said. "No, just me," Johnson answered, shaking hands with the man before drawing him in for a rough display of backslapping that didn't quite qualify as a cuddle. He stepped past, making eye contact with the men who beamed at him until someone started clapping at the back of the gathering crowd. Others took it up, until a ridiculous cacophony of applause thundered around the docks for their safe arrival over hundreds of miles, and far too many months spent apart. "Welcome back," came a polished voice as Lieutenant Palmer stepped to the front. Johnson eyed him carefully, recognizing some form of significant change in the aristocratic brat, but unable to put his finger on what it was. "Good to see you, Lieutenant," Johnson said, unsure if the way the young man was looking at him meant that he should offer a salute. Palmer surprised him then, holding out a hand and wearing a wry smile of a man much more mature than the last version of Second Lieutenant Oliver Simpkins Palmer he'd met. Johnson took it, gripping it firmly but not crushing the hand to dominate or humiliate him. "Very good to have you back," Palmer said again, looking over the larger man's shoulder at the rest of his oddball crew stepping onto dryish land. "And I see you've gathered a flock." "Something like that," Johnson said, breathing out a sigh of relief as the emotions of being separated and alone flooded him, threatening to tip him over the edge of a cliff he hadn't known he'd been teetering on. "Clear the way," Palmer announced loudly. "Let's get these people back to headquarters. Mr. Maxwell, see that the men return to their duties, if you please." Johnson turned to catch Maxwell's stare and raise an eyebrow in amused query. Maxwell shrugged. "Big boots to fill," was all he said. Johnson threw an arm around his shoulder again and drew him close to mutter, "Thanks for looking after them." "A lot's changed," Maxwell said back, filling the SSM in before he was ambushed by the remaining officers. "Captain Palmer was sick, pneumonia, and Lieutenant Palmer located one non-issue spine, which he's been putting to good use. Mr. Lloyd's still around with the bootnecks. "Ah, my Marines will be pleased to hear that," Johnson said, genuinely happy for them before he darkened the mood. "We stopped by Portree on the way up here." Maxwell faltered, falling out of step with Johnson before answering. "That was our Rorke's Drift," he said darkly. "If it wasn't for Mr. Lloyd and Mr. Palmer, we'd all be done for." "Was that when the captain got sick?" Maxwell smiled in amusement. "No, I meant the younger version. Stepped up and then some." Johnson lapsed into amused contemplation before his features darkened, and he asked the question on his mind. "How many?" Johnson asked, meaning to ask how many of theirs were lost. Maxwell wiped at a cheek and sniffed before answering. "Too bloody many." Captain Palmer, despite his obvious suffering, insisted on standing to shake the hands of everyone presented to him in the lounge of the hotel where the fire still roared to aid his recovery. "Please forgive my appearance," he apologized pointlessly, "but I've been rather the unemployed layabout these past couple of weeks. Please, who do we have here, Sergeant Major?" "Sergeant Hampton and Marine Enfield, you know, sir. Lance Corporal Daniels and Miss Perkins, too." Palmer smiled graciously and bowed his head in greeting. "This is Jean-Pierre and Miss Philippa—" Johnson frowned, realizing he didn't know her full name. "McAndrew," she said, her voice prompting a gleeful recognition to wash over the captain's face. "A Canadian, no less," he exclaimed, making her smile, and, unless Johnson was mistaken, blush a little. "This is Ellie and her Amber," he said, gesturing to the tired woman holding a little girl who buried her face into her mother's neck. "This is Jessica, our budding radio operator." Jessica gave a bored wave as if the conversation of the adults was already sending her to sleep. "And this," Johnson said proudly as he brought Peter to the front and placed both meaty hands on his slender shoulders, "is Peter, honorary member of both the squadron and the Royal Marines." Peter smiled, trying to hide his pride and failing. Johnson stopped embarrassing him and introduced the last two people of their group, Sergeant Bufford, Special Boat Service, and Astrid Larson of the Force Varets Special Commando, she said, as she stepped forwards and gave a curt nod. "Norwegian Special Forces." "My," Palmer exclaimed, "what a truly exceptional and eclectic group you've collected. Truly amazing. Please, you must fill me in on what's been going on, but I'm certain you'll want to clean up and get some food first." "Sorry, sir," Johnson said, "but I'm afraid we have to talk before that." Something in his tone registered with Palmer on a nerve-jangling level, and the officer understood immediately. "Mrs. Maxwell," he called out, hearing a muffled yell of response coming from the kitchen area before she appeared through the double doors, removing a stained pinafore and drying her hands on it. "Yes, Captain?" she asked as she walked in, smiling at the new additions and old acquaintances alike. "Not I, thank you, but I wonder if you could take our guests through for a bowl. Mrs. Maxwell's baked a fresh loaf of bread or two, unless my nose deceives me." "It doesn't," she confirmed. "This way, please." They filed out, leaving just the military personnel, until Johnson asked Daniels to go and eat with the others, politely dismissing him from a decision above his level of responsibility. Before the conversation could begin, the front door to the hotel burst inwards, to show a bearded Royal Marine officer, his chest heaving from exertion and his face red from the cold air outside. He fumbled to unstrap the rifle from his upper body and launched forward to wrap up the shorter sergeant in a rough hug, prompting a round of curses from the men. "Bleeding Christ, mind me fucking knee," he hissed. Lieutenant Lloyd recoiled in concern, looking down and seeing no obvious missing limb or other such grievous injury. "Bent the bastard the wrong way when the Sea King went down," he said. Lloyd turned to Enfield, seeing both men changed by what they had been through. "And the others?" "Lee?" "Gone in the crash," Enfield said. "Just us now." Lloyd seemed close to tears, but nodded and brought his two missing men back into him for another brief, brotherly embrace. "What's got you so intense, Sergeant Major?" Captain Palmer asked, concern lacing his words. Johnson told them, explaining about the chance meeting with a team of elite U.S. Navy personnel and the sad facts that they relayed. He told them about the abandonment of the British Isles and the last evacuations planned from nearby countries before the whole world contracted back to their own waters in defence. Palmer in turn told the story of the island, and how there was some form of testing facility there which led to the outbreak and subsequent emergence of a new form of enemy. They discussed the behaviour of the swarms, of how something was making them all converge into one place, as if responding to an undetectable call to arms. That prompted knowing looks between the two brothers before the younger offered an explanation. It appears that the former residents of this town were affected by the outbreak. However, they all decided at some point to head east with no regard for the small matter of the North Atlantic Ocean barring their way to the mainland. Must have been the same thing, Lloyd said. No other explanation. Something's been drawing them to places. Well, I can confirm that part, Johnson said. The Americans have a kind of device that attracts them. They used it to get the Screechers all into one place before they hammered them with some vaccine or something, only it didn't kill all of them. It turned some of them into clever bastards with no hair? Lloyd asked. Johnson nodded. Those bastards! Younger Palmer exploded. I apologize, he said quickly, with a gesture towards Astrid before returning to his rant. All that time and effort wasted when they could have simply evacuated survivors and been done with it. I suppose they thought they could skip the 12 years of war and go straight to their own Waterloo, Captain Palmer offered. Seems to be the modern way, don't you agree? Win the war before it begins? Silence answered his words as everyone fell into their own thoughts. So where does this leave us? Astrid asked the group. We can continue to Norway and attempt to join their final evacuations, or we can do as the Americans say and go to Iceland. I say Norway by boat is rather a long jaunt, Julian Palmer offered. Isn't Iceland much closer? Still 500 or 600 miles of open ocean, Johnson said, and I don't much fancy trying to do that in a little fishing boat without the chance to refuel. And did your American friend say when any such deadline would be? The captain asked him with a direct and intense look. Not specifically, but I would suggest we don't hang about. Listen to me, please, Lieutenant Palmer pleaded with the group of civilians whose fates were so intertwined with the military men as to be practically family in more ways than just literally. Please, he said again, louder this time and holding up both hands for quiet. When the noise dropped to a rolling mumble, he spoke again. That's better, thank you. Now, we've found ourselves in this predicament before, and without fail it has proved a bad idea to stay. Says ye, barked a Scottish voice from the back. That's not your home back there. No, it isn't, Palmer answered stiffly. My home was far to the south and was overrun many months prior. I have accepted that, just as I am asking you to accept our word that we must evacuate. The noise sparked up again in protest, albeit to a far lesser degree this time. But it was clear to him that he wasn't winning the hearts and minds of the locals. He shot a pleading look to what qualified as a civilian warrant officer, prompting Denise Maxwell to hold out a hand so he could help her climb up to the platform he addressed the people from. Please, if we can have a little quiet, Palmer tried, recoiling in shock as the smiling Mrs. Maxwell placed forefinger and thumb in her mouth and huffed out a sharp, piercing whistle that was every bit as impressive as he'd seen it done on film. Shut it, she ordered, when the stunned faces all turned to her. Now, they can't make you go, nor will they waste their time doing so. But I'm going. Stay here and hope someone will come back for you if you like. But I'm going to give my family the best chance of surviving all this crap, and that means going. Come with us or stay. Just stop wasting everyone's bloody time about it. She stepped down, hopping lightly to land back where she began and stalked from the room without bothering to pick a route that avoided anyone. They parted like the proverbial Red Sea before her, allowing her an unimpeded exit which returned Palmer to their primary focus. We leave tomorrow, he said, and will need to gather sufficient fuel to undertake the journey. In what? A woman asked near the front. The little fishing tubs. We won't make it. I'm afraid it's rather a case of needs must, Palmer insisted. I'm sure if we just rallied together and dig deep for that spirit— Blow it out your arse, someone yelled, bringing a ripple of laughter afterwards. Palmer gave up. Very well, he announced with steel in his voice this time. As Mrs. Maxwell said, come or don't come, just don't get in the damned way. He jumped down and went to walk out before a small hand shot out to grab his upper arm. He turned to see the woman who spoke up about the boats, looking directly into his eyes, and almost pleading with him to listen. Madam, he said, I assure you. Loch Inver, she said, cutting him off and making him pull that involuntary face he did, whereby his chin retracted so far it became non-existent. Pardon me? Loch Inver, she repeated, as if he was the one not making sense. Head west from here. There's a larger port there, where we should find other boats and fuel to see us through. You have my thanks, Miss— It's Mrs., but you're welcome, she answered, having misinterpreted his manners for an attempt on her virtue before breezing past him. Lieutenant Palmer ignored the other shouted questions aimed at him as he made for the door, and walked fast back to their headquarters, where he sent runners to gather the interested parties. Chapter 26. The mission to the mainland had no shortage of volunteers. In the end, it was decided that it was more of a specialist task, hence the addition of the more specialist soldiers selected to undertake it. A handful of civilians went along, all with knowledge of boats amassed over careers of varying lengths spent at sea, and that included their stoically unsmiling Jean-Pierre. "I can help," Peter assured Johnson, standing in his way to force an answer from the men. "I'll stay on the boat, and you know I'm a good shot." "I know you can, and I know you are," Johnson answered, careful not to sound patronizing but trying to be firm with his kindness. "But you're staying here this time. We'll be back in a few hours with a new boat, hopefully. Then we can get out of here." Peter sulked. In spite of his maturity, he was still a 10-year-old boy being told that he couldn't do something he was adamant that he wanted to do, but it was more that he didn't want to be separated from the only grown men in his life he had ever trusted. "You'll be fine here, lad," Johnson assured him, bending down conspiratorially. "Besides, who's going to look after Kimberly and Jessica?" Peter frowned, knowing that he was being played like a fiddle but unable to raise a valid argument. Johnson stood up straight, ruffling the boy's shaggy hair as he turned away to swing one leg over the rail of the boat. Their plan was to find something larger and more capable of safely transporting passengers in greater comfort than having them huddle in common areas, as they had on the small fishing boats that had brought them there. The argument, one which Peter had listened to through a crack in a door, went on for almost an hour about whether they should risk attempting to get another boat. But when the fact was pointed out that there wasn't enough fuel left where they were to run both boats over the distance, nor was there a capacity to safely store and carry additional fuel, it was reluctantly agreed that a mission to the mainland was indeed necessary. That mission didn't need to be a large-scale one, but the discussion eventually fell on allowing Lieutenant Lloyd to take his remaining Royal Marines as a reactionary force in support of the mixed bag of specialists who would represent them all at the sharpest end of the spear. The two effectively homeless special operators joined up with the flotsam of the SAS patrol to reform as a foursome, which best suited their tactics. The plan was that they would sail to Loch Inver, select an appropriate replacement for their smaller boats, and clear it, using the Special Forces team as the Marines provided support and cover should anything unwelcome come from the inland direction. As a plan it was simple, but it was simple purely because there were so many of the working parts they were unable to plan for, hence being more of an objective outline than an actual plan. Johnson, much to the dislike of the Palmers and his acting replacement, Maxwell, insisted on going. This left the younger Palmer, who he had learned had stepped up and earned the respect of the men following his actions during the withdrawal and every day afterwards, in Stornoway, to organize their supplies and the civilians opting to join them. The scattered remnants of their squadron, less than 20 men of the multitude they'd started out with, stayed there to make that happen under the young officer's guidance. The captain, who was physically struggling far more than he allowed anyone to know, was in no fit state to be doing anything other than taking a gentle, assisted stroll to the docks, when he'd be wrapped up warmly and deposited in a cabin to endure the sea journey. As the SSM was neither part of the elite element, nor was he a Marine, he allocated himself the position of managing the nautical and engineering element comprising their civilian volunteers. The journey was short, either that or his brooding silence, filled with tumbling thoughts of the multiple ways this venture could go horribly wrong, and what that would mean for those left behind. They had suggested searching the other ports on the large island for more boats, but the obvious absence of the vessels usually in port and the total lack of fuel for them indicated some mass exodus long before their arrival, making the likelihood of finding more resources elsewhere a slim possibility. As the port came into view, the abandoned profile of a much larger boat greeted them and even attracted a few cheers, before a word from Bill Hampton silenced them immediately. "Still ain't got the bleeding sense you were born with," he growled, earning the Marines who had cheered a few light slaps to the head from their comrades. "Hold here," Bufford said to the man piloting their craft. "Enfield, get me eyes on." The sniper clambered to the highest point on the boat and lay flat, with his legs splayed apart for stability as he leaned into the scope of the hunting rifle. 3 minutes stretched into 4, as those not accustomed to the precise nature of his trade began to grow tense in the silence, with each passing second testing their nerve. "Some movement on the south end. Nothing obvious, just some crows flapping about something," he finally reported. "Other than that, we're clear. Take us in." Buffett instructed, put us aboard on the aft section, then pull back. What's if you need to get out in a hurry? The man asked. Then we'll jump off the bloody side and swim, Desi answered for him. Buffett agreed with a nod, and the four of them readied themselves for action. Johnson watched appreciatively, seeing them scale the short ladder descending from the rearmost section of the larger boat, which they could reach with a jump on the small upswell of the waves. The last man to go up, being the only woman, made the jump on her own without the need of assistance from below that the heavier men had required, much to the disappointment of the Marines sidling into position to offer her a supporting hand to the buttocks. They disappeared over the railing as the boat revved to bubble the water white and move them 20 paces clear. The silence of their journey and that of the time waiting for Enfield's report was nothing compared to the stressful time spent waiting for them to reappear and declare the boat safe to board for the non-military personnel. The boat went closer again, with Johnson accepting a leg up before hauling himself aboard. The others followed, requiring much more help than all of the serving military personnel due to their lack of enforced physical training, with one man having to be simultaneously hauled upwards on a length of rope as two Marines pushed from below. "The captain will be happy," Johnson said over the rail, with a smile and a point at the name of the boat emblazoned across her aft section. The name Annabel was there in faded lettering, but the uncomprehending stares of the men looking back up at him said that they didn't know. "It's what his wagon was called, way back before everything," he said, smiling once more before ducking away. They disappeared out of sight, going to get the engines of the Annabel working and hopefully ensure their long-term survival, leaving many of the men anxious that they could neither see nor hear what was happening. "Movement," Enfield said, silencing their low conversation and chilling them all to the bone in a heartbeat. "What have you got?" Lloyd asked, his voice calm and low. "Something slipped from the high ground on my left," he said, "out of sight behind the houses now." A gasp from the deck below told Enfield that something closer was visible now, and before he could switch his aim to locate it, he heard their officer order the boat to be docked. "Can't fight effectively on deck," Lloyd said. "We mount a defensive action on the pier and give them the time they need." Chapter 27. The journey back north had been long, in the way the newly created Echo marked time at least, but to the pack that followed it there seemed to be no sense of time. Vague notions occupied the mind of the Echo, not in so much that they were tangible thoughts or even memories, but more than instincts. Feelings were somehow less impeded by their rebirth, and certainly louder to the consciousness than before, when their brains had been filled with the pressures of daily life and electronic gadgetry. The sensation it felt was that of returning home, or at least it felt compelled to make its way back to the place it felt it should be at that time, and before it had been drawn away by a device it had no notion of. It had stayed in that area, as if tethered by some unfathomable pull. The fact that the others followed it, the dumb ones, wasn't curious at all. It somehow knew that they would, just as it knew that the basic commands it cried to them would be followed unquestioningly. Having returned to the place it felt was its own territory, it patrolled the area and hunted anything that moved, utilizing the others as a way to herd whatever living creature caught its attention. That sense of home, that place where it felt connected, was the dock where it had worked for the last 7 years of its life, before it embarked on a new chapter as one of the ones who now followed it like a god. It had no sense of family, otherwise it might have returned to the modest 3-bedroom semi-detached 10 miles away, and looked down on the remnants of what had been their family pets, before he, his wife, and their 2 daughters devoured them, prior to breaking out of the glass window in response to an unimaginably desperate need to seek out the source of the distant sound that drove them all crazy. Only he had emerged from the result of that huge gathering, and with that emergence came an awakening. Its territory was being invaded, quietly, by fresh meat travelling from the direction of the big cold, of the water, and ignoring the fact that so many living things could be infected, and it could fulfill the desire it would never be able to put into words. It could not allow the incursion into its territory to go unpunished. It didn't see the small-scale invasion as an insult, not in so much that it formed a complex thought backed up by knowledge and experience, but more that it felt its dominance challenged, and that challenge had to be crushed. 2 loud, shrill calls stopped its followers where they stood. Some turned their near-blind eyes up at where it perched, on a low roof, as others shuffled on the spot as if restless and wanting to launch the attack early. Another sound, more like a bark, but falling instead of rising in pitch, was answered by huffing grunts as the others' tension became almost palpable. A third sound, A clear, loud barking noise sent a third of them off to the right between the houses on the higher ground, while the majority of the remaining undead held their positions. The echo slipped down from the rooftop to land with a meaty thud on both feet before uncoiling and standing taller than the pack surrounding it. They all bowed their heads, none of them willing or able to challenge their leader as it stalked through their ranks. Growling at individuals close to it, the echo turned and let out a final screeching yelp to launch the pack against the living before sprinting off to run a wide loop of the docks with a few chosen followers in tow. "Enfield," Lloyd said, pointing up at a few shipping containers in single stacks. The Marine nodded and started to climb up on smaller crates to reach the high point and set up their overwatch, as another Marine scrambled up behind him to act as his spotter. "Form up there," the lieutenant added, pointing to the natural choke point leading onto the concrete pier where their prize was sitting. "Take cover." He watched as the men dragged boxes and small crates onto the pier to use as cover and double as barricades. Already their military mentality switched from instinctively seeking cover from fire to that of delaying a berserker infantry like they had faced too many times. Lloyd turned back to Hampton, who was still struggling to clamber over the railing of the small boat, and held up a hand to stop him. "Stay here on the gun, Bill," he told him, dressing his concern as an order. "Cover our retreat should we need it." Hampton nodded tersely, muttering a "sir" under his breath in acknowledgement, but recognizing sympathy when he saw it, and not liking it one bit. He was about to form a protest, about to rearrange the words so that they were appropriate now that he was back under military discipline after months of acting like a pirate, when the cold, still air of the eerily silent docks was split apart by the shrill barking sound they had all come to fear. "Make ready," Lloyd snapped, pausing before adding the words that sent a chill down every man's back. "Fix bayonets." "What's the hold-up?" Johnson asked, barely able to see in the unlit depths of the passenger boat's engine room. He had a torch on his equipment, but cursed himself for failing to think of the needs of his civilian contingent. "Just taking some time to juice the starter," the Scottish voice answered from the gloom. Johnson retreated up the metal ladder to where the sunlight made no difference to the temperature at all. "Try now!" a voice bellowed from below him, and the answering whir and click from above made him hold his breath for maybe 20 seconds until a shudder rippled through the boat. That shudder became a strained rumble, which transformed into a boiling cough as the engine finally struggled to life. Johnson released the breath he was holding in an exaggerated sigh of relief and climbed the few remaining steps in time to see a thick cloud of black diesel smoke drift inland from the exhaust. Over the sound of the engine he heard gunfire, his eyes going wide at the sight of a rushing infantry attack streaming down the pier. Then his heart dropped into his boots as the engine note coughed once and died. More gunfire filled the air in the few seconds he stood on deck in shock before he ducked his head back down below and bawled for them to get the engine started again. If they couldn't hear the gunshots, the unmistakable tone of his voice made going slow not an option. Running to the prow of the boat, he found the 4 Special Forces soldiers in various positions of comfort as they each began to line up shots and take them. Johnson joined in, aiming intentionally high over the heads of the Royal Marines as the SAS man to his left changed the magazine on the suppressed rifle he hadn't seen until earlier that morning. Come on, he snarled as he changed magazines and returned to firing indiscriminately into the approaching crowd. Over the coughing rattle of their suppressed guns and the heavy bangs of the Marines' rifles came the clattering of the GPMG, still mounted to the rear rail of the fishing boat brought up from the south. Johnson stole a glance down to his right, where that gun spat flame and tracer out through the small open window to fire without running the risk of hitting his own men. Further to his right, situated on a raised platform of shipping containers, he recognized the sharp crack of the heavy hunting rifle in the hands of their sniper, of his friend, and turned back to continue praying for the engine of the boat to come back to life. "You two stay here," Buffett called to the 2 SAS men as he lowered his gun and gripped a thick rope to slide down to the docks below. Larson followed, making every physical feat seem effortless, and Johnson went last, struggling to control his descent and burning his hands on the rope to join the defenders for the final push. "What do we do, sir?" one of Lloyd's men asked him. He was conserving his remaining ammunition now, allowing himself only single shots at head height into the advance as they poured over the fallen bodies of their undead comrades. "Shut up and do your job," Marine Foster answered on behalf of the lieutenant as he fired methodically with single, aimed rounds. Behind them, much to their palpable relief, the engine of the boat roared to life. As quickly as their elation soared, it was dashed on the rocks like a floundering ship in a storm as the engine coughed and died again. "Hold the line!" Lloyd called out, repeating it twice more to strengthen the resolve of his men as much as his own, when in truth he wasn't certain how long they could maintain the defence. Just as he was considering ordering a retreat to the boat, the machine gun rattled to life to drive down the first two ranks of attackers. "God bless you, Bill," Lloyd muttered to himself as he lined up the skull of another in his crosshairs, only to see it snatched away with a fountain of gore exploding out of the right side of the creature's head. "And God bless you too, Enfield," he said. As if the sniper heard them, he began screaming at them from his elevated position and gesturing wildly to their left. Enfield saw the attack unfolding, began picking off the fastest-moving of the pack as they barged and shoved their way through to the front rank. There had to be close to 200 there, hidden behind the buildings and concentrated into a pack unlike the disorganized array of shambling corpses that he felt was more appropriate, or at least fair. A slap on his left arm, something his newest understudy would never do, jarred his aim and forced him to almost shoot too high before his finger recoiled from the trigger like it was molten metal. "There! Look!" He looked, seeing a smaller but still sizable group emerge from the high ground nearer the docks, and began tumbling recklessly down the slope, where they threatened to fall on the defenders' exposed flank in mere moments. "Warn them!" he snapped, hearing the Marine begin screaming and yelling as he adjusted his aim and began picking off the greater threat one at a time. Headshots were almost impossible, even at that relatively short distance, due to the desperate way they threw themselves down the slope. So instead, he made do with a logical shot aimed to destroy a leg bone, and at least remove their ability to run with anything resembling the speed of a living person. He hit one plumb in the kneecap, blowing it off, and causing the stumbling runner to falter and fall, leaving the lower portion of its left leg bare and exposed, as the torn trouser leg slipped off it, where it had been almost entirely severed at the joint. The grotesque sight curled his lip involuntarily, but didn't slow his progress at displaying his craft under lightning-fast circumstances. 3 more fell to his next shots before the blessed sound of the big engine coming to life filled the docks. "Go!" he said to the Marine beside him. "Get to the boat and cover their withdrawal." He went, leaving Enfield alone to switch the small magazine from his rifle and load the last full one, as he muttered darkly about the loss of his old rifle. He expended the remaining rounds into dead bodies, and instead of wasting precious time reloading, he switched, rolling onto his side to bring the small rifle into play. That made life a little harder, because the magnification of his optic was a very poor second to the larger gun, but the semi-automatic weapon allowed for more shots to bridge the accuracy gap as he covered the Marine's back to the fishing boat, as the larger craft lurched backwards away from the dock at a speed altogether too slow for his liking. "Come on, come on," he hissed, unknowingly quoting his friend, who stood on the prow of that boat, pouring fire into the attackers just as the heavy gun went quiet. He stole a glance at the fishing boat, seeing Hampton limping away from the rail and the abandoned GPMG, which he guessed was out of ammunition. Deciding that it was time to join the rout, he stood to sling the gun and drop down, lowering himself to hang by his fingertips and lessen the fall to reduce the risk of fatally turning an ankle, when heavy metallic thuds announced the arrival of unwelcome company at his position. Looking up, knuckles white with pressure and his face white from fear, he found himself looking into the dead eyes of a hairless monstrosity baring its teeth at him. He let go, fingers extending to release him to fall to the ground just as the torso of the beast rippled under the onslaught of bullets hitting it. He landed hard, knocking the air from his lungs and rolling to stagger to his feet and run the short distance back to the boat, all the while ducking low to avoid the bullets sailing over his head. He threw himself over the rail as the boat's engine surged to yank them back away from the dock, leaving him gasping for breath and lying painfully on his back, with the 2 rifles beneath him. Looking up, he saw Hampton, eyes glistening with concern above a smile of pure, daredevil pride, until those eyes flickered on the side and the smile vanished. He felt it, then, the intense burning in his hand, and looked to see the deep gouge of thin flesh missing above the knuckles beside obvious teeth marks. Hampton reached for him, but Enfield scrambled away, digging into a pouch as the other Marine scattered for a tourniquet which he applied desperately to his right arm. "Get back, lads!" Hampton ordered. "Give him some space." He stepped closer, but Enfield snapped at him to get back. "It's all right, son," Hampton said, unashamed tears rolling down his exposed cheeks and into his beard. "It's all right." Enfield slumped down, suddenly dizzy and at risk of overheating, in spite of the icy wind. as Johnson and Larson barged through the frightened men, not firing at their deadly creatures, jumping at them from the docks. Enfield struggled to sit up, pulling weakly at the small rifle and failing to remove it. Johnson took the barrel in a large hand and lifted it away, thinking that the man sought a way to sit comfortably. Enfield looked up at Hampden, his own eyes filled with tears now, and spoke the most pointless words of his life. "Sorry, Sarge," he said, lips quivering. "Hush now, lad," Hampden said, as he grimaced to kneel down beside him. Enfield gripped the rifle in Johnson's hand, his other grabbing the man's webbing and pulling him closer. "You'll be okay," Johnson told him, not believing his own words, but at a loss of what to say. Enfield, in spite of everything, managed a sad smile. He pushed the rifle closer to the man he'd shared the last months with, whispering his final message for the man to pass on, before his back arched and his eyes rolled back into his head. "I'll do it," Hampden said as he drew Enfield's own handgun. "Everyone else look away." They did, with the exception of Johnson, Larson, and Lloyd, and all of them flinched at the sound of the single gunshot that rendered their friend safe. "What did he say to you?" Hampden asked as he stood, draping a wet camouflage smock over their friend's face. "It was a message for—" Johnson coughed and swallowed to fight back the tears. "For Peter." Chapter 28. The boat journey to Reykjavik, chosen as the most likely port for the evacuation boat going west, began within the hour of them returning. Peter waited eagerly at the docks, lifted onto the shoulders of a squadron man and smiling broadly as the boat slowed to dock. The supplies had been brought out, with all hands being put to good use, sitting proudly ready on the roadside to sustain them on their onwards journey. But when the small fishing boat turned to bump alongside the concrete pier, Peter's face dropped when he recognized the expressions of the people on board. Johnson gave the news stiffly, almost formally, as if he didn't trust himself to keep it together. Kimberly sobbed, her hand covering her mouth as she fell into Ellie, who comforted her through her own tears as Amber asked what was happening. Peter crouched to her, even though he wasn't much taller, telling her simply that Enfield wasn't going to come back. "Did the bad people get him?" she asked, surprising them with clear speech in place of her usual silence. Peter nodded sadly, letting the girl wrap her arms around his neck and comfort him. The boat was loaded, and apart from just a handful of people with no more heart to keep moving, or else with the desire to remain on home soil whatever the cost, they set off in the damp-smelling boat to loop around the most easterly point of the island and turn north to begin their hard slog through the inhospitable North Atlantic. The mood was electric in some places, flat and exhausted in others, but the boat buzzed with the sense that they had a chance of getting out of there. The cabin Johnson had thrown his bag into, where Kimberly had added her own, before finding somewhere for Ellie and Amber, with Jessica in tow, was musty and damp after so long being uninhabited, but the chair there was soft, and allowed him to sink far enough into it that he could close his eyes and sleep for days. Peter sat with him, perched on the end of the bed, and when Johnson fought the overwhelming urge to sleep and opened his eyes, he almost swore at the boy for sneaking up on him. Just like Enfield. "Tell me what happened," Peter said, "now that the girls aren't listening." Johnson looked at him. He saw a small boy in desperate need of a bath and some clean clothes, along with a haircut, but behind that external appearance and behind his knowing eyes was something else. There was a hardness to him, and Johnson suspected that had existed in some part long before he'd ever met the boy, but was also astute enough to know that he was in some small way responsible for who he was now, and who he would grow to be. Weighing up all of that, he decided to tell him. He was last onto the boat, making sure everyone else got out safely. One of the bald bastards— he cleared his throat before going on. One of the new kind bit his hand a little, only a little, but he knew he was done for. He put a tourniquet on his arm. You know what one of them is? Peter nodded. Well, he put one on his arm, nice and tight. But the damage was done, you see. He was already infected. Did he turn? What? No, he died, and we made sure he didn't come back. Peter nodded again as Johnson reached over to the bed and lifted the little rifle, weighing it in his hands and seeming deep in thought. Before he died, he asked me to give this to you. Johnson's eyes lifted to Peter's, expecting to see a glimmer of excitement, but finding only a sad resolve, as if he knew the gift was a burden as much as anything else. "What did he say?" Peter asked, his voice somehow so innocent and yet mature at the same time. He said I was to give this to you. He said that nothing would stop them, ever, until every last one of them was wiped out. Annihilated was the word he used." Peter nodded sagely, as if ingesting every possible interpretation of his friend's final words. "He said—" Johnson paused as his voice began to betray him, tapping directly into the emotions of the memory that was still as fresh as when it happened and likely to remain so forever. So involved was he in the recollection that he could smell the cold sting of the salty breeze. "He said you'd know what to do. He said you'd know to protect your own." "Like he did," Peter said, wiping one eye at a time. "Just like he did," Johnson echoed. Peter stood, smiling a sad smile at the big man, as if looking after him and not the other way around. He reached for the little rifle, pausing and asking for permission with his eyes for Johnson to nod his agreement to him. He lifted it, turning it over in his hands before slipping the sling over his shoulder for the barrel to protrude beside the worn grip of the shotgun still in his pack. "You need a replacement for your pitchfork, anyway," Johnson said, returning the same sad smile. Peter let out a huff of involuntary laughter, before his face creased up a little with the effort of keeping himself together. Johnson hesitated for a moment before reaching out for the boy, placing a hand on his right shoulder and feeling the resistance of him leaning away. Johnson didn't allow that, pulling the boy close and wrapping him into an encasing embrace, where he finally allowed himself to be the child he deserved to be, and began to cry. He sobbed until his tears ran wet patches into both of their clothes, with the big squadron sergeant major joining him as he shed a few silent tears, but holding back the floodgates because the boy needed him then. He didn't know how long he stayed there with Peter asleep on his lap, after the tears or the release of pressure had exhausted him to the bone, but the world outside their small round window grew darker before Kimberly returned and helped Johnson lift him onto the bed and slip his arms from the pack he never let get out of his reach. "I need some air," Johnson said, resting the rifle beside the bed. "Do you mind staying with him, in case he wakes up?" "Of course not," she said, cupping his bearded cheek with her hand. She dabbed the kiss on his lips and sat beside Peter to drape a blanket over him. Johnson walked out on deck, strolling to the very back of the boat to stare out at the darkening expanse of sky and water beyond their frothing wake. His hands gripped the railing tightly, his body still tense from the build-up of stress and emotion over so long he could barely recall any detail of his life before everything was torn apart. He breathed in, the air gasping between his lips as they involuntarily quivered, making him clamp them shut to hold back the sob that threatened to break out. Breathing through his nose made it worse, his nostrils flaring as he failed to control the speed of the breaths he sucked in and out until he cracked, his chin dropping to his chest as he expelled a lungful of air and gritted his teeth to stop the rest of the emotion from forcing its way clear. He failed. The tears streamed down his face and into his beard, as the uncontrollable sobs racked him and threatened to drive him to his knees. He gripped hard, clinging to the rail as if it was his only anchor on reality and his very existence. "Should I say something?" Palmer asked his friend Lloyd, as the two men smoked on the small upper deck overlooking the boat's stern. "I dare say your sergeant major needs a moment alone, Ollie. Still, it pains me to see him like this." "Let him work this one out," Lloyd said, taking the final drag and tossing the end out into the gathering darkness of the open sea. "You mark my words. He'll be right as rain by the morning." Lieutenant Palmer stayed on the upper deck and hung back out of sight. Even Lloyd's reassuring words weren't sufficient to remove his concern for Johnson's well-being, and after so long out in the cold, away from the safety and comfort of everything familiar to him, Palmer could only begin to imagine what he was experiencing then. He lit another cigarette, not in celebration, but born of the need to do something distracting with his hands, and he watched from a safe elevation to make sure the SSM didn't require any assistance. As he watched the man gather himself and stand tall once again, he realized that the concern was partly for himself. He wanted Johnson to acknowledge how far he'd come. He wanted him to be proud of the young officer he made it so clear he had no time for when everything first began. Standing alone on the deck, as far as he could see, given how the already icy temperature had already sunk lower with the setting sun, he took a rare moment to look inside himself. No longer was he merely playing at soldiering. No longer did he view his rank as a stepping stone to a higher position that was, in itself, just a means to an end outside of a military setting. With that realization, with that comfort in his own skin, he found an acceptance and a calling he knew was as much a part of him as his very bones. With that comfort came the respect he spent so long demanding, proving to him after all that it was earned and not freely given. He felt that he was no longer a useless, if well-dressed, part of the machine, but had become a leader, and had learned how to earn the respect of others. He wanted Johnson to see all of that, but his newly acquired maturity also told him to leave the man alone in his grief. Johnson returned to the small cabin as it became fully dark outside, feeling his way along the unfamiliar corridor and groping his way inside to see Kimberly and Peter curled up on the bed together. He eased himself back into the chair, sinking down and stretching out one leg at a time to rest his boot heels on the edge of the small cabinet attached to one bulkhead, and with a clear mind fell asleep with a handful of deep breaths. He woke to the heavy vibration and sound of the ship's horn, as his eyes flew wide to take in the bright circle of cloudless sky through the porthole window. His back and legs screamed at him in protest at having spent hours in the same position and taking the opportunity to remind him of his age. Kimberly and Peter were gone, as were their weapons, which forced Johnson to shake his head to clear the grogginess of sleep and pull open the door, ready to storm out and investigate. He stopped, door handle gripped in his right hand, as he stared into the eyes of Kimberly, carefully transporting 2 tin mugs, with steam emanating from them as she balanced her body against the motion of the boat. "Tea," she said, handing him one of the mugs. 2 sugars, and strong. Johnson's fear and concern dissipated faster than the steam coming from the hot tea. "Thanks," he said, as he cradled the mug and smiled. "What was all the noise about?" "They've sighted land, apparently," she said, as she sat on the chair, still warm from his body. "Mr. Palmer wants everybody ready in case the, welcome isn't friendly." "Did you tell the captain I'd be there?" he asked, reversing his momentum as he was halfway to sitting on the bed when she spoke. "The other Mr. Palmer," she said with a knowing smile. "Oh," he said, hesitating for a moment before deciding to simply take the tea with him. He paused in the doorway, turning back to bend down and kiss her on the cheek before disappearing out to put his work face back on. Finding the fighting men being arranged on the railing as if defending the town walls of some ancient town, Johnson aimed for the obvious command group near the prow to find out what was happening. He exchanged nods with the Special Forces personnel before facing the 2 junior officers who, back in the world before, would be looking to him for guidance. They didn't need it, evidently, as the plan was set and ready to be put into motion as soon as they neared land. "Where are we looking to make port?" Johnson asked. Palmer silently deferred to Larsen. "Reykjavik," she said simply, "on the southwest part of the country, and most likely port to be used to evacuate west, we think." "Any radio contact with anyone else?" he asked. "Nothing," Palmer answered. "And what," Johnson asked, as he took a step closer and lowered his voice, "is the plan if this place isn't an option?" "Northwest to Greenland," Palmer told him confidently. "After that, we break out the oars and row the damned Atlantic, if we're forced to." Johnson couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm, even if he knew the words were meaningless. He knew they'd have to play everything by ear without the support and resources needed, so finding some way to refuel and resupply, to make the journey themselves, was an option, if it wasn't for the expected naval blockade preventing the spread of the infection in that direction. "Very good," Johnson answered. "Where would you like me?" Palmer turned to face Lloyd, who gave instructions to his sergeant. "Bill, take the aft starboard." Hampton nodded and limped away to supervise the men posted to the rear of the boat. "Mr. Johnson," Palmer said, "I wonder if you could bolster the men towards the front of the boat." The way he spoke, so polite and effortlessly respectful, but still firm, put Johnson instantly in mind of his older brother. "My pleasure, sir," he said, turning to assess the men and instantly seeing one much shorter than the others and carrying a rifle that was far from those regularly issued. "Steady as you go, lads," he boomed out to them, MP5 cradled in his left hand and the mug of tea still in his right. Being exposed on the deck made having both hands full a risky business, given the motion of the sea, so he drained the mug and flicked his wrist to toss the dregs onto the deck. He filled his lungs, ready to bark out the boy's surname and summon him back from the front line before he realized he had never learned what it was. "Peter," he said, earning an annoyed look from the boy at being singled out. Johnson changed his mind immediately. having been about to order the boy to take his cup back inside. He lifted the flap of a pouch on his webbing and threaded the handle through before reattaching it. "Keep your eyes peeled, lad," he ordered, seeing the pride and relief on Peter's face as he was allowed to stay there with the men. He paced behind them, exchanging encouraging words and smiling, but feeling with every inch closer to land they got that their hopes for safety would be dashed. "Helicopter inbound!" came a shout from further towards the prow, turning every head that way for a look. "That seems like good news to me, boys," Johnson said with a smile, in spite of the stress he felt under. "Don't think a screecher can fly a whirly-bird, do you?" The men laughed dutifully, still craning their necks for a view of the reported aircraft. Johnson saw it, a speck in the sky at first, but approaching fast. It banked as it approached them, swinging off to the port side over open water to fly past far beyond the range of their personal weapons, affording Johnson a snapshot of the scaffold frame-style body stretching out far behind the bulbous glass bubble, protecting the pilot. All over the boat, men and women cheered and waved, the sound filling Johnson with the comfort his words had intended the men to feel. Just knowing that another person was out there operating advanced machinery, after the hell they'd lived through, held so much promise. "They're calling us!" a voice yelled from a window of the bridge, slid back to expose the speaker. Daniels, far more adept at working a radio than any other person on board, was waving Johnson over to him. Meeting Palmer at the window at the same time, they leaned in to hear Daniels's words. "Icelandic Coast Guard," he yelled over the rush of the wind and sea. "They want us to identify ourselves and confirm we aren't carrying any infection. Tell them we're—" Johnson stopped and looked at the lieutenant for permission to continue, which he gave with a smile and a gracious nod. "Tell them we're a bag of licorice all sorts from Britain," he said. "Tell them we have no infection, and ask if we can continue to port." They waited as Daniels spoke back into the radio, nodding at the responses, which doubtless came in better English than most of their men spoke, and turned back to them with a smile. "We're to drop anchor in the bay but not approach land," he reported. "They'll have crews transport us in small numbers into quarantine." "Are they evacuating to America?" Johnson asked, waiting for the relayed conversation to come back to him. "In 4 days, yes." "Is that it?" Palmer said, sounding almost dejected in his surprise. "After everything?" "Looks that way, sir." "I say, Sergeant Major," Palmer said with an air of disbelief. "Did we actually make it?" "I believe we did, sir. I believe we bloody well did." Chapter 29. True to their word, the men and women of the Icelandic Coast Guard deployed boats, most of them very overtly armed, to monitor their fishing vessel as it dropped anchor and waited for the smaller crafts to bring people off, 10 at a time, and take them into quarantine on dry land beside the looming skyscraper silhouette of a cruise ship docked nearby. The weather was cold, colder than they'd experienced in both the south or the islands off Scotland's western coast, but the cold was of no concern when faced with the disbelief of standing on land that was owned completely by the living. The Palmer brothers, along with the Marine lieutenant, were invited to speak with the civilian and military leaders, through thick glass, as they were all sealed inside separate compartments to protect everyone from any potential infection. Johnson was invited, as was Hampton, but neither truly had the stomach for it. No personal items were permitted to be brought through, as their possessions, weapons, and clothing were all sealed and abandoned as part of the process, and Amber had taken a long time to calm down, following the loss of the filthy, threadbare lamb she rubbed against her face whenever she went to sleep. "What do you think you'll do when we get to America?" Kimberly asked, nudging Peter with her elbow as he still sulked at the loss of the rifle he'd been so recently gifted by a dead man. They'd all been disarmed, much in the way that their dirty clothes had been shed as if leaving the ordeals they'd survived behind. "Probably end up in an orphanage," Peter mumbled. His words stung Johnson's heart, as the brave, resolute boy he knew was being eroded by the thought of returning to civilization. "You can stay with me if you like," she said, not looking at Johnson, who feared that, just like the boy, his current happiness and status would be surrendered on joining the world again. Peter grunted, glancing up at Jessica, who was deep in conversation with Ellie. Both wore smiles as Amber slept in Ellie's lap, her feet together and her legs open like a frog around a small cage, carrying the annoyed cat, who still seemed to feel aggrieved at its kidnapping. "Hey," Kimberly said, nudging him again. "Don't be a grump. We made it, didn't we?" "We did," he answered, getting up and joining the forming queue, ready for their isolation pod to be processed after the required hours spent there following decontamination, and wearing the odd white paper suits given to them all. Johnson stood to follow him, holding out a hesitant hand for Kimberly, who took it to be hauled to her feet with a smile. "What do you think?" she asked him, eyes bright and intense. "About what?" "About him," she said, pointing her chin at the sulking boy's back. "What about him?" "Shall we have him with us? To live, I mean?" Johnson's mouth dropped open, but no words came out. He was such a realist that he seemed like a pessimist in almost every situation, unless intentionally giving hope to others. He never thought to assume their relationship would continue as it was, let alone develop, so to hear her making just that assumption nearly floored him. I know," she said mockingly. "It's a bit early to be talking about kids, but this is the 90s now, you know." Yes. God, yes." She smiled, the scarred side of her face crinkling her features in a way he found so utterly beautiful that he could have died in that moment and felt fulfilled. Joining the line behind Peter, to where people exited one at a time into the third phase of quarantine, which would see them on board a ship heading for a new land, free of fear and the constant threat of death. "Name?" a man or woman wearing a rubber hazard suit asked from behind the mask that completed their androgynous appearance. "Dean Johnson," he said, stopping himself before he automatically added his rank and unit, with no idea why he left them off. The suited person waved him through, where another similarly dressed person pressed a disposable temperature strip to his head to confirm no fever had manifested since his naked body was thoroughly checked in the previous phase. He evidently passed that test and was waved through to wait in the next chamber. Looking back, he saw Kimberly leaning down and talking conspiratorially in Peter's ear, who, in turn, spoke to his sister behind him. "Name?" "Kimberly Johnson." His eyes went wide as hers flashed mischievously, stepping through for her temperature to be taken and joining him. "Name?" Peter Johnson." The wait was boring, and it was inevitable that the lack of activity for so many of them would combine with the gathering belief that they might actually survive, and it allowed for more than one breakdown, and even a few flare-ups between fellow soldiers and civilians who had carried the burden of unresolved conflict with them. Johnson broke up a few of those conflicts personally, half lifting a man off the ground in one instance, before good sense prevailed, and he put him down with a firm warning to make himself scarce. The wait was over when their turn came to load onto the cruise liner and begin their 6-day journey across the Atlantic, where a further quarantine camp awaited their arrival. What Johnson didn't know the Americans had, having never been there, was space. They had entire counties' worth of undeveloped land, and so much space that so many of their states could house the entire land mass of England easily. That space was there to fill, and after completing all the forms and eating hot, fresh burgers with cheese and ketchup and mustard, tasting nothing like any of them had ever experienced before, their allocation for housing eventually came through. They were all changed by what had happened, changed in so many ways. They had survived where so many millions had not, and now they were offered the chance of a new life. Chapter 30. The weather was hot and dry, which, for someone who'd so recently lived in the English countryside, made the warm September days a welcome relief from the wind and rain the month usually brought them. The afternoon sun felt like a warm summer to Peter, who stepped off the yellow school bus onto the neat, sun-bleached pavement that he had to remind himself to call a sidewalk now. From the street where he caught the bus to the school where he was far from alone in terms of foreign refugees, his walk home took him past a park lined with tall trees that were just beginning to display the transition from lush green to brown. He knew they'd dry up and fall from the branches before long, much the same as autumn back home would have looked like, only here it was called fall, and here it was safe. Turning the corner into his street, he stopped to watch as a car so long he would have thought it could carry a dozen people inside it rolled past with the windows down, and some religious preaching coming from the radio inside. He smiled before looking both ways and crossing the road to walk up to the house, with 3 flags hanging from the porch. Almost every house down his street bore at least one flag, the familiar stars and stripes that his own home proudly flew, but beside that one was the Union flag of Great Britain, and beside that was a colourful badge with a crowned crest set in the middle, proudly displaying the fighting origins of the house's owner. A pickup truck was on the driveway, and behind it a car sat with the front wheels raised off the ground on axle stands. A familiar pair of legs protruded from underneath, the right foot tapping along with the classic rock coming from the radio playing inside. It was a 1984 Camaro Z28, and after a day spent working on the engines of lorries, no, he corrected himself again, semi-trucks, the man underneath it took pride in restoring a perfectly working car to what he referred to as his standards, for the sheer enjoyment of doing it. Peter's shadow fell on the legs, and the foot-tapping stopped long enough for the body to slide out and the eyes squint against the sunlight. "Hello, lad," Johnson said. "Good day in school?" "Yeah," Peter answered. "We played dodgeball." An amused hiss of breath through Johnson's teeth was all the response he got, making Peter laugh. "No, I did just fine." "Good. Go on inside and get yourself a snack." Peter went in via the rear gate, walking through the open patio doors to be greeted by the smell of home cooking. "Hello, love," Kimberly said, kissing him on the head as she passed, carrying something hot from the oven with thick mitts over her hands. "Nice day at school?" "Yeah," Peter said again. "Go wash up," she told him. "Amber, Charlie and Ellie are coming over soon." Peter smiled, opening his mouth to ask where Jessica was, when the Doppler effect of a Bon Jovi song blared through the open front windows, telling him to keep the faith. He knew without even looking that the squeal of brakes and loud music announced the return of his sister in her Chevy Nova, a car that he thought was hideous, but she adored for the freedom it allowed her. She had talked about nothing else for the last year, ever since they'd moved from the immigration centers on the East Coast to Kansas, and Peter was happy to see her happy. She ran inside, dumping her bag inside the front door, and Peter heard her jump onto her bed upstairs before talking into the phone, no doubt to her friend she had been speaking to less than half an hour before. "Best bleeding thing I ever bought her, that," Johnson said. "No chance of an unwanted pregnancy when she drives it." He laughed at his own joke, walking into the kitchen to be shrieked at for touching things with oil-covered hands. The shrieking turned to giggling, and Peter imagined Johnson turning his grubby attention to her as he walked upstairs, wearing a smile of true contentment at how his life turned out after all he'd been through. He glanced down at Jessica's backpack by the front door, for a brief moment feeling transported back in time to when they all routinely kept bags packed ready by the exits, should their hiding place be discovered. He imagined weapons rested beside those packs, and stopped himself from reaching out to touch the smooth wood of the pitchfork's handle. He reminded himself that he didn't need it any longer, didn't need to make sure he went armed everywhere he went, and no longer had to sleep with his shoes on, ready to run. He was safe, he knew that, but he also knew that what he had lived through, what he had experienced, would stay with him every day for the rest of his life. It made his heart beat faster just to think of it. He was changed in so many ways, and as brutal as the life he'd lived for a brief time in his existence, he was better for it. That feeling made him selfish, he knew that, because an unfathomable amount of human life had been lost for him to be where he was. But none of that was his doing, and none of it could be undone. Ellie drove up 20 minutes later, parking on the street outside the house and opening the back door of her car to let Amber bounce down to run towards the house as she and the smiling Charlie Daniels followed. Amber was tall, having shot up in the last year, but seeming not to put any weight on, which left her as thin as a rake. She had endless reserves of energy and barreled through the door, beaming a smile from ear to ear. She hugged Peter briefly, acknowledging their eternal and unbreakable bond, before greeting everyone else and climbing up onto the kitchen counter to pick at the crust of the pie Kimberly had baked. They were happy, in spite of everything they'd been through, both as individuals and together, and they were a family. Not the family they'd been given, but the one they had chosen. Happiness wasn't a given for all of them, however. As much as Peter enjoyed his life, he felt that his existence there was only temporary, because part of him would always remain back in the English countryside, or on the harsh Scottish coast. "I know that look," Johnson said quietly from behind him. Peter sighed and glanced over his shoulder, his expression admitting that his thoughts had drifted off to a darker place. "All that's behind you now, son," he reassured him. "I know. Only it's not over, is it? It'll never be over." "It will one day," Johnson promised. "It'll just take some time." Epilogue. Spring 2010. The transport plane touched down at the place once designated as RAF Benson, with a puff of tire smoke and a high-pitched chirp, as rubber fought briefly against the tarmac. It slowed, turning towards the end of the runway to taxi on a left-handed loop to the main base. Outside the two massive hangars, it came to a stop, and the tail lowered to let in a gust of chill air, laced with a light rain to remind the men stacking up to exit the aircraft that they were back in Britain. With the exception of just two who were trying to hide their nervousness at landing in hostile territory for their first tour, The remainder had all been there on active service before. The man at the lead, calm and collected, like the concept of landing inside one of 3 reinforced strongholds was just another day, stepped down. The name tape across his chest read Johnson, and the words he spoke showed his curious hybrid English-American accent. "Fall in!" he called behind him over the screaming of noise of the engines winding down, leading the 9 other people away from the main hangar to a smaller building beside it. All of them were weighed down with heavy packs, and half of them carried long padded weapon cases on their backs, in addition to the rest of their gear. The man leading them, wearing the insignia of a sergeant of the U.S. Marine Corps Scout Sniper Division, stepped inside the building and stood to attention in front of the desk to offer a salute. The man behind it stood and returned the salute, smiled briefly, and extended a hand to shake. "Good to have you back, Johnson," he said, meaning his words. "Good to be back, Captain," Johnson answered. "What's our AO and when do we deploy?" "Eager beaver, huh?" the U.S. Marine officer answered. "Refit and weapons issue today, briefing 0800 tomorrow, followed by immediate deployment. Your role is to support the push east toward London and provide overwatch for the 2-7 who are leading the advance. No build-up training, no handover." The captain shook his head sadly, his tightly pursed lips loudly not saying much to the hardened sergeant. Johnson nodded. "Our billets?" The captain handed over a folded piece of paper Johnson assumed bore the information he needed. "How many teams, sir?" "Yours and 3 others," the captain answered, all of them under strength. The sergeant saluted and turned to leave before the captain spoke again. "You just keep coming back, don't you? What's this? Your 5th tour?" "6th, sir," Johnson answered flatly. "First tour was with the 2-1, and the job isn't done yet." "Carry on, Sergeant," the captain said after a pause, leaning back in his chair and wondering just what made the man tick. They claimed their racks, stowed their gear, found the chow hall, and ate. The newest member of their team, Lance Corporal Bruno, wore his nervousness like a cape flapping in the wind. "Sergeant," he said from across the table, "is it true this is your 10th time here?" Johnson sighed. He'd heard many rumors about himself, but this one didn't even make sense. He'd joined the U.S. Marine Corps at 18, straight out of high school, and hadn't qualified from Scout Sniper training until 7 years ago. There literally wasn't enough time to have crammed 10 tours into his career, even if his first one was with a standard unit. "Dumbass," another Marine said, throwing a crusty bread roll at the new man in the unit to bounce it off his skull. "You think the sergeant was serving here when he was 15? "I was serving here with an armoured squadron when I was 10, Johnson thought to himself. "I heard the sergeant turned down a promotion to staff sergeant because he didn't want to switch units," another Marine said. "That true?" "That's true," Johnson said. "They wanted me to join the teams working in Africa to get the mining operations back up and running." "So why didn't you go?" Johnson put down his fork and glared at the Marine, who felt the need to inquire about his personal business in public. The man's hands went up in mock surrender, as if retracting the questions. Johnson thought about it in the silence that followed, deciding to let his team in on his logic. "The fight's here," he told them, tapping his trigger finger on the table twice. "Ground zero. No place else on Earth the echoes are." He stood, taking his tray away and calling back over his shoulder that their briefing was at 8, so their morning run would be at 6. He ignored the groans that followed, because he knew none of them would risk disappointing him. He had a reputation for pushing his teams hard, physically and mentally, but he wasn't ignorant to the fact that he was also seen as a lucky charm. Few others, especially the often isolated Scout snipers, had survived so many consecutive tours without a scratch. Even fewer who had been only one of a few men to return each tour. He was a good luck charm, they said, but he felt the opposite. So many of the Marines with him hadn't come home, and he kept a list in his head of the names of all of them. Each time he put his eye to the scope of his M110 rifle, he half expected to see a brother in ragged remnants of uniform lurching toward him. One of the men who had trusted him to bring them home. He stepped outside and put on his cap to protect his shaved head from the light rain that had grown in confidence since they had landed, lit a cigarette, and walked towards the armory to draw ammunition in both 9mm and the heavier 7.62 for his marksman rifle. He trusted his team to draw what they needed to load their sidearms and primary weapons, along with their allocated shooters drawing the same ammunition for the sniper rifles, and took himself back to the barracks where he lay on his back and pretended to sleep. He rose before the dawn to dress in the same fatigues and lead his small team on a run around the perimeter of the base in the shadow of the high walls, constructed over years to expand the main base in the south of England to its current size. Outside of those walls, he knew, the Army's engineers had erected tall fences of razor wire designed to slow down the abominations that had long ago learned not to attack the bases. Their victims, however, with all their enhanced strength and physical ability, didn't know this, so the walls were guarded around the clock by troops. The sheer scale of the operations for each of the 3 strongholds required such a demanding supply line that landing large numbers of troops on the shores of the UK mainland was not only suicidal, but totally counterproductive, as each casualty in their war became an enemy combatant. Showering and dressing in a clean set of uniform, he strapped the sidearm to his right thigh, but left both his personal defence weapon and marksman rifle stowed on his rack, and he led his team to the briefing. "Attention on deck!" bawled the officer on the stage, bringing close to 600 men to order inside the hangar used to deliver the main briefing. An officer, tall and bespectacled, strode onto the stage and turned on the very centre spot to address the men. "Good morning, Marines," he yelled, his voice amplified through speakers. "Good morning, sir," the hangar roared back, their conditioning evident and their response instant. "Now, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Lieutenant Colonel Callis, and I am your battalion commander. For those of you new in country—" He paused to allow for some shaved heads to be slapped, and young men jostled by their comrades. "Welcome to hell. For those of you returning to this god-forsaken island— Shit, ain't you got the good goddamn sense to twist an ankle before deployment?" The massive room filled with laughter, more nervous than genuine, and the colonel went on in a more serious tone. "As of this afternoon, we are deploying east to retake the outskirts of a place called London. Make no mistake, gentlemen, this place was ground zero 21 years ago, and as of last week we are facing record numbers of enemy." Murmurs rippled around the men as they feared the rumours were about to be confirmed. 6 days ago, we lost an entire battalion of U.S. Army who sought to take the very ground we're marching on today. He paused again to let that sink in. We are going to go back there, and we are going to succeed where they did not. Our brothers paid the ultimate price, and I feel the need to remind you all that they are no longer our men, no longer our brothers in arms, no longer are they American servicemen and women. They are now our enemy, and make no mistake, they will have no qualms about killing you unless you kill them first. Silence hung in the massive hangar. To that end, the colonel went on, we will advance in a mass deployment of armored vehicles, and when the fighting becomes door to door, we will insert teams of scout snipers to cover your advance and provide accurate real-time intelligence as to the movements of the enemy. Now, Major Stevens will issue your specific orders, but I'll leave you with this." The hangar stayed silent, but an air of pent-up emotion hummed through the assembled Marines. "Who are we? United States Marines, sir! I can't fucking hear you! United States Marines, sir!" The hangar devolved into roars of "Hoorah!" and Sergeant Johnson only joined in for show. He wasn't drunk on the propaganda like his comrades, hadn't fallen into the deep hole of self-appointed supremacy because he knew their enemy better than anyone on the base. He'd grown up with them, or because of them. He wasn't certain which. He'd been fighting them since he was 9 years old, and back then he'd only had a pitchfork and a double-barreled sawn-off. Peter Johnson returned to the barracks, loaded the Chris Vector, which he slung on a single strap to hang down his torso. The gun was ready to be pulled into his shoulder and extended to spit bullets from the suppressed barrel if anything came at him inside the range of his rifle, just as the suppressed pistol on his leg was a tertiary backup, ahead of the combat knife sheathed on his chest for in case things became uncomfortably personal between him and the enemy. He paraded his team, only 5 pairs of snipers and spotters when he should have close to twice that number and should technically not even be in command of them, and he gave his orders. "Small, take Mills," he said, detailing the shooter and her spotter before naming the 3 other pairs, then giving himself the new kit. "Grantham with O'Hara, Carter and Rashid, Smith and Cartwright, and Bruno, you're with me." Bruno looked momentarily terrified by the implied pressure of spotting for the sergeant, but he dismissed them to their transports before heading to the unit commander's briefing with his second-in-command. Inside the smaller room, where the briefing was less of a rock concert and far more detail, he nodded to the other senior NCOs in charge of the other sniper teams and stood to attention as a senior officer approached with a small entourage, only one of whom was dressed for ground combat and another who wore the insignia of a captain on her flight gear. Johnson greeted them as expected, waiting to hear what needed to be said without the rank-and-file hearing it. "Sergeant Johnson, this here's Major Blackburn, U.S. Army Intelligence," the Marine Corps captain in combat loadout said. Johnson looked at the Army major expectantly, unaware that he made the man shudder inside at how distant his eyes were after a lifetime spent fighting monsters. "Sergeant, further to the Colonel's orders, we need intel on this area." He handed over a small envelope, which Johnson placed directly inside his clothing to keep it dry, and tapped a map laid out on the table, as it was the last known location of the Ranger sniper team providing overwatch for the previous mission. "We had some intermittent radio transmissions from them after the battalion went silent, but nothing for the last 2 days. It's in your AO." "Understood, sir," Johnson said. "Air support?" he asked, glancing up at the pilot officer. "You'll have 4 Super Cobras from the 167. "The Warriors?" Johnson asked, as he shot an appreciative look at the helicopter pilot. "Glad to have you, Captain." "Have guns, will travel, Sergeant," she answered with a smile of sinful but deserved pride in her unit. "We're only a detachment, and we have support from the Army's 3rd Battalion, 1st Brigade if we need it." "Apaches?" Johnson asked, earning a nod from the Marine pilot. "If we need it, I hope it's our boys and girls," another team leader muttered, not quite under his breath, before the intelligence officer cleared his throat. "There were a lot of moving pieces on the board, Sergeant," Blackburn said in a tone of voice that bore an edge of explanation, with heavy influence on avoidance of blame as he brought the subject back to the missing Ranger unit. "Yes, sir," Johnson answered flatly, turning to join his men in the armoured transport preparing to head east with dozens of others. The captain moved 3 figurines on the map, detailing each one with the call signs for the respective teams. Peter watched, taking careful note of where the other teams would be and how they fit into the main battle plan. His mouth twisted as the words he heard dulled, becoming lost in a memory brought on unexpectedly by the figures used by the officers to explain the plan. He focused on the figure used to denote his team, taking in the green plastic of the kneeling soldier, complete with the end of his rifle bent downwards. The perfectionist in him, the part of his brain that always wanted straight lines and headshots, wanted to reach over and straighten the plastic gun so that it would fire if it were real. Their orders given, he walked back towards the transports ready to head out to war yet again, as if he'd never left it from the moment his childhood ceased so abruptly and knew it would never end until every last trace of the virus was annihilated.